Chapter 1. I woke up in a daze after hearing a series of loud knocks at the door. My head was pounding. I shouldn't have stayed up so late last night reading comics. It's a bad habit of mine. J. Rent is due. Oh man, is it the first of the month already? I grabbed my black jeans with rips in the knees off the foot of my bed and put them on. I couldn't find the shirt I was wearing last night, so decided I'd look for it later. I'll be right there, Mr. Windsor, give me a minute. I opened my bedside table. There's 2 silver coins, 36 bronze coins, my iron dagger, and a half-empty bottle of water I bought on the way back from dungeon diving last night. With a sigh of relief, I grabbed the 2 silver coins and walked over to my door. Here you go, sir, have a nice day. Mr. Windsor grabbed the coins and nodded at me. See you next month, kid. I closed the door and mentally relaxed myself a bit. Rent is paid, life is good. Out of nowhere I started to feel lightheaded and my vision started going blurry. Luckily I caught myself on the door, shook my head a bit, and straightened up. I walked over to my bed again to grab that leftover bottle of water. As I chugged it, my head started feeling better and I almost heard my younger sister's voice yelling at me. Jay, you have to remember to drink your water when you wake up. It's more like I need to drink more water in general. I get so sucked into my fantasy world sometimes, I forget the real world is moving on around me. I start muttering to myself. Sigh, alright, time to get up. I find a new shirt from the closet in the corner of the room, throw on my boots, tuck the iron dagger into a small sheath in my jeans and grab 3 bronze coins before I walk out the door so I can buy some breakfast on my way to the dungeon. Morning, Jay, are you going out to hunt today? My neighbor Maria was sitting outside her apartment waiting for me to come out. Yes, Maria, just like every day. You know, I'm going to be a hunter soon too. My first college term starts next week. I'll get to see my status and be a great hunter just like you know. Oh really? Looking forward to it. I really wasn't taking in all the words she was saying, I was just making small talk and zoning out in my head like usual. She is really pretty though, that was at least half of what I was thinking about during most of our interactions. Maria has short blonde hair that barely touches her shoulders and bright blue eyes. Plus she says good morning to me pretty much every day since I moved in here a few months ago. She's my daily dose of dopamine before I go to work in the dungeon every day. After a few more smiles and meaningless conjecture, I walk down 1 flight of stairs to the street to make my way towards my team's usual meeting spot. I became a hunter myself 2 months ago, but not in the conventional way, plus I'm only a porter. My team's weakest link. I'm really not as great as she thinks. Most people become hunters when they turn 18 or 19 right after they enter college. It's pretty normal in society for students to pursue a hunter's career. Over half of the population is, or was a full-time hunter at some point in their life. There's good money in selling mana crystals for the energy inside them, and also many other magical items for various reasons. Most people hunt for 2 to 4 years while they're studying in school. It never hurts to get some experience in the dungeons even if you're going to work in the corporate world. My family situation is a bit complicated. I wasn't able to go to college after high school, so I never had the opportunity to open my status early. On my 20th birthday I decided to open my status on my own. 2 months ago, flashback story. Opening your status is what some call awakening or becoming a hunter. It's pretty straightforward. All you have to do is kill a monster in a dungeon and your status will be revealed. If you're not awakened yet, it's common practice to go with an experienced party the first time. I woke up on my 20th birthday and decided to do just that. I walked to a dungeon about 3 kilometers from my old apartment and paid a party of 5-10 bronze each to help me out. Out of pocket it was 50 bronze in total. Half a silver coin is a lot for me, but I thought of it as an investment worthwhile. Other than the money, I came completely unprepared. Thankfully the party leader lent me his old dagger. I went to a dungeon called the Alpine Square Dungeon. It got the nickname Starter Dungeon or the Alpine Square Starter Dungeon because it only has goblins. Goblins are some of the weakest monsters. They can be defeated by most normal people without awakened abilities if they have a good weapon. The team of 5 lead me through the dungeon portal. It was a big blue glowing circle standing straight up at a perfect 90-degree angle to the ground. As we walked through, I saw a whole new world I had only read about in the news and in comics. Dungeons aren't always as dark and dreadful as the word itself sounds. Dungeons are just the name the government decided to give to the occurrence of pocket worlds popping up. The first occurrence was over 80 years ago. The current world and economy is built around the idea of dungeons and hunters as a whole. This particular dungeon is a grassland dungeon. It has a bright blue sky, minimal trees, and thin light green grass that came up to about my knees. The party leader let me admire the new world for a moment before we ventured in. We walked in a straight line for about 5 minutes, then I started hearing shuffling and loud grunts. A small creature that looked something like a deformed child standing about a meter tall started charging towards me. Its skin was dark green with a face similar to a 90-year-old man. It was covered in wrinkles and scars from head to toe. The worst part was that I could smell its stench from over 5 meters away. The goblin was holding a dark black object that looked like a stone sharpened into some kind of makeshift knife. "All right, boy, we have your back, but it's up to you to take down this goblin. Welcome to the dungeon." Ha ha ha. They all started laughing a bit, but the leader seemed very supportive, so I felt safe. I held the dagger in my right hand and watched the goblin as it charged towards me. I mumbled. 5 meters. 3 meters. It's here. With my eyes wide, I decided to strike its disgusting-looking face and quickly lunged in towards the opposite side of its knife hand. It let out a loud squeal as my dagger pierced its right eye and the monster started gushing blood. It came at me again without hesitation. The same move, just a simple charge. I went for its face a second time and had a direct hit followed by quickly jumping out of the way. With 2 successful attacks, I felt confident that I could defeat this goblin without a scratch. I looked at the little green creature as it started sprinting towards me again. To my surprise, this time it grabbed its knife with 2 hands in the middle of its body. I was thrown off guard, so I just jumped out of the way as fast as I could and fell on the ground, tripping over my own feet. The goblin turned and gave a menacing stare. It sprinted towards me again while I had nowhere to go. I couldn't get up in time, so I decided to take his attack full on. I braced my left arm and took on his attack while positioning myself to counter. It was painful, but surprisingly the goblin was not as strong as I expected. It made a small gash in my arm, but at the same time I managed to stab it in the neck. It squealed a bit, but within seconds it went limp and fell to the floor. "I.e., nice job, kid. 3 hits, that's not bad for your first time." He clapped a few times and walked over to me. I then heard a loud sound ring from inside my head. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 1. HP, 7 out of 10. MP, 10 out of 10. Strength, 10. Speed, 11. Agility, 12. Defense, 10. Mental strength, 10. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron dagger. I looked at the light blue holographic screen in front of my eyes for a full minute in awe with the biggest grin across my face. "Hey, let me take a look, kid, I can tell you what it all means." I showed the party leader my status screen. "Alright, so now that you've awakened, you've gained a few new abilities normal people don't have. First of all, you've become about 3 times stronger just from awakening. Each of your stats will grow stronger every time you level up. The base level for everyone's stats is 10, but it looks like your speed and agility have a few extra points. This is pretty normal, it just means you're going to be more of a speed-type fighter than anything else. Your speed and agility will level up a bit faster than your other stats. Not too bad, looks like you'll be on the front line, kid. Thanks. And what about my skill? I research hunters a lot, but I've never seen this one. Have you? Absorption, I haven't seen that exact one. Maybe you got a unique or a rare skill, you're lucky, kid. I'd assume it absorbs HP or MP from your opponent. There's some gear and magic items that can do that too, but it's nice you have a skill for it so you won't have to spend any money for those. Abilities. I'd be happy to have a skill like that, I'm sure guilds will be all over you in a few months. True. Well, thank you again. For another 5 minutes I kept staring at my status screen until I heard the grass moving. Right in front of my eyes was another goblin. I went into full attack mode immediately. I lunged at it before it could even react and I cut it down in 2 slashes. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 2. HP, December 15th. MP, 15/15. Strength, 12. Speed, 13. Agility, 15. Defense, 12. Mental strength, 12. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron dagger. I leveled up. I muttered as I stared at my status screen again. The team leader laughed a bit. Ah, the good old days, I remember when it was that easy to level up. I looked at him with a confused look. What do you mean? What level are you guys? They each showed me their status screens. The leader was a level 37, all the other members were between level 30 and 35. We have been hunting consistently for a little over a year now, mostly just to make a living. This dungeon is a safe and easy way for us to get a good workout in every day and enjoy our lives. As he said that, the goblin I just killed started to disappear in front of my eyes. I heard stories that the dungeons absorb monsters once they've died, even hunters too. Apparently anything that dies in the dungeon will disappear in a matter of minutes. As the goblin disappeared, it dropped a small pink crystal behind. It looked about the size of a bronze coin. The team leader picked it up and threw it to me. Catch, it was your kill, so it's your crystal. This one too. He threw me a second crystal. I must have been so focused on my new status that I missed the first goblin that disappeared. Alright, congrats kid. We're taking you back now, this is what you paid us for. We all turned around and trekked back to the dungeon exit. 10 minutes later, we were outside the dungeon standing in Alpine Square Park. Keep the dagger, you'll need it. Oh really? Thanks. And thank you for today. They all waved and went back inside the dungeon. I looked down at the dagger and the two small crystals in my hands with a grin on my face. Best birthday ever. I finally achieved a status. I can be a hunter for real now. Chapter 2. About 500 meters from the starter dungeon is a village market. It's where hunters can buy and sell item drops. I walked up to an older-looking man and asked if he'd buy my mana crystals. The going price is about 1 bronze coin per unit of mana energy. Goblin crystals coincidentally have about 1 unit of mana in them. The man took my 2 crystals and threw them on a small silver dish connected to a machine by the cash register. Black letters on the blue screen read, 2.1 MU. He handed me 2 bronze coins and asked for my hunter's card. I don't have one yet, I was awakened today. Oh alright, it's not going to be problem with this quantity of mana, but you should stop by the Hunters Association and get a card before diving back into the dungeon. You're right sir, thank you. With my 2 newly earned bronze coins I have skipped my way back to my apartment. Right on the corner less than 50 meters from my home is a bakery. I decided to buy myself a cake to celebrate. When I finally got back, I ate the whole thing within a few hours. With a full stomach and the added fatigue of fighting my first monster today, I drifted off to sleep dreaming of my adventures to come. The next morning I took the first train straight to the Hunters Association. As I watched the houses fly by out the window, I opened up my status and saw that my HP had fully recovered overnight, as well as the slash on my arm. I smiled and just stared at my status the whole trip. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 2. HP, 15/15. MP, 15/15. Strength, 12. Speed, 13. Agility, 15. Defense, 12. Mental strength, 12. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron dagger. When I walked inside, a middle-aged woman with long black hair and a blinding white smile greeted me. Hi, welcome to the Hunters Association. How can we help you today? I need to register. I was awakened yesterday. Alright, perfect, come this way. I followed her to a small booth area where she immediately said, smile, and took my picture. She said asked me to open my status, so I showed her. She glanced at it quickly and wrote my name followed by my level in a notepad with many other names in it. Alright, thank you for coming in today. Please wait 5 minutes for me. Okay. She went into a back room for a few minutes. I waited patiently. The woman came back out with that same blinding white smile on her face and gave me a small card. It looked just like a driver's license. It had my name, my picture, the association's logo, and a large letter E on the top right side of the card. There is a class system for hunters. Once you're awakened, you are automatically given the E-class appraisal. It's the most basic hunter's ID you can acquire. I looked at it bright-eyed. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Have a nice day, sir. You're welcome to come back anytime. I walked out the front door and took the train straight to Alpine Square Park, the stop right in front of the Alpine Square dungeon. I got off the train and made my way over to the glowing blue portal. I muttered to myself, "It's time." I jumped through the portal and found myself in the very familiar grassland. I trekked forward full of confidence with my dagger drawn. I came across a goblin within minutes of my march. It was a quick battle. The monster came at me, but I'm much faster and agile than I was in my last battle. I swiftly slashed and dodged, then on its second charge I did it again. Easy, bring it on. I waited about a minute and a half, catching my breath while waiting for the mana crystal to appear. I grabbed the crystal and shoved it in my back pocket. By then I heard another goblin sound 20 meters to my left. I sprinted over and saw two goblins together looking up at me. One charged forward, making it much easier to focus on that one first. I sprinted straight as well, taking it down in 2 swift strikes. The second had begun its charge just like the first. Again, an easy victory. These goblins aren't the brightest, are they? Level up. Name, J Soju. Level 3. HP, 20/20ths. MP, 20/20ths. Strength, 15. Speed, 16. Agility, 18. Defense, 14. Mental strength, 15. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron dagger. Although my health was full, my body isn't used to this kind of battle situation. So after just 3 goblins I've become pretty fatigued. I decided to make my way back to the portal before I venture in too far. On my way back I confronted one more goblin, but it was not a problem. In 2 slashes the pest was taken care of, but I was definitely nearing my limit. I made it out and decided to go to the market to sell my mana and eat something. After about an hour I was feeling a bit better. I was able to go back in the dungeon and defeat 3 more goblins. I didn't level up again, but I gained a lot of experience towards my future levels and fighting in the field. I got home that day and sprawled out on my bed in exhaustion. I didn't realize hunting was so tiring. I decided my goal for tomorrow as I drifted off into blissful sleep. I need to figure out how to use my skill. The next morning I woke up feeling as good as new. I also just remembered rent on my apartment is due in a week and a half. I either have to pay rent here or find a new place to live. It may not be a bad idea to find a place closer to the dungeon. It takes me almost an hour to walk there. I'll make sure to take a look around when I have the time. Today I'm focusing on my skill. When I finally made my way to the Alpine Square dungeon entrance I took a deep breath and dove in for my second day of solo exploring. I took it easy at first, defeating 2 goblins pretty quickly as a warm-up. Then again, I heard the voice ring in my head. Level up. Name, J Soju. Level 4. HP, 25/25. MP, 25/25. Strength, 17. Speed, 18. Agility, 21. Defense, 16. Mental strength, 17. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron dagger. I noticed that certain stats have been leveling up at different rates. They have been growing about 2 to 3 points per level. It seems fighting just goblins will make it harder and harder to level up because it takes much more experience each time. While deep in thought I decided to do a little test. The next goblin that appeared came charging towards me, I let it cut my arm. My HP fell to 23/25. I wanted to see if while fighting this goblin I could use my skill to absorb HP for myself. I locked my eyes on the goblin and tried to use my skill. Repeating absorption in my mind over and over. I have gone to many events where famous hunters explain their skills, this is how they all say they use them. So it must be the same for me. Nothing happened. I tried over and over, dodging attacks and repeating absorption again and again in my mind until I just started yelling it out loud too. I tried making contact with the goblin as well, I thought maybe I needed to be touching the target to absorb HP. Again, nothing. Lastly, I repeated my skill's name as I slashed the goblin 2 times. Nothing. My HP was still at 23/25, and my MP was staying still at 25/25. I was beginning to get a little tired and pretty annoyed. I made my way back to the dungeon exit gate and fought 2 more goblins trying all kinds of possible variations. Still, no luck. I stepped out of the gate with 5 goblin mana crystals and all of a sudden realized what the problem may be. I said in a hushed voice, "What if it's MP absorption?" As it dawned on me, I was pretty disappointed, but it also wasn't the end of the world. MP is used up when a skill is used. If my skill is for MP absorption, it can only be used when my MP isn't full. The only way to deplete my MP is to use a skill. So there lies my problem. I basically don't have a skill. I slowly walked to the village center and cashed in my 5 mana crystals for 5 bronze coins. I bought a big sandwich at one of the local shops to replenish some energy and really think about my situation. When people are awakened, about half of them receive a skill, one half people. Some of the most common skills are body hardening, swordsmanship, and speed boosts. These are all basic traits that will boost a stat or help in combat. There are also rare skills like healing magic, HP/MP recovery, and various types of combat magic, fire, water, wind, earth, ice, etc. These rare skills awaken in about 1/20th people. Then there are unique skills. It's rather rare but not impossible. About 1/1000 people have a unique skill, one that has never been reported before. There have also been cases of hunters having more than one skill. About 1/100 hunters have 2 skills. Having 2 skills is rare, but not too unheard of in the hunting community. Usually hunters with 2 skills rise up through the ranks much quicker, so a higher percent of the top hunters have 2 skills. It's rumored that a hunter could have more than 2, but there's nobody in the public eye with 3 or more skills, so it's still just a rumor. My skill would have been perfect if I had a good second skill. I could replenish my MP and use another skill unlimited times. What a waste. I decided to do a bit more testing the second half of the day but had no luck. I defeated 5 more goblins and stayed at level 4. I traded my 5 mana for bronze coins and walked home. I was kind of bummed out that my skill was a bust, but there's nothing I can do about it. I just have to level up and get stronger. For the rest of the week I dove into the dungeon every day. After 7 days straight of grinding goblins, I was able to level up 4 more times. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Name, J Soju. Level, 8. HP, 45 45ths. MP, 45 of 45. Strength, 26. Speed, 29. Agility, 33. Defense, 24. Mental strength, 25. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron Dagger. That last level up took me over 25 goblins to achieve. I am definitely getting stronger, and I'm able to stay in the dungeon to fight for much longer as well. I can defeat most goblins in one slash, but it's getting harder and harder to level up each time. Also, my walk to and from the dungeon every morning and night is really starting to get to be a hassle. I think it's a good idea to move into an apartment closer to the dungeon and the village center. Over the next week I continued hunting every day and moved into a new apartment managed by an old man named Mr. Windsor. He seemed nice, but for some reason was never in a good mood. Rent here is 2 silver coins a month. If I hunt and save about 7 bronze coins a day, 210 in 30 days, everything over that will be profit. It's a bit more pricey than my old place, but it's definitely worth it. I can easily survive on 5 to 10 bronze a day for meals. I just hope I don't need much new gear. If I can make 15 to 20 bronze a day on average, I should be fine. Now that I live close to the dungeon, life is a bit easier, but my level has only gone up by 2 during this full week of hunting. Open status. Name, J Soju. Level, 10. HP, 55 55ths. MP, 55 55ths. Strength, 31. Speed, 34. Agility, 38. Defense, 29. Mental strength, 30. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron Dagger. I finally hit double digits. I'm happy but also a bit concerned. It took well over 100 goblins for me to level up 2 times. Goblins are a good source of money, but I won't be getting much stronger while fighting them anymore. I have to find a new strategy. Chapter 3. There are 3 types of dungeons in this world. The first being the stable dungeons. Alpine Square Dungeon is a stable dungeon. It has a large open environment where monsters are spawned in very regularly. There is a boss in stable dungeons. A party can challenge this boss as many times as they'd like and the dungeon will remain exactly the same. Hunters are able to enter and leave the dungeon as they wish, monsters are not. The second type is called a dungeon break. It's similar to a stable dungeon because it has a wide open environment where many monsters spawn, but the difference is the boss can only be fought once. After the boss is defeated, the dungeon will disappear. There are two ways a dungeon break can happen. The most common way is a dungeon will appear in our world as they do from time to time, but the portal will be red. This indicates it is a different type of dungeon. Once hunters enter, both hunters and monsters are able to enter and leave as they wish. Keeping the safety of citizens in mind, it is a top priority to defeat the boss and clear these dungeons as fast as possible. A less common occurrence is when a stable dungeon turns into a dungeon break. When this happens, the monsters are able to wander out into our world. The same urgency applies here. Hunters swarm to defeat the final boss during dungeon breaks because often there are much better item drops. Lastly, the third dungeon is called a labyrinth dungeon. It appears as a green portal. Only hunters are able to move in and out of this dungeon. Labyrinth dungeons are a series of stable dungeons stacked together to create a maze of dungeons. Once you start a labyrinth dungeon, the only way to the next floor or next dungeon is by defeating the one before it. After each boss battle, you are allowed to enter white portals that bring you to the next floor. The only way back is by following your footsteps. You're able to retreat, and on the way back you do not have to refight the boss battles. They do spawn in, but if you can avoid them, it's simple to make it back to the outside world in one piece. Some labyrinth dungeons have been said to have over 100 floors. Others have been reported having 10 to 15. They are really a mystery. All we know is the difficulty of monster gets higher the farther you travel in. If you can defeat the final floor, the labyrinth dungeon is cleared and disappears. This is the rarest dungeon type. Today I decided to try and find a party that would let me be a porter for their boss raid. The recommended level to subjugate the boss at Alpine Square Dungeon was a team of 5 at level 20, or solo at level 30. I am not strong enough to fight the boss myself, but as a porter I'll be able to gain some EXP and also study the boss's movements for future battles. After standing around in the village market for about 30 minutes, I finally found a team looking for a porter. Yet we'll do 25 bronze for the day. Carry our bag, and stay out of the way. We're going in for 6 hours, we'll fight the boss twice. You up for it? Why, yes, I'm in. I followed the leader out of the market with the rest of the team. He didn't look much older than me. We looked about the same height too, around 180 centimeters. He carried a long silver sword and walked very confidently. You know, I hit level 26 last night. One of these days I think I'll face the boss solo. My swordsmanship skill is getting pretty refined. Some of the other team members grinned a bit. A bigger guy in the back of the party that looked like their tank said, Yeah, boss. We're all over level 20 as well. We could take a crack at the boss solo too pretty soon. I bet we would gain a lot more EXP instead of splitting it 5 ways each time. With my body hardening, I'm able to take more hits than all of you. The boss will be a piece of cake once I gain a few more levels. Then a thin woman with long brown hair standing next to the tank said, Maybe in a few months, we need more levels before we can try anything that's stupid. Leader, I don't know why we have to hire a porter every time though. They just leech off our EXP every battle. We would level up much faster without one. Well, would you like to carry our gear? The team leader pointed at me carrying their oversized bag filled with food and random gear they probably will never use. The woman just rolled her eyes. The last member of the party chuckled a bit but didn't say a word. He was about 160 centimeters with short messy blonde hair. He carried 2 silver daggers. He must be their speed type. He looks like a skilled fighter. They fight in a team of 4, plus me the porter, so 5. 1 tank, 1 swordsman, 1 speed type that uses daggers, and a mage. I overheard the women talking about magic before we left, but I don't know her skill exactly. I'm going to assume she has a rare magic skill. This will be my first time witnessing a team fight, also it's my first time raiding a final boss. I'm both excited and nervous. After we entered the dungeon, we followed the team leader with the sword deep into the dungeon. We have been walking for well over an hour. Whenever goblins come anywhere near our team, someone finishes them off in one blow. I was caught off guard when the woman raised both her hands in front of herself and let out a massive blast of fire. It was a huge fireball around a meter in diameter that shot out 3 meters in front of her and fried a goblin to ashes in seconds. I was shocked but impressed as well. After a little over 2 hours we made it to the boss room. It was a very light gray portal. The leader turned to all of us. "All right, let's make this quick. Porter, come in and stay out of our way." The usual formation, let's go. We all nodded in agreement and jumped through. It was a cave-like room about 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, and no more than 10 meters high. I quickly got to the side of the cave and took out my dagger. I was on guard, but out of the way as the leader requested. A huge-looking green man walked out from the back of the room. He must have been over 2.5 meters tall, carrying a huge axe. Easily twice my weight. It had dark green skin, a disgusting-looking face, and a stench similar to a combination of body odor and feces. About 10 regular goblins came from the back of the room as well. It looked like they had all just spawned out of nowhere. The leader yelled. The hobgoblin appeared, attack. He charged at it, right past all the goblins, paying them no mind, and clashed sword to axe. As this was happening, the speed type moved in from behind him and slashed the monster's legs. It squealed in pain. Meanwhile, the tank was pulling up the rear with a large wooden shield, looking like he would charge the monster head-on. The women stayed back and began lighting up the room with fire, incinerating all of the goblins that appeared. As the hobgoblin writhed in pain, the swordsman jumped back and let the tank charge at the monster. It swung its axe down and hit the shield dead in the center. The wood splintered but held steady, and the swordsman made his move. With the hobgoblin distracted, he went for a fatal blow and landed a perfect hit right through the neck. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the monster, the speed type came from underneath and landed 2 clean shots deep in its back. The hobgoblin let out a last grunt as it fell to the floor. That was incredible. They made it look so easy. I have a long way to go until I'm at that level. I stared at them all in awe as they celebrated a bit and collected the large mana crystal after the hobgoblin completely disappeared. Then all of a sudden, all I could see was a blinding white light. Before I knew it, we were all back in the tall grass right back by the exit gate. The team leader looked at us. "All right, good fight, let's do one more and call it a day." Everyone just nodded and we made our way through the grasslands again. I rewatched the fight in my head like a daydream over and over as we walked. Occasionally they asked for random items like food and gear from the bag. Gear-wise, they had healing potions, all the mana crystals collected, a few explosive devices that were rated for level 40 plus use, so honestly too heavy duty for a starter dungeon, but I never asked about them, plus some extra swords and daggers. Once we got to the gate again, we entered the room and I witnessed a similar battle. The hobgoblin appeared, the leader charged in while the speed type took out its legs. The leader jumps into position while the tank distracts it. The leader goes for a fatal blow and the speed type makes sure the job is finished with a few extra hits. Meanwhile, the woman takes out all the surrounding threats. A polished strategy. I was thoroughly impressed. Level up. Name, J Soju. Level, 11. HP, 60/60ths. MP, 60/60ths. Strength, 33. Speed, 37. Agility, 40. Defense, 31. Mental strength, 33. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron dagger. I leveled up again. Already. The leader looked at me smirking. Yeah, it'll be like that until about level 15 or 16, even with 1/5 EXP the boss still gives out a lot of EXP. Everyone in the room shares it when a boss is killed. If you want to be our porter for a while, I'd be happy to have you. You don't complain and you get out of the way and let us handle our business. Couldn't ask for more. Yes, I'd like that a lot. Whenever you need me, I'll come as a porter. As I said that, the team finished grabbing the mana crystal as well as an axe. It looks like the boss has a drop sometimes. I've heard even the starter dungeon boss drops can sell for over a good amount of coins sometimes. That axe must have some kind of stat boost. I was curious but decided not to pry. We were transported back to the dungeon exit. As I stepped out of the portal, the team leader handed me 25 bronze coins. 25 a day work for you. We can keep it at that rate. Yes, perfect. Great. We'll meet you at the village market around 8 a.m. tomorrow. Welcome to the team, porter. We parted ways and I made my way home for the day. I didn't do much fighting, but I was exhausted. I thought to myself with a grin on my face as I walked up the steps to my apartment. The boss room gives so much EXP. I'll be a level 20 like them in no time. I heard a soft high-pitched voice. Did you have a good hunt today? It was a young girl, maybe 18 years old. With really bright blue eyes. My name is Maria, I saw you just moved in next door. Welcome to the block. She smiled and bobbed her head back and forth with closed eyes. Thanks, it was a good hunt. My name is Jay, thanks for the welcome. She blushed a bit, but I hardly noticed. I was really exhausted to my limit. Looks like you're tired from a long day at work, well. Rest up. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. Okay, see ya. With that pleasant but awkward greeting over with, I opened my door, took off my boots, threw my shirt on the ground, and took a shower before going to bed early. I woke up the next morning refreshed and pretty excited for my second day of work as a porter. I met the team at the market around 8 a.m. and we ventured off to the dungeon to do it all again. Chapter 4. Present day. It's been 6 weeks since I took the job as porter on a team of 4 diving into the Alpine Square starter dungeon. I've learned a lot, gained a good amount of EXP, but the one thing I'm lacking is money. I just paid my rent, 2 silver coins and took 3 bronze coins to grab breakfast on the way to work. All I have left in my drawer back home is 33 bronze coins. I'm living a simple life, eating good food, diving into the dungeon, sleeping, and doing it all over again every day. My only goal at the moment is to learn more and get stronger, but to be honest I've plateaued. Open status. Name, Jay Soju. Level, 21. HP, 110/110. MP, 110/110. Strength, 56. Speed, 63. Agility, 67. Defense, 52. Mental strength, 57. Skills. Absorption. Items equipped. Iron dagger. Like the team leader said, getting to level 15 was fast. From level 10 to 15, it took about a week. 15 to 17 was another week. Week 3 I made it to 19 and on week 4 I hit 20. Unfortunately, it was followed by a depressing 2 weeks of slow growth. At the end of week 6 I hit level 21. I've been standing in the back watching the party fight the boss this whole time. Occasionally I've been helping to defeat the goblins in the boss room while the team takes care of the real threat. I feel like I've learned everything I can from this team and it's time to move on soon. I just need to find the right time to tell the leader. As I walk down the stairs of my apartment to the ground floor I wave to Maria one more time and make my way towards the village market. Another day as a porter diving into the dungeon. We all grouped up like usual and entered the dungeon no more than 10 minutes later. We made our usual trek through the tall grass today fighting off the occasional goblin. Today we made pretty good time, under 2 hours for sure. The leader looked pretty happy with us. Let's get this done quick today, it's the first of the month. I'm feeling lucky. The woman spoke up. Hey boss, isn't the portal a little darker than usual today? I noticed that as well, but decided not to comment. It was a couple shades of gray darker than usual. The leader laughed. Looks fine to me, what are we going to do about it anyway? We all just shrugged and entered the boss room. It felt a bit eerie today, almost like we were being watched from all sides. From the back of the room a huge dark green figure appeared. It was so dark it almost looked black. The stench was worse than anything I'd ever smelled and its eyes were a deep red color. It felt like with each glare it was slicing into our souls. It towered over us, this hobgoblin was over 4 meters tall. It carried a long silver sword and grinned at us like we were its prey. It's a mutant. The leader yelled, and the whole team got in formation. My usual duties were to eliminate any smaller threats, but there were none today. It was just us and this demonic creature. I stood by the wall and kept my eyes locked on the mutant. I've heard stories about mutant monsters before, but never saw one for myself until now. It's said that very rarely a mutant monster can spawn in a dungeon, or even as a boss monster. All of their stats are increased considerably, but the loot drop is also much more valuable. In our case the only thing that mattered right now was survival. The mutant let out a loud battle cry and charged towards the team of 4. The leader yelled and they all split off into their usual attack formation. The leader clashed swords with the mutant but was overpowered instantly. His sword was flung from his hands and he fell to the floor in front of the boss. This gave the speed type enough time to slash both the monster's legs. It barely reacted. The dagger's cuts were not deep enough to do any significant damage. The mutant was still focused on the swordsman. It raised its sword and made a mighty thrust down towards the leader. The tank jumped in at the last moment and threw his shield and himself in front of the attack. The massive sword broke the shield right down the center and the tank was sliced clean in half as well, right in front of our eyes. Time stopped for a moment. The whole team froze, realizing the situation we were all actually in right now. The mutant didn't flinch, it used its right foot to step on the leader's legs and finished him off with one slice of the sword before our eyes. The woman screamed and ran at the mutant with fists full of fire. The monster took 4 consecutive blasts of fire from her before it unexpectedly attacking directly through the flames and impaled her on the spot with no remorse. She was killed almost instantly. Lastly, the speed type was in midair going for a double dagger attack on the mutant's neck. His attack landed, the mutant screeched a bit and started bleeding, but it was far from a fatal blow. With unexpected speed and force, the mutant shook off the last fighter, leaving the 2 daggers deep in its neck. The mutant took up its sword and faced off with the remaining fighter. He was weaponless and wide open for attack. The mutant lunged at him, he dodged and jumped high out of the way. Within a split second, the mutant lunged even further forward to use the wall in front of it to switch directions. Quick enough that the fighter was still in midair. There was nowhere for him to run. Against a sword-wielding demon like this, it was over in a flash. Then there was me. Witnessing all of this, I was shocked beyond belief. The team that I had watched for over a month defeat boss after boss with a flawless strategy was destroyed in front of my eyes in a matter of seconds. The mutant turned its head towards me. I was petrified, but I knew I had to think fast. I muttered. "Think, Jay, think, think." Then I yelled to myself. "Think of something, you can't die like this." The mutant reacted to my big mouth and drew its sword. I threw the big team bag on the ground in front of me and ripped it open with my dagger. Mana crystals fell out, swords clanged on the ground, an extra dagger rolled to my left foot, then 3 rectangular explosive charges fell next to my right. This is it, my only chance. I set my dagger on my waist and grabbed all 3 charges, 2 in my left hand, 1 in my right. I remember back to one time our team leader talked about these charges. If you throw them at a target hard enough, it's enough to set them off. They're rated for LV40, meaning it can kill a monster that an average level 40 hunter would have an even fight with. In theory it was pretty dangerous carrying them around, but apparently they're pretty hard to set off by accident. The mutant was still just glaring at me with its sword drawn, waiting for me to make the first move. It was about 20 meters in front of me. I decided to make my move and sprinted to the right. I did not want to get pinned against the wall. I decided fighting out in the open would be a much better move. The mutant reacted and followed my movements with its deep red eyes while quickly moving towards me. I locked my eyes on its torso while tracking the sword, trying to guess its trajectory. The beast was 10 meters away now and not showing any signs of slowing down. Again, time felt like it had slowed down almost to a halt. The mutant was just over 5 meters from me. This is the only chance I'll get. I threw the charge directly at the mutant. It recognized my attack and almost stopped in its tracks. My eyes went wide as it swerved to my left almost instantly. The charge exploded the moment it made impact with the ground and blew chunks of rocks everywhere. I was hit by a huge chunk of stone in the gut, and another sliced open my right leg. It hurt, but I couldn't think about it because in my peripherals I saw the mutant coming towards me on the left. Avoiding the blast as best it could and wielding its sword angrily, the mutant stared me down. The only thing I could think of was to throw the 2 remaining charges with my left hand. That's all I had time to do. If I threw them directly at the monster, it would dodge again and I'm as good as dead. The next half a second felt like hours had gone by. My brain was working harder right now than it ever had in my life. Every moment of the last 2 months flashed before my eyes. I needed to find the answer. Then, all of a sudden, it seemed so clear. I turned my head to look the mutant in the eyes. I threw the 2 charges at the ceiling above me while making a full 180-degree turn to sprint away from the danger zone. The mutant followed after me, eyes locked on its prey just under 5 meters behind me. 1 second later I heard it. Boom. The 2 charges went off, destroying a massive stalactite cluster hanging from the ceiling. I turned my head one more time as I ran, watching over a dozen 2 to 3 meter rock spears fall directly onto the mutant. One perfectly pierced its skull. It fell to the ground as 6 others pierced its back. Bruh. I heard it cry from under the rubble. Then silence. After about 10 seconds the rubble started to move again, my heart skipped a beat, but then it stopped moments later. I heard a familiar ringing in my head. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. I went to open my status, but a similar blue light was floating over the rubble where the monster fell. In light blue letters a message that looked like my status window read. Use absorption. Skill, swordsmanship. Yes, no. Exhausted and dazed from the trial I just went through I clicked, yes, without hesitation, not thinking much of it. The letters disappeared and I almost dropped to my knees. The mutant disappeared and a large mana crystal popped up out of the rubble along with a long shining silver sword. I thought to myself, I'll have to get this checked out at the market, as a white light transported me back to the dungeon entrance. I stood there covered in blood admiring the mana crystal in my left hand and a long silver sword in my right. I took a deep breath in and out, then checked my status. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 26. HP, 81/135. MP, 85/135. Strength, 67, plus 50. Speed, 75. Agility, 80. Defense, 62. Mental strength, 68. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Iron dagger. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Chapter 5. I slowly walked home thinking about the last few hours in my head over and over like it was a dream. When I got to my apartment building I walked up the small staircase to my door, twisted the key, and went inside. I threw the mana crystal onto my desk, put the long sword up against the wall next to my closet, took off my clothes and boots, then turned on a steaming hot shower. I scrubbed every last speck of dirt and blood until my skin hurt, then I just stood there and let the hot water roll down my back. Once I was content I turned the water off, dried myself with a new towel, threw on some boxers and jumped in bed. It was about noon, but I was too exhausted to care. Within a few minutes I was fast asleep. Around 8 or 9 at night I finally woke up with my stomach growling. I needed some good food ASAP. I put on my other pair of black jeans with no holes in the knees and a random black tee from my closet, threw on my boots then stood and stretched a bit. I grabbed the mana crystal on my desk and walked out the door to the village market. It was Friday night so there was bound to be something good open tonight. I walked up to the old merchant I used to sell my mana crystals to. I toss him the crystal I had acquired earlier in the day. How much can I get for this one? He looked at me with his right eyebrow raised a bit and placed the crystal on the measuring dish. In big black numbers I saw 41.3 mu. Now that's quite a rock you brought in today. I'll give you 40 bronze coins for it. Deal. He took the crystal and placed it in a drawer under the shop counter. Then he pulled out 40 bronze coins. I didn't think this through. I said as I awkwardly shoved all the coins into my left pocket. The merchant laughed a little. Pleasure doing business with you, hope I see you again soon. I turned and smiled. You too, I'll drop by tomorrow morning. I have a sword I'd like you to look at. All right, I'm looking forward to it. I went straight to the bar, ordered a huge plate of wings and a draft beer. I needed a full belly, and an empty mind. I stayed for a few more hours and drank a few more beers. Nothing crazy, just enough to have a good time and relax a bit. Around midnight I went back home and managed to fall asleep again for a few hours. I woke up very early the next morning with a few things on my mind. I needed to get this sword checked out, and I needed to report what happened in the dungeon to the Hunters Association. If it were up to me I'd keep it a secret, but it was known in some circles that I was the porter on this particular squad of 5 for quite a while now. The fact that they were all just missing and I was still walking around would slowly become rather suspicious. It's better that I file a report ASAP. There may still be some backlash because I was a lone survivor. People will have their theories, but at least I won't get in trouble with the Hunters Association if I just report it today. After last night I had about 26 bronze coins left over from the mana crystal I sold, add that to the 33 I had in my bedside table and that's 59 bronze coins on total. I'm broke, and out of a job. I guess I'll have to go back to hunting goblins, especially after this news gets out. No one will want to party with me. I grab my sword and 15 bronze coins for breakfast plus whatever else I'll need to buy today. I head out the door and towards the village market. I saw the old merchant and give him a smile and wave from a distance. Hey boy, welcome back so soon. What can I do for you today? I hand him the sword with a satisfied smile. Can you tell me anything about this sword? I received it in a boss fight as an item drop. I'm trying to see what it's worth. Sure thing, I have the inspect skill. I can see any magical item's true value and purpose at a glance. He looked at the sword for a moment and his eyes widened a bit. This is a nice piece of art you've got here. It's a stainless steel long sword with a strength buff built in. Whenever you use this sword in battle you will receive a plus 50 boost in your strength stat. Not a bad find. I'll buy it off you for 6 silver coins. 6 silver coins. That's 3 months' rent in one drop. I'd have to be crazy not to accept this offer. Then again, it's a pretty valuable sword that I could use to get much stronger in the future. I just paid rent, I'll have plenty of time to make money this month. When else will I get the chance to get my hands on a magical item like this? The shopkeeper repeated himself. Yes, I can offer you 6 silver coins. I'll still be able to make a small profit. I'm sure I can find the right buyer for a sword like that. I gripped the sword and thought to myself for a few more seconds, then I shook my head. I'm going to have to refuse to sell today, I'm sorry. I'd like to use this sword myself. Maybe you have a sheath that'd fit a sword this size. I'd like to be able to easily carry it around on my back. The merchant looked a bit disappointed, but carried on without hesitation to make his next sale. Sure thing, here's a black leather sheath that will match your sword and appearance quite nicely. I like it, how much? 10 bronze coins for you. After breakfast I have 12 bronze left in my left pocket, just enough. I place 10 on the counter leaving 2 in my left pocket. I take the sheath, place my sword inside, and sling the strap over my right shoulder and under my left arm. This will definitely do. Thanks again. I'll be seeing you soon, old man. Always a pleasure, see you soon. I hop on the next train out to the Hunters Association. While watching the houses fly by outside the window I pop up my status and take a look. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 26. HP, 135/135. MP, 135/135. Strength, 67, plus 50. Speed, 75. Agility, 80. Defense, 62. Mental strength, 68. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Alright. So that, plus 50, makes sense now. It's thanks to my new sword, but this new skill. This new skill. Wait. It really wasn't a dream. My absorption skill. It really allows me to absorb a monster's skill once I defeat it. I just didn't realize until now because I'd been fighting goblins with no skills to take. All my tests were useless because I was just testing for the wrong thing. I shook with excitement but also some nerves. This whole situation has its ups and downs. It's good, because I finally have a skill that'll be useful for fighting, swordsmanship. I've read it's like intuition that takes over and the user becomes one with his sword in battle. The user grows in experience as he fights more battles. A skill's power is very dependent on the user's level. Swordsmanship is one of the most common skills, but still it's one of the most useful. I'm excited to try this skill out, maybe I'll get a chance later today. There is a downside here. I have a very odd unique skill. Not many people acquire unique skills, and on top of that a skill with this much potential. I could be targeted by a number of groups for too many reasons to count. It's best I keep this a secret for as long as I possibly can. Screech. The train finally came to a halt at my stop. I stepped out onto the open platform and make my way towards the Hunters Association building. Chapter 6. I walk through the front door of the Hunters Association to be greeted again with that same blinding white smile of the woman in the lobby. Hello Jay, welcome back so soon. What can I do for you today? I was a bit flustered with the abrupt greeting. How'd she remember my name? I guess that's what she's paid to do. Ida. I'd like to report a dungeon incident that happened to my team and me yesterday. With no change in expression the woman nodded. Sure thing, right this way. She walked me further back into the building. This time it looks like we'll be in a private room. A few moments later, after walking down a rather narrow hallway, she opened a door on the left and motioned for me to enter. I took a step inside. Please wait one moment, I have to grab a representative. We will be right with you. Oh, okay, sure. I'll wait, take your time. I walked into the small room. It had soft white walls, not too futuristic to the point where it would be ominous. There were two half-oval beige couches in the center of the room surrounding a small rectangular table. I sat down in the middle of the couch on my left side and patiently waited. About 3 minutes later, two figures showed up at the door. There was a tall man at least 190 centimeters with a tan olive color skin tone. He had short black hair that he managed to gel up a little bit. He wore a black suit, with a white undershirt, no tie, and rather shiny black shoes. He pushed his thin-framed black glasses up to his eyes and greeted me with a weak smile. His partner was a small woman, no more than 150 centimeters tall with a cool white skin tone. She had bright green hair and green eyes to match it. The hair was very thick and wavy. It was put up in two ponytails that made right angles, basically shooting straight off either side of her head. It must be the contrast from the white walls, or just the unique shape, but her hair was like nothing I'd ever seen. It really caught me off guard. She was wearing a small black suit and white undershirt as well to match the men, but it looked a little silly on her. The man opened his mouth to speak. Welcome to the Hunters Association J, E-Class Hunter. My name is Mr. Reynard, and this is my partner Ms. Sotoro. She immediately interjected. You can call me Abby, it's short for Abigail. Abigail Sotoro, nice to meet you. She smiled wide, closed her eyes and bobbed her head back and forth and swung her legs a bit, hitting the couch a few times until the man spoke again. We are D-Class Hunters, representatives at the Hunters Association to file a report you've requested. Please explain to us what happened. He looked at me with a bored look on his face and took out a notepad with a pen. Abby just sat there staring at me, bobbing her head a little. Yes, I nervously retold the entire story as well as I could remember. I intentionally left out the part about my skill. I just hope they don't end up asking about my skills in the end, because I didn't mention using anything but those explosive charges, plus I walked in here with a huge sword on my back. The man's expression did not change at all as he noted everything he could on his pad. The woman was a bit more serious now, and looked up at her partner and back at me a few times. It was silent in the room aside from a few pen strokes and Abby's feet hitting the bottom of the couch every once in a while with the erratic swinging of the legs. My mind raced a bit, just going over everything that happened in the last 5 minutes. Then I got stuck to one sentence the man said when he entered the room. We're D-Class Hunters. They must be really strong. The class system works in a pretty interesting way. There are 5 main hunter classes. The first is E-Class. The class I'm currently a part of. When you're first awakened, you are assigned an E-Class rating. You're stronger than the average human, but still weak if the eyes of top-class monsters and hunters alike. The first stage of E-Class is making it past level 20. Once you do that, you're a real E-Class hunter because you're able to take on the weakest bosses with a team. Even if you're not going to pursue a career in hunting and go the corporate route, which over 50% of people do, it's still recommended to get a few months in the field while studying or working to get to that level 20 status. Then once you're a real E-Class hunter, there's a few routes you can take. The first is just farming low-level monsters and bosses to make a living. It's basically the same pay and workload of a regular construction job once you get to a certain skill level. The second route you can take is joining a guild or the Hunters Association itself, the government, basically a huge guild. Around level 20 to 30 guild scouts start looking to recruit hunters with promising talent. Guilds find up-and-coming hunters and build teams to raid higher-level dungeons. They will usually pay you a monthly wage and supply you with basic gear. All mana and unique drops are property of the guild that sends you out on the mission, unless you've made a special contract. Most hunters' goal is to be recruited by a top guild. It's stable pay and a more reliable way to slowly level up over time. The last path to take is to build your own party, or dive into dungeons solo. This is the high-risk, high-reward route. You get to choose your own hours, keep your own drops, and challenge whichever dungeons you please. It's much more dangerous without a guild's professional guidance, but some hunters always choose this route. The first step between an E-Class hunter and a D-Class hunter is a pretty big one. To get your hunter's license renewed to a D-Class certification, your level must surpass 100. There are no other requirements, you just have to reach level 100. In the first 5 years of a hunter's career, about 10% of them make it to level 100. Most quit to work a corporate job, stay at the lower difficulty E-class starter dungeon, or get killed trying to push their limits too fast. Making it to AD class ranking is a pretty big deal, but not too uncommon for senior hunters to achieve. It just takes time and patience. If you can achieve AD class status before the age of 25, most of the bigger guilds will try to recruit you without hesitation. It's every beginner hunter's ultimate goal. It's also a big deal to achieve this rank because in front of all D class or higher dungeons there is a Hunters Association run gate. You are forbidden to enter. It is highly illegal to enter a gate over your rating. You will be fined heavily or potentially imprisoned depending on the event. It sounds harsh at first, but it's really just for the safety of the lower class hunters. Rules and regulations are usually made for a good reason. The next class is C class. Every 4 months the Hunters Association holds a C class advancement test. The requirement to enter is level 250. The hunters are put through a series of tests to make sure they are ready for C class rated combat in the field. This is mostly for senior hunters that have been working in guilds for decades, but there are always a few prodigies that enter every year. They make the newspaper. Up-and-coming C-class hunters are very exciting to follow. There are basically 2 types of C-class hunters. The first kind is the retired C-class hunters. These are older men and women who have made their fortune diving into dungeons and decide to build companies with their riches and connections, or just buy a home out in the middle of nowhere and no one hears of them again. The second type are the active C-class hunters. A county's military power relies fully on how many C-class and above hunters they can produce every year. Although there hasn't been a war in over 50 years, countries still like to flex on each other and boast military power. C-class hunters will be sent on special missions and often raid unique dungeons for their guilds and home country. They are usually paid a salary, but basically all C-class hunters have special contracts, so it's hard to know. C-class is pretty much the pinnacle of a hunter's dream career. Once a year the Hunters Association hosts a B-class advancement exam. It is pretty secretive, not many people know what goes on at that exam. All the public knows is that the minimum level to enter is 500. Only a few dozen people in the country challenge that exam every year. Mostly very old senior hunters and prodigies that have dared make it to that level. 1 in a million hunters ever make it to the B-class rating. It's a dream within a dream for most. The Hunters Association has 90% of B-class hunters in special contracts with the government. They're rarely seen out, usually raiding special high-class dungeons for the government to collect resources. The remaining 10% are either retired company owners or run some of the private big guilds. The life of a B-class hunter is a mystery to most. Lastly, A-class hunters. There is no exam to reach A-class. In the 80-year history of the dungeons in our world there have been under 100 reported A-class hunters. About 40 of them are alive today. Split between 78 nations, you're a huge military power if your country even posses one. The country I live in posses 4 A-class hunters. We have a large population, and we are said to be in the Great 10 military powers, which is a nickname given to any country that has over 2 A-class hunters. The only requirement to become an A-class hunter is to surpass level 1000. They are all like real-life superheroes to the world. Many comics and books are written about them. Everyone follows them in the daily paper. Every young kid's dream is to meet an A-class hunter once in their life. It's like meeting a mega celebrity. 50 years ago, after the Great War, there was said to be rumors of S-class hunters. There are no records of any individuals with this rank even to this day, but people like to dream. In the Hunters Association archives, a rating for S-class is available for hunters that reach level 10,000. Most people brush it off as rumors, and some write fiction stories about S-class heroes. Hello. Heelilo. I saw Abby's wide green eyes less than a meter away from my face, waving her hand in front of my face while leaning over the table. Sorry, it's a bad habit. I tend to daydream in the worst situations. She giggled. He. The men stood up. Well, thank you for your time, Jay. We will report this to the association. Accidents happen in the dungeons. There's nothing we can do right now but take your word on the matter and let time take its course. Yes, sir. Thank you for listening. He walks to the door but hesitates for a moment and turns back. May I see your status window? We may need to report this as well. Better to have as much information on the matter as possible. I nervously open up my status. Sure. Status open. Name, Jay Soju. Level, 26. HP, 135/135. MP 135/135. Strength 67 plus 50. Speed 75. Agility 80. Defense 62. Mental strength 68. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. The men looked for a moment and Abby stretched her neck to take a look too. Her eyes went wide. "Ow, you have 2 skills too. Swordsmanship is a good one, what's the first one do?" My heart stopped for a second, it felt like my stomach was about to come out of my mouth. "Oh, it's." She stared at me with a blank but curious look on her face. It's. I was panicking in my head, I didn't prepare for this. I'm a dumbass. How could I walk into a government building the day I found out a secret that decided to keep from the world? I have to think of something. Then I thought of that first party I paid to help me awaken my status and what the leader said when he saw my skill. Of course. It's an MP absorption skill. Whenever I fight monsters I can replenish MP to continue using my swordsmanship skill at full power. It's a neat combination, right? Abby grinned. Ooh, I like it, I like it. Jay, you should join the association, they treat double skill hunters like you and me really well here. I'll think about it. She pouted a bit, but still looked happy as could be. Okay. Here's a card. She handed me a black card with the representative branch number on it and a big HA logo. Call us anytime, good talk, Jay. She smiled and bobbed as she turned to the door and walked out in front of the men. He nodded at me. Thanks, Jay, that's all for today. You may go home. He left the room as well. I sat there with my heart racing. I think they bought it. I just lied straight in the government's face. There's no way I can join the association now. After a few more minutes the lady with the bright smile knocked on the door and escorted me out of the building while making corporate small talk. I walked to the nearby train platform down the street and took a one-way route to Alpine Square Dungeon. Chapter 7. I arrived at Alpine Square and walked over to the dungeon entrance. I jumped through without another thought. I'm back already. I breathed in through my nose and took in the view of the familiar tall green grass, the bright blue sky, and the occasional tree out on the vast plain. I unsheathed my sword with my right hand and marched forward. It's time to kill some monsters. After a few minutes of walking I came across my first goblin. It snarled and came running towards me. I gripped my new sword with both hands and raised it above my head. For a moment I locked my eyes on the target, took a deep breath in and out, then swung with all my might. It felt so natural, like I had been training with a sword for years. It was a very heavy sword, close to 10 kilograms if I had to guess, but the added strength stat made using it feel as light as my old dagger. The silver blade sliced through the goblin from the top of its head and all the way through its torso like I was slicing warm butter. Goblins are weak compared to my current skill level, but I was astonished at my newfound jump up in sword handling. I just stood there and grinned ear to ear admiring my work. For the few hours I made my way through the dungeon getting used to my new sword and swordsmanship skill. With my natural advanced speed and agility plus the sword's added strength stat I felt invincible. After hours of skill use and running around the dungeon like a madman swinging my sword, I was getting a bit fatigued. I had collected about 20 mana crystals and my pockets were getting full. It was mid-afternoon and I was also getting pretty hungry. I walked back the way I'd came to the gate and decided to open my status. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 26. HP, 135/135. MP, 45/135. Strength, 67, plus 50. Speed, 75. Agility, 80. Defense, 62. Mental strength, 68. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. My MP dropped that much. I didn't realize it at the time, but even just from fighting goblins, it looks like using my swordsmanship skill for long periods of time drains my MP. Noted. I'll have to get used to my MP usage and keep a closer eye on it. Swordsmanship is basically a passive skill that the hunter is constantly using in battle. Some skills like battle magic use a certain amount of MP per attack. Other skills like body hardening or swordsmanship will consume MP at a lower rate, but constantly drain MP as long as you're in battle. Of course, the more intense the battle becomes, the more you will have to rely on your skill and hence, the more MP you will consume. I made it to the village market in no time and walked over to the general store with the old merchant. "Welcome back so soon, Jay. What are you looking for this evening?" I dug into my back pockets and dumped a small pile of mana crystals onto the counter. "Looking to sell all of these. This sword is a beauty, glad I decided to keep it for myself." I grinned and turned to the side a bit so the setting sun could reflect a bit of light off the handle of the sword at the old man. "Glad you're having a good time, kid. I remember my first couple years as a hunter, haha. Just don't get into too much trouble, stay safe out there." He took the crystals and placed them on the measuring dish. The screen read, 20.6 mu. We both nodded at each other. He took the crystals and put them under the counter, then started counting out bronze coins. 20 bronze work for you, kid." I smiled and nodded again. "Yep, perfect. By the way, do you have any MP recovery potions?" He handed me my bronze, then started looking around under the counter. "Of course, one moment." He pulled out 3 small glass bottles with light brown corks in the tops. They were no more than 200 milliliters each and were filled with a light pink liquid that seemed to glow very dimly. "Here's a couple E-class MP recovery potions. I'll sell them to you for a silver coin each. 2 silver and 75 bronze for all 3, what do you say?" My eyes widened. 1 silver each. I didn't realize they were so pricey. "I'll pass for today, maybe I'll buy some next week." "Thanks though, old man." "It's alright, see you around, Jay." "Always a pleasure." I turned and walked away slowly. That was embarrassing. I couldn't have even bought one if I wanted to. Looks like I have 2 main goals this coming week. Make money and master my sword. I walked home and bought a sandwich at the corner store for 1 bronze coin on the way. I walk up my apartment building steps and see a pair of familiar blue eyes. "Oh, you got a sword?" Maria eyed the sword on my back as I got to the top of the stairs. She was on her tippy toes and turning her neck to get as full a view of my weapon as possible. "Can I hold it?" "Please, Jay." I was a little thrown off guard. I mean, sure." I took the sword out of its sheath. Its silver body glimmered in last night of the setting sun. Maria grabbed the handle. Thudded. As I let go to let her handle the blade, it instantly hit the hard flooring. Maria looked up at me with a slightly red face trying to pry the weapon off the floor. "Oops." I laughed at little and picked the sword off the ground. I forgot how heavy my own sword was. "Maybe someday you'll be able to handle it." "Haha, when is your awakening date with your school anyways?" Looking a little disappointed at first, the mention of her own awakening brought a smile back to Maria's face. "You are really strong, that's so amazing, Jay. I'm going to be a strong hunter like you soon. My exam is on Wednesday, just 4 more days. I can't wait to get an ability." She started punching the air and making sounds like she was fighting off imaginary monsters. I just watched for a few seconds and smiled a bit until she got red-faced again and stopped abruptly. She looked up at me. "Hey, I'm Jay. Are you free on Wednesday?" Yeah, I am. Why?" "Well, everyone in my class is allowed to bring 1 chaperone to our awakening. I don't really know anyone else here. I moved in here a month before you. Straight from my old high school in Vetarian City. It's been pretty hard to meet people, especially new hunters when I don't even have a status yet. So, would you come with me as a chaperone?" Her expression became more serious as she started pressing her index fingers together and looking at the ground. I had no idea she was new to the city. I don't really have any friends my age here either, much less any friends that are hunters. I've just been staying inside reading comics and preparing to be a hunter for the last year and a half after I graduated high school. This would be a good opportunity to meet some new hunters and get to know the only neighbor in my building that's around my age. "Sure thing, what time on Wednesday?" I smiled and gave a thumbs up. Maria gave out a mini sigh of relief and relaxed before looking up at me again. "Great, see you here at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, Jay." She giggled a bit as she turned with a half-skipped back inside her apartment. "See ya." I hardly got the words out of my mouth before she was inside. I walked over to my own apartment across the hall, turned my key, opened the door, and flopped onto my bed with a smile on my face. Before I knew it, I drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 8. I woke up the next morning with a headache and hobbled over to my fridge to grab a cold bottle of water. Glug 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 glug. I chugged about half of it and sat in my desk chair. I quickly checked my status and was pleasantly greeted with a full 135 out of 135 MP stat. I got dressed, grabbed my sword, took 3 bronze coins from my bedside table, and made my way out the door. On the ground was a little yellow note with an apple next to it. It read, "Good luck hunting today, J.M." I smiled, put the note in my back pocket, took a bite out of the apple, and walked down the stairs in a half-jumping manner. My walk to the dungeon takes no more than 5 minutes now. It gives me a brief moment to collect my thoughts before I go to battle. I'm used to making this walk with my teammates. This is the first time I'm doing it alone in a while. The morning silence is a bit eerie. I went over yesterday's hunt in my head. I made about 20 bronze, but used up all my MP in a matter of hours. It wasn't hard work, I just activated my skill too many times for weak opponents. It wasn't as efficient as I'd like. I think it's time I take a risk. I made up my mind. Today, I'll be facing the boss solo. I approached the blue portal confidently, unsheathed my sword, and jumped through. I made a straight shot for the end of the dungeon. Any goblins that obstructed my path I kicked to the side. I decided they were not worth using my sword, or even collecting their crystals. Today I was on a mission. In about an hour and a half I made it to the boss room entrance. The light gray portal was swirling in front of me. It was a familiar safe color, nothing like that mutant's portal in my previous battle. I grinned and jumped through. I entered the boss room with both hands gripping my sword's handle, holding it towards the back of the dungeon. I quickly disposed of the approaching goblins with a few kicks and a wide swing of my sword. Moments later the familiar hobgoblin boss appeared. Grua. The monster screeched as it sprinted towards me with its axe. I had been watching this boss for 6 weeks straight, never getting a chance to take a crack at it myself. It was strong, but I've been leeching off my team's EXP as a porter for a while. I knew I could handle the boss on my own if I needed to. The hobgoblin lifted its axe as it approached me at a rather quick pace. Once it was roughly 5 meters away I braced myself, readied my sword, and charged at it. A moment later sparks began to fly. I brought my sword down to the bottom right side of my body and swung up to meet the monster's axe. He was strong, but I could tell I had an edge on him strength-wise and definitely speed. I thrusted my sword up with a push from my legs. The creature let out a loud grunt as the axe was pushed up by my swing. It stumbled back a step, visibly surprised that a smaller being was so strong. Before the monster could even tell what was going on I shifted my weight to the right side of its body with a lunge. I could see my old team leader's movements vividly in my head. Without hesitation I jumped forward with all my might, holding my sword directly in front of my body. The silver blade pierced the tough neck of the hobgoblin as it let out a muffled cry. Grugawa. I ripped my blade from its throat and quickly jumped behind it. The monster was still flailing about. It was critically injured but definitely not dead yet. It managed to turn its body slowly, tracking my movements. I sped up and continued to run around it, trying my best to stay in its blind spot as the monster let out loud grunts and gushed blood from its neck. It was slowing down a bit, clearly having a harder and harder time with my quick movements. A moment later I lined up the perfect shot. I was right behind the beast with my sword drawn. I dove in for the final blow and yelled, "Thighs is the end for you." I got a clear shot through the left side of its back. Its heart was pierced and it let out a final weak grunt as it collapsed. I stood over the boss with a grin, admiring my work as the boss disappeared. It left behind a mana crystal about 5x the size of goblin crystals. I tossed it up and down in my left hand as I held my sword in the right. The blinding light came and I was back at the dungeon's starting point again. I opened up my status to check on my MP. To my surprise, it was at 105 for 135. I accepted it with a grin on my face. That means I can challenge the boss 3 more times today. I made the trek back to the boss room and faced off with the monster a second time. It was a very similar fight. The bosses don't remember previous fights because a new one is spawned in every time it's killed. Only hunters have the advantage of learning its movements. After a brief but exhilarating fight I picked up the mana crystal and was transported back to the dungeon's mouth. Gurgle. I was hungry as fuck. Walking 5 kilometers through tall grass and fighting a 2.5m hobgoblin twice was actually pretty hard work. I slipped out of the dungeon and grabbed a bite to eat at a local shop and played with the 2 mana crystals as I ate my meal. I was so happy with myself. I couldn't stop grinning. After a well-needed meal I jumped back into the dungeon and crushed the boss a third time. I was getting used to its movements in real time now. It made total sense how my old team could just use the same plan every time and defeat the boss like it was nothing. The fourth and final run was no different. I had to think fast but was in no immediate danger as I was faster and stronger than the boss. If I had to guess, it had the stats of an average level 20 hunter. Tough for any noobs, but light work for anyone with battle experience and enough levels on their side. As the last hobgoblin of the day was defeated I heard a ringing in my head. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 27. HP, 140/140. MP, 20/140. Strength, 70, plus 50. Speed, 78. Agility, 83. Defense, 64. Mental strength, 70. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. The last hobgoblin dropped a light pink mana crystal, and to my surprise a large axe. It had a sturdy wooden handle with a large metal blade. As I threw the mana crystal in my back left pocket I sheathed my sword and picked up the axe. The white light came and I walked out of the dungeon with a satisfied look on my face. I leveled up and got an item drop today, can't complain. I walked towards the village market with a smile on my face as the sun began to set behind me. A successful day of solo hunting has come to an end. Chapter 9. Hey old man, I have some loot to sell you today. What do you think about these? I set my 4 mana crystals on the counter along with the large axe with a satisfied look on my face. Looks like you were fighting the boss today. Solo. Yep, solo, it's the new sword. Definitely a good thing I didn't sell it yesterday. The merchant laughed and nodded as he placed the mana on the measuring plate and started examining the axe. The bold numbers on the mana screen read, 39.8 mu. This is a nice drop, kid. It's a plus 15 strength axe. It drops from the appline boss about 1/10 encounters. Looks like you challenged him 4 times today. You got lucky. He gave me a smirk and started typing in his calculator. I'll give you a silver coin for the whole haul today. What do you say? My eyes lit up. Why yes, deal. I shook the man's hand as he threw me a silver coin. Thanks old man, I'll see you again soon. As I turned he smiled and waved. No problem kid, hope I see you tomorrow. Today couldn't have gone any better. I grabbed a sandwich from my corner store with the 1 bronze left in my pocket on the way home because I couldn't bear to part with my new silver coin just yet. I walked up the stairs to my apartment, opened the door, set my sword next to my closet, and flopped back onto the bed admiring the shiny silver coin I just acquired. I threw it in my dresser drawer a few minutes later and ate half my sandwich in a matter of seconds. I laid back on my bed and looked at my ceiling. A full silver coin, in just 1 day of hunting. This is my new life. That grin came back on my face, I couldn't help it. Over the next 2 days I honed my sword skills even further. Diving into the dungeon repeatedly and using the boss as my training partner. I wasn't fortunate enough to get any more axe drops for my 8 total fights with the boss. However, I did manage to collect 80 bronze worth of mana crystals and level up 1 time. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 28. HP, 145/145. MP, 25/145. Strength, 72, plus 50. Speed, 81. Agility, 85. Defense, 66. Mental strength, 73. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. I made my familiar leisurely stroll back to my apartment. When I got up the stairs and went to open my door I saw a small yellow note stuck to the door that read, "See you at 8 tomorrow morning, M." I hadn't forgotten, it just wasn't at the forefront of my mind after a long day of training. I would be attending Maria's college awakening event as her chaperone tomorrow. I was looking forward to it, but also a little nervous. It was also a bit odd that Maria had been leaving me notes instead of her usual greetings. For the past 3 mornings I received a note and an apple in the morning. I was thankful, but a bit thrown off guard as well. I guess I'll see her tomorrow, no use overthinking it now. I grab the note, twist my key in the door, throw my sword up against the wall, and do my daily dolphin dive onto the bed. I threw my newly earned bronze into my bedside table drawer. I already have over 2 silver saved, and it's only the first week of the month. I read some comics and drifted off into a deep and comfortable sleep. At the first light I woke up with a ton of energy. Today I'm going to Maria's awakening. I hope she gets a good skill, but more importantly I hope I make a good impression on her and any other potential new hunters my age that show up to the event. That's my main goal, make some friends. I lazed around for a bit. I woke up too early and didn't know what to do with myself. I started playing with my old dagger, admiring my sword, bouncing bronze coins off the ceiling while laying in bed and trying to catch them perfectly in the palm of my hand. Eventually I got dressed, put my sword on my back, and at the last minute decided to grab my old dagger and throw it on my waistband. I unlocked my door and took it step out. Sitting in front of the door across the hall was Maria. Arms and legs crossed with a serious look on her face. She looked up at me, got to her feet, and threw 2 air punches. They were actually pretty decent, nothing to laugh at, but I couldn't help myself but grin a bit. I've been training hard the past few days just like you have, Jay. I'm ready for my exam, these monsters don't know what's coming for them. She stared at me with another determined look on her face while she pointed her right fist in the direction of the dungeon. I decided to go along with her shenanigans. It's probably for the better. That's what I like to see, let's go show em who's boss. I lifted my sword out of my sheath from my back and posed with her for a few seconds, then we proceeded to walk down the steps of our apartment building. We're going to the Alpine Square dungeon, right, Maria? Yep, I'm pretty excited. I wonder which skill I'll get. Maybe I'll be a sword user like you, or maybe I'll get a cool defense skill, or maybe. Haha, we'll just have to wait and see. What weapon did you bring to fight your first monster with? She froze a bit and went red in the face. Wait, I completely forgot about that part. I was totally focused on training my punches. I didn't think about what I'd actually use to fight real monster. Jay, what am I going to do? With a flustered and worried look on her face, I just chuckled a bit and remembered my first day in the dungeon. I was exactly the same. I didn't even bring a weapon myself. It's only right to pass on the tradition. I had a suspicion it'd be a good idea to grab my dagger this morning. I brought you something, I thought this might happen. I pulled the dagger with the small sheath off my waist and handed it to Maria. Eyes wide, she accepted it with both hands. Ooh, this is so cool. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Ooh. It's no problem, keep it. You're going to need a strong weapon to fight off your first monster. I'm here to help. She bobbed her head a bit and we kept walking towards the dungeon. When we finally arrived, there was a rather large crowd gathered in the square. From what I could make out, there was about 20 students. Standing behind, over half of them were older-looking hunters with much more gear equipped than they needed in a dungeon like this. They must all be parents or close friends of the student. They were mostly senior or retired hunters that wanted to help out and brought all their gear to impress the other chaperones. I felt a bit underdressed, but wasn't trying to impress 50-year-olds, so I didn't think much of it. We walked closer and I couldn't believe my eyes. Standing at the front of the crowd checking everyone in were 2 very familiar people. The petite woman with bright green hair looked up and saw us from about 5 meters away, and a huge smile came across her face. What a surprise, it's you. Can I check you guys in? My eyes went wide. I was just thrown off guard a bit at her sudden appearance. I never expected to see her of all people this morning. Then again, schools do partner with the Hunters Association to have events. They are the closest representatives in the area, and perfectly ranked for a job like this. It makes sense. Abby. You're here. And you, yeah, Maria here needs to check in. I'll be her chaperone today. Maria looked up at me with a puzzled look on her face. How do you know her? Who is this? Oh, this is Abby, I mean Miss Sotoro. A representative from the Hunters Association. My guess is she's our guide today. Abby smiled and exchanged papers with Maria as she checked her in and noted me as the chaperone. That's right, Mr. Reynard and I will be leading the class today to make sure everyone awakens their status properly and safely. Mr. Reynard was close behind her. He walked over. Please get in line, we will be entering the dungeon shortly. He's always a mood killer. I half rolled my eyes, but Abby saw and giggled at me. I didn't mean to, it was more of a reflex, but I'm glad she got a kick out of it. Maria and I made our way back over to the group of students and chaperones to wait patiently before entering the dungeon. Chapter 10. All right everyone, it's time to enter the dungeon. All students without a chaperone please stay close to Mr. Reynard and me. Those of you with chaperones please stay nearby as we enter the dungeon and wait for our instructions before venturing off on your own. We all got in line in pairs of 2 and hopped through the blue twisting portal. Right before it was our turn I noticed Maria's nervous eyes and grabbed her hand moments before jumping through. She didn't say a word, just grabbed my hand back a bit tighter. Her eyes shifted, looking more determined as she stared down the portal and jumped through with me. When we made it to the other side, there was a common reaction from all the students. They all started feeling the grass, looking at the sky, and turning around in circles. With wide eyes Maria was doing the same. Whoa, it's really pretty in here. I had a similar reaction my first time seeing it, so I can't judge much. The 2 reps let us admire the new world for about a full minute, then Abby spoke up again. Alright, now that you've seen the inside of the dungeon for yourself, let's get started. Students without chaperones follow Mr. Reynard and me. The rest of you may explore with your chaperones. Chaperones, have your student partners defeat 1 goblin. You are all experienced hunters, so use your own judgment to step in and help if needed. Everyone meet back up here by the portal in exactly 1 hour. Let's go. 7 students followed the 2 reps from the association, the rest of the students and hunters dispersed in different directions. Maria and I headed straight forward and ventured into the tall grass. Hey Jay, how strong are the monsters here? She looked up at me as we walked with a bit of a concerned look on her face. They're goblins. I'd say they have the strength and speed of a 15-year-old boy, but the body of a 4-year-old child. I'll be close by when you fight, but I don't think you'll need any help. My first time it took me 3 clean hits with that same dagger, just make sure to attack quick without hesitation and dodge when you're in danger. The goblins use small handmade knives, so be on guard for those. You're much smarter than a goblin. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll beat it without a problem. I smiled and nodded. She looked a bit more confident but still held the dagger tight and walked close by my side. About 10 minutes of walking went by and we heard a rustling in the grass. The familiar dank goblin smell filled the air. A goblin is here, I'll leave it to you Maria. Give it all you got, I'll be close behind you. A moment later the small green men came out of the grass. Maria squared up with it and they both eyed each other for a full 2 seconds. The goblin made the first move and charged forward with its blade drawn in front of it. Maria dodged to the left side and let the monster run past her. She lunged in from behind and got a clean strike right in the back. Gwa! The goblin squealed. I was honestly surprised, I didn't expect her to react so quickly. It looks like Maria is a pretty decent fighter. The goblin ripped its body away from the blade and turned to face her again. It charged angrily. Maria lunged to the right and gave the goblin a quick and graceful slash to the abdomen. Then in the same movement she pivoted back behind the goblin and stabbed it again in the back of the head. The goblin let out a sad grunt and collapsed. I walked towards Maria and slowly clapped. Damn, I didn't know you could fight like that. I didn't even have to think about stepping in, good for you. She looked at me and blushed a bit, then her eyes lit up as a blue screen popped up in front of her face. It's my status. I got my status. She was mesmerized by the glowing screen. With a smile on my face, I patiently waited and let her take in the moment. Maria turned her screen to me with hopeful eyes. Is this good? Status open. Name, Maria Cortez. Level, 1. HP, 10 out of 10. MP, 10 out of 10. Strength, 10. Speed, 11. Agility, 10. Defense, 10. Mental strength, 17. Skills. Combat magic, ice summoning. Items equipped. Iron dagger. My eyes went wide. Combat magic. It looks like it's a pretty rare type as well. I honestly don't know much about magic, it's much different than my skills. You definitely got a good one though. Guilds will be all over you soon. Really? Maria's eyes went even wider and a huge smile came across her face. She started bobbing her head and jumping around happily. I let her celebrate, then turned to her. You know, your mental strength also has a really high starting stat, that means it'll grow much faster than your other skills. Mental strength directly correlates with a user's magic power, it's the perfect combo. Ooh, so it is good. Try it out, let's see what your skill can do. Just concentrate and repeat your skill name in your head. Okay. Maria had that full concentration look on her face again. She put both hands in front of each other and stared forward. A white and blue mist began to form, then a small object in her hand formed, it grew a bit bigger and bigger. It looked like a sword. I did it. Maria turned to me with a satisfied look on her face holding a beautiful light blue sword surrounded by white and blue mist. I really did it. Look. I'm a sword user like you, Jay. She smiled even brighter and swung the sword once. It really was a beautiful sight. The light blue sword matched her eyes and the mist made her body stand out in the open field. I was mesmerized for a moment. Then the mist started to subside, dissipating as Maria kept swinging her sword. After about 5 swings the mist was gone, then on the 6th the sword shattered into 1,000 pieces. I was still staring at her. So that's how it works. She looked up at me puzzled. What do you mean? Take a look at your status again, what's your MP stat at? She pulled up her screen with a look of dissatisfaction. 0 out of 10. Dang it. Yep, makes sense. You'll have to level up a bit before you can use your skill for longer periods of time. It's normal, don't worry. Okay. By now the goblin had fully disappeared and left behind its mana crystal. I picked it up and threw it to Maria. Your crystal. She caught it and started moving the crystal between her fingers curiously. A new look of awe came across her face, she was definitely not down about her MP running out anymore. Thanks, Jay. I was pretty nervous this morning, but now. I'm finally a hunter like you. I smiled. Yep, congrats. Does your school do any training? Or are you on your own now? My school will train us in the dungeons for the next 2 months, but I'll get some weekends off. By then we should all be in parties and ready to take on the dungeons without any guidance. Alright, cool. I was just curious. Let's make our way back to the meeting point. Okay, sure, but once I'm done with my school training I want to show you my skills. I will master my sword, I promise. Get ready, Jay, I'm going to be an even better hunter than you. I bet. Can't wait to see it. She nodded at me with a determined and satisfied look on her face with her cheeks puffed out a bit. We made our way back to the portal to find a dozen students chatting and showing off their status screens to each other. Maria and I just stood around and made small talk waiting patiently for the Hunters Association party to return. Chapter 11. I saw a bright green head of hair bobbing above the tall grass approaching us from a distance. Alright everyone, how'd it go? Everyone has acquired their status. No serious injuries. Anything important to report? Our group murmured a bit but no one spoke up. Sounds like everything went well, congratulations to the new students. Now let's leave the dungeon. We all left the dungeon in a much less organized manner than how we entered. When we made it outside I saw a middle-aged man in a casual dark blue dress shirt and black dress pants with shiny black shoes. Then Abby spoke up. Students, I'll leave you with your teacher Mr. Carlson. Chaperones, come with me for a moment, I'd like to thank you all. The students swarmed over to their teacher. Maria looked at me. Thanks again, Jay, I'll see you later. I smiled and waved. See you later, Maria. Then I walked with the chaperone group and waited around with a bored look on my face. I came here today to meet some new faces. But everyone was either way too old, or honestly way too young. I did get to help out Maria today though, so it was an overall success. I can't complain. Thank you all for coming out today. I zoned out a bit, it just sounded like a generic corporate thank you speech. I couldn't be asked to listen. And if you have any questions or want to join the Hunters Association, please drop by our local government office anytime. We'd be happy to help. With that being said, I'll dismiss all of you. Thanks again for helping our up-and-coming hunters today. I was still spaced out staring off at the pond and trees in the Alpine Square Park. The crowd dissipated and just left me mindlessly standing there with the 2 reps in the middle of the square. Hello. I saw a hand being waved in front of my face with a bright green background. Once my eyes focused again I saw Abby staring at me, uncomfortably close to my face just like she had in that office building. You know I have off work for the rest of the day, wanna see something cool? I am pretty new to the city, you seem to be the only hunter close to my age. Plus, I don't know anyone else with 2 skills like me. Abby was talking really fast and jumping up and down in front of me. Everything that had happened in the last 10 seconds was throwing me a bit off guard. Without thinking much, I just replied, "Why, yeah, sure, what is it?" With an excited grin, she grabbed my right wrist and started tugging me along. "Come on, let me show you Lexington Wolf Dungeon. The association is about to approve it for public use, it just popped up like last month." With a startled look on my face, I just let her drag me along. This is what I wanted today, wasn't it? To meet new hunters my age, and who am I to say no to a woman like her? After a full minute of walking in the direction opposite my apartment, I started to rethink my decision. This was way past Alpine Square in a part of town I've never even seen before. I shook my head and took in a breath of fresh air, returning more of my mental clarity. Hey, wait a second. Where is this place? And what exactly is this place? A new dungeon. You know I'm not even level 30 yet. She just replied without looking back at me and dragged my arm again. Hey, don't worry, it's an E-class dungeon. A bit harder than the one you're used to raiding, but I'll be with you. I'm a D-class hunter, I can protect you with my eyes closed if need be. Plus I think you're ready. She turned and did that head bob with her eyes closed that numbed my logical senses again. I just decided to go with it. She had a good point according to my wondering mind. All my reasoning was thrown a bit off by the absurdity of the current situation. I decided to throw all common sense to the side and just enjoy myself right now. After another 5 minutes of walking, we stopped in front of an old-school-looking movie theater. There was a large sign above the entrance that read, Lexington Theater. There were 2 guards out front and a couple large pieces of construction equipment close by. One of the men looked up. "Good morning, Ms. Sotoro." He nodded and looked back down at his paperwork as we walked inside without another word. The inside of the theater looked like it had been remodeled a bit. The white walls felt oddly familiar, like the white walls in the Hunters Association. Then I saw it. At the back of the long room was a floating blue portal. My eyes went wide. This is a dungeon site. Abby looked amused. Yep, I already told you. This is the new E-class dungeon the association has been exploring. It should be open to the public in a few days, but come on. It's always more fun to do something before you're allowed to write. I nodded my head in nervous agreement, but was also oddly excited. I'd never been to any other dungeon sites, and had been training all week. I was honestly itching for something new. All right, let's do it. We walked forward, I drew my sword, and we jumped through the portal. When we popped out the other side, I took in my surroundings. I looked up first. There was a light orange sky with white clouds slowly drifting by. Then I looked down. I was standing on hard sandy dirt without a plant in sight. Lastly, I looked out into the dungeon. There were large rocks every 200 meters or so, but it was basically a desert wasteland. It was a fascinating scene. I took in the view for a minute as Abby stood by my side analyzing her surroundings as well. It's a nice change, isn't it? Nothing like your old Alpine dungeon, right? I nodded slowly. You're right, this is a big difference. It's really amazing. Then I realized something. Wait, what kind of monsters are here? And how strong are they really? I was a bit panicked, realizing that this situation was actually happening, not just a daydream. It's in the name, duh. They're wolves, and they're not that strong, don't worry. Maybe a bit stronger than the Alpine boss, but you can handle it. My face went white. The normal monsters here are stronger than the Alpine boss. I gripped my sword harder and started scanning the horizon. Yeah, again, don't worry, Jay. Anything you can't handle, I'll take down. Think of this as a training session. Let's have some fun. Abby skipped off into the dungeon. I was both excited and scared out of my mind. I muttered to myself. What the hell have I gotten myself into? I just put on a nervous grin, gripped my sword even tighter, and followed the green-haired skipping girl deeper into the dungeon. 5 minutes of walking passed. Then 10 minutes. 15 minutes. Silence in the wide open desert. Until... Grrrr. Out from behind a large orange boulder, a huge gray and white wolf with a scar over its right eye slowly emerged with all of its teeth showing. My brain shifted. I immediately went into battle mode. I gripped my sword, gulped, and squared up with the beast. I heard Abby laugh a bit. She jumped on top of the 10m high boulder like it was nothing. "All you J, I'll be up here if you need me." I hardly noticed her, but registered her actions while I kept my full focus on the behemoth in front of my eyes. This was no ordinary wolf. On all fours, it was easily 150 centimeters tall. From nose to tail, I'd say at least 4 meters long. It was an animal built for combat in the wild. One wrong move and I'd be a goner. It made the first move, charging full force straight at me. I made the decision to do the same. In a split second we were both sprinting full force at each other with full intention to kill. Once I was in striking distance, I went straight for its neck. By the time I had swung my sword, the wolf had shifted to my left and had its open jaw pointed straight at my torso. I jumped back with all my force. I felt the tension flow through every muscle fiber making up my hamstrings, quads, and calves with that lunge. This is going to be a real fight. Standing roughly 3 meters apart in the open desert, we faced off once again with a newfound respect for each other as opponents. We were in agreement that our first encounter was an even matchup. The wolf snarled. I gritted my teeth. We both lunged back in. The starting moves were picture perfect from our last clash. I went for the same shot at its neck, but of course, with no intention of committing to the same move. This time, at the last second, I jumped up and over the wolf while swinging my sword in a windmill pattern all the way from behind me to above my head. I was locked on, targeting the wolf's back. As I was gearing up my attack, it chomped where my midsection had been moments ago. I let out a battle cry and swung down with all my might. Ahiyaya. The wolf registered what was going on too late. It had to move its head at an odd angle to see me from its left eye. It attempted to dodge, but I landed a clean slash on its back before I lunged away. Again, we stood 3 meters apart. The wolf bleeding from the gash on its back. Of course, as a warrior focused on battle, it was not showing any signs of pain in its movements. The wolf snarled and stared me down. I grinned and gripped my sword. This second round was a win for me. I could tell by the change in mood. It's now or never. This next exchange is about to get really serious. We dove in towards each other in a similar fashion. I decided to go for a full-on frontal attack. With my sword up in front of me, it's good offense and defense at the same time. Plus, I can make a quick decision to go to either side depending on the wolf's movements. The monster decided to do the same thing. A clash of full-force frontal attacks was about to commence. I swung my sword right at its face as it let out a roar and showed me all of its drool-dripping teeth. The wolf made a powerful lunge to my bottom right side. It was following the trajectory and speed of my sword to AT just before impact. It shifted its neck faster than my eyes could track and smashed its teeth against the flat side of my blade. In the quarter second I was overpowered and outmaneuvered. I couldn't believe it. The wolf's neck was dangerously close to my blade. If I had better footing I could slice its head clean off without a problem, but this is what the monster had planned for. It lunged in with my confusion and used its front left claws to dig deep into my chest, leaving 4 gash marks from my left pec to my right lower abdomen. Ahuawa. I yelled as I turned my body away from the attack. The wolf continued its momentum, speeding past me and out of my blade's range. Round 3 went to the wolf. We squared off again, both dripping blood but not budging an inch. This last round will decide it all. I can't let my guard down again. This is a highly intelligent monster, not comparable to anything I'm used to fighting with my sword skills. This is a real life or death challenge. And I'm enjoying it. Before I could fully get my thoughts together, our final round was starting. We both locked glares and charged in. It felt like the world around me was moving slower. I remembered this feeling. It was familiar. I lunged in for a full-on frontal attack again. The wolf read my movements and answered with its own frontal charge. I brought my sword up and to the right of my body, getting ready to swing with every last store of energy I had left. As we drew even closer, I let out my battle cry and swung. There was a silence in the air. The wolf recognized my attack and was already preparing its counter as my blade fell. Like before, the wolf shifted its weight and went for the flat side of my blade. This time, however, I did not stop my attack. I let the blade crash down, even with the added momentum from the wolf's counter. The blade pierced into the tough sand-coated rocky earth. The blade was submerged 1/2 meter in the ground. I was basically naked on the battlefield in the eyes of the wolf. It saw my situation as a weakness, but in my eyes it was an opportunity. The monster lunged forward over the useless sword with its hungry jaws and clamped down onto my left leg. I gritted my teeth and blocked out the pain. Without hesitation, I used its jaw as an anchor. I planted my right foot in the ground and pulled my sword from its rocky tomb. With an uppercut that had no regard for the well-being of my left leg, I used both hands to swing my sword up and out of the sand with all my might. Time basically stopped. My blade pierced the underside of the monster's neck and a huge wave of blood covered our battlefield. I could almost read its mind while watching its one eye go wide. It never saw this attack coming. In the wolf's mind, its dinner was already caught. I felt the teeth loosen on my leg as the monster let out more cries of agony. I finished my slash and steadied myself for another. I had to take the opportunity in front of me. As the monster backed up a step, I lunged in with all the strength left in my right leg and finished my previous slash. After that move, I fell to the ground following the momentum of my sword downward. In the corner of my vision, I could see the lifeless wolf's head falling at the same speed as me with its body still upright. Thudded. I win. With my left cheek resting on the warm sand, I smiled and closed my eyes. Level up. Level up. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 31. HP, 13/160. MP, 45/160. Strength, 80, +50. Speed, 89. Agility, 94. Defense, 73. Mental strength, 80. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, +50 strength. Chapter 12. The sand felt warm. My chest felt warm. My leg felt warm. Wait. Why is everything so warm? I tried to open my eyes but was blinded by a green light. As I slowly adjusted to the brightness, I see Abby looking at me with a satisfied smirk on her face. Both of her hands were on top on each other, hovering inches from my chest. I forgot she was here entirely. I was way too focused on my battle to think about anything else. I smiled and relaxed a bit, then thought about the situation again. I looked down at my torso. The large gashes on my chest were slowly disappearing. That's what the warm feeling was. Wait. Abby. You're a healer. She smiled and nodded. Yay, I thought it'd be better to tell you after the battle so you wouldn't get yourself hurt, but it looks like you went all out anyways. To be honest, I thought you were a goner. You definitely weren't ready for this dungeon. That wolf was way stronger than you. She grinned and shook her head back and forth in a teasing manner. Hey, what do you mean? This is my life we're talking about. You're alive, aren't you? And now you're a lot stronger. Good job. I'm glad I brought you today. Now we can do it all over again. With a concerned look on my face, I just threw my head back into the sand and let her heal the rest of my wounds. About a minute later, I stood up and stretched. My leg was completely fine and my chest had no signs of prior injuries. Her skill is pretty incredible. Abby threw me a mana crystal. There you go, you earned it. Let's keep moving. I caught the crystal, shoved it in my back pocket and followed her close behind. I was in a bit of a euphoric state. I just had the most intense, life-threatening battle of my life. All of my adrenaline and endorphins were still pumping full force through my body. It felt pretty good. I checked my HP and it was at a perfect 160/160, my MP was at 45/160. We walked for about 15 more minutes. As we passed another large boulder pile, my stomach almost came out of my mouth when I heard a familiar deep growl. Grrr. Two massive wolves stepped out from behind the rock, eyeing us hungrily. Abby jumped in front of me without hesitating. Let me at these guys, stand back and take a breather. I just nodded and stepped back. The ground began to rumble and I watched Abby run full speed towards the wolves. She was surrounded by a green light similar to the one she used on me a few minutes ago, but this light seemed different. This must be her second skill. The ground around her started moving like it was alive. Two huge spikes made of rocky sand formed under the wolves and skewered them instantly. The materialized weaponry lifted their bodies way above the ground. The winner had been decided just like that. I was thoroughly impressed and too shocked to speak. She walked over to the mounds of rock and lowered the corpses down to her level while waiting patiently for them to disappear. That was a good warm-up. Let's head over to the boss room before it gets too late in the day. Hey, wait a minute. What was all that? A warm-up. The boss room. Are you trying to get me killed? She laughed and picked up the 2 mana crystals. Come on, you don't have to fight it. I just want to show you what you're missing out on. I get to fight some pretty strong monsters at the Hunters Association's private dungeons sometimes. It's the best way for you to get stronger. What do you mean? Is this some big elaborate recruitment plan? Or what? No, don't think of it like that. Although I'd love for you to join the association, I'm not just trying to recruit you. Mr. Reynard is always so serious, I never get to have fun. She pouted and puffed out her cheeks. Oh. All right. I guess I get it. I actually did get it now. The more I actually thought about her situation, the more it made sense. Abby's attitude wasn't a great match for the seriousness of the association. I guess she really is just trying to blow off some steam today. Who am I to ruin her fun? Plus, I would like to see the boss for myself, even if I'm not going to fight. It may be good to gauge this new boss's strength and abilities for my potential future battles. She looked at me with a smile. I was zoning out, thinking to myself again. Well, let's keep going. We're less than 2 kilometers from the boss room. Come on. She pointed to a larger rock pile in the distance. Then we both started walking towards it. 20 minutes went by. Abby defeated 3 more wolves with ease as we walked. I was still astonished by her amazing strength but decided not to comment on it anymore. Hey, what's the boss like? A huge wolf or something? And how strong is it exactly? If you had to put a level to it. Abby grinned. A level. Maybe 70. You'll see, it's pretty much a wolf. Plus it uses magic. I stopped walking in place. Level 70. And it uses magic. What do you mean by that? What kind of magic? She just looked at me with that same grin again. Just come on, we're so close. I won't make you fight it, don't worry. I just want to show you there is so much more out in this world than the playground of a starter dungeon you're stuck in. You can become a lot stronger. I know it. She insulted me, but also encouraged me at the same time. I felt a bit confused. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. Good. She smiled, nodded, and turned to keep walking towards the boss room. The thought of a level 70 monster was very overwhelming, but at the same time it was exhilarating. Abby had piqued my interest. I needed to see this boss for myself. I took a deep breath in through my nose and out through my mouth before following Abby deeper into the dungeon. Chapter 13. I stood beside Abby watching the light gray portal slowly spin in front of the orange rock pile. We finally made it to the boss room. All right, you ready, Jay? Yup. As ready as I'll ever be. We jumped into the portal and entered the boss room. It was a large cavern-type room. The cave ceiling was over 15 m high and the walls were made of that same orange-colored stone. The cave itself stretched over 100 m long and roughly 50 m wide. This is going to be a large battleground. Within seconds of entering the cave, a wave of wolves came out from the darkness in the back. I couldn't count them all quickly enough, but there must have been 7 or 8 of them charging full speed at us. Abby started glowing. Get somewhere safe and watch me, this will all be over before you know it. Without thinking twice, I nodded and ran to the left side of the cave to find cover and watch the battle ensue. I took out my sword and held it in front of me just for good measure. Abby sprinted forward to take all the wolves head on. Again, I watched the ground move around her like it was alive. The rocky sand was twisting and shape-shifting beneath her feet, obeying her command. 8 large earth spikes were molded from the cave's floor. With a swift and graceful movement of her right hand, Abby maneuvered all the spikes into perfect positions and impaled every one of the wolves in a single strike. The wolves whined for a moment, but the cave went quiet. Then, I felt heavy eyes glaring at me. Something strong was watching. Something purely evil. The back of the cave felt ominous. Abby and I were both looking towards the dark end of the cave, waiting for some demon to arise. Abby started glowing even brighter, preparing for war. The back of the cave lit up with the glow of a deep crimson-red light. Flames began creeping up the walls of the cave and a large human-like figure appeared. Standing over 5 m tall, a beast emerged. It was definitely not human. With the head of a wolf, the torso of a giant man, and the limbs of what looked like a man and wolf combined. This must be what a werewolf looks like. Its body was covered in red glowing veins holding back its immense muscles. They looked like tight coils of magma moving around its body. Its eyes were sharp and its teeth even sharper. It stared down its opponent, the green glowing girl standing below. The tension in the room was like nothing I'd ever experienced. A clash of immense energy. There was magic power pouring from each warrior ready in their battle stance. A hot and evil fire burned behind the monster. It let out a battle cry and flames erupted from its back, legs, and arms. The room heated up in an instant, the creature was declaring a duel. Abby began glowing brighter. The ground started to rumble, then the whole cave began to shake. She let out a battle cry of her own and produced 2 enormous spears of rock from the ground similar to the monster's towering size. She sent ripples through the ground making the battlefield itself an extension of her body. Earth versus fire. The battle was about to begin and all I could do was stare wide-eyed in total amazement. This is power. This is what I want to achieve. Before I could blink, the 2 of them started charging towards each other. The demon wolfman's fire was raging as he sprinted forward with murderous intent. Abby began a frontal attack as well. She was much faster than I'd ever imagined. She kept moving forward wielding 2 earth spears gliding across the cave floor like it was made of ice. The 2 connected attacks a moment later. From where I was standing all I could see was an incredible explosion of fire and rock. Before the dust settled I heard it again. Gurichawarer. Take thisis. Rueruea. Aha. The 2 yelled their battle cries and traded blows. I still couldn't make them out fully. All I could see were fiery claws hitting spears of rocket speeds almost too fast to comprehend. It was all over in a matter of seconds. 4 large explosions and an exchange of battle cries. The cave went silent. The dust cloud was large but it began to slowly dissipate. When it did, I couldn't help but to grin at the sight before my eyes. Well, that was fun. Cool battle, huh? Abby was lightly jumping up and down on the monster's head, punching the air and yelling out to me, showing that she'd won. A huge rock spear was stuck through the monster's chest. Its lifeless body was this menacing. I still was wary of getting too close. Incredible fight, you're magic. It's amazing, Abby. She hopped down and over to me. Thanks. It was fun to play around a bit, but that monster was no match. E-class dungeons are never as fun as I remembered them to be. She pouted, but was clearly just looking for more compliments. Grrrra. The beast moved its arms and ignited a small flame. I jumped back and drew my sword. Abby laughed and materialized a spear that crushed its head, defeating the beast once and for all with a final whimper. Then I heard a loud ringing in my head. Level up. 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 Name, J. Soju. Level, 41. HP, 210/210. MP, 95/210. Strength, 104, plus 50. Speed, 117. Agility, 124. Defense, 94. Mental strength, 105. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. I went up 10 levels. Abby smiled. You're welcome, now maybe you'll be able to fight one of those regular wolves without killing yourself. Am I right? She's still teasing me. Yeah, sure, but I didn't even fight or help you at all. Isn't that level leeching? Especially from the Hunters Associa dash. Abby rolled her eyes. Shut up, who cares? Why are you so bent out of shape on the little things? Just enjoy the moment. If anyone is suspicious, just say you were training with me on my time off. No one has to know the details. She did her usual head bob and smile. She was right. I stood there with my status open admiring my new stats as all the monster began to disappear. Abby jumped around collecting her crystals. Then the blinding white light came. We were transported back to the start of the dungeon. The boss room had been completed. She looked at me with a devious smirk. Okay, now let's see what you can do. See what I can't do. What do you mean? Come on. Abby grabbed my wrist and started pulling me back in towards the dungeon again. I followed, half reluctant but half curious of my new level's power. I mumbled under my breath as we walked deeper in. Here we go. I guess I'm not done for the day. Chapter 14. After a quick walk back into the dungeon, we came across a familiar opponent. A lone wolf eyeing us down, preparing its attack. It was a menacing sight, but after witnessing a boss battle moments prior, this wolf didn't look scary at all. I got this one, stand back. Abby stepped back and let me test out my new strength. I charged at the beast, it returned the favor. A clash between man and wolf had begun again. I could tell I was much quicker than the wolf right off the bat. I lunged in for an attack at its neck. The monster dodged to my left, but that's exactly what I had anticipated. I planted my right foot and charged in for an immediate counter. The wolf howled as I made a clean slice at its neck before retreating to safety. I've gained 13 levels since our last battle. What felt like a brawl to the death before was no more than a good training exercise now. If I'm careful, I'll be able to beat it without a scratch. We squared off again. The wolf bleeding from the neck and gritting its teeth. I stood ready with my sword drawn. The beast made its move. It charged towards me with a death stare. I made a dash towards the left to get a good position on the other side of its neck for a final attack. The wolf shifted its weight and turned to my new spot on the battlefield as I began to charge in as well. I sprinted straight on at the beast using a familiar windmill sword move from my back to over my head. The monster went in for the kill. My agility was noticeably boosted since my last brawl. I jumped over its meager attack and followed through with my strike. It was all over in an instant. The wolf whined and collapsed as I sunk my blade into the back of its neck. A fierce battle, but a clear victor. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 42. HP, 215/215. MP, 30/215. Strength, 106, plus 50. Speed, 120. Agility, 127. Defense, 96. Mental strength, 107. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Wow, another level, what a day. Abby smirked. Would you look at that? A world of a difference from this morning's fight. Yeah, you're right. I've gotten a lot stronger today. The wolf began to disappear. I grabbed the mana crystal and tossed it up and down in my left hand, admiring it before shoving it in my back pocket. All right, let's keep going. I looked at Abby. More. How much do you want to do today? She turned and put both hands up in the air as she walked further into the dungeon. I don't know, wow, maybe a little longer. I'm trying to test out a theory. You are okay. I drew my sword and followed Abby again. No more than 10 minutes later we came across another wolf. All you Jay, have fun. I gritted my teeth, gripped my blade, and lunged in towards my next battle. As I ran in closer, I could tell a similar battle was about to ensue. I went for a frontal attack like usual and watched the monster dodge left. I shifted right and landed a picture-perfect blow to the wolf's neck like my last battle. We squared off, getting ready to begin round 2. As I readied my sword, something felt very off. The grip of my sword felt awkward. My arms felt heavy and useless, carrying a large piece of metal into battle against an apex predator. My confidence disappeared as I lost the grip to my blade and it clanged on the hard ground. Clang. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr felt the murderous stare of a wild monster eyeing its lunch. I murmured to myself in a terrified voice. What is happening to me? The wolf charged in. All I could do was stand there with my hands raised to guard its attack. I easily had the agility and speed to dodge it, but in my confusion common sense was thrown out the window and all I did was stand there in fear. The wolf's eyes were sharp. It saw its prey's moment of weakness and sprinted in without hesitation. All right, that's enough. A spear of rock came from beneath the wolf's feet, skewering it and throwing its body out of my field of vision. Abby stood over me as I dropped to my knees and looked at my hands. Oh, get up, you're just out of MP. It's not the end of the world. I am out of MP, that's it. As I stood up and put my sword back in its sheath, she smirked at me. Witch meanness. You lied to me. I lied to you. When did I do the dash? My heart skipped a beat and my face went white. The realization of my current situation was all coming clear to me. I remembered back to the first time I met Abby in the Hunters Association office building. I told her my second skill was an MP absorption skill. She had somehow seen through me. My mind was racing. To what extent does she know about my skill? I didn't mean to. It was just because I didn't want. She just giggled and did her usual head bob. So I was right. Ha. You've confirmed it now. Your skill. What is it really? She got close to my face wide-eyed with curiosity. Finny, I won't pry now. I know people are weird about their skills, but we're not done talking about this, that's for sure. She pouted and puffed her cheeks at me. Just don't tell the association. I really wanted to keep my unique skill away from the public eye. I covered my mouth with my hand. It's the pout she does. Always makes me weak. Whoa, so it's a unique skill. She smiled and started spinning around with a devious but cute smirk on her face. Please. Just don't tell the association yet, I just need a lit dash. 1 week. Oh, 1 week? What do you mean by that? She grinned even wider. I'll give you 1 week to defeat the boss room here. Do that and your secret is safe with me. Alright. Come on, that's enough training for today. I think we had enough fun. She grabbed my wrist and skipped back in the direction of the dungeon exit. I was deep in thought. So much had happened in the last couple hours, all I could do was keep on walking behind her and mumble to myself. I need a drink. Chapter 15. We stepped out of the dungeon portal back into our home world. Abby waved and walked over to the 2 security guards sitting in front of the old theater entrance. She said something to one of them and turned to me. Jay, show them your hunter's license. Okay, sure. I took out my license and put it on the small counter in front of them. They made a note of something and nodded. Alrighty, we're good to go. I took my license back with a bit of a confused look on my face. You're registered as my guest. You can enter this dungeon as much as you'd like to train before it's open to the public in a few days. You're going to need it. Abby giggled as we started walking back towards the direction of the village market and Alpine Square dungeon. The sun was setting as well, it was a pretty sight. We walked past Alpine Square and into the village market. I made the notion to Abby that there was a specific shop I liked to go to, she understood. We walked up to the old merchant's shop moments later. Hey kid, how's it going? Who's the lucky lady? I knew he was teasing me, but I hardly had the energy for it right now. I smiled and threw my 2 mana crystals on the counter. This is Abby, she's just a friend. Don't get the wrong idea, old man. How much can I get for these today? He placed the 2 crystals on the measuring dish and the big black numbers read out 71.3 MU. I can do 70 bronze coins, nice haul today kid. Where'd you get these crystals? This isn't the Alpine boss. Yeah, we checked out a different E-class dungeon today, looks like I grew out of the starter dungeon. I smiled and nodded. The old merchant looked a bit impressed and started counting out bronze coins for me. I took the coins a moment later and started shoving them awkwardly into my back pockets. They barely all fit. Abby laughed, the merchant smirked as he took the mana crystals off the measuring dish. Okay, how much can I get for these? Abby dumped her haul of crystals directly onto the measuring dish. The screen read 613.4 MU. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up a bit. Now we're talking. We don't get a haul like this every day in the village market. I'll give you 6 silver for these. Works for me. The merchant counted out 6 shiny silver coins and placed them on the counter. Abby took them and bobbed her head with a smile. Time to eat. I starving. You can say that again. I know a good bar, this way. There's a local bar called CJ's with decent food and good drinks. I stop by here pretty often after a long day of hunting. We made our way over and sat down a few minutes later. Hey Mark, can I get my regular? The chicken club with fries, and the biggest draft beer you got. The bartender smiled and nodded as he finished pouring another customer's drink. Sure thing Jay, 5 bronze. It'll be out in a few minutes. Abby lifted her hand in the direction of the bartender. I'll have what he's having, double it. I nodded and handed Mark 10 bronze. A few minutes later our food and drinks came. I couldn't wait to eat. I could only assume Abby felt the same. We dug in. That was good. We finished at about the same time. I was impressed. With bellies full and minds at ease, the last light of the setting sun was a nice finishing touch to our meal. You know, J.E. Today was a good day. I'm glad I met you. You know, wow. Abby sounds a little drunk. I guess she doesn't go out too much working for the association. Glad you had fun today. I'm happy I met you too. Today was definitely an eye-opener for me. I thank you again for that. Abby smiled in agreement. We walked to the nearby train station as if reading each other's minds. I knew the night was winding down. It was time to call it here and end on a good note. Screech. A train pulled up to the station as we arrived. Abby jumped up to the platform and stepped into the closest train car. As the doors were closing, Abby turned to me. Hey, don't forget. 1 week. I'll see you soon. She smiled, winked, and bobbed her head, making her ponytails bounce up and down. I just smiled and waved, watching the train leave the station. 1 week, huh? I said to myself as I walked back to my apartment. For some reason I wasn't scared at all. I was just excited that I had a new challenge in front of me. A big goal to work towards. A few minutes later I walked up the steps of my apartment, twisted the key of my door, and immediately turned on a hot shower. Afterwards, I took a satisfying swan dive onto my bed and almost instantly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning I woke up bright and early with one mission on my mind. It's time to get stronger. I jumped out of bed and looked in my bedside table. I had 2 silver coins and a pile of bronze, maybe 80 to 90 if I had to guess. I grabbed 2 silver coins and 3 bronze as I walked out the door, slinging my sword over my back. Morning, Jay. Off to hunt. Me too. Maria greeted me as I walked down the steps. Yep. Another day to get stronger. Today's the first day of training with your school, right? Best of luck. Yeah, it is. Thanks. Good luck to you too. Maria smiled and waved as I walked down the stairs. I turned and headed straight towards the village market. After grabbing breakfast at the corner store, I made it to the old merchant's stand. Good morning, kid. Back so soon? Yeah, I need 2 MP recovery potions. I placed the 2 silver coins on the counter and confidently put out my hand. The merchant rummaged through his drawers and pulled out 2 of the small glowing pink bottles. He handed them to me. There you go, 2 E-Class MP recovery potions. They'll heal up to 500 MP per use. Have fun out there, but be careful. Thanks, old man. I grabbed the bottles and left with a confident head nod. Now I was off towards the Lexington Wolf dungeon. When I arrived at the old theater, I waved to the security guards and they thankfully recognized my face. With 2 head nods, I walked in without saying a word. I drew my sword and jumped through the portal without another thought. I entered the dungeon and scanned my surroundings. The plan today was to gain as much EXP as possible and monitor my MP consumption. After about 10 minutes of venturing into the dungeon, my first opponent appeared. I used the same fighting strategy as yesterday. It worked like a charm. Within a matter of seconds I landed the first hit. Before the monster could even react to its wound, I finished it off. My speed and agility were superior to this beast, and my sword's added strength stat let me kill it in 2 attacks. I checked my status. There was no level up this time. Looks like the EXP is already starting to become less effective on my higher level. My MP was at 155/215. That exchange took about 60 MP. Not bad. As I level up I'll have more MP to use and it'll take less MP per opponent. I waited to collect the wolf's mana crystal, then ventured further into the dungeon. A few minutes later another monster appeared for me to slay. A quick and efficient battle took place. In 2 swift attacks the beast had fallen. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 43. HP, 220/220. MP, 100/220. Strength, 109, +50. Speed, 123. Agility, 130. Defense, 99. Mental strength, 109. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. This new dungeon was working wonders. It feels like I'm back in Alpine Square my first day hunting goblins. I haven't leveled up this fast in ages. After collecting the mana crystal the wolf dropped, I trekked around to find another. It took another 20 minutes of wandering the desert, but my third opponent finally arrived. Within a minute our battle had finished, my MP was depleted to 40 to 220. It looks like I can handle 3 fights with my current MP usage. So with my potions, I have 6 more fights available today. I took one of the potions and drank the full bottle. I checked my status and could see my MP bar quickly climb. Within seconds I was at a perfect 220/220. I continued my hunt. The desert was large and the wolves were scattered far apart. It took another 4 hours to find, fight, and collect the mana crystals of the next 6 monsters. I leveled up 2 more times. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 45. HP, 230/230. MP, 50/230. Strength, 113, plus 50. Speed, 128. Agility, 136. Defense, 103. Mental strength, 114. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. The level up to 44 happened took 2 kills after I drank my first potion. So it took a total of 3 wolves. The level up to 45 took the remaining 4 battles. It's getting much harder to level up again, but it's getting easier and easier to fight. I'm definitely gaining valuable experience. After my day of battles I made my way towards the dungeon exit. I was a bit fatigued, but it wasn't horrible. I decided to go to the market for a bite to eat and to sell my crystals. Hey old man, look what I've got for ya. I placed the crystals on the empty measuring dish and watched the black numbers read out 324.6 mu. The old man smiled. Looks like you put those MP potions to good use. I give you 3 silver and 20 bronze. Could you do 3 MP potions and 50 bronze? The shopkeeper thought for a moment and smirked. You drive a hard bargain, sure kid. He counted out my bronze and handed me 3 more potions. Thanks. See you again tomorrow, old man. He waved and I headed back home. I bought a sandwich at the corner store and walked up the steps to my apartment. I threw the 3 potions and my bronze into my bedside table drawer. My goal for tomorrow was to use all 3 potions. That would be a minimum of 12 fights. I spent the rest of the night catching up on a few comics and novels that released new chapters before falling asleep. I woke up again feeling great. It's time to get stronger. Over the next 3 days I went to the dungeon for 10+ hours a day fighting as much as I could and reinvesting every coin I made from mana crystals back into MP potions. On day 1 I fought 12 wolves. On day 2 I fought 16. Then lastly, day 3 I pushed myself hard and stayed late in the dungeon to face off against 20. After this was all said and done I gained 7 levels. The final level up took 10 wolves to achieve. It was becoming much harder to level up, but on the bright side I can defeat a wolf with a single strike now. They take about 35 MP to subjugate. I also managed to make about 6 silver worth of profit while grinding levels. For every 1 silver I spent on MP potions, the mana crystals I sold made me about 1 silver and 50 bronze back. Not too bad. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 52. HP, 265/265. MP, 265/265. Strength, 130, plus 50. Speed, 148. Agility, 156. Defense, 118. Mental strength, 130. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Today is Monday morning. I am level 52. I have 3 more days to defeat the level 70 boss. Chapter 16. On my way to the dungeon this morning I grabbed 4 MP recovery potions. With my new rise in MP along with a level increase I'm able to take on 7 battles per full MP bar. The goal for today and tomorrow is to complete over 60 battles in total. As I got closer to the old theater entrance I saw people lined up around it. There were small groups of people crowded around talking to each other and preparing to enter the dungeon themselves. It looks like the dungeon is finally open for public use. As I walked through the front doors, a few groups eyed me curiously. It looked like there were no solo hunters here except for me. I unsheathed my sword and made my way directly towards the portal. "Excuse me, sir." I turned to see a young man in a gray suit with a white undershirt jogging towards me. "I couldn't help but notice you're a solo swordsman." "Nice to meet you, my name is Jack." I shook his hand and smiled politely. "Hi, I'm Jay." He replied instantly. "You're aware the recommended solo level for this dungeon is 75. The boss is apparently a tough opponent. I haven't seen you around the other high-level E-class dungeons. Are you new to town?" "No, I'm not new to town, just new to this level of dungeon, I guess. I'm going to do some training on the wolves today." He eyed my sword. "Well, I won't pry for any more details. It looks like you know what you're getting yourself into. Here, please take my card. Maybe you'd like to test out our orc dungeon. It's controlled by the Pace Guild. It's a high E-class just like this one. Swordsmen are always welcome." I took the card and nodded. "Thanks, maybe I'll come visit when I'm done here." "Nice to meet you, man." Typical guild recruits, I've read about them. It was my first time actually being scouted like that. Overall, it does feel pretty good to be recognized. He didn't ask me to join or anything, but he did show some interest. I put the card in my back pocket as I jumped through the blue portal. The dungeon was a little crowded over the next 2 days, but the deeper I ventured in, the less often I'd see any fellow hunters. I stayed in the dungeon for 12+ hours a day. I completed 62 total battles. It was becoming more troublesome to find wolves than to fight them. I gained a total of 4 levels and made 13 silver in net profit. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 56. HP, 285/285. MP, 285/285. Strength, 140, +50. Speed, 160. Agility, 168. Defense, 127. Mental strength, 140. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, +50 strength. It's Wednesday morning, I'm level 56. Today I have to beat the boss. I looked in my bedside drawer to see 18 silver coins and a pile of bronze. I grabbed 8 silver and 3 bronze along with my sword and walked out the door. I got breakfast at a local shop and made my way over to the merchant's stand. "Hey old man, I need 4 MP and 4 HP potions today. Plus a small carrying pouch for my waist if you've got one." I placed the 8 silver on the counter. The merchant looked at me with an eyebrow raised as he rummaged through some drawers. "Big fight today." He placed 4 pink and 4 light green glowing bottles on the counter next to a small black pouch. I shoved them all in the pouch and tied it around my waist, then turned and waved. "Thanks old man, see ya soon." "See ya kid, careful out there today." I made it to the dungeon entrance. It was a bit less crowded today. There were a few teams talking and waiting out front, but I paid them no mind. I walked straight ahead to enter the dungeon. It's now or never. Once I entered the desert wasteland, it felt more empty than usual, but it was just my imagination. I headed straight towards the back of the dungeon, wasting as little energy as possible. I came across 3 wolves on my 2-hour walk. I assumed this would be the case. My MP was depleted to 200/285. I've become even more efficient with my MP usage. I'll wait until it gets lower to refuel. I made it to the light gray spinning portal. It's time. I took a deep breath in through my nose and out my mouth. I jumped in. I was alone in the boss room. No way to escape. It's either I kill the boss, or it kills me. Next thing I knew, 8 large wolves came creeping towards me. This is the first wave. I need to act fast before the boss comes out. I sprinted in and with a swift swing of my blade, waving my way through the wolf pack. About 20 seconds later they were all on the floor bleeding out. I stood there for a moment admiring my work while keeping an eye on my MP. It dropped to 140/285. I'll have to keep this window open for most of my battle with the boss. Then the room went deathly silent. I could feel a superior being's presence. Rah. Flames burst out from the back of the cave. I jumped back and gripped my sword. The beast emerged. Standing over 5 m tall, flaming from the arms and legs, the wolfman towered over me and showed its teeth. It charged forward. In this moment I could tell it was slower than me. The only problem was its firepower, literally. I sprinted to the right to avoid a full frontal attack that would only end badly for me. It was focused forward. I lunged in to attack one of its legs. To my surprise, it was a hit. I grinned ear to ear as I sprinted past the monster. When I got a safe distance away, I looked back and the smile left my face. I had hit. But to the beast it was no more than a small wound on its leg. Maybe 5% of its HP if I was lucky. I froze for a moment in awe. This gave the wolfman enough time to counter with a flaming fist. As the fist drew near, it registered in my peripherals and I jumped away from its trajectory as best I could. Unfortunately, the attack still hit me. The whole left side of my torso had been singed through my shirt and I was blasted back into the depths of the cave about 15 m. I quickly got to my feet, checking my status while chugging both MP and HP potions. My side was dripping with blood. It hurt really bad. My MP had fallen to 100/285, and my HP fell to 55/285 in just a single hit. No more mistakes. I cannot be hit again. My MP and HP had fully recovered. The beast was staring me down like its prey. It charged in at me again. I went for a zigzag pattern, using my speed and agility to sneak in with an attack aiming for its left leg. Moments later, a hit. I zigzagged away in a similar fashion, making sure to keep my eyes on the beast while keeping a safe distance. I have a weak attack, but it's definitely doing some damage. I can keep this up. The wolfman erupted with flames and charged at me again. I ran in the opposite direction. When it activates its magic, it's much harder to get a safe attack in. A few seconds later the fire died down and I readied myself for an attack. I zigzagged along the ground closer and closer to the beast, landing another hit on its left leg. I sprinted away in a safe direction. It tried to follow, but was outpaced. The wolfman couldn't get in range. We kept up this game of cat and mouse for 3 more attacks. I landed 2 more hits on its left leg, and 1 more on its right. It definitely had some visible wounds now. There was blood dripping to the cave's floor. My attack plan was working, I just had to keep it up. Staying alert and going in for cheap hits was the only way I'd win. Its strength and defense had me completely outclassed. Its magic was strong too, but with low intelligence I could easily avoid its magic outbursts. My speed and agility were lifesavers. I drank an MP potion to restore my almost depleted stat bar and gripped my sword ready for more. I ran circles around the monster. Landing 6 more clean hits on its legs, it was physically slowing down now. My attacks were making it increasingly harder for the wolfman to moor around. There were pools of blood on the battlefield. I drank another MP potion and readied myself for another barrage of attacks. Another 6 attacks landed. Ruauraware. The beast was crying out in pain. I kept inching my attacks higher and higher up its body as the monster got slower. Half of the 6 slices were direct torso hits. The monster was critically injured now. Barely walking on its broken legs and serious wounds in its midsection. 1 or 2 more good hits and this battle was as good as over. I smiled and drank my last MP potion. Then I felt a change in the air. Ruawawa. The wolfman erupted into a crimson ball of fire. It emerged, but fully engulfed with a layer of flames. It was a walking blast furnace. I couldn't get close. This must be its final form. A last-ditch effort, letting out all its remaining energy with a dying breath. I backed up and stared at the 5 m tall flaming wolfman in awe. I had to admit, it was an incredible sight. I sprinted in the opposite direction. There's no way I can win one-on-one. His previous magic attacks were only activated for a limited amount of time. Maybe if I run away for long enough, he'll burn out. I headed towards the back of the cave as fast as I could. To my surprise, the beast followed with more speed than I remembered. It went for an attack straight at my back. I managed to dodge, but I had to throw myself in the direction of the cave wall. The monster turned to face me, its fire burned bright red and orange. I could feel the heat burning my eyebrows. It charged forward. I made a mad dash to my right to escape its oncoming attack. A blast of fire decimated the cave wall where I had been moments ago. I was hit with some of the debris. I ran to the back of the cave again. I had a 5-10 head start, but the wolfman was close behind. His fire kept burning brighter and brighter. Re-roar. It let out an ear-piercing roar and lit up the room behind me. I could feel the hot flames burning the shirt off my back. All I could do was sprint with all my might towards the back of the cave. The flames grew hotter and hotter. I heard the beasts roar and didn't dare look back. The fire was burning my upper back. I let out a yell. I pushed my legs to their limits, running faster than I ever have. Ahuraya. Moments later I was hit with a blast of flames and heard the monster's final cry. I jumped forwards with all my strength, avoiding as much of this final attack as I could. I had successfully outran the beast, but its flames shot forward over 10 m. I was able to avoid a blunt force attack, but was still hit with a deadly wall of fire. I was thrown against a wall and tumbled to the ground. After this explosive attack, the cave became eerily silent. The light of the flames disappeared, leaving me in empty darkness. I heard a loud ringing in my head. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Before opening my status, I noticed a faint blue glowing light in the darkness of the cave. It was about 15 meters from me. I limped my way over to it using my sword as a crutch. As I approached the wolfman's fried corpse, I saw familiar glowing blue words. Use absorption. Skill, combat magic, fire summoning. Yes, no. My eyes went wide. With a faint smile I chose, yes. The monster's body started disappearing. It dropped a large mana crystal and a shiny gold ring with a small wolf's head imprinted on it. I picked them both up. Put the mana crystal in my pouch, then curiously put the ring on my left hand's middle finger. It tightened to fit my finger perfectly. The white light appeared and transported me back to the dungeon's entrance. I stepped out back into the home world and stood in the theater hall. My shirt had been burned off and I was bleeding from wounds all over my body. I just grinned and opened my status. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 61. HP, 37/310. MP, 265/310. Strength, 152, plus 50. Speed, 174. Agility, 183. Defense, 138. Mental strength, 152, plus 30. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Chapter 17. I beat the boss just in time, and I made it out in one piece. What a battle. I drank an HP potion before trying to make my way out of the theater hall. It was empty, but I could hear some voices of a party gearing up outside. After a few seconds my wounds felt a lot better and I was able to walk without leaning on my sword. I made my way out of the dungeon hall and back towards the village market. Hey old man, the battle went well. I placed 10 medium-sized mana on the table and 1 larger crystal from the boss. The merchant placed them on the measuring plate and the bold numbers read out 423.7 mu. How about I give you 4 silver, a new sheath for your sword, and a t-shirt? What happened? You lose it in battle. The old man smirked and laughed a bit while he counted out silver coins. Yeah, it got burned off, a shirt and a sheath would be great. Thanks old man. One other thing, could you tell me about this ring? I got it from a boss drop today. I handed him my new silver ring. The merchant's eyes lit up. Wow. Nice find. It's a mental strength buff magic item, but this type is pretty rare for an E-class. I don't see % boost items often. It'll be more useful to you as you level up because the stat increase will be greater the higher your base stats are. I'd recommend you keep it if you'll be using your skill. It'll make your MP usage more efficient and your magic stronger overall. I nodded with approval and took the ring back. I placed it on my left hand's middle finger and watched it tighten on its own. I was going to keep it anyways, it'll be useful. You're right. I am curious though, how much is it worth? The old man smiled. The right buyer would pay you between 20 and 30 silver for a ring like that. It's a pretty high-grade E-class item, even D-class hunters would be happy to use a magic item like that. Awesome. That's pretty good. Hey catch. The men threw me a generic black t-shirt and the exact same black leather sheath I used before. I put them both on, slid my sword onto my back and took the silver off the counter. Thanks again, see you soon. You too, kid, be safe. I took the train over to the Hunters Association. I walked up to the building and took a deep breath. Hello Jay, welcome back. What can we do for you today? The dark-haired woman with a bright smile greeted me at the door. Hey, is Abby I mean. Is Miss Sotoro here today? I need to talk to her. She smiled and nodded. Yes, of course, she said she was expecting you today. Please follow me, right this way. I followed the woman to a room in the back. She opened the door and motioned for me to step inside. Well, how'd it go? Abby was sitting behind a desk with an oval-shaped couch in front of it. I waited until the woman left and closed the door. I did it. It wasn't easy. Abby grinned. Oh yay. I thought you would. Let me see some proof. Here, take a look. I threw Abby the ring. She put it on curiously and opened her status to check it out. Oh, you even got a rare drop. Lucky. Then she threw the ring back to me and got more serious all of a sudden. Open your status, I want to see your progress. Sure one dash. Don't worry, we made a deal, remember? You beat the boss, your secret is safe with me. No one else will know. She made a locking motion with her hand by her lips and pretended to throw out a key. Sigh, okay. I opened my status and flipped the screen to show Abby. Her eyes went wide. Fire magic, you absor. It really is what I thought. Incredible. She got out of her seat and started jumping around. You have a unique skill for real. It could be the most valuable skill I've ever heard of, Jay. I nodded. Yes, I know. But I need to keep it a secret until I'm a stronger class hunter. I need to protect myself from any parties that want to take advantage of me. I may just be paranoid from reading comic books, but I think there's some sense to keeping it a secret for now. Abby stopped jumping and looked at me with a concerned look and pouted. I guess you have a point. It's your choice. Well, I'll be your eyes and ears here at the association. No one is suspicious yet, but depending on your future rate of progress there will definitely be some prying eyes. She made a teasing punching and looking around gesture. I nodded slowly and rolled my eyes. Thanks for looking out for me. Abby smiled and walked back over to her desk. Well, I have more boring work to do today. I'm glad you came in, maybe we can go on another hunt soon. I have a couple cool D-class dungeons I'm itching to show ya. She winked. Sounds good. You've opened my eyes, I thank you again for that. Soon I'll be the one protecting you. Abby laughed out loud as I turned to walk out the door. Keep dreaming. See you later, Jay. I walked out the front door of the building with a sigh of relief. That went well. Abby knows my secret, but I have a feeling it's actually better this way. I took the train back to a stop right by my apartment. I walked up the steps to my door, turned the key, and stepped inside. I set my sword up against my desk and took a long hot shower. I smiled to myself, today was a good day. I decided to laze around for the remainder of the day to rest. I read some comics, journaled a bit, and made one stop to the corner store for a simple dinner. I slept exceptionally well that night. In the morning I woke up a little sore, but a long stretch made me feel basically good as new. I got dressed, took 6 silver and 3 bronze from my bedside table, grabbed my sword, and opened my door to leave. Good morning, Jay. I looked up and saw Maria staring back at me. Oh hey, morning Maria. You know I finished my first week of training with my school yesterday. I'm already level 15. I can defeat over 20 goblins before I need to restore my MP. Level 15 in a week. All from goblin hunting. Maria tapped her index fingers together. Well no, my counselor brought my party to the boss room 4 times. We gained a lot of levels but never actually fought. I feel bad about that. But we do a lot of combat training too. I grinned. Don't worry, I did that when I started too. It's good to see your school is prioritizing leveling you up. Can't wait to see how far you come with another few weeks. Maria looked up with relief and smiled. Good. My counselor also told me my skill is very rare. We have connections to a few guilds, so their mages have been giving me private training. I raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. That's pretty neat, maybe you'll catch up to me sooner than I thought. I said my last remark in a bit of a teasing tone as I made my way down the apartment steps. I will Jay. You'll see. Good luck hunting today. You too, Maria. I happily strolled off to the village market after buying breakfast at a corner store. Hey old man, I need a restock. 4 MP and 2 HP potions. I placed my 6 silver on the counter and the old man nodded. Sure thing, here you go. He handed me the glowing bottles and I placed them in my leather pouch. Thanks, see ya. It was a quick exchange this morning. Friendly, but clearly all business. I was already in battle mode. After successfully defeating an impossible opponent after a long week of preparation, my eyes had been opened to the potential of my growing power. I need to become stronger. My walk to the Lexington Wolf dungeon was brief. When I zone out and daydream in my head, it seems like the world flies by around me. For better or for worse. I made it here pretty quick. I mumbled under my breath. Back to reality. I unsheathed my sword as I walked into the theater entrance. I ran forward and jumped through the portal. After 1.5 hours of trekking through desert, I made it to the light gray portal. I readied myself and jumped through. My second fight with this boss was about to begin. I was almost shaking with excitement. I found myself alone in a familiar cave. 8 large wolves came running towards me and I disposed of them without a second thought. My speed, agility, strength, and mental strength were all noticeably heightened since my last fight. I felt like I was on top of the world. Then flames burst from the back of the cave. The wolfman appeared ready to battle me to the death. We squared off about 10 m apart. The monster's arms and legs erupted with flames. I gripped my sword tight and focused. I thought of my skill's name in my head. Fire summoning. All of a sudden my arms erupted in flames, but it wasn't hot. It was more like an extension of my body. I focused on the flames, and they reacted with my every thought. I wrapped the crackling red-orange flames around my sword and eyed the beast with a death stare to match its own. 2 flaming warriors stood across from each other. This will be a mighty battle. We both charged in at each other with intention to kill. I may be stronger now, but I'm still not stupid. A full-on frontal attack is not a good idea. I decided to dodge and use a similar strategy that gave me the edge in our last battle. Zigzag and attack while my opponent cannot defend. I lunged in and made a slash on the monster's right leg. It was about 2 times bigger than the wound I had made in our last battle. The open flesh erupted with the flames from my blade. Row-wearer. The beast cried out in pain. I readied myself for another attack. This battle will be much easier than my last. I zigzagged around the wolfman and slashed each leg again. There were fiery burns, dripping blood, and wolf roars echoing in the cave. I had to drink an MP potion after just 3 attacks. I was using 2 skills at once after all. I continued my strategy. Bob and weave, zig and zag. After consuming 2 more MP potions, I was at full MP, full HP, and had landed 6 more hits on the monster's legs and torso. I could tell its HP was getting low. It was time for its final attack. I decided to take it full on before the beast could let out everything it had on me. I sprinted straight forward. The wolfman erupted into its fireball and charged towards me as well. As a wall of fire approached, I activated my fire summoning as well to engulf my body in my own flames. I ran in and broke through the monster's wall of fire. I felt it burn, but it was nowhere near as bad as it was in my previous battle. My flame shield was actually working fairly well. I was 5 m from the wolfman. There were flames all around us. I used my speed to swerve to the monster's left side and slash its upper leg. It let out a roar and stumbled back, letting out intense red flames. I used this moment to make my final move. As the wolfman leaned back, I jumped up with all my leg strength. I erupted with flames and held my sword directly in front of my body, aiming for the wolf's neck. Seconds later the flames stopped. I landed a perfect shot. Blood gushed out of the monster's wound and the cave went silent. With a whimper the wolfman fell to the cold cave floor. Level up. Level up. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 64. HP, 215/325. MP, 55/325. Strength, 159, plus 50. Speed, 183. Agility, 192. Defense, 145. Mental strength, 160, plus 32. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. I smiled as I looked at my status. As the monster disappeared, it dropped a large mana crystal. No extra drops today, I guess. I put its crystal along with the 8 wolves' crystals from the beginning of the battle in my pouch. The white light came and I was transported to the dungeon entrance. It was only noon. I had plenty of time to rest and gear up back at the village market. I decided it was a good idea to face the boss again today. It's time to level up. Chapter 18. It's been 5 days since I beat the wolf boss for the first time. It's Monday morning now, I'm level 77. After beating the boss 16 more times, I've gone up a total of 13 levels. The efficiency of leveling up is getting slower. It takes about 2 boss kills to level up and will only get worse from here. I'm able to defeat the boss while using only 1 MP potion, sometimes none at all. I can face it up to 5 times a day if I spend the whole 12-hour day trekking up and back through the desert. It takes me about 3 hits with a fire sword to subjugate the wolfman now. I've profited almost 30 silver in the last 4 days. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 77. HP, 390/390. MP, 390/390. Strength, 190, plus 50. Speed, 220. Agility, 231. Defense, 172. Mental strength, 191, plus 38. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. I got dressed and readied my sword in its sheath. As I went to reach in my drawer for a few coins to fuel today's hunt, I saw a card I'd placed in there last week. It was the Pace Guild card. I remembered the scout offered to show me around their advanced E-class dungeon. It may be worth a shot. Today. I put all my gear together, including a few leftover MP and HP potions, and stepped out the door. I grabbed breakfast at the corner store and made my way in the direction of the Pace Guild. I'm curious how powerful their private dungeon really is. About 15 minutes later, I found the guild. It was a large brick building, maybe 5 stories tall. They're a small guild, but in a town like this, what else can you expect? I walked right through the front door and was greeted by a tall blonde woman. "Hello sir, welcome to the Pace Guild. Please show me your hunter's license. How may I help you today?" "Oh sure, here. I met a scout of yours by a dungeon last week. Jack. Could I talk to him?" She took my card and examined it. 3 months as an E-class hunter. What's Jack doing scouting a rookie like you? Sure. I'll call him. I was thrown off by the rude remark. Her tone completely changed the moment she saw my license. I guess I can't blame her, my growth is rather fast. A regular 3-month-old non-affiliated E-class would most likely be around level 20 to 25. I decided not to provoke her further. I patiently waited as she went off into a back room. Minutes later she came out with the familiar man by her side. "Hey. Jay the swordsman. What a surprise. What can I do for you today?" "Hi Jack. Well, I came here to see the orc dungeon. The one you mentioned your guild privately ran. Is that possible?" He smirked. The woman looked annoyed. "Could I see your status to confirm some info? It's recommended to be above level 70 for soloing the main dungeon area. Plus level 100 is recommended for the boss. This is where we train most of our upper E-class as they get ready to cross over into D-class dungeons. I would rather not show you my status if that's alright. I'm able to easily defeat the wolf dungeon boss solo. That should be enough confirmation for you, right?" Jack looked at me curiously. The woman wore an even more disgusted look on her face. She definitely didn't believe me. Jack spoke up before she could say anything. "Yay, I guess that's fine. I have a few hours free this morning. I'd be happy to train with you a bit. Only one rule, all mana drops and loot are property of the Pace Guild. You're a guest today, as our D-class representative I'd be happy to show you around. I nodded. Works for me. He smiled. Well, follow me. The dungeon is just out back, a 3-minute walk. I followed him out the back of the building and through a small park area. Moments later we came upon a large white fair tent. Outside were 2 guards. Jack smiled and said something to them and they let us enter. Inside there were racks of armor and weapons leading up to a big blue glowing portal. Without any words I drew my sword. Jack grinned and grabbed a sword from one of the top racks. It was bigger and shined much brighter than mine. We both jumped through the portal. When we got to the other side I took in the view for a minute. It was a very rocky landscape, but it had big red trees with dark green leaves scattered every 20 meters or so. There were small hills in front of us, and a big mountain in the distance. It felt like we were in a huge mountain range. The air was a bit thin and it was chilly. Overall, a very cool dungeon. I smiled. Neat dungeon, how strong are the orcs in here really? Jack turned to me. They're pretty strong. About the same as the wolf boss, minus the fire. So they're a bit easier to subjugate. The boss here is a tough one though. We call it the D-class rite of passage. Beat that boss alone and you're a D-class in the eyes of the Pace Guild. Cool, let me add a few orcs to warm up. Maybe we can take a crack at the boss today. I grinned with excitement. I'd get the chance to level up a lot today, plus I'd get to face a new overpowered boss. We started walking into the dungeon. Hey, by the way, what's your skill, Jack? Are you a swordsman? He was visibly pleased. I asked. Yep, you guessed it. I have the swordsmanship skill and have a natural edge with my strength stat. This sword is a plus 100 strength as well. I rely on power and my swordsmanship skill. My eyes lit up. Plus 100, huh? Nice sword. Yeah, it's more than enough for this dungeon. Our guild provides us all kinds of training gear. For the D-class dungeons I usually get a stronger sword, but it's not needed today. I nodded. Jack was still looking at me curiously. What about you? I assumed you were a swordsman, but never got the chance to ask. What's your skill? I grinned as I gripped my sword. Yeah, I'm a swordsman. I have the swordsmanship skill, plus a natural boost in speed and agility. This sword has plus 50 strength. Jack nodded. He still looked at me with a curious gaze. There's more, isn't there? I assumed he was onto me. Might as well let the cat out of the bag now, just a little. Yeah, I have 2 skills. If the opponent is tough enough maybe you'll get to see it. Just keep it between us, I'm not trying to air out the fact that I'm a double skill user, you know. I smirked. A little white lie was all I needed to keep him hooked. Jack's eyes widened. I knew it. You were too confident of an E-class to just be a normal swordsman. I can't wait to see it. We kept walking further into the dungeon. After about 20 minutes we finally came across an opponent. Gruwayer. A large green man appeared from behind a tree in the distance. He stood about 3.5 meters tall carrying a long silver sword. It had a bald head and pointy ears. Its 2 bottom teeth came out of its mouth looking like small tusks. It wore brown boots, a brown vest that looked like simple armor, and light brown wraps around its wrists. This is the first time I'd seen a monster wearing any special gear. It started charging towards me. I could tell the beast was much slower than me, but it clearly had enormous strength. Every step it made created ruptures in the stone ground. I could see each part of its quad muscles ripple as it took lunges forward. I gripped my sword and charged forward as well. I'd have to play this smart, I have speed on my side. I used my zigzag strategy right off the bat. It was what I know works. With blinding speed I ran circles around the green man. It swung its sword with deadly power, but I managed to gracefully dodge it with ease. I sliced its right leg first. Gruwawa. I circled back and made a slice in its left as it was crying out in pain. They were deep cuts, the beast was dripping with blood. I could tell it was panicked and angry. The monster turned and charged towards me with a wide swing of its blade. I zipped out of the way as it sliced a tree in half where I was moments ago. I made my way around its backside and plunged my sword in its back through the tough leather armor. Gwayaware. As it threw its head back in pain, I took my sword out and jumped to the ground behind the beast. Its back was still turned to me. I went in for my final strike as the orc raised its sword and attempted to position its next attack. It made its move, swinging its sword while turning towards me. The attack had power, but not much thought was put into it. I tracked its trajectory and jumped over the blade directly moving towards the orc's head. I plunged my blade into the orc's open neck and heard it let out its last muffled breath. It fell to the floor with a thud and I stood there admiring my work with a smile. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 78. HP, 395/395. MP, 225/395. Strength, 192, plus 50. Speed, 223. Agility, 234. Defense, 174. Mental strength, 193, plus 39. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Nice work. You're definitely a speed-type swordsman. My fighting style is way different. Jack smiled and watched the monster disappear. It dropped a large mana crystal and a long silver sword. Jack motioned for me to hand him the loot. I agreed. He took the loot and put it by his right side. Before my eyes both of the items disappeared. What was that? Where'd they go? Jack laughed. Haha, you've never seen an item box. I looked at him with a confused look on my face. An item box. Yeah, this is a D-class item box. You can store up to about 10 swords worth of mass in it. Pretty handy magic item. I've never seen one. How much are they? About 40 silver for one this size. Definitely worth its price at this level. I'd recommend you get one for yourself if you're going to be solo raiding dungeons of this level in your near future. I nodded. You're right. Wow. Jack nodded back. That was an impressive fight, but I still didn't get to see your second skill. What do you think about facing the boss? I'm ready when you are. Jack smirked. Off to the boss room then, this way. We both ventured off further into the dungeon. Chapter 19. Jack and I walked for about an hour until we made it to the base of the mountain at the back of the dungeon. I battled against 2 more orcs. It was a similar battle both times, gaining 1 level for each victory. After the last battle I drank an MP potion. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 80. HP, 405/405. MP, 405/405. Strength, 197, plus 50. Speed, 229. Agility, 240. Defense, 178. Mental strength, 197, plus 39. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Alright, the boss room portal is just up this way, come on. There was a narrow rocky trail that led up the side of the mountain. It led up to an overlook where we could see the entire dungeon. After admiring the view we turned one more corner and there it was. The gray spinning portal. I looked at it curiously. It wasn't as light as they usually are, but wasn't as dark as the portal of the mutant boss I had previously faced. Hey Jack. This portal is a little dark, isn't it? He took a closer look and smiled. Looks like it's our lucky day, a mutant is in there. It's not too strong, the portal isn't very dark yet. The black portals are what you have to look out for. My guess is this one will have a 20% increase in power or so. So roughly level 120 if I had to guess. What do you say? Ready. I unsheathed my sword and stared at the gray spinning portal. Let's make a deal. I show you my skill and defeat this boss, in return I get its loot drop. Jack raised his eyebrow and smirked. Oh yeah. Fine, deal. That means I won't step in to help you. Perfect, just what I wanted. It's been a while since I've fought a powerful opponent. I've been craving a good fight ever since I defeated the wolf boss for the first time. Now, I had a lot more battle experience and tricks up my sleeve. We both jumped through the portal. It was a similar setting to all the boss rooms I'd previously fought in. I saw a wide open cave about 200 m long, 100 m wide, and 20 m tall. 3 large orcs carrying long swords came charging out from the back of the cave. Jack turned to me. "I got these guys, you just focus on the boss. Let me see what you can do." I nodded. Within seconds Jack charged towards the monsters and overpowered each one of them with a single blow. It was impressive. He moved the corpses with ease and backed up to give me room to face the boss when it came. Then the eerie silence kicked in. The boss was watching. Growawa. A huge greenish-blue orc came stomping out from the back of the cave. It was almost 6 m tall. All the muscles in its arms and legs were striated and rippling with every movement it made. It had on large boots, a vest, and wrist wraps. To my surprise, this orc was wielding an axe. From the handle to blade it was easily 2.5 m, much longer than my body. Its blade was different than a normal axe, it was elongated, making its weapon almost sickle-like. It was a truly terrifying sight. All I could do was stare at the creature in awe and excitement. Finally, I get another real battle. I always grow significantly stronger when I face a foe superior to myself. The beast eyed me down, then made its move. The orc charged forward and readied its axe for a frontal attack. It was surprisingly fast, maybe equal to my speed, and its strength definitely tops mine. My only advantages are my agility and fire magic. It's time I put them to use. The beast came forward, I matched its speed with a charge of my own, raising my blade in front of me. As our steel was about to meet, I activated my fire magic. My whole body erupted in flames, covering my sword with fire as well. I used my agility advantage to narrowly dodge the axe's trajectory as it crashed to the ground. The sudden burst of light in a dimly lit cave alarmed the monster and it froze for a quarter second. As I dodged the axe, I planted my right foot and jumped up towards the beast. I landed a hit. A clean slash on its lower abdomen where its armor was lacking. Grurua. The beast grunted and took a step back as I zipped out of the way as well. We stood facing each other 10 m apart. Its wound was dripping blood and was flaming with magic residue. It definitely felt it, but my attack was far from a fatal blow. At this rate, I'd need 4 or 5 more of those in vital spots. This was going to be a long battle. The monster charged back in at me. I had no opening, so I ran to my left as quick as I could to avoid the attack. The beast's eyes tracked me like a hawk. It used the cave wall as a bounce pad to follow me. Now I was out in the open, I had much more space to work with. The orc came charging towards me with intention to kill. I decided to mimic my last attack. I ran in and pretended to match its frontal charge. Once I got close enough, I locked my eyes on its abdomen wound. I twisted my body and planted my right foot to jump up again. Clang-ang. Ag. The monster wasn't as dumb as I thought, it learns quick. As I tried to turn my body, it swung its axe sideways like a baseball bat and sent me flying 20 m into the cave wall. I gripped the rocky dirt and spat blood on the ground. I used my sword for leverage to lift myself off the ground. My HP fell to 135/405, my MP was at 275/405. That was a powerful attack, and it wasn't even a critical hit. I cannot be hit again. I chugged an HP potion and checked my inventory. I had 1 MP, and 1 HP potion left. Time to really think. I got up with a restored HP bar and faced the beast again. It began to charge. As the orc approached, I readied my sword. It swung its massive axe directly at me with an angry glare. I waited for the last moment and jumped swiftly to the left. I watched the axe pierce the ground less than a meter from my side. From there, I jumped up with all my might to get level with the monster's head. As I flew up in the air, I activated an intense burst of flames around my whole body and sword. Ruwawa. I was less than a meter from the orc's line of sight. It was thrown off by the bright flames again. This was definitely not a natural sight for its dark rocky mountain environment. The beast squinted and threw its head back in surprise. I took the chance to make a clean slash across the underside of its neck, then another on its right arm while I was falling back to the ground. Grow away air. Dripping blood from 3 fiery wounds, the orc lifted its axe from the rock and looked at me menacingly. I could tell the beast really hated fire. I took a deep breath in through my nose and out through my mouth to ready myself for the next attack. I opened my status to see my MP at a dangerously low 35 out of 405. I sprinted backwards about 20 letting the monster chase me as I chugged an MP potion. Once I was fully restored, we faced off again. I needed a new trick. This orc won't fall for the same thing twice. We charged full speed at each other. Once I was 5 away facing its heavy axe above my head, I erupted in flames. This time I chose not to change my trajectory. I doubled down and ran forward as fast as my legs could take me. Faster. 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 In a ball of flames I blew past the imposing axe by millimeters. I felt its wind cut through the flames on my back. I was directly under the orc now. In a rapid spinning motion I slashed its right and left legs on the underside of its knees. I kept my speed up and made it out from under the monster as it fell into a kneeling position. Thudded. I planted my right foot to turn and focused all my fire into my blade. The fire surrounding my body crawled towards my sword and surrounded it in a crimson-red veil. I jumped towards the fallen beast and with a final victory yell I plunged my sword into the back of its neck. ITSS over. Grua. Thudded. Level up. 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 Name, J. Soju. Level, 92. HP, 465/465. MP, 105/465. Strength, 225, plus 50. Speed, 263. Agility, 276. Defense, 203. Mental strength, 225, plus 45. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Bring it on. Let's go. I swung my sword in the air with a fiery victory yell, admiring my work. That was an exhilarating battle. I outsmarted it, plus had a magic skill that it was clearly weak against. I just beat a level 120 monster like it was nothing. Clap asterisk clap asterisk clap asterisk. Jack walked over to me slowly clapping. Damn, that monster never stood a chance. You did use a lot of potions, but still, that sword and fire magic combo is gnarly. Good battle, I'm impressed an E-class can handle a mutant like this. The monster disappeared slowly. Clang. The orc's axe dropped to the ground along with a mana crystal. I ran over to it with my eyes wide. I sheathed my sword and picked up the axe. It shrunk a bit to fit my stature. Haha, I get the axe, I get the axe. I teased and grinned as I swung it around in the air. Jack laughed as he saw me awkwardly handling the massive axe. Yep, a deal's a deal. The axe is yours. The white light appeared and we were back at the dungeon exit. We jumped out and started walking through the park back to the guild's building. Hey Jay, would you like to join the Pace Guild? I'm sure we could work out a pretty good deal. I looked at him with a blank face while slinging the giant axe over my shoulder. I'm not really looking to commit to a guild right now. Just testing out the waters. Jack looked at me with a curious but concerned look. Maybe you could sit down in my office for a bit, I can show you what we have to offer at least. Plus they're about to serve lunch, it's good, trust me. He grinned. Sure, lunch sounds good. I'm starving. We walked into the guild's front doors a few minutes later and were greeted by the tall blonde woman. How was the hunt? I can see the new kid didn't die. Jack laughed. He actually took down a mutant boss by himself. The woman's eyes went wide as we kept walking past her. A door opened as we were making our way to the back rooms. It looked like one of their training rooms. 4 people came out, then I saw a familiar face. A short blonde-haired girl with blue eyes was chatting and laughing with 3 older-looking girls. She looked up and met eyes with me. J.E. What are you doing here? I stopped and stared for a moment. Maria. I could ask the same for you. What a surprise. Chapter 20. To my surprise, Maria was standing in front of me in the lobby of the Pace Guild. She looked up at me with a huge smile. These are the mages at Pace. They've been helping me train the last few weeks. But why are you here, Jay? I was a bit flustered at first. Then I remembered Maria did say she was training with a nearby school-partnered guild. Oh, that's awesome, makes sense. I'm just here to check out the guild. I met Jack at a dungeon the other day. Just a happy coincidence, I guess. I smiled. Maria bobbed her head at me. You know, if you join Pace, maybe we can hunt together sooner than I thought it. Maria stared at me with her big blue eyes. Yeah, I'm going to talk about some terms with Jack right now. Maybe we will be fighting together. She smiled and started following the other mages to a back room in the opposite direction we were headed. Okay, see you soon, Jay. Jack turned to me as I waved her off. You know Maria? I nodded. Yeah, she's my next-door neighbor. I had no idea she was working with you guys. Jack smiled and nodded back. Yes, she's a very promising mage. We scouted her from the first years. Those are our D and C class mages she's working with. Hopefully we can bring her up to speed quickly. Her mental strength stat is off the charts, and with that ice magic, she will be a force to be reckoned with. I'm happy we have the opportunity to train her. I put a few fingers to my chin, thinking to myself. I knew she had an impressive status, but who knew she'd be this big a deal so quick? Good for her. Now down to the real business. Lunch. Oh yes, of course, ha ha ha. We turned a corner and Jack's office was on the left. As he opened the door, I could smell the sweet scent of meat and spices fill the air. We sat for a few minutes to eat before Jack spoke up. All right, so what do you think? The Pace Guild has a variety of private and partnered dungeons E to C class. What is your main focus as a hunter? Fame. Fortune. Pow dash. Yes. Power. I want to be strong. That's it. Jack smirked. That's what I like to hear. You have a very unique fighting style. We don't have anyone in our guild that possesses 2 offensive combat skills. I got serious for a moment and stopped eating. I know you can get me access to high-level dungeons and guides for training. That's pretty obvious. The benefits for you would be the loot I can collect, and the benefits for me would be the accelerated level increases I get it. Jack nodded. I thought for a moment. I'd like to join your guild. But dash. But what? Jack had a concerned look on his face. It needs to be a non-exclusive guild contract. I'd like to have the freedom to work with other guilds during our time together. I'd like to set up our contract so that I will not be able to sign any exclusive contracts with other guilds while contracted with you at the Pace Guild. Non-exclusive contracts will be fair game for me to sign. I'd just like the basic freedom to work with the Hunters Association or other guilds if they approach me. This is my offer. Jack thought for a moment. Then stood up. How about a 6-month non-exclusive contract with the Pace Guild? This will include 1 mandatory raid per month. You will have unlimited access to all private and partnered guild dungeons, but all mana and weapon drops will be property of the guild. You may use any of the guild's provided weapons if the caliber of the weapon matches or is lower to your current class. How's that sound? One issue. Jack raised his eyebrow. What's that? I get to keep all mutant monsters drops. That's mandatory. Deal. Great. We shook hands and both grinned. Jack wrote up a simple contract and after reading it over I signed. I'm officially a non-exclusive hunter for the Pace Guild. We talked a bit longer and finished the feast in front of us. After about 30 more minutes I stood up. Well, it was a pleasure today. I want to go get this axe checked out and rest up for the day. I'll come back tomorrow and train in the orc dungeon. Jack nodded. Sounds good, Jay. I'm glad we made a deal today. See you tomorrow. I waved and walked out the office door and through the lobby. I nodded at the blonde woman before exiting the building. She just nodded back with a blank face. I grinned while walking down the main road with a giant axe over my right shoulder. I was off to the village market. 15 minutes later I arrived at the merchant's stand. Hey old man. I have a big axe for you today. Tell me about it. The merchant picked up the axe and examined it in awe for a full minute. This is a D-class combat item. Where'd you get it? I smiled with satisfaction. It was a mutant boss, I beat it myself. Damn, kids are getting strong these days. Good for you. So, tell me. How much is it worth? He eyed the axe again. If you find the right buyer. I bet you could get over 50 silver for this item. But in a small village market like this I'd be lucky to get 25. Most I can buy it off you for is 20 silver. What? Come on, where can I sell it for more? The old man thought to himself. There is an auction down in Avery District every Saturday. They buy and sell pretty valuable items there. It may be worth a shot. Avery District. That part of town is dash. Yeah, it's a little shady. Where else are you going to buy and sell untaxed rare magic items in a town like this? Yes, it's a black market of sorts. But you asked where and I told you, kid. Sell it to me now for 20 silver, or try your luck at the auction this weekend. Here, take this. The old merchant scribbled down the address of the action on a notepad and handed me the paper. I took it and looked down at the address. All right. Thanks. I think I'll try my luck at the auction. It sounds interesting. I appreciate the help. The old man smiled. Careful out there. In the dungeons and at the auction. Welcome to the real world, kid. I nodded and waved as I threw the axe over my shoulder and walked back to my apartment. What a day. Chapter 21. The next morning I woke up full of energy and got dressed quickly. It's time to grind some levels. I grabbed my sword, 1 leftover HP potion, 4 silver coins, and 3 bronze. I walked out my front door and bought breakfast on the way to the village market. I had a brief conversation with my old merchant friend and purchased 4 more MP potions. Today I was orc hunting. 15 minutes later I arrived at the Pace Guild. I was greeted by Jack in the lobby. Hey Jay. I was expecting you. Take this. He handed me a small card with my face and a Pace Guild logo on it. What's this? It's your Pace Guild ID. Show it to any private dungeon run by or partnered with the Pace Guild and you'll have unlimited access. Let me walk you to the orc dungeon today. Okay, sure. We strolled through the park. I studied the ID and we made it to the White Fair tent in a few minutes. I showed the guards my new ID and they just nodded. We entered and Jack started rummaging through one of the top shelves in the guild's item racks. Here, take this for today. He tossed me a small pouch. It looked just like the one I had on my waist. Why? I already have a bag to carry mana and potions. Jack smirked. That's an item box like I showed you yesterday. It's magic item. You can store all the swords and mana in there, it won't weigh you down. Just hand over the whole bag at the end of the day. My eyes widened a bit. Oh yeah. Awesome. I tied the bag around my waist right beside the pouch I already brought for today. Well, I think I'll be alright solo today. I'll just be EXP farming. I think I can handle myself. Jack nodded. Thought so. See you later tonight. Careful, best of luck in there. We both waved each other off and I entered the dungeon. I started off by exploring the dungeon to appease my own curiosity. I trekked around exploring every mountain and valley this dungeon had to offer. It took me about 4 hours. In this time I faced off against 12 orcs. I didn't have to use my fire magic once. My increased speed and agility stats were almost unfair at this point. I zipped around them and defeated each orc in 2 shots or less. I could take them out in 1 hit if I hit a vital organ with enough power. I gained a total of 2 levels from the 12 battles. I also had to use 2 MP potions. They weren't very efficient monsters for leveling, but it was good battle experience. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 94. HP, 475/475. MP, 475/475. Strength, 230, plus 50. Speed, 269. Agility, 282. Defense, 207. Mental strength, 230, plus 46. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. The orcs dropped pretty large mana crystals. I placed them all in the item box. One of the orcs dropped a long silver sword. I placed it in the item box as well. To my surprise, it disappeared completely. When I stuck my hand back into the bag, I could still feel the cold metal handle. It's a mini pocket world on my waist, pretty cool. After my long morning of warm-ups, I decided to face off against the boss. I approached the light gray spinning portal and jumped through with my sword ready. Almost immediately 3 orcs came charging towards me. This is the most I've faced at once. I decided not to take any chances and just go all out from the start. I erupted in flames and sprinted towards the approaching beasts. Within a few seconds, all 3 orcs were sprawled out on the floor. Their necks were sliced wide open with crimson flames crackling in the silence of the empty cave. That was easy. Groar. The boss appeared. To my surprise, he looked much less menacing than our last meeting. My first time facing the orc boss was a mutant after all. The monster carried a long sword this time. It didn't have that axe like the mutant. He was almost 5 m tall, and a deep green color. Sigh. I was really looking forward to a good fight. I guess I'll settle for some easy sparring practice. The beast charged towards me with disappointing speed. I sprinted towards it straight on as well. At the last moment, I erupted in flames covering my body and sword. The beast shrieked as I narrowly avoided its blade and sunk mine deep into its upper chest through the leather armor. I continued my momentum, pulling out my sword and flipping over the orc. Then, I focused all my fire magic into the tip of my blade. Without hesitation, I planted my right leg and jumped with my sword in both hands to land a critical strike into the monster's upper spine. Grrrr. The monster let out a roar as flames shot all the way through its body. It fell to its knees. I jumped back and positioned myself for a final attack. I finished it off the next moment with a fiery strike, letting its head roll to the floor engulfed in flames. Level up. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 96. HP, 485/485. MP, 210/485. Strength, 234, plus 50. Speed, 275. Agility, 288. Defense, 211. Mental strength, 234, plus 47. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. This is too easy, I yelled out while watching the body of the orc boss burn to a crisp. Apparently certain forest-type beasts are very weak to fire, including this orc species. I should enjoy it and reap the benefits while I can. I collected the large mana crystal before being transported back to the dungeon's start point. It was about midday, but it'd get late soon. I trekked back towards the boss room as fast as I could. It took about an hour and a half. I fought 4 more orcs on the way but didn't level up. I drank a pink potion to restore my MP before entering the boss room. A few minutes later. Level up. Level up. I was transported back to the dungeon start point with a large mana crystal in my hand. Okay, one more time. It was getting a bit late in the day, but I needed to beat the boss one more time. 2 hours later, 5 orc battles, and one last MP potion, I made it to the boss room again. Our battle was fast, but I didn't get the exact result I wanted. Level up. Oh man. Only 1 level. I was transported back to the dungeon start point. I started sprinting up and down all the close by mountains. I wanted to find as many orcs as possible, as quick as possible. I could tell I was so close to leveling up. 1 orc, 2 orcs, 3 orcs. 1 hour later. 7 orcs, 8 orc dash. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 100. HP, 505/505. MP, 60/505. Strength, 243, plus 50. Speed, 286. Agility, 300. Defense, 219. Mental strength, 243, plus 49. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Let's go. Finally. I yelled on top of a mountain overlooking the dungeon as I pulled my sword from an orc's head. I grinned as I walked back down the mountain and made my way out of the dungeon. I did it. I reached level 100. I walked out of the dungeon tent. It was very dark out. I stayed really late today, oops. Minutes later I entered the guild entrance to be greeted with a nod from the tall blonde woman. Hey, could I talk dash? Head to his office, he's back there. Oh okay, thanks. I walked into Jack's room after knocking. He looked up and smiled. You were in there for a long time, how'd it go? Great. I smirked and emptied the item box. Around 3 dozen large mana crystals, 3 boss crystals, and a long silver sword fell out. Jack nodded with a look of satisfaction. Good haul. Looks like you were busy today. Yep, I'll be back tomorrow. Well. Honestly, I'll be back here every day this week. See you tomorrow. Good to hear, Jay. We've got more dungeons too. I'd be happy to show you around a bit. There's a Cyclops dungeon out by the edge of town. It's recommended for level 130 or higher to solo the regular monsters, and 150 is good for the boss. A Cyclops is half rock type and half forest type. They won't be as weak to fire as the orcs. But having a fire attack will definitely be beneficial. I raised an eyebrow. Alright. Good to know. I'll take you up on that offer soon. Let me finish up my training in the orc dungeon. Maybe next week I'll try that one out with you as my guide. Jack nodded. Perfect. Always a pleasure. Have a good night, Jay. You too, see ya. I walked out the front door of the guild with a huge smile on my face. I opened up my status and stared at it all the way home. I'm really level 100. I can apply for a D class rank now. Chapter 22. Over the next 3 days I farmed the orc dungeon for as much EXP as I possibly could. I decided it wasn't worth my time to go to the Hunters Association to get my license renewed. I was just going to be fighting in the E-class orc dungeon. There was no need for me to sit around wasting time in the association's office when I could be in the dungeon leveling up. On Wednesday I fought the boss 5 times in total, plus over 30 normal orcs. I was in the dungeon for about 10 hours, I leveled up 7 times. On Thursday I managed to put up similar numbers. I had 5 boss battles and roughly 30 normal orcs. This took about 10 hours, I leveled up 4 times. On Friday I stayed late in the dungeon, about 12 hours. I fought the boss 6 times and battled close to 40 normal orcs. I could beat the boss in 2 strikes now, it was getting very easy. I only leveled up 2 times. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 113. HP, 570/570. MP, 570/570. Strength, 274, plus 50. Speed, 323. Agility, 338. Defense, 247. Mental strength, 275, plus 55. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. It's Friday night. I got back from my raid at the orc dungeon and handed in a loot drop to Jack at the Pace Guild. My silver usage has been very high this week. I've been burning through about 4 a day for MP potions to keep training. I only have 20 or so silver left. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's auction so I can make some money. I made my way back in the direction of my apartment. I stopped at a small restaurant near the village market and got a bite to eat. I was starving. Once I finally made it home I took a long hot shower and almost instantly fell asleep afterwards. I had a great night of rest. I woke up completely rejuvenated. I leaned over in bed and grabbed the note the old merchant gave me with the auction address on it. I threw 5 silver and 3 bronze in my pouch around my waist. Next, I put my sword on my back and mounted the axe on my shoulder. I opened my door and got ready to leave. Oh, that's a big axe, J.E. Maria was outside waiting for me today. Haha, yeah, I'm going off to sell it. Cool. I looked at her curiously. Maria looked a lot stronger. I could tell she's been training and leveling up at a decent rate. So Maria, how's it going at Pace? I haven't gotten to chat with you much lately. You look like you've been training hard. She blushed and smiled. Yay, I just signed an exclusive 3-month student contract with Pace. My school is letting me take time off to train full-time with them. Isn't that great? I raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. I made an arrangement with Pace this week as well. What level are you now? Maybe we can train together soon. Oh, I'm level 38. I've been training with the D and C class mages. They say they've never seen this kind of progress before. Apparently my magic is pretty strong. She tapped her index fingers together and nervously poked at the floor. Here, look at my status, J. Status open. Name, Maria Cortez. Level, 38. HP, 195/195. MP, 195/195. Strength, 91. Speed, 98. Agility, 93. Defense, 93. Mental strength, 176. Skills. Combat magic, ice summoning. Items equipped. None. My eyes went wide. What the? Your mental strength is almost double your other stats. Your magic power is definitely very strong. No wonder you're already signed with Pace. Good for you, Maria. She blushed. Yay, it goes up 4 or 5 every time I level up. I can beat monsters almost twice my level if I land a hit. My other stats are lacking for now though, so I can't even outrun or overpower monsters equal to my level. It's a process. She pouted. Makes sense. Well, level 38 in just a few weeks is nothing to laugh at. Congrats, good luck with your training. Maybe we'll train together next week. I'd like to see you in action. Maria nodded. Well, good luck selling your axe. See you around soon, Jay. See ya. We both smiled and waved each other off. I made my way towards Avery District after grabbing breakfast at the corner store. I walked for about 20 minutes. The streets became more desolate. There were hardly any people and the surrounding buildings became less and less well maintained. I got to the address written on the note. It was an old bar. There were 2 big men standing out front. You here for the auction, kid? Why, yeah, I am. I pointed at the axe on my back. The men pointed inside and motioned me to enter the bar. I walked in and it just seemed like an old empty bar. This is the auction house. Straight ahead and take a left after the bar. Knock 3 times on the first door to your right. Okay. Thanks. I headed towards the door like the men said. Knock, knock. The door opened slowly and revealed an enormous room with high ceilings. There were 2 large men on the inside of the door. They were most likely bodyguards. Directly in front of me were 3 men sitting on a long table with notebooks and silver coins in a small jar. Let me see your hunter's license, I'll sign you in. You're looking to sell that axe? The man on the left side of the table spoke to me. He looked like he was 25 to 30 years old. A strong build, light skin, and dark hair. He had a few tattoos on his neck and arms. Yet just this. I handed him my license and he grinned. You're a newbie, are ya? How'd an E-class get an axe like that? Does it matter? He chuckled a bit. Nah, it doesn't matter, we'll take anything here. I was just curious. He handed me my ID back and wrote my name on his notepad. He showed the man sitting next to him something in the notepad. He looked up at me with an eyebrow raised, then went back to writing something in his own notebook. All right. 1 silver to enter the auction, and another silver once it's sold. We'll just take it out of the sale price. I rummaged around in my pouch and placed a silver coin on the table. Yeah, works for me. What's next? He took the silver and nodded. Well, let me see the axe. I'll inspect it and set a starting price before I put it in on the auction lineup. It should get started in half an hour or so. We have a few good items today, but nothing too big. Yours should make it in the top 3 and stand out. I'd expect some good bids. He pointed to the small podium in the back. Apparently that's where the auction will take place. There were a lot of people standing around chatting and waiting for the event to start, maybe 50 to 60 if I had to guess. Some looked like collectors, others hunters, and some people just looked like normal thugs looking for some entertainment. I guess this is the Avery District Black Market Auction House. I'm excited to see what happens today. The man took the axe and began looking at it like the old merchantman usually does. Are you using inspect? He looked up. Yeah, of course, half the people here have some variation of inspect skills. It's part of the trade so we don't get ripped off. Ha ha ha. I nodded. Makes sense. He went back to examining the axe. Good item, kid. 150 strength stat with full durability. I think a starting bid of 25 silver should do the trick. You'll get 2 or 3 times that if you're lucky. There's a lot of buyers here today, they may fight over certain items and inflate the price. I smiled. Sounds good. The man wrote something down in his notepad and looked up. He handed me a small white paddle with the number 87 in black print on the front. All right, you're all set, kid. I've got your name, item, and payment. Go wait with the others, the event will start soon. If you want to bid on anything, raise that paddle, it'll be your bidder's ID. Oh, okay. Thanks again. We both nodded at each other. I made my way towards the podium and the men brought my axe back behind the red curtains next to the small stage area. The auction will begin shortly. Chapter 23. He read curtains opened and a short fat man in a tight black suit walked out. Welcome everyone. To the Avery Auction House. Today's auction is about to begin. The crowd of people drifted over to the podium to get a closer view of the stage. I followed as well. The men spoke up again. Today we have a total of 15 items to auction. Like usual, we will start from the lowest appraised value and make our way up. Let's get started. The curtains opened and a woman with long black hair in a red dress came out carrying a dark black dagger. Our first item for the day is going to be a plus 35 strength dagger. Let's start the bidding at 3 silver. Could I get 3 silver? The men started speaking very fast. The starting bid was 3 silver. It's a pretty hefty sum for a normal person, but this crowd was full of high rollers. The fun is just getting started. A few people raised their paddles, but there wasn't demand for this starting item. It ended up selling for 5 silver to a short guy covered in tattoos in the back corner of the room. Looks like all the common thugs in Avery District buy high-grade gear from this auction. The next few items were similar. There were 2 more daggers around the same price. Once we made it higher up the list, there were 3 long swords ranging from 30 to 50 strength boosts. These sold for about 10 silver each. It was mostly hunters and collectors that were bidding at this price range. Anything over 10 silver is a large investment. A few more items passed. An iron shield caught my eye. It had an added 70 defense stat. It sold for 20 silver to a large middle-aged man in the front. He was definitely a hunter. A few more swords and daggers were sold, but nothing special caught my eye. We have finally made it to our top 5 items of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in at number 5 is... The woman walked out carrying a large silver sword. A 100 strength buff sword. We'll start the bidding at 15 silver. Can I get 15 silver? The paddles started raising faster now. It seems like all the big shots have been waiting to bid on the good items. 25 silver. Can I get 30? I.e., can I get 30 silver? That's what I like to see. 30 silver. The paddle slowed down and the long sword was eventually sold for 30 silver. An identical sword came out for the next item. There were a few groans and chatters in the crowd. I guess duplicates are a bit frowned upon, but people still bid. The second sword sold for 27 silver. All were light. Coming in at our number 3 spot. The woman walked out with a small leather pouch. A D-class item box. Rated for up to 10 large item drops worth of mass. A rare find indeed. We'll start the bidding at 20 silver. Can I get 20 silver? The paddles flew this time. That's 25. Can I get a 30? 30 going once, going 35. 35 silver. An active crowd today. Could I get 40 silver? Let's see it. 40. To the men in blue. 45. Can I get 45? That's it. 45 silver. Eventually the item box was sold for 45 silver to a tall bald man in a dark blue dress shirt and thin framed glasses. He looked like a collector, not a hunter. Now coming in at our second slot for the day. The woman walked out from behind the red curtain carrying an oversized axe with a curved blade. This monstrous axe has a strength buff of 150. It has a unique curved blade, truly a one-of-a-kind weapon. Let's start the bidding off at 25 silver. The paddles started flying. My axe was a huge hit for some of the hunters in the front row. The tanks were eyeing the oversized axe in awe. That's it. 30. No. 35. 40. 45. Could I get 50 silver? Yes. We got 50. Going once, going twice, 55. 55 silver. Does anyone want 60? The salesman was speaking faster than I could even keep track of. My axe was a hit. Could we get a 60? Anyone? 60 to the large hunter up front. 60 silver. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 TI, 65. 65 silver to the gentleman in black. 70. Back to the large hunter. Can I get 75? I hear 75 from the gentleman in black. Could this be 80? 80 silver from the hunter. 80 going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold. For 80 silver. The large hunter turned to the man in a black suit and smirked. He clearly overpaid for the axe, but he won it over the collector. It was more a show of dominance than anything. I was grinning ear to ear. It was the same tank that bought that shield. He must be an experienced hunter, he's dropping a lot of money on gear like it's nothing. Well, it doesn't matter to me. As long as I get paid, I'm happy about how this auction went. Now. The moment you've all been waiting for. The number one item of the day. The woman came walking out of the curtains carrying a long silver sword with a thin black line running down the center of it. Our number one item today is a 200 strength buff sword. It also has a plus 30% MP absorption rate attribute. It is a beautiful sword if I do say so myself. The crowd started talking to themselves in hushed tones. It was an incredible sword. The salesman was right. The starting bid will be 1 gold coin, but for the sake of the auction will count in silver to make fractional bidding easier. So the starting bid will be 100 silver. I've never seen an item like this in person. It's a top-tier D-class item, most C-class hunters wouldn't complain using an item like this. It's perfect for hunters with a swordsmanship skill. Every attack absorbs MP from the monsters you're fighting and decreases your MP usage by 30%. That's a fairly good rate, plus it has a 200 strength buff, that's nothing to sneeze at. Let's get started at 100. Can I get 110? 110. 120. The paddles were flying. It was mostly a bidding war between one swordsman with a green cloak on in the front row and 3 investors in suits. I watched as they bid back and forth for a few minutes. 220. Can I get anything higher? 225. Anyone? 225. 225. To the swordsman in the front. The investors were slowly dropping out. The swordsman was bidding strong. It seems he didn't care if it was a good deal or not, he just wanted that sword no matter what. 225 going once, 225 going twice. 3 times and it's sold. For 225 silver. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. Congratulations to all our buyers and sellers today, I hope you all got what you came for. That's it until next week, I will see you soon. The men bowed and walked behind the closing red curtains. The crowd began to clear out and 2 small lines formed. One by the podium and one by the table where I checked in. The buyers were paying at the podium and receiving their items. The sellers were checking in with the event managers and receiving their pay. I hopped in line and patiently waited. Okay, let me see your hunter's license, sir. I stood in front of an older man with white hair sitting at the table. I handed him my ID. Oh, so the axe was yours. Good item, kid. He started counting out silver coins. There's 79 silver for you. Pleasure doing business with you at the Avery District Auction House. Careful on your way out. I awkwardly stuffed all the silver coins into my small leather pouch. There were a few wandering eyes watching me receive my payment. Thanks, old man. I'll be back again soon. Pleasure doing business with you too. I turned and followed the wave of people flowing out the door. Some stayed in the bar area, others flooded out into the streets. I decided to get out onto the street as well. I'd go straight home from here. I walked out the front door of the old bar and took a left turn. I started walking quickly. Ever since I received my silver, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I walked for about 3 minutes at a quick pace. I was about 500 m from the bar. I took a back street to avoid crossing paths with any more people. I took deep breath and let out a sigh of relief. Seems like I was just being paranoid for no reason. I started to stroll slower in the direction of the village market. Then I heard something behind me, footsteps. In front of me too, footsteps. Don't move another inch, kid. I froze. All of a sudden there were 2 men in the narrow street with me. Drop the silver and put your hands up. Let me make this painless for you. The man in front of me smirked and pulled out a dark black dagger. He was the man that bought the first dagger in the auction, the short man with tattoos all over his arms. There was a dark black snake with red eyes on the back of his right hand. That tattoo stood out to me. The men behind me didn't speak. Clang. I turned my head to see a taller skinny man with a long silver sword with scratches and dents all over it. He dropped the blade to the ground to get my attention. It's our lucky day. An E-class comes in with an item that sold for 80 silver. A shame you're gonna have to die for it. The man brought his blade up and pointed it at me. I guess there's no point in talking this out with you guys. I'll give you a fight if that's what you really want. The swordsman gritted his teeth. He looked disgusted by my remark. The shorter man didn't move, just kept his eyes locked on me. Silence filled the alley. The smell of desperation filled the air. These guys weren't playing around. They needed this money, and there was only one way for them to get it. I drew my sword and readied myself for a fight. Chapter 24. The man with the sword grinned and kept his blade pointed right at me. Real sorry we had to pick you, kid. The boss would kill us if we didn't hit our monthly quota. I'd let you leave, but you've already seen my face. I can't let you run your mouth. I stared him down with my sword held tight. My eyes were looking left and right, spastically trying to see both men at once, but also scan my surroundings for any other threats. Don't even think about running either, we've seen your face too. We'll track you down, however long it takes. For an average family, 80 silver could last them half a year. To be honest, even a full year if you stretch it out far enough. Maybe I was in the wrong for flashing a full year's salary around in a rough part of town like this. I didn't pay as much mind to the shorter man behind me. He was a bit shaky and handled his dagger poorly. I could tell he wasn't a very experienced fighter. The swordsman, on the other hand. He stared me down and I returned the favor with my own murderous glare. I could tell he was skilled with that battle-worn sword, definitely not an amateur. Why don't you just hunt like the rest of us? You could easily make a living in the dungeons. Why rob people like me? He gritted his teeth. You don't know the first thing about the real world, kid. I couldn't enter the dungeons if I wanted. I was blacklisted as a young kid for entering a D class without authorization. The Hunters Association isn't very kind to people like me. We have to find other ways to work. I'd heard of the strict dungeon laws, but never actually seen the result of a rule breaker. Avery District must be full of rejects and thugs that don't fit into traditional dungeon diving culture for one reason or another. Again, this is the life they chose. There is nothing I can say to persuade a peaceful interaction here. It's fight or die. Well then. Bring it on. I gripped my sword and eyed the men. We were peering into each other's souls. The fuse had already been lit, there was no putting it out now. We both charged in at each other, swords held tight with intention to kill. This is my first fight with a human being, but it doesn't feel much different than a monster. Clank. Our steel met with a loud metallic clang. Clank. We both jumped back and countered perfectly, colliding steel swords again and again. After this brief encounter we both jumped back. I watched him and he watched me. It seemed like a pretty even matchup. He had some solid sword skills. Not bad, kid. He snarled at me then charged back in. Clang. I was playing a very defensive battle. I wanted to feel him out before going full force. Clang! Our swords collided over and over as we traded even blows in the alleyway. We traded places on the narrow battlefield. I could see both men standing in front of me now. The swordsman was grinning and had his eyes locked on me. The other man was standing 20 m back. I looked straight ahead at both of them while readying my blade. My warm-up was over. Hey! Last chance for you two. Leave me alone now and I won't say a word. Promise. The swordsman smirked and rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. I've heard that a dozen times. Get ready, kid, enjoy your last moments. I nodded slowly. The swordsman turned his head to the shorter man. Hey! Come over and help me out. This kid thinks he can beat us. Let's 2v1 him, he asked for it, ha ha ha. Oh okay. Let me inspect him for a dash. Don't bother. He's a high E rank at best, I got him on the ropes. Don't worry. This will be over in less than a minute. The shorter man looked at me and started mumbling something. His eyes went wide. No. He's actually over lev dash. Shut up. Let's just kill this brat. The swordsman charged in. The man holding a dagger gulped and swallowed his words, following close behind his superior. I smiled. My prey has chosen not to run. Their fault, not mine. I stared down the swordsman and ignited my entire body with a deep red cloak of fire. I planted my right leg and sprinted towards them with my blade pointed straight ahead. Everything goes into slow motion for me during moments like this. Their eyes go wide in fear and awe. I activate my full speed and maximum MP output for a full force attack. Trails of fire are left on the ground as I sprint closer and closer to the men. I bring my sword back, positioning to strike. I focus all the fire magic into its blade, then let it glide through the air with a faint whistle. Shy-hying. Thud. Thud. Moments later both of their heads fell to the floor before they could even think to move. The battle was over just like that. I win. I looked over my shoulders to check if there were any more threats. The narrow alleyway was silent, I could hear nothing but a light breeze. Then I saw it, hovering over the dead body of the man with a dagger. The blue letters that shook me down to my core. And no way. Use absorption. Skill, inspect, special grade. Yes, no. I stared at the text for a moment while my heart skipped a few beats. I couldn't believe my eyes. I gulped and chose, yes. I dropped to my knees. The last 2 minutes played back in my head over and over like a movie. I just killed 2 men. I had to. Who knows what would have happened if I didn't fight back, or even ran away. They said they'd come after me. Who knows, maybe their boss would have been brought into it. After convincing myself I wasn't in the wrong here for well over 3 minutes straight, I shook my head and came back to reality. The fact here was that there were 2 dead thugs lying in the road and I was kneeling over them carrying a sword. I examined the swordsman for a second and was surprised to see that same snake tattoo with the red eyes on his right hand. It must be their gang mark or something, best not to think much of it now. I looked over both my shoulders again to make sure no one saw this brutal event take place. Then without hesitation I erupted in flames and incinerated the evidence of my crime. I kicked the sword and dagger that were left over into a nearby abandoned storefront and quickly evacuated the area. 10 minutes of walking and paranoid shoulder checking later, I let out a huge sigh of relief. I was getting close to the village market. Sigh. I have another secret to keep from the world. Just when I thought my life was getting easy, I get thrown into an even bigger whirlwind of things to think about. Chapter 25. I walked back through the village market looking around at the stores and people simply going about their everyday life. I felt like an outsider, disconnected from the world they were all smiling blissfully in. They all have no idea what I'd just done. I strolled through town a bit more. I passed the local bakery and a few restaurants but wasn't feeling hungry at all. I just wanted to go home. I walked up the steps to my apartment, turned the key, threw my sword over by the closet, and flopped onto my bed. Asterisk clink asterisk clink asterisk clink asterisk clink. As I hit the bed, my leather pouch opened and dropped all the silver coins on floor next to my bed. Ugh, I can't catch a break. I buried my face in a pillow for a moment, then decided to just not pick up the mess of coins on the ground. I turned onto my back and looked up at the ceiling with a blank stare. I opened my status. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 113. HP, 570/570. MP, 475/570. Strength, 274, plus 50. Speed, 323. Agility, 338. Defense, 247. Mental strength, 275, plus 55. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. My eyes went wide. So monsters' skills aren't the only ones I can absorb. I shivered. I used this power on a human because it would be a waste not to. Plus, the only reason I killed those men was self-defense. I won't make a habit of it, but if someone attacks me and I have to defend myself, their skill is 100% up for grabs. That's my self-rule. I awkwardly shook my own hand by twisting my right hand to meet my left in a position that kind of hurt my wrist. I laughed out loud at the gesture I made, but also nodded in serious agreement like I just signed a pact or something. I took a big breath in through my nose and out through my mouth. Seems like I've made temporary peace with my situation. Better to move on. No one else knows, so I might as well try to forget about it as well. I grinned and laid my head back on a pillow. I read some comics for a few hours to let my mind escape this reality for a while. It's better to distance myself as much as I can from thinking about things too much. Gurgly. My stomach made a horrific sound. I'm starving. I rolled out of bed and stepped over the pile of silver on the floor to grab my sword and boots. I took 3 bronze from the dresser drawer and threw them in my back pocket. I opened the door and walked down the apartment steps, making my way towards the village market. The air felt soft and sweet in my lungs. It was a beautiful evening for a stroll. I grabbed a sandwich at the corner store and continued my walk into town with no clear destination in mind. I walked through the village market to watch more people work and live their lives, then I passed the Alpine Square starter dungeon to see a few new hunters crowded around the entrance, and lastly I made my way to the train platform. I thought to myself for a moment, taking the train to the Hunters Association may not be a bad idea right now. I need to get my license updated. Plus, what else am I going to do today? I'm definitely not in the mood to go dungeon diving. Screech. The next train came about 5 minutes later. I stepped in and sat down. It's always fascinating to watch the buildings fly by while looking out the window. Screech. Less than 10 minutes later the train stopped by the association's office. I got up and walked in its direction. As I walked through the front doors of the Hunters Association I was greeted with that familiar bright smile of the woman in the lobby. Welcome back, Jay. Long time no see. What can we do for you today? Is Abby, Miss Sotoro available right now? The woman looked at me curiously. I believe she is in a meeting right now. It should be over within about 15 minutes. If you could take a seat and wait for her, I'm sure she'd be happy to see you. I nodded. All right. That works. Thanks. I turned to my left and sat down in a slightly uncomfortable chair that was sat up against the wall. I set my sword next to me and crossed my right leg over my left knee. I had plenty to think about, so I wasn't bothered by the wait. About 40 minutes later. Excuse me, Jay, I'm so sorry the meeting went over by a few minutes. Miss Sotoro is available to see you now. Please follow me. I looked up with a polite smile. I hadn't even noticed that the meeting went over on time. I was just zoning out in my own world. Great. Let's go. I followed the woman down a narrow hallway until we eventually got to a door. Knock. She knocked and the door almost instantly flew open. Jay. What a surprise. How you doing? I was almost blinded by Abby's bright green hair and eyes as she jumped out of the door. Haha, I'm good. Just had to talk to you about something. Come on in. Abby motioned for me to enter the room. I nodded to the woman that walked me here. I closed the door behind me and sat down on the oval couch in front of Abby's desk. She ran over to her desk and sat on the front of it facing the couch rather than sitting in her chair. Her legs were swinging back and forth as she looked at me curiously. Just being with Abby made me feel so much better. I got a much-needed passive release of dopamine. She is so high energy and just straight up cute, I can't help but feel happy around her. I hit level 100. Was looking to get a D class upgrade. And didn't know if they'd ask to see my status if I asked up front. I thought it'd be better if I just went through you. Abby jumped off the desk. Ooh yeah. You hit level 100 already. Let me see. I opened my status and showed Abby. Her eyes went wide. That new skill, that's a really rare inspect type, you know. It is? I haven't tried it yet, I didn't know it was. Try it right now. I want to see if it's what I think it is. I was a bit thrown off guard. I closed my status and shook my head a bit to concentrate. I repeated the words, inspect, over and over in my head. I looked up and saw glowing blue letters and numbers above Abby's head. LV 231. I raised an eyebrow. Level 231. Is that your level? How can I see it? I'm Judash. Abby interjected. She talks so fast it's sometimes hard to keep up. Haha. I knew it. That's a neat skill, Jay. We should go hunting tomorrow. There's a few more things we can try out. Plus, I just had the most boring meeting of my life. Some board members from the regional branch just came over, they're prepping for the C-class exams in a few weeks. It always gets hectic around these times of the year. Let's go hunting, I haven't had any fun in a while. Come on. Let's go tomorrow morning. Come on. I smiled. This is the Abby I know. Yeah sure, I'm down to go tomorrow. I'll meet you here around 8. Yeah, let's do it. Now hand me your old hunter's license. Okay, here. I handed Abby my license and she ran over to the correct side of her desk. After rummaging through drawers of pens and important-looking papers, she found what she was looking for and jotted a few things down. Stay right there, I'll be back in a few minutes. I nodded. All right, sure. I waited patiently with my arms crossed and head back resting on the couch. A few minutes later Abby returned. All right, you're all set. I did a manual class upgrade for you so you don't have to show anyone else your status. Here you go. She handed me a small card. I took it and examined it closely. It had my name, my headshot from my previous ID, the Hunters Association logo, and a large letter D. I started grinning ear to ear. I'm officially a D-class hunter. Thanks, Abby. You're a lifesaver. She smiled and bobbed her head. Then stopped and looked at her desk with a stare of mild disgust. I actually have a lot of dumb work to do today. Those regional reps love paperwork way too much. I scratched my head and let out a small smile. Abby turned her head back to me and pouted while puffing out her cheeks. Well, Jay. At least I can look forward to tomorrow. I have a cool D-class dungeon I want to show you. It's gonna be fun. She perked back up and I couldn't help but smile back. All right, sounds good. I'll meet you here tomorrow morning. I nodded at her and she nodded back in a playful but serious manner. See ya, Jay. See ya. I walked out of the Hunters Association grinning while staring down at my new hunter's license. I took the train back to Alpine Square and walked back to my apartment. The sun was almost all the way set, but it was still a nice walk home. Today has been one crazy day. A lot of ups and downs. The only thing for me to do now is look forward to tomorrow. It's time to explore my first D-class dungeon. Chapter 26. I didn't sleep well last night. My mind was too caught up in all the mayhem that happened yesterday. Plus, I didn't get to go all out in the dungeons even once. I always get fidgety and have a hard time sleeping when I don't get a good workout in these days. Yawan. I stretched and got out of bed. My floor was still covered in silver coins. I decided to clean up and count them. 102 silver coins and 24 bronze, not bad at all. I grabbed 6 silver and 3 bronze while getting dressed for the day. I threw my sword on my back and walked out the door. The morning sun was just coming up as I made my way towards the village market. How you going, old man? Hey kid, what can get for you today? I placed 6 silver on the counter. The usual, I need 3 MP and 3 HP potions. He rummaged through the drawers and handed me 6 small bottles. I nodded and waved goodbye. See ya, kid, careful out there today. See ya, old man. I made my way over to the station and took the first train to the association office building. Abby was waiting outside for me. I didn't even have to talk to that lady in the lobby. Great. Ready, Jay? She was a bit more serious this morning. Still smiling, but definitely in a serious mood. I should get in a battle mood too. This will be my first day in AD class dungeon. Yep. All set. Where to? She nodded. Great, follow me. Today we're taking on the Grayson Bat dungeon. It's a good D class for you. I assume the regular monsters here will be much different than anything you've ever fought before. I looked at Abby with curious excitement. Can't wait. I've been itching for a challenge. The mood for this morning was set the second I saw Abby. Serious dungeon mode. Even though she wanted to have fun today, I guess D-class dungeons are no joke. I decided to play my role and not make light of the situation. We walked for about 10 minutes into another part of town I hadn't ventured to yet. Abby turned to me. It's right over here. Under this bridge. She pointed to a dark metal-colored bridge that stretched over a small river with slow-moving water. On the edge of the river there was a medium-sized brick building with 2 guards out front. There was a huge sign on the side of the bridge that read out, Grayson Bridge. I guess that's where they got the dungeon name from. We approached the 2 guards and I saw Abby reaching for her ID. I went to grab mine as well. We handed them to the guards at the same time. They looked our IDs over for a few seconds and wrote something down before nodding to let us pass. We entered the brick structure through the security checkpoint. It was an empty room with reinforced walls. At the back there was a large blue floating portal. It's time to enter the dungeon. All right. Let's do it. I drew my sword and kept walking forward. Abby nodded and stayed right next to me. We jumped through the portal together. On the other side I couldn't help but stand there in awe of this new world. It was a giant cave. There was a ceiling about 100 m high with giant stalactites. The dungeon itself stretched further than my eyes could see in the dim light. It felt like it was dusk, but there was no sun or any light source at all. My visibility was not great. Abby spoke up. We can't venture in too far yet. This dungeon gets much more difficult the closer we get to the boss room. I recommend we stay within 500 m or so from this entrance portal today. I looked at her curiously but nodded in agreement. All right. You know best. We slowly walked forward into the cave. The ground was hard and wet. The cave was filled with an eerie silence with an occasional drop of water from some unknown water source. There were occasional small rock mounds and stalagmites that we had to navigate around. I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. I heard a series of odd clicking sounds and a dark figure soar past me from the corner of my eye way too close for comfort. I turned with my blade pointed in its general direction and scanned the room. I saw nothing. Abby yelled. Our first bat monster appeared. I'll let you fight it, I'm here if you need help. I nodded in agreement while frantically scanning my surroundings to find this so-called bat monster. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. Half. Where did that come from? The dark shadow flew past me again, this time slashing my torso with something sharp. It wasn't a bad wound, but it sure was annoying. A few drops of my blood hit the cave floor. Asterisk drip asterisk drip asterisk drip. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. Aga. Again. Another small slash to my abdomen. Blood started dripping faster. I quickly checked my status. My HP had fell to 475/570. I can't see my opponent. This is the first time a monster has had a significant speed and agility advantage on me. What can I do? Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. I fell back receiving another small slash to my ribs. This thing, whatever it is, it's not dumb. I need to find its location, and fast. It's clearly weaker than me. I just need to get a clean shot or 2 on it. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. Aghai, where are you? Another hit. I need to think of something fast. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. I got it, fire can fight this cave up in a second. On the third click I ignited into a fiery ball of flames. Cray. I heard an odd cry but didn't see anything. It flew away this quickly. To where? I kept my flames ignited, lighting the cave up all around me about 10 m in diameter. There wasn't a single enemy in sight. This monster is smarter than I thought, it avoids me when I use magic that could hurt it. I guess D-class dungeons are on another level than what I'm used to. I was burning through MP at an alarming rate. After about 20 seconds I let my flames die down. My MP dropped to 370/570. The moment the cave became dark I heard that damn clicking again. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. Man, this is starting to piss me off. Come out. I was getting frustrated. This must be how all those boss monsters felt when I would run around them in circles taking cheap shots. My HP is at 335/570 now, I started talking to myself. Think, Jay. Think. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. Think. Think. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. Think of something. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. Agig. I ignited in flames again with a frustrating yell, swinging my sword and activating every skill I had. Then I saw a glimmer of hope. Little blue letters and numbers appeared in the corner of my vision before disappearing behind a rock pile. LV 117. It's the monster's level. That means, not only humans have levels. Could it be? All monsters have levels too. I've just never been able to see them without my inspect skill. I shook my head after zoning out into my moment of clarity. I smiled and gritted my teeth as I let my flames dissipate. Asterisk click asterisk click. Inspect. After the second click I muttered my skill's name while repeating it in my head and looking around vigorously. I caught a glimpse of the blue letters and numbers in my peripherals. I turned with my sword and blindly swung in the direction of the moving dim blue light. Kruwawa. I felt a hit. I hit something. It wasn't much, but I definitely made contact. Haha. Take that. I couldn't help getting excited. I figured out a way to damage this creature while playing its own game. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. Hush. Ag, come on. During my victory dance the shadow came back with vengeance and slashed my back with a pretty clean blow. I got back into battle stance and turned my inspect skill back on. I said, inspect, 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 over and over in my head. I saw the dim glow of a blue text hovering in the air, moving spastically back and forth. It would disappear every time a rock structure got in its way. Then, it'd appear again dangerously close to me in my blind spots. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click asterisk click. It was clicking frantically as I kept positioning myself to face it. The monster wouldn't attack unless it thought it could get a safe hit in. Makes sense. I turned my back and let the shadowy figure position itself. Maybe it'd take the bait. Moments later I heard exactly what I wanted to hear. Asterisk click asterisk click asterisk CLI dash. Shining. I used inspect while simultaneously swinging my sword directly into my blind spot. It was a gamble, but it paid off. Crea. I landed a clean hit. My sword sliced through the right wing of the bat and tore it wide open. It cried out in pain, and tried to change directions. To the monster's surprise, its wings didn't work the same as they did moments ago. Its left wing overpowered its right, making for an odd flight path. The bat creature hit a stalagmite at its base and let out a defeated cry. I ignited myself and ran over to the monster to finish it off. It was an ugly creature. The bat stood about 1.5 m tall, its wingspan was closer to 3.5 m. The creature's underside was a gross wrinkly pink skin tone. It had a human-sized head with bat features. Its wings were black and purple, but the edges seemed sharp as knives. That's what it must have been slashing me with. I nodded and grunted a little. With a fiery slash I ended the bat monster without hesitation. Level up. I smiled as I heard the status system's voice ring in my head. Then I looked down to see a happy surprise. Use absorption. Skill, enemy detection. Yes, no. I chose yes the second the option popped up. I muttered to myself. Echolocation, enemy detection, same thing I guess. Makes sense, I take it. I was dripping blood all over the ground. I took a lot of hits. The bat creature may have been much faster than me, but I outsmarted it with my extra skills and brute strength in the end. Overall, a great battle. I nodded again to acknowledge my opponent while opening my status. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 114. HP, 115/575. MP, 165/575. Strength, 276, plus 50. Speed, 326. Agility, 341. Defense, 249. Mental strength, 277, plus 55. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Abby walked over to me as the bat started to disappear. Good job. You did better than I expected on your first one. These guys are fun, right? I looked up and grinned. You're right, this is an interesting dungeon. D-class monsters seem to be pretty intelligent. I can't wait to fight more. I grabbed the mana crystal and put it in my pouch. Abby smiled. She was definitely more relaxed than when we first entered the dungeon. That relaxed me a bit too. I chugged an MP and an HP potion to restore myself back to full health. Abby and I nodded at each other, then ventured off further into the dungeon. Chapter 27. I was feeling pretty good about this dungeon. After that first battle, I have these monsters completely figured out. We kept walking further into the cave. Hey Jay, it'll only get harder from here. You sure you want to keep going? I smirked. Yeah, these bats are a piece of cake now. That first fight was a warm-up. I doubt I'll even get hit once in our next fight. I strolled along next to Abby with my sword out, occasionally activating my inspect skill to scan the area. I checked my status to see how much MP it was using up. I was at 550/570, looks like every inspect uses 3 to 5 MP. Not bad, but not great. As I was closing my status, the new skill I recently absorbed caught my eye. Enemy detection. I shrugged and activated it to see what would happen. Bad idea. I dropped to my knees with my hands on my head. Clang. I even dropped my sword. A horrible, unexpected sensation came over me. Jay. What's wrong? Hello. Abby was waving her hands in front of my face frantically. All I could do was stare forward. I could feel the presence of every monster in this cave. There were thousands of them, all very close by. They're everywhere. I was slowly adjusting to this new ability. It was still very unsettling, but I stood up and closed my eyes to try and master it more. They were scattered everywhere. Bats were behind rocks, on the ceiling, and even gliding around above our heads. The longer I closed my eyes and concentrated, the more clear the movements of each bat creature became. The further away they were, the more I had to concentrate to feel their exact location and movements. It seemed like they were all clustered in certain areas of the cave. They traveled in groups, maybe 20 to 30 in each cluster on average. Some would leave the group to scout out the cave for food while the others stayed together hanging upside down. The deeper I concentrated, the further into the cave I could see. The clusters became bigger and bigger. Some had hundreds. The deeper parts of the cave were much more active. Then the biggest cluster appeared in my mind's eye. A cluster of too many presences to even count. A massive cluster at what seemed like the cave's end. This must be what Abby meant by it getting harder the deeper we go in. I tried to get a better feel for how many there really were. All of a sudden I lost my balance. The clear feeling of the monster's exact location in my mind faded quickly. Thudded. I fell to the ground. Jay. What's wrong with you? Abby was very close to my face. Her big concerned green eyes filled my field of vision. I checked my status in a daze. It read out 0/570 MP. D-damn. Sorry, I used up all my MP. I didn't realize I'd feel so weak. I drank an MP potion, leaving me with just one left, and sat up. I checked my status moments later and my MP rose to 500 out of 570. For some reason it wasn't full, but I decided not to think much of it right now. Tell me beforehand when you're going to pull a stupid stunt like that. Abby hit my right arm and pouted. That was the first time she ever hit me. I'm not sure how to feel about that, but there were too many things going on to give this much thought either. Hey. Sorry, I was just testing out a new skill. That bat monster let me acquire an enemy detection skill. I didn't realize it used so much MP. Abby nodded. It seems like she'd already put 2 and 2 together on what happened. So, now you can see why this dungeon is more dangerous than it seems. I nodded. Yup. It seems like it's a real pain getting to the boss room. Abby looked deep into the cave. Usually it is, but I think we may have an easier way to get there. What do you mean? How strong is this boss anyways? Abby grinned and grabbed my arm. Come on. Maybe I'll get to have some real fun today. Her mood completely changed. The playful, carefree Abby was back. What changed her mind so quick? Hey. I asked you a question, you know. How strong is this boss? You'll see. It's about my skill level, a little weaker though. I beat this dungeon 2 times before, but it was with a full party from the association when I was around level 170. I can beat it now, I know all its moves. My eyes went wide. It's almost your level. You're over level 200, you know. You better know what you're getting us into. I'll kill you if you get us killed. She laughed. I was half joking around with her, but half concerned as well. I know Abby is very strong, I'm sure she can handle the boss no problem. My only worry was the thousands of giant bats between us and that boss room. After about 5 minutes of quick walking I heard a familiar sound. *click dash. In the middle of the monster's second click it was skewered by a mound of rock that shot out of the side of a stalagmite. It all happened much faster than I expected. I barely activated my inspect skill before the creature was dead on the floor. Abby smiled and skipped forward, paying no mind to the fallen corpse. This way. We're almost there. This cave isn't as big as it seems. The boss is less than 20 minutes away. I just nodded and followed. We walked for another 10 minutes or so. The bats and their annoying clicking kept becoming more and more frequent. It was a few per minute now. I was impressed by Abby's speed and precision, but also concerned about that massive cluster of bats we were walking towards. 5 more minutes passed. Abby was glowing green, attacking multiple shadowy bat projectiles at a time. Her eyes were flying back and forth, scanning the dark room while rock was rippling all around us. All right, Jay. Your turn to help. What do you mean? She turned to me with a grin. We're gonna make a run for it. Straight to the boss room. Activate your flames and keep them going at full force. Don't let up for even a second. I gulped and nodded. The next moment I erupted into flames. Kreia. All the surrounding bats let out horrific cries and flew out of my fiery sphere of light. Abby was close by in the light, almost touching my flames. Then, we ran. Both of us made a mad dash towards the cave's end. Abby had to slow herself every few steps, she was clearly much faster than me. As we ran forward with a blinding orb of light surrounding us in the dark cave, the waves of bats cried and flew away from our path. They really hated light. Almost there. Keep it up, Jay. It had been about 30 seconds now, I was covered in flames head to toe. I could tell I was close to my limit. I grabbed my last MP potion and chugged it mid-stride. The flames did not stop, we continued to sprint forward. Just a little further. 10 seconds later I saw a floating gray portal in the distance. I was burning through MP and locked on my target. My brain was in full tunnel vision mode. We sprinted even faster. More and more bats flocked around our protective ball of fire. It was getting intense, but we were so close. Moments later we made it. Abby's plan worked. We jumped through the floating gray portal together and yelled out in victory. We made it. We arrived at the boss room. It was a smaller version of the cave world outside. To me it looked like a normal boss room. The room was 200 m long, 100 m wide, and 30 m tall. There was silence in the air. Ha 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 ha, that was great. Abby burst out laughing. I turned to her and couldn't help chuckling a bit myself. That was pretty insane. We both laughed for a few more seconds, then got very serious as the room filled with an ominous presence. There were no bats in sight. Maybe it's only the boss, no extra monsters this time. Get back. It's coming. Oh, okay. Abby's tone was strictly serious again. I obeyed without hesitation. I ran back to a rock pile on our left side and hid ready to watch a battle begin. Silence still filled the room. I scanned the cave but couldn't see a thing. Clang. Scrapey. My eyes went wide. This is not what I was expecting. A figure no more than 2.5 m in height walked out. It had pale white skin and a humanoid-looking body. Its arms were a dark purple connecting to bat-like wings on its back. The most surprising feature wasn't its form, it was the huge black sword it dragged behind on the cave floor. This was not the boss creature I was expecting. Abby began to glow green brighter than I'd ever seen before. The monster returned the favor and pointed its sword up towards Abby in a graceful manner. They had declared battle on each other. Moments later the two of them sprinted towards each other with blinding speed. It was almost faster than I could see. The bat creature moved with ease and blinding speed. It swung its sword with power and precision that I couldn't comprehend. Abby glided along the rock floor gracefully as well. The entire cave was rippling around her about 30 m in every direction. She was creating spears simultaneously attacking and defending. There was dust clouds and movements too fast for me to contextualize. It was just like the last battle I watched Abby fight. Clearly this was fighting at a different level than anything I'd ever seen. My curiosity was overflowing. I activated my inspect skill. 2 sets of numbers appeared over their heads. Abby was still, LV 231, the text above the bat creature read out, LV 194. My eyes went wide with awe. I wouldn't stand a chance. The moment this thought crossed my mind the room went silent. Abby and the boss were 10 m apart at a standstill. Then something unexpected happened. The boss lifted its sword slowly and took a step back. Abby started glowing brighter. The whole cave began to shake while ripples of rock spears started forming all around their battlefield. The boss took another careful step back. Then on its last step the boss completely vanished. I activated enemy detection almost like a reflex, my heart skipped a beat. It was gone. The only presence I could sense in the room was Abby. The boss just disappeared before my eyes, even my new skill couldn't locate it. Abby was still glowing brighter and brighter, creating dozens of rocky spears. Moments later the clash resumed. Massive piles of rock and dust filled the air. I couldn't see a thing. I just stood there watching the battle as best I could with my eyes wide. The crashing and explosions of rock went on for a couple seconds. To me it felt like hours. The green glowing light almost filled up the whole cave now as the entire boss room felt like it was rumbling. There was a massive build-up that ended in an ear-piercing crash of stone on stone. Then silence. Moments later the dust cleared. I let out a sigh of relief. Abby stood there glowing dimly with mounds of rock behind her. The lifeless body of the bat creature was lying by her feet. She used a rock spear to finish it off. I heard a familiar ringing sound. Level up. 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 Name, J. Soju. Level, 126. HP, 635/635. MP, 130/635. Strength, 304, plus 50. Speed, 360. Agility, 376. Defense, 274. Mental strength, 304, plus 61. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. 12 levels. Wow. Abby laughed. What a good fight. That skill where it disappears is always so annoying. I guess that's what makes it a challenging fight, other than that skill its speed stat is the only other issue. Overall, I had fun. Why yeah. Another eye-opening battle. Thanks. Hey, no problem. I couldn't have even gotten here today if we didn't use your fire. This dungeon boss is hardly ever challenged because it's so hard to get to. I'm glad we came here. Who would have thought I'd get to have a real fight today? Abby was clearly pleased with today's outcome. I was too. This gave me some great insight on a D-class dungeon. I grinned and nodded. The boss started disappearing and it dropped a giant mana crystal. Abby threw it to me. You used up more MP than me. Like I said, we couldn't have even gotten to the boss room without it. You earned it. I caught the crystal and nodded. Thanks. I was deep in thought. The white light of transport magic was starting to fill my vision as we were transferred back to the beginning of the dungeon. We nodded at each other again in agreement that we had enough for today and jumped through the exit portal. As we stepped out into the home world, I was trying to play that battle over in my head again but kept disappointing myself. I hardly followed a single movement. I couldn't remember anything that actually happened during the death match. I need to get a lot stronger. Chapter 28. Abby and I walked out of the small brick building, passing the 2 security guards on the way out. I was feeling too many emotions at once. I was happy and excited because my level just went up so much and I got to see a new dungeon. On the other hand, I was a bit frustrated and disappointed because Abby just held my hand through another dungeon and basically gave me free pity levels. Without thinking, I turned to Abby and let my emotions do the talking. Hey. You know, I appreciate you showing me how these dungeons work and everything, but I'm not getting the real battle experience a real hero would get if I went in alone. She grinned a little. A hero, huh? I nodded in agreement without much thought to it. Yeah. Next time we face a dungeon together, I'm going to be the one saving you. Got that? She didn't respond for a second and reality hit me in the face. My cheeks went a little red and I stepped back. What I said was true, but I didn't mean to say it all out loud. I didn't mean to say all that out loud. Abby just giggled and kept walking. I followed close behind. It was pretty much a silent walk until we got back to the Hunters Association building. She turned to me as we approached the front door. Well, you said it, Jay. Next time we hunt together, you'll be stronger than me. Let's see it. Abby smiled and bobbed her head as she went back inside the building. I stood outside for a while. Then decided to take the train straight home. I didn't even get anything to eat or sell my mana. I just walked straight to my apartment and flopped onto my bed. My mind was foggy. Today's dungeon run was an eye-opener, but it just didn't feel right. I defaulted to my usual mental defense mechanism and picked up an old comic from my dresser and began to read. It was the newest volume of a series where the main character recently became the strongest hero. He now has all these secret, unimaginably difficult missions that he needs to complete to save the world. In the end, of course, he saves the world. So predictable, but I can't stop reading. A few hours later, I smiled while closing the back cover. That was a pretty good one, I mumbled to myself. A hero, what is a hero? As I stared at the ceiling, I pondered the word. A hero. Everyone has their own definitions for it. Someone who saves those who can't save themselves. Someone who stops evil from winning. Someone who makes the world a better place. Or is it just someone who is the strongest? That is the best type of hero. They don't even have to save the day every time, just when they feel like it. They don't answer to anyone except for their own moral compass. At the end of the day, is that even a hero? And why does it even matter if that's a hero anyways? Why does everyone even aspire to be a hero? In my drunken state of what I like to call fantasy brain, my mind went back and forth from my bedroom ceiling to the many simulated worlds of comics I'd read about over the last few years. I came to a resounding conclusion. I mumbled it out loud. I don't have to be a hero, I just have to be the strongest. That's my new goal. No matter what, I will become the strongest. I let out a sigh and a smile as my self-induced mental torture finally subsided. Gurgle. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since this morning. I grabbed a handful of silver, 3 bronze, and the 2 mana crystals from my hunt earlier and went off to the village market. I grabbed a quick bite to eat at the corner store on the way to see my old merchant friend. Hey kid. How'd the auction go? Haven't seen you in a while. It went well, my axe sold. I appreciate the introduction, but it was a bit sketchy down in Avery District. He nodded and chuckled. What can I do for you today? I placed the 2 mana crystals on the silver dish. The big black numbers read out 311.6 mu. I'll give you 3 silver. Deal. The old man handed me my silver. Hey, can I grab some MP and HP potions too? You have anything stronger? Last time my MP didn't fill all the way up, what's with that? The man raised an eyebrow. You're over level 100. I eyed him back curiously. Yeah. I am. Why? The potions you've been buying are E-class graded. They only heal up to 500 points per use. The D-class potions are graded up to 1250 points. They are 2 silver apiece. That makes sense. E-class items have their limits, I guess. Okay, thanks for the info. I'm not too far over level 100 yet. I think E-class potions will be more worth my while. I put 6 silver down on the table. I'll take 5 MP, and 1 HP E-class. The man nodded and handed me a few bottles. We waved each other off and I headed back to my apartment. I'm all set for a hunt tomorrow. I drifted off to sleep pretty easily. The next morning I woke up feeling great. I slept like a baby. I got out of bed and got dressed. I grabbed my MP and HP potions along with 3 bronze and shoved them in my leather pouch. I grabbed my sword and jumped out the door. I headed straight towards the Pace Guild. After grabbing breakfast I walked through the guild's front doors. The tall blonde woman greeted me. Hey Jay, how are you, Todd Dash? Can I see Jack? Oh. Sure thing, he's in his office. I walked to the back room and knocked before walking in. Jack looked up from a pile of paperwork and smiled thinly. Morning, Jay. What's up? I want to go to the Cyclops dungeon today. Jack looked a bit concerned as he shuffled through a pile of papers. I really can't take you today, and anyway that dung Dash. That's fine. Where is it? I'll challenge it solo today. Jack put his papers and pen down, looking at me with a serious look on his face. Hey. Let me finish what I was saying. The Cyclops dungeon has been getting reports of an unusual amount of mutants lately. It wouldn't be smart to challenge the boss, or even venture too far into the dungeon solo. I'll get you directions to the entrance building, but don't say I didn't warn you. I grinned. Jack shook his head slowly as he wrote an address on a notepad and handed me a small piece of paper. I'd come with you today if I could, that'd be much safer. These damn regional reps are giving me so much paperwork this week. They always do this the month of exams. I just nodded. I wasn't sure what he was saying exactly, but it didn't seem to matter much. Well, thanks. I'll bring back some loot for you tonight. Great, take this. There's no guild items at the location because it's a partner dungeon. Jack threw me a small leather pouch. It was an item box. I tied it around my waist. Thanks. Jack nodded and went back to work. I waved and walked out of the guild. I looked down at the note and made my way towards the address he'd written down. It was about 20 minutes away by walking. Most of the streets and buildings I passed were familiar. I'd been through this part of town a couple times. Before I knew it, I'd made it to the dungeon entrance building. It was a small park area. There were a few winding paths and large trees. In the center of the park there was a 1-story building that looked like it was built in a hurry. There were 2 security guards out front. I showed them all my necessary ID and passed in through the front door with ease. It was just an empty room with a portal at the back. I took out my sword and walked through. I entered a new world. It never ceases to amaze me. This was similar to the orc dungeon I'd been in before. It had a large mountain range, but the hills and valleys were much less steep. I couldn't see a single tree in sight. It was a barren wasteland and a bit chilly. The sky was blue and there were a few white clouds. The air was thick. It was a completely new sensation to me. My breathing wasn't affected, but the air definitely had something in it that made me feel a little off. I decided to venture forward into the dungeon. I made my way down into one of the large valleys. I could hear a faint sound of running water at the bottom. It caught my attention and piqued my curiosity. I trekked down the wide valley area for about 10 minutes. I found the water source I was looking for. There was a stream running directly through the center of two mountains, creating this phenomenon. The stream was about 5 m wide and flowed rather quickly. To my surprise, there was small shrubbery growing by it. I admired the natural beauty all around me for a moment until a loud sound broke my concentration. Thudded. Thudded. Rowa. Seemingly out of nowhere, a massive creature appeared 50 m or so from behind a curving section of the river bed. The creature was about 6 m tall. Its skin color was similar to all the rock around us, but with a faint greenish tint. It carried a large black club with spikes on it and showed me its jagged, disgusting teeth. Its head was connected to its large body. It looked like there was no neck at all. Just body connecting to head. Then its eye. Yes, its one singular eye. The beast stared me down with an enormous wandering eye that was bigger than my entire head. So this is a cyclops. After the monster let out a mighty roar, it charged towards me. Its speed was impressive. It basically matched mine. On second thought, maybe it was even faster. This seems like it's going to be a really tough fight. I gritted my teeth and readied my sword. I smirked. This is what I came here for after all, to become stronger. Chapter 29. The giant one-eyed monster came charging towards me with speed comparable to my own. I was not prepared to trade blows with this cyclops just yet. I need to scope out its full abilities before doing anything too rash. I activated my inspect skill and prepared to dodge the incoming behemoth. The light blue text appeared over its head in the distance. LV 129. Pretty similar to my own level. That's good. The rushing stream was to my left and a slight incline leading up the side of the valley was on my right. I put my sword out in front of me and rushed towards the monster with no intention of actually making contact with it this time around. We both sprinted towards each other, getting closer and closer. Once we were less than 10 m apart, I could smell a foul scent. This beast smelled worse than any monster I'd ever encountered. I instantly lunged to the right and ran up the side of the valley to avoid the monster's attack. Ruruwawa. The cyclops kept running forward in a perfect straight line. It swung its club at me, but I was already well outside of its range. I mumbled to myself. Interesting. I grinned and ran back towards the water and flatter ground. The cyclops turned to me and locked its eye on me again. We both charged towards each other. At the last second I dodged it again, running up the mountain as the giant club narrowly missed me. The monster kept running forward in a perfect straight line. It looks like this monster has equal, if not greater speed than me, but it can't change directions very quickly. That's one upside. I'll possibly be able to use my agility to outsmart this beast. The big problem is the monster's club. Even when I dodged, the cyclops' timing was basically perfect. 1 second earlier and I would have been hit. It definitely has good intuition, and is very strong. That club is over 2 m long and looks like it's made out of a very heavy metal. It can swing it with ease like a baseball bat. Let's see how this beast likes flames. I ran back down to flat ground and ignited into a fireball as we both began our charge. The cyclops didn't seem to hesitate at all. It was the same result. I had to dodge at the last minute to avoid the trajectory of its club. That weapon is a great offensive tool, but it doubles as a defensive shield. This is going to be tougher than I thought. I decided to change up my strategy. I charged towards the monster from up above it on the valley's incline. I fully engulfed my body in flames. I jumped in the air with my sword in full swing, launching an attack. The cyclops countered with a swing of its club. Clank. Sparks fly and flames shoot from our clash of metal. At first it felt like an even exchange, but I was so wrong. The monster followed through with its charge and pushed me forward, carrying me uphill with ease. Ruwawaya. It roared as I was thrown forward. I hit the rocky ground and looked up to see the monster's massive legs charging towards me. With every fast twitch muscle fiber in my body, I managed to jump and spin out of the way as the beast cracked the ground as it rumbled past my head less than a meter away. I spit out a mouthful of dirt and got to my feet. In this moment of adrenaline-induced clarity, I saw an opening. I was right behind the cyclops as it was trying to turn around. I pictured every encounter we had so far. The battle highlights flashed before my eyes. There's a fraction of a second that the monster has to stop moving and adjust its positioning before charging again. This is my only chance. I erupted into flames. As the cyclops turned, I focused all the fire magic into my blade and went for an all-or-nothing attack. Shinning. Reawawawa. I made a huge fiery slash across the monster's back. It cried out in pain. The monster was hurt, but our battle was far from over. The Cyclops snarled and charged back at me with its club raised. I waited and stared at the enormous creature bellowing towards me. It swung its massive club with a loud roar. In that same moment I shifted my stance and aligned myself perfectly for a counterattack. I swung my blade at the club hoping to use it as a bounce pad. I used the incoming club's momentum to throw myself to the ground. I let the monster hit me while strategically angling my sword to position my fall away from the monster's heavy feet. Clang! Sparks flew and I was thrown to the ground as the Cyclops stomped on by. I immediately erupted into flames and lunged towards the wide-open backside of the monster. Shing! Ruwa! I landed another hit. There was a fiery X on the monster's back. It was bleeding heavily, and the magic fire residue was burning bright. Jack had told me these Cyclops have a minor weakness to fire. Maybe the leftover magic was doing some significant extra damage. After a series of pain-filled cries, the Cyclops faced me with a murderous glare. It charged forward, grunting and dripping blood. Its speed had changed. This charge was definitely slower than the last. I went for the same movement. I let the monster smack me to the ground while blocking most of the attack with my blade. The beast fell for it a third time. Without hesitation, I concentrated all my flames into the top of my blade and sprinted towards the monster's back. I yelled as I jumped through the air. "This is the end for you." I stabbed the Cyclops deep in the back of the head. It let out a cry of agony. Ruwawaya. I held on tight, releasing as much fire magic as I could into the creature. It struggled and cried but quickly came to its end. This was a very effective attack. With a final burst of flames, the Cyclops fell to its knees. Thud. It dropped its club and fell to the rocky ground moments later. I gripped my sword and pointed it to the sky, smiling and admiring my work. It felt great to defeat a new monster by myself without any higher-level instructors or guides around. This is how I'll really get stronger. Level up. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 128. HP, 390/645. MP, 185/645. Strength, 309, +50. Speed, 366. Agility, 382. Defense, 278. Mental strength, 309, +62. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, +50 strength. Golden wolf ring, +20% mental strength. I stood next to the monster's corpse for a few minutes, catching my breath and listened to the water move in the valley below. The air was still very thick. Maybe even thicker than when I entered this dungeon. Moments later, the Cyclops completely disappeared and dropped a large mana crystal. I tossed it up and down in my left hand before placing it in the item box. I walked back down to the flowing water and washed my face and arms in the stream. I was covered in small scratches and dirt after that fight. It got pretty brutal. I drank a potion that restored my MP back to full. I stretched my arms and pulled my sword out as I ventured off, following the steady water source deeper into the dungeon. After about 10 minutes, I could definitely sense a change in the air. It wasn't my imagination at all. Something was definitely off here. As I kept following the river more carefully through the winding canyon, another Cyclops appeared. It used all the same tricks. I was much more accustomed to fighting its kind now and defeated it in a very similar manner. I landed 3 attacks to its back while letting it land non-fatal blows on me for better positioning. I leveled up one more time. After the battle, I drank an HP potion to restore it back to full. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 129. HP, 650/650. MP, 380/650. Strength, 311, +50. Speed, 369. Agility, 385. Defense, 280. Mental strength, 311, +62. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, plus 50 strength. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. I was feeling pretty good. I have 4 MP and 3 HP potions left for today. I'll be able to farm EXP for a long time. I let the monster disappear and collected its mana. I kept walking further into the dungeon. The air was even thicker now. It felt like something was watching me through it. Again, it didn't affect my breathing but didn't feel right at all. My training for today just started. I didn't feel like overthinking it. This might just be normal for D-class dungeons. I pushed it to the back of my mind and trekked forward. Another 10 minutes or so went by. I was walking along the river's edge when I heard massive footsteps. Thudded. 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 Ruiwawerer. I turned a corner to see an enormous creature about 100 m from me charging with its club raised. It was definitely a cyclops, but was very different than the two I'd just faced. It stood almost 8 m tall and had a pinkish-red tint to its skin. Its club was much larger as well. I stared the monster down and readied my sword. I used Inspect to see what I was dealing with and my eyes went wide. LV 144. This is definitely a mutant. It's not the boss, it's a random mutant appearing out in the open. I've never seen anything like this. This must be what Jack was warning me about this morning. Ruwa. The beast continued its charge with full killing intent. It looked much faster and stronger than me. I gulped and gripped my sword even tighter. This will be my strongest opponent yet. Chapter 30. The mutant Cyclops was less than 50 m away from me now. It had its club raised and its eye locked on me. It was much faster than the normal monsters I faced earlier today. I definitely had to come up with a new battle plan. Ruwa. It wasn't slowing down one bit. The monster was less than 20 m away now. It's time to move. I decided to match its movements and sprinted towards the oncoming beast. When I was about 5 m away I made a sharp left turn and narrowly avoided the massive club. I could feel the strong wind against my face. It was an impressive swing. I turned to face the monster as it charged past me. I tried to catch it off guard but to my surprise it was already turning to face me as well. Cheap tricks are not going to work. We glared at each other and both lunged in to make another attack. Its club was so massive, almost 3 m long. I couldn't get anywhere near the beast, it had perfect defense. I had to dodge again, there's nothing else I can do. The familiar wind of the club's swing hit my face. I was getting a bit frustrated. I can't afford to get hit by this mutant, its attack is definitely stronger than my previous opponents. We faced each other again. Both of us were standing close by the flowing stream on flat ground. The valley's upward hill was to my left. As we charged towards each other this time, I decided to dodge early and run up the side of the incline. The beast skidded to a halt and changed directions to follow me up the hill. Thankfully its lack of agility gave me a small head start. I ran up the valley's edge as the massive Cyclops followed. Once I got enough distance I turned to face it and ignited my entire body into flames. My grip tightened around the fiery sword and I took a deep breath. I sprinted forward and jumped in the air with all my strength. The Cyclops was still bellowing towards me from below with its club raised. As I jumped down the valley I raised my sword for an attack. I was aiming to fly over the entire monster and land behind it for a chance to strike. That was my plan anyways. The monster let out a roar and raised its club high into the air. Ruwawar. Thud. The club hit me like a brick wall. At the last moment I did my best to block some of the spikes with the flat side of my own blade, but it didn't help much. I was sent flying backwards behind the beast, hitting the rocky ground just meters from the water's edge. If I had just jumped 1 meter higher, or maybe just 1 second sooner, I could have dashed. Roar. The monster gave me no time to think. I spat out dirt and blood while readying my sword. I looked up to see the quickly approaching mutant Cyclops. I have to try again. The beast kept charging, and I kept waiting. When we were no more than 5 meters apart I used all of my speed and agility to sprint and twist away from the massive incoming club. Without looking back I ran full force up the side of the valley. I heard water splashing behind me. As I ran about 15 m up the hill I turned to face the monster. I expected it to be close behind and starting its charge. What I saw brought a wide grin to my face. The monster overstepped its last attack on me and ran into the stream. It took a few extra seconds for the monster to recover and turn. It was just starting its charge up the valley now. I smirked and ignited into flames again. This time I had an advantage. I was moving much faster, and had more time to position my airborne attack. I waited longer to jump and focused more force on getting higher up rather than farther this time. The Cyclops let out a roar as it made its attempt to smack me down with a swing of its club. It missed. My plan worked. I landed directly behind the monster and planted my right foot to jump up towards its head. The Cyclops had already come to a halt and was trying to turn around. I focused all the fire I could into the tip of my blade and pierced the back for the monster's head. I let out a cry as I released as much fire as I could into the beast. Take this. Roar. It thrashed around for a few seconds as I repeatedly stabbed it and released fire into the beast's body. It couldn't shake me off. The mutant decided to swing its own club at the back of its head, aiming to crush me. My eyes went wide and I jumped back, ripping the fiery blade from its flesh. I fell to the ground as the beast bashed its own head in with its club. I ran back towards the river. It's better that I get to flat ground now, this thing is mad. Thudded. 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 Roar. To my surprise, the mutant was still standing. It was slowly walking towards me with steady loud stomps. Its head was caved in from the direct swing of its own club and the backside was still on fire due to the leftover magic residue. Its eye was bleeding and cloudy, but it still stood tall, ready to continue our battle to the death. I have to give it credit, this monster is a tough one. I was breathing heavy and bleeding all over as well. I couldn't help but to grin a little bit. The beast ran towards me, but not in a straight line. There was something off. It can't see. The beast was swinging its club and blindly attacking where I was last standing. I nodded slowly, realizing the situation. A well-fought battle indeed. Without the valley's geographical advantage, I would have never won. Thanks to my surroundings, I've defeated this monster. With a swift fiery maneuver, I ran up the valley's incline again without the Cyclops even noticing me. I focused every last bit of fire I had into the blade and jumped at the monster's backside. I pierced the same spot in the back of its head and let my fire burn bright. With this silent strike, the monster fell to its knees, then its head fell to the rocky floor. I win. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 133. HP, 115/670. MP, 85/670. Strength, 321, +50. Speed, 380. Agility, 397. Defense, 289. Mental strength, 321, +64. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Items equipped. Stainless steel long sword, +50 strength. Golden wolf ring, +20% mental strength. I dropped to my knees next to the fallen monster as well. I was out of breath, it landed a really solid hit on me. Another one of those and I'd be a goner. I chugged an MP and an HP potion as the monster disappeared and a large mana crystal dropped. Now I only have 3 MP and 2 HP left. That's enough for a few more fights. I grinned as my stats were almost fully restored. My HP rose to 615/670 and my MP to 585/670. I decided to walk up the valley's incline to get to higher ground and scope out where I wanted to travel to next. As I walked up, I could feel the heavy air getting even worse. My body was tingling a bit. What's going on? It feels like there's magic in the air, and it doesn't feel good. I made it to the top and stepped onto flatter ground. Thudded. 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 My eyes went wide. Staring me down holding a massive spiked club was another mutant Cyclops. It stood there menacingly. In the near distance behind it I could see a normal Cyclops approaching as well. This is not good. I activated my inspect skill and decided to turn on my enemy detection as well. My heart skipped a beat. Right in front of me I saw the two beasts. LV 146. LV 128. I could sense many more as well. There were close to a dozen similar-sized monsters within a kilometer of me. There were too many to face at once on flat ground. I need to pick my battles wisely. One overpowered monster is enough to handle, I can outsmart it. 12 at the same time is a completely different story, I'm not that strong. I made a furious dash back towards the direction I'd came. If I ran full speed I could make it back to the dungeon's exit and get to safe ground outside to rethink a battle plan. This dungeon is more dangerous than I imagined. Without another thought I ran as fast as my legs could take me. I sprinted down into the valley and followed the river without turning my head to look back. The winding river was a perfect place to avoid these monsters for the time being. They have impressive speed, but the tight turns in this valley limits their movements. I ran into 2 normal cyclopses on the way back, but easily avoided their attacks and continued my sprint. After facing that mutant cyclops, these regular ones didn't seem as threatening. About 15 minutes later I came to a very familiar rock formation. This is right by the dungeon's start point. I ran up the valley's edge and made it to the mountain where I'd entered. What I saw took my breath away. There was a dark blood-red spinning portal. This is a dungeon break. Chapter 31. Dungeon breaks happen when too much magical energy builds and is released all at once. Mutants spawn in at much higher rates and the boss is guaranteed to be a mutant sucking up all the leftover magical energy. The exit portal turns red and allows both humans and monsters to enter and leave as they wish. An increase in mutant monsters means an increase in potential rare loot. Strong hunters and guilds see dungeon breaks as top priority events. Of course, this is to save the public from the dangerous monsters that can escape and harm those in the town nearby. There's a thin line between protection and profit, I guess. Anyways, I'm the first one to realize this is a dungeon break. There are over a dozen monsters in the general vicinity. There's no way I can take them all on by myself. If they all escape into the city there will be some serious casualties. The nearest guild is way too far away to warn anyone in time. I'm sure the 2 guards out front will catch on soon, but many monsters will escape into the city before the proper team can arrive. The only way to stop all of this is to defeat the boss. The dungeon will collapse in on itself after the boss room is cleared. That's common knowledge on how dungeon breaks work. I've just never seen one with my own 2 eyes. This is my best bet. I'm going to face that boss. It may be a mutant, but I have a better chance of defeating it than trying to fight all of the dungeon's monsters at once. I wanted to get stronger, right? I can't back down from a challenge. I took a deep breath and gripped my sword. The air was getting thicker and thicker. I could sense that the source was coming from a very tall mountain about 2 kilometers away. That must be the boss room. I headed off towards it in full sprint. I used the winding valleys to avoid as many monsters as I could. For 20 minutes I ran and dodged every cyclops in sight. There were about 6 normal monsters and 3 mutants that crossed my path. I could sense over 3 dozen in my close vicinity. They were headed in the direction of the dungeon exit gate. All the more reason for me to hurry and defeat this boss. The closer I got to the mountain the more monsters I saw. The ground was rumbling. A stampede of mutants appeared. 7 of them were lined up and charging in the direction of the dungeon's main gate. There was a large group of normal cyclopes following close behind. A couple may have already breached into the home world, but the bulk of them were about 20 minutes away from the portal. If this wave makes it to the city, it may be leveled before the Hunters Association or Pace can get here to stop them. The wave rumbled by, they hardly paid any attention to me. I saw a dark gray floating portal just 100 m in front of me in the direction the stampede had left from. I sprinted towards it without hesitating. This is the boss room. From around the corner of the mountain's rock ledge another group of monsters appeared. They must all just be spawning in here. I kept sprinting forward with my eyes on the boss room portal. Row-wearer. 2 giant mutants came charging towards me followed by a pack of their normal cyclops underlings. I completely ignored them and kept my eye on the prize. Moments later I managed to jump through unscathed. I could hear many roars as I was transported into the boss room. This is insanity. I made it to the boss room. It was 300 m long, 200 m wide, and over 50 m tall. I was standing in a wide open cave. There were no obstacles in sight. Just a rocky floor, curved cave walls, and a ceiling. It was silent. The air in here was so dense with magic, I could feel it following all around me. I could also feel the stare of a horrible creature. Thudded. Crack. Thudded. Crack. An enormous cyclops emerged from the back of the cave. Its skin was so dark that it looked black. Its eye was bloodshot and staring at me hungrily. Every step it took cracked the rocky ground below it. The mutant boss stood at nearly 10 m tall. It's bigger than any monster I've ever seen. Roar. It let out a roar declaring battle. I stood there in awe. I used inspect and my jaw nearly dropped to the floor. LV 171. Level 171. I had a hard enough time defeating a mutant in the 140s. This is going to be the greatest challenge I've ever faced. I cannot slip up. Even one hit may be fatal. Roar. The ground-breaking steps of the mutant drew closer. I followed its lead and sprinted towards it as well. Its speed was similar to the other mutant I battled previously. Maybe slightly faster than me, but not impossible to use my agility to weave around it. The real problem here was its overwhelming strength. This cave has completely flat ground. It would be close to impossible to use that airborne tactic from my last fight. As we sprinted towards each other, I prepared myself to dodge. Once we were about 10 m apart, I made a sharp turn to the right and narrowly missed its club's wide swing. There was nothing else I could do right now. I just have to dodge and weave until I find an opening. The monster rumbled on past me. Like clockwork, it turned and started its charge towards me again. We basically just played chicken over and over. It charges at me, I follow its lead. Then I narrowly dodged a heavy swing, and we repeat. We did this over and over for about 2 minutes straight. I couldn't get an opening. It pretty much had perfect defense. The only way I could get in its blind stop would be to take a hit from its club. It would do a lot of damage, but I think it's my only hope right now. We faced each other once more. The mutant boss started running towards me. I gritted my teeth and charged in as well. I readied myself for a brutal attack. This is going to hurt. It swung its club in a predictable fashion. The monster was expecting me to dodge. I ran straight forward and swung my sword at the beast's weapon this time. The force of the club was overwhelming. My blade was pushed down instantly. The club hit the whole left side of my body with a bone-crushing blow. I was thrown to the ground and I coughed up a pool of blood. I knew this would happen, I just didn't expect it to hurt this bad. The moment I hit the ground, I ignited my flames and planted my right foot. The left side of my body was pretty much useless right now, but I had to work with what I had. The Cyclops was continuing its charge forward as I lunged in at its backside. I let out a yell. To keep this. With a powerful swing of my fiery sword, I attacked the center of the monster's spine. Clank. My eyes went wide with fear and confusion. My sword bounced off the monster's back without a scratch. The moment my blade came close to contacting its body, the skin near my sword hardened into a thick black crystal-like substance. This must be some kind of advanced body hardening. This is bad. Very bad. I opened my status to see my HP at 45/670. I chugged a potion and ran away as fast as I could. As I ran for my life, I quickly regained feeling in my left side. My HP had risen back up to 545/670. Roar. The enormous monster still had me in its sights. It charged towards me again and I dodged with all my might. We continued this over and over. There was nothing else I could do. We were drifting closer and closer to the back wall of the dungeon. Every dodge I made was bringing us closer together. Each time we charged in, the Cyclops got more and more used to my movements. The longer we keep this up, the worse off I'll be. I was starting to get out of breath. I can only keep this up for a few more minutes. I need to think of something fast. I was going through every potential battle scenario I could in my head. Basically, every situation ended in an unfavorable outcome for me. Only one option came to mind. It's the only thing that worked for me before. There was a curved cave wall about 20 m behind me. If I ran at it fast enough, I could definitely climb it and attempt to attack from higher ground. It's risky, but right now I have no other choice. I can't keep dodging forever. I have to do something. Without thinking much more of it, I turned and ran. This was my Hail Mary. I sprinted with all my might at the cave wall. I could hear the ground-crushing footsteps close behind but didn't dare to look back. I jumped up onto the wall and ran as far as I could, fighting gravity all the way up. Once I felt myself start to slow down, I pushed off the wall with both my legs and ignited my entire body into flames. I spun around to face the beast below me and held my sword straight ahead. I had managed to climb the cave wall high enough. Its club was not within range. This could really work. I pushed out even more flames as I flew high over the monster's glaring eye. Roar! The Cyclops let out a cry as I temporarily blinded it with the fire's bright light. This is my chance. I flew over the beast's head and locked my eyes on its upper back. The Cyclops was still flailing around trying to locate me in its blinded state. I took this opportunity to make my final move. I touched down on the ground right behind the beast and planted my right leg to jump back up. I had the perfect angle. Finally. I've got you now. I focused all my magic into the sword's tip and swung with all my strength. Clang. Asterisk clink asterisk clink asterisk clink asterisk clink asterisk clink. My eyes went wide. My heart stopped and time slowed down. My sword shattered into a million tiny pieces right in front of my eyes. Chapter 32. I fell to the rocky floor and watched the metal fragments of my broken sword hit the ground beside me. I was alone in the boss room without a weapon. This couldn't have gone any worse. I'm so stupid. I have to think before I act. I got so caught up in the hype of the moment. Why did I believe I could be the hero? The mutant turned to me with its massive bloodshot eye. I could feel the bloodlust as it stared down its prey. I left like a deer in headlights. I couldn't move a muscle. My mind was racing but my body couldn't move. I had one last chance. Think, Jay. The beast came rumbling towards me. Think, Jay. Think. The rocky ground flew to the sides of its body as the monster came closer and closer. Think. Thwack. The beast's massive club hit me again. It felt like every one of my ribs had been shattered. I went flying backwards over 30 m, skidding along the ground. In my feeble state I checked my status to see 10/670 HP remaining. I coughed up blood while reaching for my last HP potion. Roar. All I could hear was sound of my impending doom. As I chugged my last HP potion I yelled back at the creature with all my frustration and rage. Ag. I couldn't help but to let out flames. They surrounded my body. All this talk about being a hero and becoming the strongest. I may have gone in too deep. This is a truly superior opponent. How can I defeat it? I could hear my yells echo back at me in the cave. The fire around me created interesting shadows all over the ceiling and walls. The dancing flames and my tired state reminded me of the hero's journey in all of my favorite comics. This is where the main character becomes stronger because B breaks through and wins even with unbeatable odds. The dancing flames and eerie echoing silence brought me back to reality. I shook my head and erupted into flames even brighter. I can't give up. Not now. My fire is the key. It's all I had left in my arsenal. My true last resort. I have to fight with fire alone. Every battle with these Cyclops creatures has been harder than the last. In the end, they all have fallen to my fire. That's it. A distinct scene from every battle played clear in my mind. The Cyclops' weakness is always its eye. We stared each other down. This was the moment of truth. Without further hesitation we both charged forward. I swerved to the left with all my strength and managed to dodge the beast's attack. I didn't look back for a second. I sprinted straight for the cave wall to repeat my last attack. This time I would change my aim. I could hear the heavy footsteps approaching close behind as I ran up the cave wall. I bend my knees and push off it with all my strength. This Cyclops wasn't totally stupid. I was betting on that fact. The beast recognized my wall climb and positioned its club high up into the air where I'd jumped previously. Smart move, that is, if I was going for the same attack. This time I aimed lower and burst into a bright ball of flames. I let out every bit of MP I was storing up. I jumped off the cave wall directly at the monster's face. I closed my eyes and imagined my sword. It felt like battle instinct. This is what I had to do. I have been fighting with the blade for as long as I can remember. I'm a swordsman after all. I need a sword. The flames around my body crawled towards my hands. They all concentrated together in my palms, creating a dark crimson fireball. I yelled out a battle cry as I opened my eyes and attacked. Take this. The fireball in my hands formed into the exact shape of my old sword. I flew towards the Cyclops' massive eye with my blade of fire. It pierced through the soft tissue like butter. Roar. An ear-shattering cry erupted throughout the cave. I let my sword explode, releasing a concentrated fire magic blast. It threw both me and the Cyclops back over 10 m in each direction. I hit the cave wall with a loud thud. The Cyclops fell backwards, crying out in agony. I grinned and chugged an MP potion as I stood to my feet. I depleted every last bit of magic left in my body with that attack. Thudded. 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 The mutant rose to its feet and raised its massive club. There was a dark red fire burning from its eye. There was no way this beast could see a thing. I finally have an advantage. Plus, I've found a new way to use my skill. Although this fire sword form uses up a lot of MP, it's very powerful. The beast roared and charged towards me. This is where I attacked from. It's only natural it thinks I'm here. I ran to my right as quickly as possible and avoided its club. The beast was roaring in pain, but was clearly nowhere near death's door. I need to do some more serious damage to take this thing out. I ran towards the opposite side of the cave. Hey! You! Over here! Come and get me! I waited about 30 meters to get a head start and yelled out to get its attention. Worked like a charm. The mutant followed after with an angry cry. I sprinted towards the opposite cave wall, occasionally letting out a yell to keep the monster on track. About 10 seconds later I erupted into flames and scaled the cave wall again. It had fallen right into my trap. The beast kept running forward, swinging its club at the ground where it heard my voice. I did a picture-perfect maneuver to copy my previous successful attack. I jumped off the cave wall and focused all my fire into a dark red ball. Moments before impact I formed a fiery sword and dove into the already flaming eye. I let my blade dive deeper this time, halfway into the mutant's head. With another explosion of fire we were both thrown backwards again. Roar. The cave shook from the murderous cry of the mutant. It was thrown on its back, and half of its head flew off to its right side. I was blown back against the cave wall again as well. I chugged another MP potion. Thudded. 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 The Cyclops rose again. Its eye was melting in the heat of my fire and half of its head resting 10 m beside it. How could this beast still be alive? It slowly stomped towards me. All its battle reflexes were on full autopilot now. This wasn't a battle anymore, this was a last-ditch attempt at survival. I nodded. This is it. You were my toughest opponent yet. I thank you for the battle. I ran up the wall and kicked off with a graceful leap. I used every last bit of MP left in my body to create a final sword. It sunk deep into what was left of the monster's head. With a final explosion I was thrown back at the cave wall. Thudded. The Cyclops fell to its back. I heard a familiar ringing and sighed with relief. Level up. 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 I was about to open my status, but a glowing blue light hovering over the monster's corpse caught my eye. Use absorption. Skill, body hardening, special grade. Yes, no. I chose yes without hesitation as the beast quickly disappeared in front of me. Asterisk clink, asterisk clink. A large mana crystal and a small golden pendant in the shape of an eye attached to a loop of black string fell from its body. I picked them both up and placed the necklace around my neck. It magically tightened to fit. I grinned and opened my status. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 141. HP, 220/710. MP, 40/710. Strength, 339. Speed, 403. Agility, 421. Defense, 306, plus 122. Mental strength, 339, plus 68. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Items equipped. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops eye pendant, plus 40% defense. I grinned and stared at my new stats as the white transport light appeared. I heard a rumbling sound. The white light was lasting much longer than it usually did. The entire dungeon was collapsing. This is not a normal transport. Moments later I was back to the home world. As I came back to reality I couldn't believe my eyes. The entire dungeon building was in shambles, crushed to bits on the ground. Most of the surrounding city for 500 m or so was also in horrible shape. There were almost 24 hunters and businessmen standing around talking to each other and writing things down. I appeared in front of all of them as the portal disappeared behind me. They all stared. I gulped and scanned the crowd to try and find a familiar face. Well, this is awkward. Chapter 33. There were a few distinct groups of hunters that I could make out. 2 were standing nearby and another 2 or 3 were walking over to the crowd in front of the recently collapsed portal. They were all wearing professional gear. Some carried long swords, others had daggers, and a few had massive shields. Each group was accompanied by 1 or 2 people in suits. These must be the teams sent out by each of the guilds nearby. It seems like some of them brought representatives as well. I looked further ahead. I couldn't help but stare with my mouth wide open. There were fallen buildings and flattened sections of city. It was still a horrible sight to behold. I guess there were some monsters that escaped. These guilds were the ones who attempted to stop them. It looks like they contained them in a fairly tight area, but they all disappeared when the dungeon collapsed, so I couldn't tell for sure. Hey kid. Was it you? I looked up to see a man in a suit yelling and waving at me. Then another voice rang out from the crowd. Yay. Was it you? Who took out the boss? I nodded slowly. The first man ran up to me with a card. Hey, come by the Arcane Guild if you're looking for some extra work. No, come visit us at the Korra Guild, I'm sure we could help you reach even higher levels. All of the suited men came towards me. Some of the hunters looked interested as well. I was getting a bit flustered and honestly somewhat annoyed. It's a pleasure to meet you, come by our Sentano Guild Enitai Dash. They all started crowding around me, asking me questions and handing me cards. I squeezed my way through the crowd, answering politely until I heard my name get called out. This caught my attention. Hey. Jay Wright. You okay? Who knows me here? I looked up to see a group of 3 women. There was a tall brown-haired girl waving at me. I was puzzled for a moment. Then it hit me. Those are the mages from Pace. This is a perfect. Hey. It's you. Once I replied, the swarm of people slowly backed off. It seems they realized I was already associated with one of the teams that showed up. I put on a professional smile and walked over to the group of mages and whispered under my breath. Thanks. Let's get out of here. The tall girl looked straight at me with confidence. No problem, my name's Ray, by the way. I didn't get to introduce myself yet. I've seen you around the guild every once in a while. Maria talks about sometimes too. Nice to officially meet you. Oh. You're one of the mages training Maria. Nice to meet you too. She nodded and smiled. Ray was wearing a lightweight combat outfit. It was a dark black color that contrasted her olive skin nicely. I've never stopped to actually look at her before. She is beautiful. Hello. One of the other mages started waving their hands close in front of my face. I must have been zoning out. Sorry. It was a hard fight, I'm a bit tired. They all giggled a bit and we walked off. I was pretty beat up from my fight, that wasn't a lie. We took the main road back into town. Once we got through the front doors, the team of mages brought me to a training room and let me recover in the resting area. I'd never seriously checked out these training rooms. My main focus has always been to dungeon dive and level up. They seem to be isolated rooms with mana conductors in the walls and flooring. It'd be pretty difficult to damage it, that's why guild members spar here. It's expensive magic tech. I'm pretty sure only guilds and government building can afford equipment like these. Maybe it would be worth my time to actually train in here and learn some new moves. I finished examining all their equipment and went to go rest on a soft mat near the resting zone. The second I got comfortable, I heard a few light knocks at the door. You're crazy, you know that. Jack walked through the door with a smile on his face while shaking his head slowly. I couldn't tell if he was disappointed or impressed. I sat up a bit to hear what he had to say. I have to thank you though. The team I sent out just filled me in on the whole situation. Without you defeating that boss on your own, we would have had to deal with mutants rampaging through the city for another half an hour or so. It would have gotten pretty bad out there. I nodded and put my head back on the mat. I was exhausted. No problem, just doing my job. Here, catch. A thank you from the guild. He threw me 2 small bottles. They're D-class MP and HP potions. Drink up. I drank them and felt rejuvenated the instant they touched my lips. The muscle fatigue didn't fade though, I was still physically tired. Keep the item box too, plus whatever's inside. You earned it. My gift to you. I stood to my feet feeling a lot better than I had moments ago. We shook hands. Thanks, Jack. I appreciate the warning you gave me this morning. I guess it's just good luck I didn't take it into consideration. We both laughed loudly and walked out of the training room together. Once we got into the lobby, Jack spoke up. I couldn't help but notice your sword is missing. Feel free to use any guild equipment when you're in the dungeons, but I assume you'd like to buy your own. I nodded. He was right, I didn't like the idea of a borrowed sword to fight my battles. I needed a new one. Then I saw a familiar face. One of training room doors flew open and Maria came running down the hall, followed by a few of the mages that helped me get back to the guild. They must have told her what was going on. Jayy. I was worried. Are you okay? Haha, yes Maria, I'm okay. Thank you for being so concerned. Jack raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. This would be perfect. I looked over at him with a confused look on my face. What would be perfect? He grinned. Maria is going off to the capital tomorrow with Ray. They're going to get some new equipment for our guild and some personal items as well. Maria looked over to Jack and me curiously. Yeah, we are. What about it? Why don't you bring Jay along? He needs a new sword after all. Maria's eyes lit up. You want to come to the capital with us tomorrow? It would be really fun. I was thrown off a bit by the sudden forced invitation. It seemed like a good idea though. I need to take a breather, a day off shopping in the capital may not be such a bad idea. Sure, I'm in. She smiled. Awesome. It's settled. I'll see you here first thing tomorrow, Jay. Right when the sun comes up, don't be late. I nodded in agreement. Perfect, see you then. Jack and I continued walking towards the front door. I was exhausted, just by looking at me it was very clear. Jack opened the exit door. See ya. I have a few things I want to talk about, but they can wait for another time. Looks like you need some rest. Yes, thank you. I'll see ya. I walked home quickly. It was really only midday, but I needed a nap. This is the most battle-fatigued I've ever been. I felt horrible, but oddly satisfied with today's results. I walked up my apartment steps about 10 minutes later. With a twist of the key I walked in and threw all my clothes on the floor. After a long hot shower I crawled into bed and fell into a blissful sleep. I drifted off into dreamland with a lot to think about. I wonder what the capital is like now. The last time I've been there was in my childhood. It'll be a peaceful day off. I hope. Chapter 34. I woke up very early the next morning. It wasn't even light out yet. I checked my clock. 4:30, just great. With a sigh, I hopped out of bed and decided to go for a morning walk. I have the energy for it, hopefully there's a store open for some food. I'm beyond starving. I grabbed a handful of bronze and almost half my silver. All the coins fit in my item box as I tied it around my waist. Then, reflexively I tried to grab my sword. Ah. That's right. It's gone. Walking out through the front door felt off without my sword, it made me feel pretty vulnerable. That'll all be fixed today though. I took a stroll down the center of town towards the village market. Most of the lights were out. People should be asleep around this time, it makes sense. I went to a less residential area in search for a bite to eat. Finally, I found a 24/7 corner shop. This'll do. I went inside and purchased a big bottle of water along with a bacon, egg and cheese bagel. A breakfast of champions. As my walk continued I made my way towards a park area as the sun began to rise. I couldn't help thinking about my adventure yesterday. Was it catastrophically idiotic? Or was this the type of thing I had to do to get stronger? I wouldn't have unlocked the new capabilities of my fire magic without that fight. Plus, my combat experience has gone through the roof. I'm much more confident fighting stronger monsters now. I also obtained a very valuable new magical item. My defense stat is finally not a major weakness. It'll be fun to test that out. Best of all, I absorbed a new skill. Body hardening. It's a special grade skill as well. A rare class of skill like my inspect skill. Not many people have this type of body hardening. It will be very beneficial. I've definitely become stronger. I need to be more strategic about my battles in the future. I need to level up a lot more, but I also have to start farming valuable skills as well. The sun started to rise and I decided to make my way over to the Pace Guild. Morning, Jay. You're up early. The tall blonde woman greeted me in the lobby. Does she never sleep? They must work her like a horse. You are too. Anyone here yet? I'm meeting Maria and Ray today. She shook her head. I nodded and continued walking forward. All right. When they come by, tell them I'm in the training room. I walked back into the white-walled training room. I was too tired yesterday to get a good look at everything in here. I felt the walls and the flooring with my fingers. They were smooth to the touch and I could hear a light hum when I put my ear next to it. Odd. It must be some kind of magic barrier. I've read about advanced magic training tech in some news articles but hadn't paid it much mind. I never thought I'd be able to use it myself. About 30 more minutes passed as I sifted through old swords and shields. Nothing else too special in here. Most of the gear is pretty messed up. I guess that's why they're sending Ray off to restock. Asterisk knock asterisk knock asterisk knock. Jay. Ready to go to the capital today. Maria came running in the room with a smile on her face. Yeah. I haven't been since I was really young. It should be cool. Moments later Ray walked in. She was much taller and proportionately built than I recollected from yesterday's meeting. Her dark brown hair fell down to her waist and she stood around 180 centimeters. It was kind of intimidating. She was basically my height. Ready to go. The train to the capital leaves in 30. Maria and I nodded and followed her out of the guild towards the train station. Hey, Ray. You're a C-class hunter, right? Yeah. How long have you been with Pace Guild? It's been about 4 years now. I've been with them ever since I graduated college. Okay. I was just curious. She nodded. What about you? Jack seems to have grown a liking to you. I looked at your file, but he hasn't written down much of anything. What's your deal? Why'd you join Pace? I'm just here to get stronger. Jack is letting me use the Pace dungeons in exchange for the resources I gather. She nodded but held eye contact with me for a little too long. All right. If that's it for now, I won't pry. We made it to the train station and waited by the platform. Screech. A train arrived and we all got in through the closest door. Ray motioned us to follow her when we got inside. This way. Pace has a private area. This ride will take 2 hours or so. It'll be much more comfortable there. We followed and watched Ray scan her guild pass after talking to an employee. We walked through 3 train sections and made our way to a private room with 2 couches. Maria and I sat on one side, Ray sat on the other with her legs crossed. The train started moving and I looked out the window watching the buildings fly by. I zoned out into deep thought. Trains always put me into a daze, sometimes even straight to sleep. There are 8 main regions in our country. We live in a region located at the southeast portion of the country. Our region is called the Vice region. We are considered average. There's nothing too special about us. We have a great economy and a medium-sized guild system. Most smaller towns and cities have their own smaller guilds and populations that trickle down from the capital's booming economy. Our direct trade partners are located in the southern center part of the country. This region is called the Bedrock region. We work well together because we are similar in economic and military power. Overall, we are both still in the bottom 4 regions of our country. Although all 8 regions in our country work together to build a strong nation, there is still friendly competition between us. Today we will be venturing into Vice City, the capital of the Vice region. I'm excited to see what kind of gear and facilities they have here. While watching the sun fully rise and the buildings get bigger and bigger the closer we came to the capital, our train eventually made it to the station. Screech. Last stop. Vice City. We have arrived at the capital. I heard the announcement come through some kind of loudspeaker in our train car. I shook my heart and started to get up, but my right shoulder felt heavy. To my surprise, Maria had fallen asleep on me. I guess it was a pretty long ride, and rather early in the morning. Hey. Time to wake up, we're here. I poked her and chuckled a little bit. Ray had already gotten up. She watched with an amused look on her face. Ah. We made it here, Aurea. Oh. Maria went red in the face and got to her feet. I fell asleep. Oops. We're here already. I just smiled. I didn't even notice. I wonder how long she was sleeping for. Haha, it's fine. We're here, let's check this place out. Time for some shopping. We all nodded in agreement and stepped out of the train. I stood there in awe on the platform outside. This is nothing like the village market. A huge trading center was right in front of the station. There were tall silver buildings as far as the eye could see. At their bases were all kinds of white-walled shops and neon signs. Bikes and cars were everywhere, moving in all directions. Many hunters were buying and selling large mana crystals and handling weapons in the streets. I could see groups of businessmen in suits going up to the higher floors in the skyscrapers, as well as talking to hunters on the streets. It was pretty overstimulating for me. I couldn't keep track of everything in front of me. I just stared in disbelief. Maria was the same. She was taking in the view of the busy city with wide open eyes. We both stood there for a solid 30 seconds. Come on. Let's get a move on. Ray was unfazed. I guess she came here often. At least she let us enjoy the view for a little while. We need to get a few things for the guild, then we can do whatever you two want. This won't take long. Follow me. All three of us walked into the busy town center together. Chapter 35. The main road was filled with independent street vendors. We walked for about 10 minutes in the direction of the city center. It became very clear to me that most of the shops around the train station were mostly for tourists and small-time hunters. It was filled with scammers and con men. What can you really expect? Business is business. That's the way the world works. As we walked further in, there were less people out on the streets. The buildings became much taller. It looked like they were mostly allocated for office space. We turned a street corner and I saw a massive mall. There were escalators that connected at least 10 floors of shopping areas. The floors were a smooth white color and the walls connecting each new floor were made of a thick clear glass. The curved silver steel beams that held everything together were incorporated into the building design. It looked very futuristic. We took an escalator up to the 6th floor. Maria and I were fascinated by the scenery. The shops sold mana crystals, swords, armor, shields, and much more. People here were a lot more civilized and dressed much nicer than the town market. This must be the designer district. Higher class items are sold here. Makes sense. As we arrived to the 6th floor, Ray motioned for us to get off the moving stairs and to follow her. We walked along a balcony with a clear glass barrier. There was an open hole in the center of the mall. It was donut-shaped. Looking up there was a blue sky. Looking downwards we could see the bottom floor. It's an incredible building. We kept walking along the balcony until a large storefront came into view. It seemed to be a separate shopping area closed off by a white wall. I couldn't see inside. Ray talked to a security guard outside and showed him a card. The guard nodded and opened the door. We walked in. It was a large shopping center with organized gear on each wall and display tables. Ray spoke up. All right, give me about 30 minutes. I'm going to stock up on gear for the guild. Maria and I nodded. I overheard a few employees and some of Ray's previous conversation. This seems to be a high-end magical item store, but its customer base is exclusively bulk buyers from guilds. They must offer good deals. Maria and I wandered around the store looking at all the equipment. There were display tables full of potions and interesting-looking stones and items. I saw a wall completely covered in glistening silver swords. There was even an accessory table that had all kinds of rings, bracelets, and necklaces with a variety of attributes. There is nothing like this back home. The capital is amazing. Maria's was mesmerized as well. It all seemed to be high-grade E and D class gear. There wasn't much here that was mind-blowing. It was just the fact that there was so much of it in one place. I assumed there are other shops with higher-grade gear, but it wouldn't be worth the guild's money to buy those in bulk. All right. That didn't take too long, did it? Ray came over to us while tightening a large leather pouch around her waist. I raised an eyebrow. That's an item box, right? It looks a lot bigger than mine. How much can it carry? She grinned. You're right. It's a lower-grade C-class item box. Holds up to 100 items. I filled it to the brim. We have enough swords and potions to last a few months. I nodded. Wow. Good to know. Maria interrupted. Hey. Now that we got the guild's shopping out of the way, where can we go to that shop? I want to get that sword you told me about. It's here, right? Ray nodded. I looked to Maria with a bit of confusion. A sword? You're able to handle a sword now? I remember the last time you tried to carry mine, the floor nearly broke. Maria went a bit red in the face. I can actually. Ray said there are lightweight swords here, they will be perfect with my ice magic. Oh yeah. A special sword shop. Let's go check it out. I need to find something new as well. Ray interjected. Okay. Follow me, it's on the 8th floor. We followed. After 2 escalator rides that took about 5 minutes, we made it to floor 8. There were quite a few people on this floor. All the shops were open to the public and many items were out on display. We walked over to a shop with tall glass doors and were greeted by a woman in a suit and tie. An odd sight, but it wasn't too out of place here, I guess. Welcome to Apollo's sword shop. May I see your hunter's licenses? We handed her our cards and she escorted us to a counter with dozens of silver swords behind it. We have an E, D, and A C class here. Get them what they need. She spoke to a man behind the counter wearing a suit identical to hers. His eyes perked up. Who needs a sword? What can I do for you? Maria and I both raised a hand. I spoke up. Both of us, but take care of her first. I'll look around the shop. He nodded and started asking Maria a ton of questions. I zoned out of the conversation and started eyeing a few swords in the nearby display cases. I needed a good replacement sword, but I don't have the money to get anything too crazy. I reached in my item box and counted what I had. The total was 43 silver. I left a good amount at home. I didn't want to blow my whole savings. This can get me a good sword. I remembered back to the auction. I can probably get something with a 100 to 150 strength stat. That's all I'm looking for. It'll be a good upgrade from my last sword, but it's better that I don't get too attached to my weapons. They do break. There were clear markings on the walls showing what the range of stats on different items in display cases held. I could tell there were private rooms in the back too. That must be where their VIP customers make expensive deals. Interesting. I came upon a D rank long sword display case. A shining silver sword with a black handle caught my eye. A younger man caught me eyeing it. Hey. My name's Marco. That's a nice sword you're looking at. It has a 125 strength boost. I can sell it to you for 30 silver. Can I hold it? Yeah, sure. Just know, if you break it, you buy it. I chucked. Yeah. The man handed me the sword off the wall and I gave it a good feel. It was heavier than my last sword, but I could instantly feel the strength upgrade surging through me. This sword has some strong magic. I like it. Give me it for 25, it's a decent sword. The man grinned. He knew I was hooked. Ah, so you're the bartering type. You from out of town or what? Yeah, came in this morning. It's my first time in the city. Well, at least first time in a while. So, 25. The man shook his head. 28, I can bring it down 2 sliver, that's it. Come on, I need it closer to 25. How about 26? That's all I have on me. I need to get lunch later, you know. Clearly a lie, but that's how you barter. He knows it too. 27, that's the lowest I can go. With a sword like this you can kill your own lunch. Fine. 27, but I want a nice sheath with it too. Black to match the handle. Deal. Great. We shook on it and the men went over to a nearby display case to find a sheath. I counted out 27 silver and had it out on the table before he got back. We completed the deal just like that. I nodded to the men again and put my new sword on my back. That was easy, didn't need to search around too much. I got what I needed. I walked back over to where I left Maria. There were about half a dozen swords laid out on the table. Maria had a look of concentration on her face. She was clearly having trouble deciding which one to get. This is the difference between men and women shopping. It makes me go crazy sometimes. I watched Maria pick up each of the 6 swords at least 10 more times and swing them around. Almost 20 minutes went by. I was just happy to be out and about, it didn't bug me too much today. She can take all the take she wants. All right. I think I like this one. I'll take it. Maria finally picked out a sword. She stood holding a long and thin silver sword. When she swung it, there wasn't even the slightest sound. It seems to be a custom-made sword. That will be 10 silver. The salesman looked at her and smiled. Maria reached into her small bag and pulled out a few silver coins. There you go. Thanks. She purchased a white sheath as well. With an agile movement she slung the sword over her back. The 3 of us started walking out of the store. She didn't even try to haggle the price down. Whatever works for her, I guess. There was one thing I was curious about. Hey Maria. Where do you make your money? That's an expensive sword for an E-class. She smiled. Pace has been paying me for dungeon diving lately. I've been saving up. Pace pays you. She looked confused. Why yeah. I have an exclusive student contract. They're obligated to pay me. I thought for a moment. I guess exclusive contracts with a salary would make sense. I don't get paid because I never even asked to. Ah, okay. Makes sense. We walked out the front door of the store and Ray stopped in front of us. Do you two want to test out those new weapons? Maria and I looked at each other. We shrugged and nodded eagerly. Ray grinned. Follow me. I know just the place to put those blades to use. This is going to be fun. I looked at her with curiosity. Are there dungeons nearby? Ray kept a smug grin on her face. There are, but that's not exactly where we're going. Trust me, you'll like this place. She hopped on an escalator moving downwards and we followed. I wonder where we're going to test out our new weapons in the capital. Wherever it is, I'm looking forward to it. I'll get to see Maria in action for the first time too. This day is about to get even more exciting. Chapter 36. We made our way down all 8 floors. I watched all the shops go by as we glided down on the moving stairs. On the bottom floor there was a large crowd around a storefront that took up almost a quarter of the floor space. Ray motioned us towards it. This way. It'll be a few silver, but trust me it's worth it. I've been in here a few times. We walked through the crowd of people and got into a small line forming right outside the entrance. There was a large sign over the glass door. Vice City Mall Training Center. The line moved forward slowly for about 10 minutes until a middle-aged man greeted us at the door. Just the 3 of you? What level training room, and how long are you going to need? Ray spoke up. 30 minutes in AD classroom. We'll rent 3 pairs of sim gear too. That'll be 10 silver for the room, 3 extra for the sim gear. My eyebrow raised. That's pretty pricey. What kind of training room is this? I reached into my item box to grab some silver for my cut, but Ray immediately gave me a look. Don't worry about it. Pace Guild will cover this one, it's for training. She winked at me and handed the man 13 silver. He nodded and led us through. 4th room on the left. Timer starts once you open the door. We walked through a narrow hallway and towards the room. Ray opened the door and we walked in. She shut the door and a large clock on the wall started counting down 30 minutes. It was a large room with high ceilings. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all white and I could hear the hum of a mana shield. There was a small rack with combat suits on it. Ray picked one up and started putting it on over her clothing. It magically tightened to fit her body. You guys too, put 'em on. Maria and I followed her lead and put on the suits. All of a sudden I saw blue text hovering over Ray and Maria's heads. I saw Maria staring over my head as well. There must be numbers above mine too. I looked at Ray. What is this? She grinned. It's Vice City training gear. Pricey tech, let's use it while we have the time. Don't hold back, this gear is graded up to high B-class attacks. You couldn't kill someone in one if you tried. I looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? She smirked. Then her whole body started to glow with a yellow light. This is what I mean. Her body glowed so bright I could hardly see anything else in the room. It was blinding me. The room started to fill with static and my eyes went wide as I saw large thunderbolts protruding from Ray's body. Asterisk zap up asterisk. A huge bolt of electricity came flying towards me faster than my eyes could see. AF. It hit me with a direct hit. It was more painful than I was expecting it to be. I dropped to my knees and Maria shrieked. He's at 0. 0 out of 100. Ray, how could you do the dash? Just give it a second, Maria, watch. A small red text appeared at the lower left corner of my vision. 1 death logged. Restart. Yes, no. I chose, yes, and an animation of my health bar rose from 0/100 to 100/100 in front of my eyes. This is a simulation. Ray laughed. Yes, but also no. Maria and I both looked at her with confused looks on our faces. The suits absorb the magic energy from attacks. It will simulate the damage and show you what percentage of your health would have been taken. They're a great tool for training. It allows higher-ranked hunters to go all out and not worry about hurting their training partners. Maria and I both looked down at our suits in awe. It is pretty cool. I knew the capital was going to have some cool new tech, but I didn't know stuff like this was so available to the public. Maria spoke up. All right, Jay. Let's spar. She started to glow a light blue color and took out her sword. I returned the favor with a grin and took out my own sword. I decided not to use my fire just yet. I don't think it would be fair against Maria. She engulfed her sword in a blue and white crystallizing mist. I was impressed. Her ability to handle her ice skill has definitely improved. Maria's level is much lower than mine, so her movements were easy to track. Clang. I blocked her sword's hits with simple defense tactics. She handled her sword well, and her swordplay looked cool, but she couldn't land a hit due to the huge difference in out stats. After 10 or so attacks, Maria looked up at me with a grin. Come on, Jay. You're AD class. I know you can do more than that. Don't you want to test out your new sword? Maria glowed even brighter now and her sword started to grow in size. Clang. We struck blades again. This time the ice from her sword crept towards my own. As I backed away, the ice on my blade kept expanding. It was slowly making its way down the blade towards my hand. Maria looked proud of herself and gave me a smirk. The ice touched my right hand and it was much colder than I expected it to be. Moments later I saw the simulated bar in the bottom left of my vision start to change. The ice kept moving up my right arm. It was starting to hurt a bit. I couldn't move my hand at all. Maria's skill is very neat. It probably works extremely well on lower-level monsters. If I was fighting her seriously, she would never have managed to get a hit on me. What are you gonna do now, Jay? I think you got a little too cocky. I grinned. Oh yeah. I decided it was time to get a little serious. I activated my fire magic. It started as a slow crackle, but erupted into a dark red fireball surrounding my body. Her ice melted off my hand and I immediately regained mobility. I smirked as I saw Maria's eyes go wide. I sprinted towards her with my blade pointing straight ahead. I was moving much faster than she could react to at her current level. Moments later I ran behind her and started to swing my sword. I stopped my flaming blade millimeters from her neck. I think it's you that got a little too cocky. I could see Ray in the corner of my vision. She watched us with her arms crossed. She was just enjoying the show. Maria finally spoke up. Why, you win. You're right. I took my blade away from her and we both stood at ease. I think we're all at differing skill levels. It'd be hard to train with each other. Ray walked over to us. You're right, I just wanted to try on this gear again. We can't do much actual training in here. It's more for the experience. I just thou dash. Maria interrupted her abruptly. Hey Jay. You never told me you had a magic skill too. I thought you were just a swordsman. When were you going to tell me? Huh. I laughed. Well, you know now. I guess so. Maria pouted and puffed out her cheeks. I could tell she wasn't actually mad. Ray chimed in. I knew, it was the only thing written in your file. I was curious if you were going to show us or not. I gave Ray a side eye, but in a friendly way. Let's make use of our time in here. We only have 20 minutes left. Let's 2v1. Maria and me versus you. Ray grinned. Sure, you asked for it. Maria smiled. She liked the idea. Asterisk zap asterisk. Ag. 2 deaths logged. Restart. Yes, no. I chose, yes, and got to my feet. Okay. Go a little easy on us. We're trying to have some fun here. Maria nodded as she stood up as well. Yeah, come on. Ray just nodded in agreement. She was enjoying this a little too much. We spent the next 20 minutes getting zapped to death over and over, not landing a single hit on Ray. 16 deaths logged. Restart. Yes, no. Yes. We got to test out our new gear, and simulated deaths weren't as bad as they sound. I heard a loud beeping sound and looked up to see where it was coming from. The clock on the wall had counted down to 0 and the door swung open. Our time was up. We took our sim suits off and walked out the door with smiles across all of our faces. I turned to Ray. That was actually really fun. I'm glad you brought us in there, despite fake killing me 16 times. She laughed. No problem, I'm glad you liked it. How about you, Maria? She nodded. Yeah. It was a bit scary at first, but I liked it. We walked out of the storefront and Ray thanked the guard that let us in. We stood in the center of the mall. I looked up through the structure straight at the sky and watched the white clouds pass by for a while. Gurgly. My stomach made a loud sound. All that dying made me hungry. Maria giggled and Ray smiled while pointing towards the direction we came from. There are some really good food shops by the main trading center next to the train station. Let's go check it out, I'm pretty hungry too. We all nodded in agreement and started walking off towards the main market area. Ray took us off in a direction we hadn't walked through before. The smell of spices filled my nose. As we walked deeper into the food vendor portion of the market, I saw hundreds of booths and thousands of people eating all kinds of food. It was filled with every type of food I could imagine. The aromas were hypnotizing. Ray led the way, I followed. I know a really good place, we're almost there. Moments later we approached a small restaurant and were seated almost immediately. The 3 of us sat around a circular table with a fire in the center part. The smell of meats and spices filled the air. A waitress came by and we ordered almost half the menu to share, it all looked so good. Less than 10 minutes later our food started coming. The restaurant brought out many types of exotic meats and let us cook it ourselves on the grill area in front of us. There were all types of appetizers and side dishes available too. Bowls of soup, noodle dishes, all kinds of bread, exotic fruits and vegetables, and dishes I couldn't even name. We dug in. It was the best meal I've had in a long time, maybe the best meal I've ever had. After 20 minutes went by and the initial dopamine rush died down, I started to settle back into reality. For a moment it was just me and my food. Ray spoke up. I knew you would like this place. I come by every time I'm in the capital. Maria and I both nodded with our mouths full. When we're done and take the time to digest, maybe we can check out some of the capital's public dungeons. I raised an eyebrow. Are there a lot of dungeons around here? Ray smiled. More than you could imagine. The more populated a city is, the more often dungeons spawns. The capital is covered with them. Let's do it. I'd love to check them out. Cool, we'll check some out later today. I nodded and went back to searing a large piece of meat. My mind started wandering though. It's odd that more dungeons spawn where there are large populations of people. I wonder why that is. I'll find out sooner or later. I can't wait to see what kind of monsters there are in the capital. I thought this would be a calm day off, but it seems like a hunter's life always falls back to diving into dungeons. Chapter 37. We ate as much as we could, but there was still a good amount of food left on the table. After lounging around for another 30 minutes or so, we finally got up and paid the bill. Ray motioned us towards the city center again. Let's go check out the dungeon hub. We don't have too much time before we have to catch the last train back home. 1 or 2 hours should be enough to get a feel for how the capital's dungeons work. I got up and looked at her. Makes sense, I can't do a serious raid on a full stomach like this anyways. I'm curious how it works here. I haven't seen a single dungeon. I thought they'd be more out in the open. How do hunters even find places to raid around here? What's this dungeon hub place? Ray smiled. You'll see, it's where most of the public dungeons in Vice City are located. I nodded, accepting the fact she wouldn't tell me yet, and started following her through the crowds of people in the busy market. It was still mind-blowing how many people were in a single area. I'm not used to this big city life just yet. About 20 minutes later, we walked past the mall area and made our way even further into the city center. The large silver towers were getting taller and the streets were getting narrower. We eventually came across a large black tower. It stood out from the buildings surrounding it, and there were many people entering and exiting from the large open front doors. Ray started walking towards the entrance. Maria and I followed without saying a word. The inside of the tower was black as well. There were no windows or lights, but oddly enough it was very bright inside. I could see perfectly. There were 4 sets of escalators in front of us that lead down to a lower level. I assumed the tower went up at first, but I guess there's more underground. Each escalator had black stairs and gray glass walls that went up to about waist height on either side. The 4 sets of moving stairways were labeled E-Class Dungeons, D-Class Dungeons, C-Class Dungeons, B-Class Dungeons. Each of them had a security guard that scanned IDs in front of them before anyone could go down. There was an escalator in the distance near the back of the building as well. It went upwards and had 4 guards in front of it. No one was approaching that stairway. I couldn't make out the writing on the sign above it. Ray continued to walk towards the far left stairway. All right, let's take the E-Class escalator so we can all check it out. Maria and I nodded. This is what I was thinking too. The crowds of people were mostly all going to the same place as us. Over 75% were headed down to the E-Class dungeons. 20% were scanning their IDs to enter the D-Class dungeons. The remaining 5% were headed towards the C-Class dungeons. I didn't see a single person go down the B-Class escalator. We scanned our licenses and boarded the moving stairs. I looked downwards and couldn't even see the end. There were just hundreds of heads bobbing up and down. After a full 3 minutes or so, we finally got to the bottom. We must have gone 100 m underground. I couldn't believe my eyes at first. So this is the Vice City Dungeon Hub. I grinned. There was a wide open area that looked like a stretched-out subway system. I could see a large digital sign that had dozens of dungeon names with estimates on how long it would take to get to each of them. Another large sign had a map of Vice City with exact locations pinpointing each dungeon entrance. Shriek. On either side of the large platform area, a train took hunters to and from all of the E-Class dungeons in Vice City. It's a pretty well thought out system. I'm impressed. At the center of the platform there were a couple hunters buying and selling E-Class gear and mana crystals. They were also pairing up and getting into groups to go raid dungeons. There were all kinds of people down here. I was in awe. We all walked over to the giant map and Ray pointed to a spot on it. We're right here. These 2 trains will only bring us to E-Class dungeons. You need to scan for clearance to get onto the D, C, and B-Class trains. Pretty cool, right? Maria and I nodded with excitement. Yeah, I never knew the capital was this advanced. There's so many dungeons. I could level up so much faster here. Red laughed. Yeah, city folk tend to level up a bit faster. They also tend to die more often. Close to 30% of hunters get seriously injured or killed within the first 5 years of hunting here in the city. It's a dangerous game. I nodded. HP potions are usually enough to heal any hunter's wounds, but there are some cases where they don't work. If a hunter loses a limb or gets an injury that couldn't naturally heal over time, most HP potions can't heal them. It would take a class healing magic or potions to work those miracles. The average person could never afford it. A serious injury is sometimes worse than death for hunters these days. You're right. Risk versus reward. I would still like to give some of these dungeons a try. There's so much potential in this city. Ray grinned. It seems you've really been enjoying your time here in the city. Maybe you should stay a while. I'm sure the guild won't mind. Really? Maybe I will. Maria popped into our conversation. Hey, let's go here. She pointed to a dot on the map. It was labeled, Ogre Dungeon, Medium, dot. Ray nodded. That'll be perfect. It's a medium-grade dungeon, that just means it's in the middle range of difficulty for E-class hunters. A perfect one to give your new gear some actual experience out in the field. Maria nodded. Scree. A train pulled up the moment Ray stopped talking. She pointed to it. That's our train. We boarded and held on to the handles above our heads. The train was packed. It stared to move and I looked out the window to see the blank cement walls moving by. It was oddly calming. About 10 minutes later we arrived. There were 2 escalators. One of them brought us up to the surface into a room with no doors, the other was for when we wanted to go back down to the train. There was just a glowing blue portal at the back of this room. We could either go into the dungeon or back to the train. There was no way to access this room without using the dungeon hub system. We all nodded at each other and jumped through. I could see mountains and large trees all around me. It felt and looked like a pretty standard forest dungeon. I stepped back to let Maria do the fighting. I won't be able to get any experience in an E-class dungeon anyways. We walked for about 10 minutes before finally coming across a monster. It stood at about 2.5 m tall with light green skin. The beast smelled horrible and only wore a small piece of cloth around its waist. It carried a large axe and stared us down. It's a standard E-class monster. I got this, guys. Maria began to glow blue and charged towards the orge. She was clearly faster than it. Grrr. The beast let out a roar and swung at her, but it was way too slow to get anywhere near Maria. She got behind the ogre and I saw the light blue mist glow bright from behind the beast. Shinning. Moments later the monster stopped moving. Maria came running out from behind it. I couldn't quite see the whole attack, but it seems like she landed a clean hit on its back. As she came around the front side, the ogre let out a cry as the blue mist engulfed its body. It turned completely to ice in front of my eyes. Maria grinned and took another slash at the monster from the front this time. It shattered into tiny ice fragments. It was an impressive feat. She really does have some strong ice magic. Asterisk clap, asterisk clap, asterisk clap. I slowly clapped and walked over to her. You've improved a lot. That was an impressive takedown. Maria blushed and smiled. Thanks. These ogres aren't too hard for me anyways. I am level 63 now. I raised an eyebrow. You're level 63. Moving up in the world, I see. You'll catch up to me soon at this rate. We both laughed. Maria collected a mana crystal from the disappearing fragments of ogre that were left by our feet. We roamed around the dungeon for another hour or so. Maria showed me some of her new moves and I showed off a bit too. Ray followed, but I could tell she was getting bored. Eventually she spoke up. Hey, I don't want to kill your fun, but we've already done a lot today. I wanted to show you the dungeons before it got too late. We don't have much time to actually hunt. Maria and I nodded, taking the hint. We have to catch the train back soon or we'll be stuck in Vice City tonight. We made our way back to the exit and took the train back to the main dungeon hub. It was short, but sweet. I'm glad we got to check it out. Thanks for taking us out today, Ray. I appreciate you showing us around. She nodded. My pleasure. I had a relaxing day off. I'm glad you got to see the city. We made our way back up the escalator and headed to the main train station that would bring us back home. Hey, Ray. If I wanted to stay in the city for a little while, where could I go? Is there a hotel or something you know of? Ray grinned. So the city really has you hooked. Well, I just think it'd be a waste to leave now. There's so many dungeons here. I'd like to stay for a few days and really check this place out. It may seem spontaneous, but I think it's the right move. Maria looked up at me. I think that's a great idea. You don't have school or anything holding you back right now. Stay in the city. Maria's immediate support made me happy. Ray nodded and pointed. If you head in that direction for about 1 kilometer, you'll get to a more residential area. There are many hotels you can stay in. I nodded. Thanks. Ray nodded back. No problem. Some time in the city will make you much stronger, maybe we can spar for real when you come back. Haha, I'd hope so. Let Jack know I'll be back in a week or two max. I know he wanted to talk to me about something before I left. It's just going to have to wait a little longer, I guess. Okay, I'll let him know. Great. I waved off Maria and Ray. They had to catch the next train very soon. That was out of the blue, but this feels right. There's so much opportunity here. I can't leave yet. Chapter 38. I headed off in the direction Ray pointed. I was alone in the city now. It feels so nice to be alone in places where no one knows who I am. I love the feeling of being anonymous until I decide not to be. Anything I do or say in public will be forgotten in the wind moments later. I'll never see anyone here again unless I make the conscious effort to do so. This city makes me feel free. I walked for about 10 minutes with a wide grin on my face, then I arrived at the residential district. It was definitely a tourist-filled area, but that's what I am too. Most of the buildings were 5 to 10 stories tall. Some were older looking, others were newly built and higher class. I walked towards one that seemed to be in the middle range of affordability. I want to stay somewhere nice, but not too pricey. The building was tall and gray with bluish-white windows. I walked through the front door and was immediately greeted by a short man with a button-up vest and a long black gelled mustache that protruded from his face on either side. He was sitting behind a long wooden check-in desk. Welcome to the Element Inn. How can I help you today, sir? I'd like to get a room. A single, nothing special. The man nodded and looked at a pile of papers. Our going rate is 1 silver a night. How long would you like to stay? 1 silver a night. Could I get a discount for staying a full week? I'm new to the city. He nodded and sifted through his papers again. This is clearly tourist pricing, they're making a killing. It wouldn't hurt to ask for a little discount. A single bed and bath, I can do 5 silver for a 7-night stay. You'll be on the top floor. Great. I smiled and counted out 5 silver on the table in front of me. This hotel is pricey. Honestly, this whole city is pricey. I need to start making some money, I'm almost out of the reserves I brought with me. The innkeeper took my silver and handed me a key. It had dark black letters printed on it, 1011. 10th floor, room 11. There's an elevator around that corner. Maids will come to clean your room every day at noon, checkout is 7 days from now at 11 a.m. Got it. Yes. Thank you. I walked away from the man waving as I got in the elevator. He didn't even ask for my ID. That was odd. Asterisk ding asterisk. The elevator stopped at the 10th floor and I stepped out to walk down the hall towards my room. I twisted the key and walked inside. It was actually a bit nicer than I expected. There's a large bed in the center of the room and a bathroom with a shower included. The linen on the bed is white and a lamp stood on the bedside table next to a large glass window that filled up the entire back wall of the room. The window had a slight bluish tint. I guess that was just the hotel's aesthetic, it looks pretty modern. The view outside the window is pretty amazing. The sun is setting, I can see all the neon signs and outlines of people walking around in the residential district. Off in the distance I can see the train station and the huge market center. Every direction I looked is eventually blocked by massive silver skyscrapers in all directions, but overall it's a really nice view. I placed my new sword up against the wall and undressed to get in a nice hot shower. The water pressure at this inn was amazing. The hot water never ended, I haven't felt this relaxed in a while. Afterwards, I flopped into bed and watched the sun set completely behind the city's skyline. What a day! As I fell into a peaceful sleep I thought about a few things. Tomorrow I'm going to start slow. A medium-grade D-class dungeon will be a perfect warm-up for this week. I need to find a good merchant at the market to start buying and selling mana crystals and potions too. Once I get the hang of things here I have 3 main goals. The first and most urgent goal is to start making money. I'm sure it won't be too hard to farm loot. The second goal is to level up. I had a nice day off today, but I feel stagnant when I'm not getting stronger. Lastly, I need to start farming skills. I finally have the option to dive into many dungeons all in the same place. This is where my absorption skill will start to show its true potential. After a nice long rest, I woke up to the rising sun. I was out the door and ready for an exciting day minutes later. My first stop was the market. It took me about 10 minutes to make my way over. It's even more crowded than yesterday. All the early morning hunters are here to stock up on gear. I strolled around for a few minutes until one shop caught my eye. It looked a bit run down, but that's what I'm used to. The gear on the shelves looked perfectly new. It was just the shop itself that showed some wear and tear. "How you doing, kid?" The old store owner approached me while I was looking at his merchandise. I couldn't help myself from smiling. He reminded me of the old merchant back home. I like this place more already. "Hey, you have any E-class potions? I need an MP and an HP. This is almost the last of my money. I hope I can get some D-class potions after a few successful dungeon raids." "Sure thing, kid, 2 silver. I placed 2 silver on the counter and nodded. The old merchant handed me my potions and I placed them in my item box. "The name's Roger, by the way. Good luck out there today." "Thanks. MJ. Nice meeting you." I waved and walked away. That seems like the shop I was looking for. I'll come back there later today to sell my loot. Now it's time to make my way towards the dungeon hub. The large black building was swarming with hunters today. I made it inside and showed the guard by the D-class dungeon escalator my ID. Just like that, I was through. Minutes later, I made it down to the subway platform and was very surprised to see so many people at the station. There were a ton of groups in the center platform yelling out all kinds of things. 2 tanks needed. We're raiding the golem boss for EXP today. Loot-focused raid. Healing mage needed as soon as possible. Any combat magic users? We're raiding for EXP today. We'll pay for boss kills if you can carry. There were all types of teams forming. Many jobs were being advertised and filled. This is much more organized than the E-class platform. I walked further in to check out the list of dungeons. There were over 24 middle-grade D-class ones available nearby. I scanned the list and tried to pick something out. It was hard to choose. I stood there with my hand on my chin for a moment until I heard a girl's voice behind me. "Hey swordsman. We're raiding the troll dungeon today. Loot-focused, EXP isn't the priority. We average 5 silver each for an 8-hour raid. Interested?" I turned around to see a light-skinned girl that looked a bit older than me. She had dirty blonde hair and wore dark clothing. She was no more than 160 centimeters tall and had a long silver sword on her back. A man stood beside her. He had the same colored hair and wore very similar battle gear. His facial features were very feminine and his frame didn't carry much muscle. His skin was very pale and he stood 170 centimeters or so. He didn't carry any weapons. They were an odd pair. I used inspect out of curiosity. The man had a LV 136 over his head, and the woman's blue text read LV 151. They're about my level, and they probably know a lot more than I do about this city's dungeon system. If all the need is my strength, it'll be a good deal for me. 5 silver a day is solid as well. Sure. The troll dungeon is a medium-grade rating, right? She nodded. Yep. You're quite quick to agree, very trusting. Not from around here, are ya? I shook my head. Nope. You got me. She smiled. The men beside her still didn't say a word. Well, the train is about to arrive. A team of 3 will do the trick. Let's make some money. No boss fights, we're just farming regular trolls today. We split the mana and special drops 3 ways, no exceptions. Sound good? I nodded in agreement and walked with them over to the platform's edge as a train arrived. Screech. We boarded and were off to the troll dungeon just like that. Maybe I am a bit too trusting. For some reason I had a good feeling about these 2. I don't think they're here to do me any harm. I wonder what this raid will be like. I've never seen a troll before. Chapter 39. The train left the platform and we were off. Hey what's your name? I'm Jay, by the way. The light-skinned girl looked at me and smiled. Nice to meet you, Jay. I thought you'd never ask. My name is Talia, this is Corey. She pointed to the man. He nodded at me with a small grin. I nodded back. Well, nice to meet both of you. Do you live in the city? Talia rolled her eyes. For the moment, yeah. We've been traveling through a few regions these last few months. The goal is to see the whole country and making good money while we're at it. Corey looked at the ground. He was an odd guy. Ah, okay. So you two have been to many other places. If you don't mind sharing some knowledge with me, what are the guilds like in the big cities? Talia's eyes perked up. So you want to join a guild? You're a D-class hunter. Pretty much any small guild will pick you up and give you a decent contract. There's hundreds of them in the city. Yeah, I assumed so. What about the bigger guilds? Do you know anything about them? Well, there's a couple pretty big guilds in Vice City. The three main ones are invite only. You probably wouldn't ever even be able to walk through their doors without being at least a C-class hunter with some kind of crazy skill. I looked at her with curiosity now. It's not just small talk anymore, this is interesting. What are their names? Let me think. There's the Viridian Guild, that's the biggest one in Vice City right now. The Luna Guild and Fury Guild are definitely tied for a close second. I grinned and nodded. I turned to look at the cement walls flying by out the window. Interesting. I bet they have access to some really neat dungeons. I could see Talia's reflection in the window like a mirror. She made eye contact with me and continued talking. Yeah, but we're just a couple of D-class hunters. Even if they have scouts everywhere in this city, there's no way they'd reach out to us. Yeah. I can dream. She grinned. Screech. We made it to the troll dungeon. The escalator up was exactly the same as the dungeon I visited yesterday. At the top there was a very similar room with a floating blue portal at the back. Talia and I drew our swords. Corey stretched his arms and got into a readied state as well. We all jumped through. This is definitely a new dungeon environment for me. The ground is moist and the air is very humid. There are small swamp patches everywhere I look. The moss smells weird and pond grass rose up to my knees everywhere I stepped. Thankfully there are no bugs in sight, that's a relief. I hate bugs. When I look out far into the dungeon I can see thousands of trees. Most of them are pretty short and have long green vines hanging off their sagging branches. This is honestly a pretty gross dungeon. I should have done a bit of research before I agreed to come. I'm definitely going to have to do a deep wash my boots, or just buy a whole new set of clothes after this raid. When I squint my eyes I can make out the shadowy outline of what looks like a large tree in the back of the dungeon. Hey, have you guys been here before? What are these troll monster like, and is that a tree back there? Talia spoke up. Yeah, we've been here a few times this week with teams of 3 to 5. Trolls drop good mana. They're pretty tricky to kill, but with the 3 of us it shouldn't be a problem. We have 2 sword users. What about that tree? Oh yeah, that's where the boss room is. I've never gone that far in, just heard the stories. Apparently it's a pretty tough boss, powerful magic. I nodded. Okay. So we'll just stick around these parts for now and farm trolls. Got it. She nodded. Corey spoke up. This was the first time I heard his voice. It was light and quiet. 1 enemy. 100 m ahead. He must have some kind of enemy detection skill. I activated mine as well to see what he was sensing. A large creature was moving towards us at a consistent speed right in front of us like he said. I readied my sword and started walking cautiously in the direction of the incoming opponent. Corey backed up and Talia took the lead in front of him. It's just us fighting. Corey is our support type. He'll find enemies, then help with finishing them off. The actual combat will be handled by us. Okay. I nodded while keeping my eyes locked straight ahead. The creature was moving much faster now. It was less than 50 m away. The soft swampland makes it much harder to move around with ease. I'm going to have to focus on my footing a lot more during this battle. Moments later I heard heavy footsteps splashing around in the muddy water less than 10 m away. Talia yelled. It's here. Immobilize the enemy and don't let your guard down for 1 second. Even if it looks dead, keep your weapon ready for battle. Got it. Talia was in a very serious battle mode right now. These trolls must really be no joke. Moments later it finally came into my view. Asterisk grunt grunt grunt. A nasty-looking green creature came out from behind a wet sagging tree. Its arms were very long, they were almost touching the ground. The smell coming off this beast was similar to rotting flesh. It had a wide nose and its bottom teeth grew out like small tusks. The monster stood around 3 m tall, each of its fingers had long claws that looked as sharp as knives. It was a menacing creature, but I've faced much scarier-looking opponents before. I used to inspect to see what I was really dealing with here. LV 148. This monster is a few levels higher than me, but I'm sure with Talia's help it won't be too difficult to defeat. Alright, it's game time, Jay. Let's do this. We both stood in front of the disgusting creature as it charged forward. Kruror. The troll made a shrieking sound as it started to swing its arms and charge towards us. It had a very irregular and awkward movement style. This worked in its favor, I guess. It was harder to tell which way it'd swing its arms at any given moment. The troll was quick, but I was definitely quicker. It looked strong, but just by the way it moved I could tell I was much stronger as well. How could this thing be a higher level than me? This seems way too easy. I outran the monster and made a quick dodge to its right. Its clawed hand flew past me as I maneuvered myself behind it. This creature isn't the smartest tool in the shed either. Talia dodged to the left and the beast started eyeing her. It made an odd jerking motion and started sprinting towards her and away from me. Talia could definitely handle this mindless beast herself, but I wanted to show her that I can pull my own weight. First impressions are everything. I readied my sword and followed the monster as it hobbled away. I planted my right leg on a hard bit of ground, making sure not to get stuck in the mud, and jumped forward straight at the troll's backside. Shinning. Thudded. I landed a picture-perfect slash directly to the back of the monster's neck. Its head came clean off and landed in a patch of moss. I stared down at its disgusting head and its body fell into a shallow swamp behind me. I looked over to Talia with a satisfied smile on my face. Well, that was easy. Clean hit, right? For some reason she didn't look happy for me. I spoke up and tried to lighten the mood. Come on. You're upset I took the first kill or something? She still didn't even crack a smile. Talia just stood there holding her sword straight ahead, looking off in the distance behind me. Stay alert, Jay. I told you. Don't underestimate these things. I stared back at her with a confused look. Then I heard movements of another troll. They must travel in pairs, or even groups. Is this what Talia meant? I turned around and my eyes went wide. This is not what I was expecting at all. The body of a troll was climbing out of the shallow swamp, yes, just the body. I gripped my sword tightly and stared at the abomination before my eyes. The troll I had just killed, seemingly came back to life and it's ready to fight me again. Chapter 40. Trolls can regenerate. Just cutting off their heads isn't going to kill them. I looked over my shoulder at Talia as she yelled at me and rolled my eyes in return. You know, you could have briefed me on what kind of magic they actually had. That would have been pretty helpful. She nodded her head, but I could tell she was focused straight ahead at the troll. Corey finally arrived too. He stayed back 10 m or so, just like the first time we encountered this monster. Talia grinned and nodded at him. All right, Jay. Let's attack the same as last time. Immobilize the troll, and do not get hit. Corey will finish it off once we've done our job. I nodded and gripped my sword tight. Kruror. The troll already grew back the lower portion of its head. It was starting to shriek and crawl towards us. Talia took the lead this time. I could tell she wanted to show off a little bit too. She's very agile and quick, her sword looks lightweight. She must have high speed and agility stats just like mine. Talia hopped around the swamp and got closer to the regenerating troll. I followed close behind, positioning myself to land a secondary attack. We were less than 5 m away now. The troll's head was almost fully reformed. It's amazing how fast its magic works. With a swift movement of her blade, Talia attacked the monster. It shrieked and tried to claw her as she made a deep gash in its midsection before dodging to the left. I was close behind and landed a powerful yet agile attack of my own. I dove and landed a clean slice on its left arm. My sword cut through it like butter, the arm fell in the swamp with a splash. I dodged to the right as the beast desperately tried to claw me with its remaining hand. I looked at Talia. She was on the opposite side of the monster and there were trees blocking its escape to the left or right. We both grinned at each other as we walked in closer, cornering the troll from escaping. I lunged in and aimed for the troll's left leg. Talia went for the right arm. Both were sliced clean off after our dual attack. We charged in over and over until the beast was a pile of parts on the swarm floor. It was a bit gruesome, but what else can we do right now? I looked up at Talia. It's immobilized. Now what? How do we kill this thing? Talia grinned. Cory, you're up. The paleman sprinted in, glowing with a faint white light. He placed his hands in front of his body and opened up a light-colored portal in the air. The moment he opened the portal, a dark red light started to leak out. It looked and felt exactly like my fire magic. He drew closer to the troll's mangled body and opened the portal wider. Flames poured out and began to burn the beast to ashes. In a matter of seconds, the troll was burned to a pile of ash. I heard a familiar sound ringing in my head. Level up. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 142. HP, 715/715. MP, 655/715. Strength, 342, plus 125. Speed, 406. Agility, 424. Defense, 308, plus 123. Mental strength, 342, plus 68. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Items equipped. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops eye pendant, plus 40% defense. Stainless steel sword, plus 125 strength. Nice, a level up. I turned to Cory and Talia. Anything else you two want to tell me? Talia looked at me with a concerning look and grabbed her sword. Cory stood on guard and his white light started to glow brighter. My eyes went wide. Hey. Sorry. I just meant it would be nice if you told me how to kill these things before we entered the dungeon, you know. Talia looked at Cory and shook her head as she put her sword down. He stopped glowing as well. That was kind of scary. Why'd they freak out on me? Talia spoke up. You didn't know how to kill a troll? For real? I shook my head. I didn't even know trolls existed in real-life dungeons before today. I've only read about them in comics. Cory grinned a bit. Talia laughed out loud. Wow. I thought you were just playing dumb. With your battle technique, I thought you were a more experienced hunter. My bad. Really? I nodded slowly. I guess it is pretty unheard of to randomly jump into D-class dungeons without any research or knowledge of the monsters inside. My bad, you're right. It's not your job to educate me. It would be nice to know a thing or two about these monsters though, if you don't mind. She nodded politely. Sure. For starters, this is a troll dungeon. It's a middle grade rating. You should definitely already know that. The regular trolls are around level 140 to 160. Their combat skill and stats are about 20% lower than their perceived level. Yeah, I could tell. They were an easy fight. Their skill is the tricky part. Trolls have a special kind of magic called regeneration. Even if you cut off its head, they can still regenerate and survive to keep battling. If you cut it into pieces enough times, you could technically wear down its magic power and HP, but I think that would take hours. The only way to nullify its magic instantly is with a strong acid or fire attack. I put a hand to my chin and thought to myself. I assumed it was something like that. I underestimated them and didn't even use my own fire magic. This battle could have been over even quicker. Makes sense. Cory, what was that skill you used? Do you possess a fire magic combat skill? He shook his head and started to glow with that same white light again. A small rectangular portal opened up in front of us and I looked inside. There was a dark red floating stone inside. The magic flames were coming out at an alarming rate. They felt much more powerful than my own the closer I got to the source. He closed the portal the moment I got a good look. Talia spoke up. Cory has a rare spatial magic skill. We obtained that fire stone from a boss in the Bedrock region a few months back. It was a high-level D-class boss. We were on a 5-person raid team. It's a very rare item. It comes in handy. I eyed her curiously. It doesn't run out. OT need to be charged. Is it just unlimited fire magic? How's that even work? I've never seen or heard of a so-called fire stone. It would normally burn to ashes in a few hours. Corey's spatial magic works like an item box to store items. It can contain magic items and they won't be affected by the outside world. It's like time stops inside of his mini pocket world. We've been able to use it many times while traveling. Neat skill, right? Yeah. That is a good skill, along with an enemy detection skill as well. Corey shook his head and pointed. He glowed white and a portal opened up 20 m away from us. Corey spoke quietly. I can sense magic in a large area surrounding my portals. I looked at him and he stopped glowing. Ah. Okay, makes sense again. Well, now that you've shown me your skill, maybe this will help us out a bit too. I grinned and pointed one pointer finger up in the air, igniting it into flames like a candle. They both stopped and stared. Talia spoke up. You had a fire skill and kept quiet. This would have been a whole lot easier, you know. Yeah. I'm an idiot, I get it. Now that we've actually made a proper introduction, let's do some hunting. I think we can make a whole lot more than 5 silver each today. I smiled. It was pretty funny. We all just kind of jumped into this dungeon without knowing a thing about each other. Talia sighed. Agreed. All I have is a swordsmanship skill, by the way. I'm not hiding anything else. Her voice quivered a bit when she spoke her last sentence. Not much, but enough for me to notice. I decided not to bring it up just yet. The troll's body disappeared and Talia picked up the large mana crystal. 1 down. We'll count them all up and split the crystals evenly after we exit the dungeon. We all nodded and started walking through the shallow swamp to look for more trolls. It was a rocky start, but I think it's going well. The only major thing that irks me is the fact that I couldn't absorb the troll's skill. Maybe I'm missing a condition. Or is it not even a skill? I'll find out by the end of today for sure. Chapter 41. We walked further into the dungeon and the swamp just got deeper and deeper. Corey spoke up. Troll, 50 m to our left. I turned and ran towards it immediately. 10 seconds later I was face to face with the creature. It was pretty much identical to the last troll we encountered. I erupted into flames and turned on my inspect skill. LV, 152. I smirked and sprinted towards the troll. It awkwardly moved its long arms around and charged at me as well. In one flaming strike I sliced the troll's head clean off. This time I made sure to leave fire residue behind. The body of the troll fell to its knees and the flames of my attack burned brightly along the area where I cut. Just to be sure I lunged in for a final blow and sliced its body in two while releasing a large amount of fire magic inside the corpse. Moments later the beast was burning to ash. I heard the ringing that confirmed this troll's demise. Level up. Level up. I could see Corey and Talia running up behind me about 10 m away. I did sprint off alone, maybe I should have waited. The ashy corpse of the troll started to glow blue. I stepped back and saw that it was just a text box. Use absorption. Skill, self-regeneration. Yes, no. I chose, yes, and stood there curiously over the ashy body as it disappeared. It let me use my skill this time. The only explanation I can think of is that I landed the final hit. Maybe that's a hidden condition for my absorption skill. It makes sense. I opened my status to check it out. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 144. HP, 725/725. MP, 530/725. Strength, 347, plus 125. Speed, 412. Agility, 430. Defense, 310, plus 124. Mental strength, 347, plus 69. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, plus 40% defense. Stainless Steel Sword, plus 125 strength. Corey and Talia arrived seconds later. I'm glad they didn't see me kill that troll. It's a blessing in disguise that I'm so rash sometimes. I don't know if anyone else can see my absorption text. I've never tested it out, and today isn't the day to do so. Talia looked at me with a proud look on her face. Good job. I'm happy for ya. Looks like you can handle these guys yourself. That's good to know, but we should still stick close together. Mutants aren't too uncommon in the capital dungeons. There's a lot of concentrated magic here, 1 in every 20 or so monsters is a mutant. I've personally never seen one in the troll dungeon, but you never know. Just a heads up. My eyes lit up. I had no idea. Does that mean there are a lot of dungeon breaks in the capital? No one seems to be too worried at all. How does it work here? There's dungeon breaks pretty often actually. Most of the E, D, and C class dungeons are pretty packed in the city though. If there's ever a break, usually many competent teams are already inside and deal with the matter. Makes sense. Even if monsters were to get out, they would have a very hard time getting anywhere. Each dungeon portal is separated from the outside world. They're only connected to the dungeon hub. The Hunters Association has many guards on duty that can take care of any potential leaks as well. I nodded as the troll disappeared. I picked up its mana crystal. It was pretty heavy. Wait. What about the B-class dungeons? Or even A-class dungeons? I've never even heard of those, to be honest. Talia smirked. We started walking deeper into the dungeon as Corey opened up portals around us occasionally. You're funny. You really have no idea about anything in the capital. Did you grow up on a farm or something? No, well. Pretty much, I guess. My hometown is pretty small, who cares though? What happens if a B or A-class dungeon breaks? Well, there hasn't been a B-class break in years. It takes a lot of stored up magic for something like that to happen. One of the top 3 guilds would probably take care of it if that happened. I assume it would cause a lot of damage to the city, but they could handle it. And an A-class? Talia raised an eyebrow and grinned. Well, we'd all be screwed. I looked at her with concern. What do you mean we'd all be screwed? The top 3 guilds can't handle an A-class break. What about the Hunters Association? Talia laughed and just looked straight ahead. There won't be an A-class dungeon break. Those are unheard of, not since the Great War at least. Really? Yeah, we only have like 4 A-class hunters in this whole country. You think they'd hang around in the Vice region? I guess you're right. There's barely any high-rated B-class dungeons for hunters to train at, you know. If you want to get stronger as AB rank, you have to do so by other means. I don't need to think about that right now, I was just curious about the breaks. Thanks. Talia smiled. Haha, no, you're fine. You kind of remind me of Corey when we met back in the Bedrock region. Corey put on a light grin. Troll, 70m to our right. Talia nodded and her face tightened up into battle mode. Let's head out. Jay, you had the last fight. I can handle this one, be my close backup. Got it. A minute or so later the troll was dead on the ground after Talia attacked it ruthlessly and Corey finished it off with the firestone in his storage system. We hunted down trolls and alternated between killing them for another 6 hours. We faced off against 18 more monsters. I personally fought 9 of them. The last 5 I decided to stop using my fire magic to preserve MP. I had to drink my E-class potion and was running low. After all these fights and a plus 500 reset, I was at 295 MP remaining. Overall I gained a lot of EXP as well. I leveled up 8 more times. The last couple trolls didn't boost my EXP much, it was nice while it lasted though. My experience rose a lot, I'm level 152 now. Hey, do you have any MP potions on you? I'm fresh out. It's not urgent, but a couple more fights and I'll be at 0. She lifted her shirt on right side to reveal a small belt with a glowing pink potion. Yeah, just one, you can have it if you need it. I think it might be better to just call it a day instead. Talia made the call. I think we're solid. Pack it in and divide the loot. We all nodded at each other. I replied. Yeah, time to call it. Great hunt today, we made a killing. Way more than your average 5 each day, I assume. I'm glad I met you too. Talia smirked and gave Corey a quick glance. Yeah, our 5 each is from a 5-person crew. We didn't do that much better than usual. It's just a better split. Ah, cool. The EXP today was great. I went up a ton of levels. Yeah, the EXP split was pretty good too. I gained a few today as well. Sadly, Corey probably didn't gain a single one. We'll have to farm a bit in a lower dungeon soon to even out. Corey nodded and smiled thinly at Talia. I was a bit confused, she could see it on my face. The Firestone kills don't count as Corey's kill. He didn't get the EXP share all day, it was just us. Oh, that's rough. Well, at least we all made some good profit. Let's head back. We all started walking back in the direction of the dungeon exit. The ground was getting a bit less wet and the swamp land was clearing up. We were less than 1 kilometer away, I could tell. There was just an odd feeling I couldn't shake. We were definitely being watched. I activated my enemy detection and scanned the area. There was nothing close by. As I lengthened the range, I could feel my MP being drained. I turned it off just in case. Corey, do you feel that? Is there anything nearby? I feel it, but I cannot find anything nearby. We continued walking towards the dungeon exit. I gripped my sword tight and was ready for a battle at any moment. Talia and I walked up front, Corey stayed behind scanning the area. About 30 very tense seconds later, Corey spoke up. Something big. 150 straight ahead. I turned back to him. How big? What do you mean? 100 now, it's coming. I turned back and readied my blade. No more time for talking, it's time to fight. Moments later, the trees ahead started to shake and the water in the shallow swamp rippled violently. Then I saw a massive creature burst out from the trees and let out a shriek as it stared us all down with bloodshot eyes. Crewwower. It's a mutant troll. Chapter 42. The mutant troll stood in front of us with its long arms reaching close to the ground. The monster's right hand held a large axe and its left was glistening with sharp claws. It stood almost 5 tall and was a much darker shade of green than our previous opponents. I used my inspect skill. LV 172. It doesn't seem too bad. The level 150s were a piece of cake. This one might be a bit stronger, but Talia and I can handle it. The monster roared as we ran towards it. The massive troll swung its axe erratically and hit nearby trees while charging towards us. I broke off to the right side and Talia moved to the left. We were both much faster than this beast. It'll definitely be an easy fight. Moments later, we weaved in and out of the trees, avoiding the monster's random attacks, and each of us sliced clean through its legs. Thudded. The troll fell flat on its face. I grinned and made eye contact with Talia as we turned to finish it off. The instant I turned back, my eyes went wide. The 2 legs we cut were moving around on their own, and they were mutating rapidly. Seconds later, the 2 legs had formed into normal-sized trolls. This can't be normal. We need fire. I yelled and scanned the battlefield for Corey. I could burn them to a crisp, but I wouldn't have much MP left for the boss. I finally found him 30 away, standing back behind a tree. Corey. Come help Talia with these 2. Let me handle the big guy. He nodded and started to sprint around the outside of the battleground. I looked at Talia, she understood. I'll handle them. You take out the mutant. I gritted my teeth and tightened the grip on my sword as I charged in towards the massive troll. Its legs were growing back at a rapid rate. It had much faster regeneration than the prior trolls. I erupted into flames and focused everything I had into my sword. I jumped directly at the beast's face. Clang. The troll made an erratic movement with its right arm and somehow blocked my swing with its axe. I landed back on the ground about 5 in front of the troll. Ah, so you're a crafty mother f dash. Crewwower. I grinned and looked up at the beast. Looks like I'll have to try plan B. I charged towards its right side in a full sprint. It countered by swinging its axe around in circles like a maniac. I dodged across its body to its left and didn't even try to attack. It awkwardly swung its claws at me but missed. This monster clearly relied on its axe for attacks and defense. I made my way to its backside and planted my left leg to jump up without hesitating for a second. I concentrated every last bit of MP into a swing of fire. Shing. Thud. A clean hit. I managed to cut its head off. I landed and fell to one knee. I hate the feeling of being fresh out of MP, it makes me feel lazy and in a bit of a daze. I'll be fine, it's just not the optimal mood to be in mid-battle. I scanned the battlefield for my teammates. I could see Corey and Talia running towards me with 2 flaming corpses behind them. I yelled towards Corey. "Finish it." He nodded and started glowing white. Corey used the fire stone to burn the rest of this beast to ash. It's not the most effective combat item or skill in my opinion. It leaves him wide open for attacks, but when Corey catches an enemy off guard, that thing is pretty dangerous. It still leaves me in awe, to be honest. It's done. I heard the system ringing in my head again. He's right, it is done. I smiled. Level up. Level up. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 155. HP, 780/780. MP, 0/780. Strength, 373, plus 125. Speed, 443. Agility, 463. Defense, 334, plus 134. Mental strength, 373, plus 75. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, plus 40% defense. Stainless Steel Sword, plus 125 strength. Clang. I heard the sound of metal hitting rock and turned my head quickly. The large axe form the mutant fell to the swamp bed, it hit a small patch of rocks on the way down. Talia looked over at the 2 leg corpses that dissolved but didn't find any mana in them. The mutant dropped a huge crystal. We all took turns holding it for a second, then I spoke up. "Let's get out of here right now, my MP is drained. I couldn't fight another one of those if I wanted to." Talia's eyes perked up the moment I said that. She turned to Corey and gave him a light nod, he returned it. Talia spoke up. "You're out of MP, huh?" They both turned to me with grins on their faces. Talia took out her sword and Corey started glowing. Reflexively I lifted my own sword, but it felt awkward in my hands. I have 0 MP left, my sword is basically useless right now. I gulped. Hey. Why are you 2 looking at me like that? What's wrong? Talia's eyes were wide open and her grin looked creepy. "Oh, nothing's wrong. I have to thank you for your work today. Newbies in the city usually aren't as skilled as you, we made a whole lot today. Split between the 2 of us I reckon we have over 15 silver each, and that's not even including the axe or your sword." I gripped my sword and sweat started forming on my forehead. The 2 of us. There's 3 people here, and my sword. Talia's deadly stare didn't waver for a second. "You really are a piece of work, aren't you, Jay? It's a shame. We kill fresh meat that walks into the city and take the loot for ourselves. Don't you get it? You're going to die here." Talia started to lunge towards me with her sword pointed at my neck. She's really trying to kill me, and at this rate she might actually succeed. I have to think of something fast. I immediately ran to my left to dodge her sword and get on some more stable ground. If we fight one-on-one right now, it will only end badly for me. I have to run. That's my only option. I turned around and started sprinting towards the direction of the exit portal. A bright glowing white light started to flood my field of vision, then it turned dark red. Corey stood in front of me now with a portal wide open full of flames blocking my only path. Everywhere else was deep swamp water. If I took the time to swim through it, Talia would catch up for sure. I lifted my sword and stared him down. It just felt like a hunk of metal in my hands. Without my passive swordsmanship skill, I'm really naked on the battlefield. You can't run forever. I turned to see Talia close behind, full of killing intent. Why me? What did I do wrong to deserve this? I guess it really is entirely my own fault. If I make it out of this alive, I'll never trust a new face ever again. This is what the world is really like. I've been so naive, they've been hinting their true intentions this whole time. I've just been trying to see the good in people. Is that so wrong? Corey slowly advances, blocking my path forward even more. Talia's blade is less than 5 m away from my torso now. I need to think. I turn to Talia and give it everything I've got. It's better to be cut than burned alive. Clang. Shingig. I managed to block her first strike with a reflexive and simple block. Before she could counter with a second hit, I tried to land a counter. I lunged in towards her right side. With blinding speed, she managed to twist her body away from the sword. It still tore her shirt and ripped the belt off her waist. The cloth and belt fell to the ground. During my attempt for an attack, Talia launched her own. All I could see was a slash of blood and a sharp pain in my shoulder that carried my sword. She ran past me, continuing her trajectory. I tried to swing my sword towards her, but my body wasn't responding. The moment I turned to face her, I saw my own arm falling to the ground with the sword in hand. She sliced off my arm. What a clean hit. I barely felt it. We locked eyes, and she grinned at me. I could feel her evil soul emanating from within. She enjoys this. I'm definitely not her first kill. The next moment I felt 2 more sharp pains. One on my right leg, and the other in my abdomen. I fell to the floor next to my sword in a pool of my own blood. I saw a hand grab my sword and felt the item box on my waist get untied and lifted off my body. My vision was getting blurry. This is the end, I guess. I was really killed by a human. It wasn't even a dragon or something cool like that. I didn't even get to save the world while dying. What a sad excuse for a hero's journey. As I heard 2 sets of footsteps in the damp ground fade away behind me, I saw a glimmer of hope. My eyes went wide. This isn't the end. I have to stop thinking like that. My own severed arm was covering a piece of cloth that looked like Talia's ripped shirt. Underneath it all was a small glass bottle filled with a glowing pink liquid attached to a belt. I used my left arm to pull myself towards it with all the strength left in my body. I inched closer and closer to Talia's fallen MP potion as my body grew weaker and weaker. Chapter 43. I dragged my body along the wet swamp floor towards the faint glow of a pink potion. My arm and leg had been sliced off, and my stomach has a large hole in it. There are 3 smeared trails of blood behind. I finally made it to the pile of cloth on the ground covering the portion of Talia's belt I managed to cut off during our short battle. I grabbed the bottle with my left hand and ripped the cork off with my teeth. I drank the potion and closed my eyes. Magic flowed back into my body. There's only one way I'll make it out of here alive. I have to try my new skill. Self-regeneration. 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 I kept repeating those words over and over in my head while concentrating on my wounds. I could feel the MP being consumed, but also a relaxing warmth came over my whole body. I opened my eyes and looked down to see my arm and leg slowly growing back. I focused even harder and the regrowth started to speed up. This skill is incredible. I can feel my bones and skin regrowing at a rapid rate. Seconds later I stood to my feet. My shirt sleeve and pant leg were gone along with one of my boots. That didn't matter to me one bit. I stared straight ahead towards the direction my attackers just left. They made the first move and failed to eliminate me. Their lives are fair game. I darted forward, making sure not to make too much noise. My MP was somewhat drained, but I have more than enough in me to plot my revenge. A state of rage came over me. I've never felt this way before. No one has ever deceived me quite like this. I will not forgive them. After a few moments I heard a voice and slipped behind a tree. Another successful day in Vice City. I think it's about time we head off somewhere else. We might be getting a bit too hot here. One night to celebrate, then let's check out the Nurian region next. I think a top 4 region might be a good change of pace. Before dash. Enemy 20 m behind us. I held my breath. They know an enemy is nearby, but there's no reason to ever guess it's me. I can't believe them. They're just talking casually like this is an everyday thing. How disgusting. I circled around their back and ducked behind the trees. I'm waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I watched them like my prey. I feel true hatred. They tried to kill me and took everything I own. All I did was help them out today. The world really is a cruel place. Now they'll get a taste of their own medicine. Karma always comes back around. There was an opening in the trees. I could see Corey scanning frantically and Talia holding her sword tight, eyeing the trees and turning in circles slowly. Corey was staring directly in my direction, but my tree cover was too dense. I moved closer and closer, making sure not to be seen until I needed to. 10 straight ahead. Talia nodded. I don't hear it at all. Where is this troll? I'm not sure it's a troll. It feels like a human. Talia was inching closer and closer every second. Corey stood close behind her. We were less than 5 apart now. I was knee-deep in swamp water, gripping the backside of a tree. It's time. I focused on my fire magic into my palm to create an orb of glowing red light. This is going to be everything I've got. I only have one shot here. I jumped out from behind the tree onto dry land and lunged forward with all my strength. The look on Talia's face was pure fear, astonishment, and disgust. There was no time for her to even think. I let my orb of fire expand into the image of my lost sword. The flames erupted and devoured my enemy. Shingig. I sliced through Talia's torso and followed through by stabbing Corey in the chest as he stood in awe close behind her. I let my flames expand further, and with a fiery explosion I let out my anger with a blast of flames that depleted my MP back to 0 again. They were both burned to a crisp before I could blink. Clank. I heard multiple items hit the ground along with a familiar ringing sound. Level up. Level up. I leveled up. I couldn't help but to mumble those words out loud. How absurd. I didn't know humans had EXP too. I looked at the ground to see a pile of swords and mana crystals beside Talia's body. The item box must have burned and released all of the gear. That's annoying. When I turned to Corey's body, I grinned with delight. Use absorption. Skill, spatial magic, item storage. Yes, no. I chose yes immediately. 2 skills in 1 day, not bad. I grinned and started to pick up all the gear and loot on the floor. The small items fit fine in my pockets, but the swords and axe sat awkwardly on my back. This'll do for now though. The bodies started to disappear into the dungeon floor. Corey started glowing red. As he disappeared, a pile of items fell to the floor. Tons of MP and HP potions along with a few shiny silver coins hit the floor. My eyes went wide. This is everything that was in his dimensional storage compartment, even the fire stone. It was boiling the swamp water all around it. This stone is the real deal. Their story about how they got this thing must have been a lie. It's definitely not a D-class item. I picked up an HP and MP potion and chugged both of them. Next I checked my status. Name, J Soju. Level, 157. HP, 790/790. MP, 790/790. Strength, 378, plus 125. Speed, 449. Agility, 469. Defense, 336, plus 134. Mental strength, 378, plus 76. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Spatial magic, item storage. Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, plus 40% defense. Stainless Steel Sword, plus 125 strength. Item storage. I focused on my new skill and started glowing a faint white light. A rectangular tear in space opened up in front of me. I ignited my right hand in flames to reach down to grab the stone. It was burning much hotter than my own flames. I managed to drop it into my mini pocket of space and closed it up. I quickly used self-regeneration to grow the skin back on my hand that had been burned to a crisp. That is one dangerous stone. I could sense it in my pocket world. I'm not sure how to describe it, but this space is now an extension of myself. If I were to open it anywhere, I could definitely sense everything around it. Corey's claims made sense now. I started walking towards the dungeon exit again, but stopped to test one more thing out. I opened up my pocket dimension and concentrated hard on the space within. It was pretty simple to move the stone around within the space. I decide to throw a mana crystal in with it. Looks like it works. I can move things around within this space without them interfering with each other. This means all my new loot and gear will be safe in this pocket world right next to the fire stone. I placed everything inside my item storage. I don't even have to buy an item box now, this is great. With a big grin across my face, I continued my trek back to the dungeon exit. I made it to the floating blue portal and jumped through. When I stepped to the other side, I was not alone in the dungeon room. There were two tall men in nice suits and well-built frames. One was blonde and clean-shaven, the other had black hair and a beard. They did not look like the types of guys I should be messing with right now. I gave them a nod and tried to walk past to the escalator. One of them moved in front of the moving stairs and spoke up. "Stop right there. We need to have a word with you." They both stared directly at me without wavering an inch. Chapter 44. I froze and looked up at the two men in suits. "You need to talk with me." "Why's that?" The blonde-haired man in front of the stairs reached into his pocket and pulled out an ID. In big black letters next to his photo I could read, Hunters Association Representative, and beside that, a large letter C. This guy is the real deal. I gulped. Of course. What would you like to talk about?" He grinned and put the card back in his pocket. "Come on, walk with us, I'd rather speak in private." I agreed and followed the men down the escalator. What else could I do right now? I probably did look pretty suspicious. All my items are in my item storage, it looks like I came out of the dungeon with nothing on me. Half my clothes are ripped off too. That can't help. After boarding the train we made it back to the main dungeon hub pretty quickly. I just stood next to them in awkward silence as the cement walls flew by. We walked through the crowds of people in the main hub back up to the surface and they lead me down the street a few blocks. It was still awkward and silent, my heart was starting to beat out of my chest. My foot hurts too, I didn't even think about how uncomfortable it'd be to walk around with no shoe on. We made it to a large silver tower with the association's logo on the entrance. This must be one of their main buildings in the capital. It's so much bigger than the one I go to back home. The men opened the front door and we were immediately greeted by a tall dark-featured woman in the lobby. "Welcome back, sirs." The blonde man nodded and walked straight towards an elevator at the back of the room. The other man motioned me to follow. I complied and we rode the elevator up to the 17th floor. They lead me to an office room. It was just us now. My heart continued to pound loudly, I could feel it in my ears. The walls were white and the room hummed with the faint sound of a mana shield. This is a magic interrogation room. There were a few comfortable-looking seats in a triangle all facing each other. We sat down. The men spoke up. "We've been tailing you since this morning. There's no point in lying to us." I stared straight ahead at both of them. "Why? What did I do wrong, Dash?" "You're not in the wrong here, we'd just like to hear the full story without any outside interference." "The whole story?" What do you mean?" "I'm not sure exactly what they know, and what they're trying to make me admit. I doubt they're really on my side in this whole situation." "What are your names anyway? If I'm not in the wrong here, this is no way to treat a guest." "I'm Daniel." "This is Kenji." He pointed to the men with black hair. He smiled at me. "Okay. Cool. I'm Jay." I took a deep breath and tried to relax a bit. I am in the Hunters Association building after all. I didn't really do anything wrong. I should calm down and act like it. Daniel spoke up. "The two hunters that recruited you to go dungeon diving with them this morning." I eyed him carefully. "What about them?" "Well, I can't help but notice they did not come out of the dungeon with you today. I'd like you to give us a full report on the incident." I'm not sure I can say exact dash. They're wanted criminals, you know." My eyes perked up a bit. Wanted criminals? For what? "Well, they're some of the suspected collaborators in a large-scale robbery that took place about a month ago in the Bedrock region. There's a jurisdiction issue when crossing regional borders. The old reports had to be filed and sent to us here in the Vice region before we could formally go after the two of them." I nodded while looking down at the floor. "Why would they be dungeon diving then? There's no logical reason." "Well, it seems recently they've been on a streak of killing rookies and taking their loot. Old habits die hard. There's been an increased amount of alerts from the Troll Dungeon reporting casualties. Most people aren't stupid enough to go in there without the proper gear or preparation. We sent D-class scouts to investigate this week and found a common link between these two and the missing hunters. I guess it's just your lucky day we were called in to confront them. Although, it seems as if you've already done the confronting for us. We need a full report. I can assure you, this matter will be kept private and you will not be punished. Well, that story clears a few things up. They have been tailing me since this morning too. I really got involved with some horrible people, lesson learned. They pretty much know everything aside from the fact of how exactly I killed them. It's better I decide the details, rather than them investigating any further. Sure. This all makes a bit more sense now. I'll tell you what happened. The two men sat back with satisfied looks on their faces while I explained the situation from my point of view. The only minor changes I made to the story were that it was me that killed all the trolls with my fire skill. I did not mention any word of the fire stone or Corey's skill. I said that they tried to corner me when we were finished hunting, but I managed to beat them by a hair in battle. Just by looking at me in my rugged state, this is very believable. They wrote everything down in their notebooks and listened quietly. Once I finished, I let out a long sigh and sunk back into my seat. Hey, do you think you guys could hook me up with a pair of boots or something? I can pay for them, I just don't feel right hanging around like this. Daniel laughed. Sure. Let's go to AC class training room. I think it's time we celebrate a mission complete. I'll get you some gear. Gotta hand it to you, Jay, you made our job a whole lot easier today. I let out a thin smile and followed him out the door. We took the elevator down to floor 10 and walked down the hall. It was a very symmetrical floor. There were large reinforced doors on either side of the long white hallway. After a bit of walking, Daniel turned and scanned his card at a door. It clicked and slid open. Take a look inside. This is AC Class Hunters Association training room. Not too many like it. The walls were all white, they hummed much louder than the room we were in moments ago. It felt like the training room from yesterday. This would hold up against some powerful attacks. Take anything you want from that room over there. It's all brand new, don't worry, a thank you from me to you. Really? Thanks. I walked over to a small rectangle on the wall and pushed it in. That's where Daniel had pointed. It opened up a door that showed me a closet-like compartment in the wall. It was filled with black combat clothing folded perfectly. I took a shirt, new pants, a pair of socks, and some boots. I didn't think twice and just changed there on the spot. Daniel spoke up as I was changing. Hey, what level are you? If you can handle those trolls on your own, you must be a decently high-rated D class. Plus you're young, only 20, right? I nodded. Yeah, I'm around level 150. Why? He looked a little disappointed when I said that. You're at 150. I guess you'll have to wait for another one. I looked at him with a confused look. Another one of what? What do you mean? He smirked. The C-class exams start in just under 3 weeks. Kenji is participating. You need to be level 250 to apply. They only hold C-class exams every 3 or 4 months in the capital, so it's a pretty big deal every time it comes around. Daniel pointed at Kenji and he spoke up. Yeah, I've been level grinding in these capital dungeons on weekends off of work for almost 4 years now. I took the safe route like most and only challenged bosses with parties, so it's been a slow and steady journey. The association pays C-class reps a ton more though, that's what I'm looking forward to the most. He looked at Daniel and they both grinned. I fell deep into thought. The C-class examens, huh? I had no idea they were so soon. If I can gain around 100 more levels in 3 weeks, I could participate too. If I don't, I'll have to wait another 3 to 4 months to apply. I'll add this to my list of urgent goals. I need to reach level 250. Fast. Chapter 45. Daniel spoke up. You ever think about joining up with the association? I shook myself out of a daydream. No, not really. What are the benefits? It just seems like a lot of work. Daniel and Kenji both started laughing. Yeah. I guess maybe you're right. It is a lot of responsibility, especially here in the city. The upside is we get access to the private dungeons and rare gear to fight with. It's basically everything you'd expect. Understood. I think I'll stick with the public dungeons for now. Daniel nodded slowly, he clearly wanted to ask me something. I looked at your file earlier, for some reason there's a lock on some of your data. Someone must have done it manually at the association building you applied for your D-class rank. I was a bit curious. All the file shows is your rank and that you have 2 skills. There's swordsmanship and some kind of combat fire magic, I assume. There's a lock on my data. Yeah, those are my skills. Why? You definitely get a great position if you want to join us. 2 skill members tend to get special treatment. Feel free to stop by this building anytime. Here, take a card. Daniel handed me a card and I thanked him. The 3 of us continued a bit more small talk for 30 minutes or so. With nothing left to say, I decided it was time to go. They walked with me down to the elevator and out the front door. We shook hands and agreed to see each other in the future sometime. I don't know if it'll really happen, it's just the polite thing to say. The sun was setting now. I made my way towards the market center. It's time to see how much all this loot is worth. I think it'll be a significant amount. After a solid 20 minutes of walking through the crowded streets under the setting sun, I finally made it to the market. Hey kid. Good to see ya, what can I get for you? I grinned. Good to see you too, Roger. I have a ton of mana and a few items I'm looking to sell. You buying? Of course, let me see what you have. He took out a mana scale and I reached into my item storage. I pulled out a pile of mana and placed it on the counter next to the scale. Most of it was from today's hunt, but there was some extra from my old pouch and Corey's old storage system. Next, I took out a pile of potions. There were 4 MP and 3 HP. Lastly, I pulled out the large axe and Talia's old sword. Let's start with the mana. The old merchant's eyes went wide. He pushed all the mana onto the scale. Moments later, the large black numbers read out 3176.60 MU. Now that's a haul. I gotta make some money off it too, you know. I'll give you 30 silver for the whole stack. Yeah, understood. Works for me. How about these potions? Can you tell me what grade they are? The man took a close look at the potions and raised an eyebrow. These are just your average D-class MP and HP potions. You want to sell these? No, I keep those. I was just curious what exactly they were. He nodded and started examining the axe and sword on the counter. All right. This is a 150 strength boost axe. A really good item for auction, you'll make much more there. It'll easily go for over 40 or 50 silver, maybe even more if you find the right buyer. I thought back to my last auction experience and shuddered a bit. How much for it right now? The merchant looked down at the axe again. You'd really get a better price at auction, I don't want to rip you off. I can give you 30 silver for it today. Maybe. How much for the sword? It's a 125 plus strength sword, and it's lightweight too. Not a bad item. Again, it'd go for much more at auction, but I can give you 20 for it right now. Let's do 90 silver for everything. I'm sure those 2 items will make you a profit, you know it too. 90. I guess the axe will sell sooner or later for a good price. I can do that, deal. Great. We shook on it and both walked away happy. I made 90 silver profit in a day. The merchant definitely got some good items for a price well below the market. I don't mind that I could have sold them for more, I'd rather have more time to dive back in the dungeons. The merchant counted out 90 silver and I placed them in my item storage. Thanks, old man. By the way, what are the best dungeons around here for leveling? Are there any monsters with unique abilities? Mid to upper D class preferably. The best D class dungeons, huh? Well, if you're looking for a basic fight for levels, you can check out the Minotaur or Lizardmen dungeon. The Minotaur sound cool. What are they like? They have no specific skills, they're just big humanoid bull creatures. The normal monsters are around level 150 to 200. They're one of the go-to leveling dungeons for people trying to rank up to C class. The monsters travel in groups and have a wide range of level possibilities, so teaming with a party is recommended. Okay. Interesting. Anything else? I'm looking for monsters with interesting skills. Stuff I've never seen before, you know. Plus, I hunt solo. I'm trying to get the old man to give me some info so I can search for some useful skills. Ah, you're a solo hunter, huh? Let's see. There's a slime dungeon, they have some odd abilities. The snake dungeon's monsters have a poison skill. There's the advanced ogre dungeons, they have all kinds of magic skills. Definitely stay clear of the advanced ogre dungeons for now if you're all alone though. Trust me. All right. Noted. No advanced ogres right now. What about the slimes? Aren't those weak starter monsters? How hard could a slime really be? You'd be pretty surprised. They may be in the lower levels of D-class dungeons, but they're tricky to kill. Unless you have some kind of long-range magic, it's hard to attack them without being sucked in. What would happen if you were sucked in? Well, you definitely don't want to find out. I've heard stories of the slime boss sucking hunters dry of MP in seconds. My eyes lit up at the sound of that. A skill that absorbs MP. This could be exactly what I'm looking for. I like the sound of that. Thanks a lot. I'll see you soon, you've been really helpful. I waved the old man off and left with a wide grin on my face. Gurgly. I'm starving. Did I even eat this morning? I walked quickly towards the food district area Ray brought me yesterday. I need a good meal and a drink right about now. After a few minutes of walking, I could smell the sweet scent of meat and spices in the air. I searched around for a few minutes and found a nice-looking open bar. I ordered 2 of the large meals my bartender recommended and a tall cold beer. There was music playing and people laughing and talking all around me. I was content to drink, eat, and let my mind wander on its own. I have some good insight on where to get a very valuable skill. I'll be heading to the slime dungeon first thing in the morning to check things out. If I can potentially absorb MP from my opponents, I'll basically have an endless supply. This would solve the majority of my fighting and money problems. Things are about to get very interesting. I finished my meal in peace and paid the bill. I had to break a silver coin, now I'm carrying around an extra 80 or so bronze in my item storage. I spent around half of the leftover bronze buying a few pairs of clothes on my way back to the inn. Just a few standard black jeans, shirts, underwear, and socks. I needed to wear something this week, I didn't exactly pack for a long trip. After my leisurely walk I finally made it back. The innkeeper nodded at me and I remembered there was a key to my room. I walked past him into the elevator and frantically sifting through the miscellaneous junk in my item storage. With a sigh I found my key. I was scared I lost it out in the dungeon. The elevator dinged at floor 10 and I twisted the key to my door moments later. After a nice hot shower I crawled into bed. I survived another day. Chapter 46. The morning sun woke me up. I feel great. After a quick arm and leg stretch I got dressed and readied myself for another eventful day. The slime dungeon stood out to me the most. The old man said they were a relatively low level, and long-range magic attacks should be more than enough to handle them. I'm more curious about the abilities he said they had. The boss can steal its opponent's MP. I made my way downstairs and walked out the door towards the dungeon hub. I grabbed a quick bite to eat on the way. The hub was swarming with hunters again this morning. I scanned the area. It'll be good to make a habit of being much more cautious. I'm going in solo from now on. No more teaming, it never seems to go well for me. I walk up to the D-class guard and hand him my ID. Moments later I make my way down the large escalator to the platform below. On the list of dungeons it says the slime dungeon is right on the edge of the city. It's a lower grade D-class, as expected. I waited patiently, then boarded the train heading off in that direction. Around 20 minutes later I arrived and made my way up the escalator to find the floating blue portal. I reach into my item storage and pull out my sword while running forward into the dungeon. It's time to kill some slimes. The dungeon is surprisingly bright. I was expecting a dark cave, or some kind of mountain range. That's been the common theme lately. I'm standing in a wide open meadow. The grass is short and there are small patches of flowers everywhere. The sky is blue and there are beautiful white clouds floating by. There's no sun, but it feels like a nice hot summer day. I make my way forward into the dungeon with my sword drawn. I can see some weird-looking circular objects in the distance. After a 5-minute walk through the meadow I came across what I spotted earlier. This is a slime. A huge blue glob of gel just stood in front of me, maybe 2 m in diameter. It was slowly gliding along the ground towards me. I used Inspect to check it out. LV 99. Okay, it's a much lower level than me. This shouldn't be much of a problem. I ran towards the monster and sliced its body clean in half to see how it would react. The body of gel separated then reattached. It continued its slow glide in my direction. Right, the old merchant said long-range magic would be best against these slime. I'll try out my fire magic, but in a longer-range form. I've never really tested it like this before. While putting my sword into my item storage, I stepped back and stood about 10 m away from the slime. I concentrated on focusing my fire magic into the space between both my palms. Instead of shaping it into a sword, I'll just keep it as an orb. I took a deep breath and threw the fire orb like a baseball. It wasn't the coolest looking move, but I'm not sure how else to get the orb moving in that direction. I can't control where my fire travels once it leaves my body. Take this. The orb of fire made impact with the slow-moving slime and it blew up into a huge ball of fire and goo. The slime was mostly incinerated. There was leftover puddles all over the ground. I walked over to check it out. No blue text. I can't use absorption for some reason. Moments later the goo dissolved into the ground and it left behind a tiny mana crystal. Really? This is it. I threw it in my item storage and kept walking deeper into the dungeon. That crystal is the size of a mid-grade E-class at best. I guess these slimes are difficult to kill because they don't take damage from regular physical attacks, but I understand why not many hunters want to come out here. There's basically no loot in this dungeon, it's a total waste of MP. A few minutes later I came across another slime. I used inspect. LV 94. I sighed and moved in towards it. I wonder what would happen if I touched it. I have plenty of MP potions on me, if it drains me there's nothing to worry about. I crept closer to the slime and put out a hand. I shoved it through the side of the slime's body and waited. Nothing happened. I ignited my hand with flames and blew the slime to bits. It was still moving around somehow, I guess it separated in time. I made a couple fire orbs and burned the rest of it with ease. It did use up a good amount of MP though. This is kind of irritating. How are these monsters even classified as a D-class dungeon? The boss must be pretty tough or something. I used enemy detection and found a large concentration of monsters on one end of the dungeon. This must be where the boss is located. I trekked through over for a little less than an hour. Every slime that came near me was an easy victory. After 16 slimes my MP was drained to about halfway. Not too bad. I finally made it to the boss room. This has to be the easiest dungeon I've ever raided. Let's see what this boss has in store. The spinning light gray portal invited me to enter. The boss room is oddly similar to the outside dungeon. There's green grass, a blue sky, and it's well lit in here. The only difference is the large walls enclosing the room. After scanning the area, a large glob of blue slime emerged from the back of the room. It looked about 3 m tall, and a bit darker shade than the normal slimes. I used inspect. LV 141. Now that's an upgrade from the other slimes here, but it's still just a slime. With a bored look on my face I walked over to the monster. It moved towards me quickly as well. Interesting. Looks like this boss has some actual combat ability. I jumped to the right and dodged its forward movement. This thing is pretty quick. I started concentrating a ball of fire in my palm as we stared each other down. While I stared at it, the slime didn't exactly have eyes to look back at me. It just felt like it was staring right at me. A moment later the slime started gliding towards me at a rapid speed. I continued charging a ball of fire and ran towards it as well. I let out my attack straight at the monster and blew a massive hole clean through it. Over 50% of its mass was incinerated on the spot. I continued my charge past the slime with a smirk on my face. As I ran by, some of the slime's innards landed on my left arm and back. Instantly I knew something was wrong. That smirk turned serious really quick. This is the skill. My MP. The partial fragments of the slime body were draining my MP fast. Within seconds I could feel all the magic drain from my body. The rest of the slime crawled closer to me. It was impossible to wipe off, like living sticky water all over my body. The rest of the slime started connecting with it and my body was covered in the goo before I could think of anything. It sucked me up and complete reformed into a large blob in seconds. While suspended in the slime's stomach, my MP is getting sucked dry. I can't breathe inside this monster either. What a predicament. I dropped my guard for a second. I can't underestimate any opponent, not even a slime. I wasn't taking any HP damage, but in less than 5 seconds I could tell my MP has almost hit 0. If I ignite my flames right now I may do more damage than good. It'll get the slime off me for a moment, but my MP will definitely hit 0. Then I'll be screwed seconds later if it attaches before I have time to act. There's only one thing I can think of that'll work right now. I open up my item storage while floating inside the massive slime and pull out the fire stone. Instantly, the slime starts bubbling and melting all around me. A huge hole in the slime opens up and I crawl out to make my escape. I reach into my item storage again to grab an MP potion and chug it on the spot while erupting into flames, burning every last bit of slime residue off my body. I turn to face the slime boss again with newfound respect for the creature. Good try, but that's not going to work on me again. With a slow nod I formed a fireball with almost all of the MP from a full recovery potion into a massive orb in front of my body. I used both my hands to hurl the attack at the slime boss. A huge explosion completely incinerates the remaining slime's mass. I've won now. I walk over and throw my fire stone back into item storage. It burned my hand again. I had to use self-regeneration to fix my skin. Maybe my body hardening will work next time. I have to figure out a way to actually use this thing properly. It's a really powerful stone. The blue text I've been waiting for finally popped up over the remaining goo on the ground. Use absorption. Skill, Plunderer. Yes, no. Also it's called Plunderer, huh? With a grin I chose, yes, and collected the mana as the slime disappeared. That makes sense, the skill user is forcefully taking MP from their opponent during battle. Maybe it has other hidden abilities too. I can't wait to see how it works. The white light came and transported me back to the dungeon's start point. I stepped out back into the room connected to the dungeon hub. It isn't even midday yet, but I'm totally done with these slimes. It's time to search for another dungeon and test out this new skill. Chapter 47. I made it back to the main D-class platform and checked out the list of dungeons. The Minotaur dungeon caught my eye. The old merchant said it would be better to challenge this one with a group as a D-class hunter, but I think it'll be fine. He doesn't know how many skills I have, they're more valuable than levels anyways. I won't even be challenging the boss either. The normal dungeon monsters will be the perfect specimens to test out my new skill. I walk through the crowded station towards the correct train platform. We need a combat magic user for a loot-based raid, we pay well. 2 tanks looking for a team, 5 silver each for an 8-hour raid. Anybody need us? Support types listen up. Buffs or healings, anything to help. EXP-focused raid, anyone interested? Some of these parties are probably good and honest hard-working people. I'm just not interested after yesterday's disaster. I'll be hunting solo again for a while, it suits me better anyways. I walked past them all without batting an eye and stood by the platform that would take me to the Minotaur dungeon. There was one other full party standing and waiting for the train next to me. It was a team of 5, I wonder if they're all going to this dungeon too. I used inspect. LV 161. LV 168. LV 172. LV 174. LV 265. A level 265. That's AC class. He's a tall and strong-looking member of their party with a huge sword on his back. If I had to guess I'd say he's about 30 years old. He must be the team leader, maybe it's a guild raid and he's helping them level. Or they paid him to power level the 4 of them. Who knows? The other team members were standing behind their leader talking amongst themselves. One of them was a short red-haired girl. We made eye contact for a split second but were interrupted by the sound of an incoming train. Screech. The train arrived and I boarded through the closest door right behind them. The team leader took a look at me and smiled. You headed off to the Minotaur dungeon too? I didn't look directly at him. Yeah. Solo, not interested if you're going to invite me to your group. Haha, I got it. I just haven't seen you around this dungeon yet. The Terra Guild basically runs this Minotaur dungeon. I'm leveling up our fresh D-class recruits. The Terra Guild, huh? It's not one of the big 3, they must be one of the smaller guilds in the city. Nice. Good luck in there, I'll let you guys go in first. I don't want to get in your way. He nodded and handed me a card. Sure thing. You must be at least level 200. I don't see many people challenge this dungeon solo. I assume you're here for a loot run. Yeah, something like that. I took the card and threw it in my back pocket. It's just a guild info card, that's the least of my interest right now. Screech. The train slowly came to a halt. We all took the escalator ride upwards to the dungeon portal. Well kid, swing by our guild if you're looking for a job. We're always looking for up-and-coming D-class hunters. My name's Hudson by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm Jay, nice meeting you. Best of luck in there. The team of 5 entered the dungeon and I waited outside. They all seemed nice, especially the leader. But that's not important right now. During this time I played with my item storage skill. I opened and closed it many times in many differing sizes and distances from my body. My MP doesn't go down at all when I use my item storage. It's either such a low amount that it doesn't show on my status, or it doesn't use any MP at all. It's odd, but a good discovery. After about 20 minutes went by, finally decided to jump through the blue spinning portal. The dungeon has a lot of pretty familiar features. It's a mountain range dungeon, but the mountains aren't too big. They look more like rocky hills. There's a lot of green grass and shrubbery along with large green trees every 10 m or so. It's not heavily wooded, so there are some plains of open grassland. I reached into my item storage and pulled out my sword while walking straight ahead deeper into the dungeon. After about 10 minutes of walking around I came across a wide open grass patch. To my surprise there were 3 minotaurs just standing in the middle of it. They haven't noticed me at all. They're all around 4 meters tall and look like massive buff humans, except for their heads. The monsters' bodies are dark brown, covered in hair and have rippling muscles head to toe. The minotaurs' heads are large and look like a bull. They have horns coming off each side of their head almost a meter long. Each of these monsters is also carrying a massive silver axe with a long wooden handle. They're wearing shining silver wrist guards and a brown cloth around their waists. I used Inspect. LV 155. LV 157. LV 158. These monsters are going to be a piece of cake. I've faced off against level 170s before. Come on, why is everyone so worried about these minotaurs? Of course I'll still keep my guard up and fight strategically, but I can't see them being too much of an issue. Plus, I'm not going to try and test anything new out on my first fight. This match will be purely to see what these monsters' abilities are. I slowly walked towards them with my sword out in front of me. I'm about 50 m away now. 30 m. 20 m. The minotaur on the right turned its head and spotted me. It let out a few grunts, then turned its full body towards me. I gripped my blade tighter and kept walking forward. The beast started to charge, the other 2 monsters turned to look at me but stayed back and watched. This minotaur's aura is strong, this will be a serious battle. I ignite my sword into flames and start running towards the beast as well. Clang. Sparks fly as we clash sword and axe. It's a strong opponent, but like most of these larger monsters I have it completely beat with my speed and agility. I jump back to face the beast again. It grunts and pushes large amounts of air from its nose. We charge towards each other again. Clang. My sword and its axe collide. After this attack I twist around the monster's left side, continuing the momentum of my strike as flames and sparks fly through the air. The monster's eyes track me and it attempts to turn with me. The beast lifts its heavy axe up after our clash to go for another strike, but it's too late. The minotaur's torso is wide open. I focus my fire magic into the tip of my blade and land a fiery gash across the monster's abdomen up to its chest. I land and sprint backwards to admire my work. Roar. The minotaur lets out a roar as the fire residue in its gash burns bright. It's in pain, but the battle is definitely not over yet. The 2 monsters behind it are watching maliciously, but haven't moved from their spots in the background. The beast on fire looks me in the eyes and readies its axe again. We charge at each other. Clang. Sparks fly high and the monster raises its axe immediately after impact this time. It learns quick, these monsters definitely have higher intelligence than I had assumed. We stood 10 m apart. I'm starting to break into a sweat. It's not a life-threatening battle at all, but this monster is putting up a good fight. We charge at each other once again. I decide to completely dodge the axe's swing and weave around the minotaur. It wasn't expecting this, I have a perfect opening. I plant my right foot and make a full U-turn facing the monster's back. It's turning as well, but again. Too slow. Another hit. I make a fiery gash across the monster's back from shoulder to hip. It cries out in pain, but still doesn't drop to the floor. I can see why these guys would be a problem if they were to attack a lower-level hunter in a group. Roar. The Minotaur lets out a mighty roar. It's definitely very injured now, one more good hit and it's done for. The only downside is I really pissed it off. The beast turned to me with fire residue burning intensely on its front and backside. The two Minotaurs that were staying out of the fight previously turned towards me as well. I gripped my sword tighter and grinned as the three monsters started their charge straight at me. Chapter 48. I stood in front of three charging Minotaurs with my burning blade and prepared for an attack. The monster up front is the most wounded, it's about 30 m ahead of the other two. The smartest thing to do right now would be to take it out first. I charged in at the wounded beast and let my flames burn bright, trailing behind me on the ground. I have a pretty good feel on these monsters' abilities. They're tough and crafty with their weapons, but with my magic gear, recent battle experience, and arsenal of abilities they're no match. It's time to test a few of my new skills out. As the Minotaur up front approached, I came up with the perfect plan. It raised its axe and I raised my sword to match it. As the beast let out a battle cry and brought its axe down towards me, I lifted my left arm in the air to shield myself. It's a gamble, but I'm fairly sure this will work out in my favor. Body hardening. I concentrated my body hardening skill to make layer around my arm. Instantly, hard black crystals started forming all over the areas I was visualizing. Clank. The massive axe came down on my arm and it bounced off like it was hitting a sword. Some crystal fragmented, but the attack didn't make contact with my physical body. This gave me enough time to slip under the monster in its confusion and let out a fiery uppercut with my sword. A final clean hit. The beast fell to the floor with a grunt and a whimper covered in a blanket of flames. Level up. 1 down, 2 to go. I looked up to see the two Minotaurs in hot pursuit. They seemed angry that I defeated their friend. I got into a battle stance and checked my status. 450/795 MP remaining. The total decline is not bad, but definitely not efficient enough for my liking. It's about time I try out my new Plunderer skill. There are two beasts running at me this time, it'll be a bit harder than my first fight. I ignited my blade into flames and grinned. My blood is rushing, these battles make me feel alive. I decided to run towards the one to my right. It raised its axe and I raised my arm while hardening and bracing for impact. Clang. It took the bait. I swerved around the right side and slashed the beast's torso. While making contact with my blade, I concentrated on my skill to take in mana. I repeated Plunderer over and over in my head as I cut deep into the Minotaur. I could feel my MP raising for a split second while my blade was touching the monster. The moment my blade left its flesh, the flow of mana stopped instantly. The beast let out grunts as it turned to face me again. Its partner in battle was close by as well. I checked my MP, it read out 585/795. I grinned ear to ear. Even while using swordsmanship, fire magic, and body hardening, my MP went up after that exchange. The Minotaur came back for more. Clang. I blocked the beast again with my left arm and landed a devastating fiery attack with my right while taking an MP. The second monster followed close behind and I blocked its attack with my body hardening and managed to counter it easily as well. I've completely figured out their fighting style. They may be pretty strong and able to take a lot of hits, but this battle is basically already over. It's just going to take time. After a few more charges I blocked all of their axe hits, absorbed MP basically up to full, and brought them both to their knees. All three Minotaur I encountered on this plane have been defeated and reduced to flaming piles of ash. Level up. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 160. HP, 805/805. MP, 805/805. Strength, 385, plus 125. Speed, 458. Agility, 478. Defense, 342, plus 137. Mental strength, 385, plus 77. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer. Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, plus 40% defense. Stainless Steel Sword, plus 125 strength. Level 160, nice. Still a long way to go until 250. I stood around for a few minutes and collected the mana that each of the disappearing minotaurs dropped and placed them in my item storage. I continued walking further into the dungeon. It sounds weird to say, but this is a beautiful dungeon. The blue sky and the warm air make me feel at peace. The post-fight adrenaline also gives me a nice high to ride while I search for my next opponents. I walk through a few empty fields looking for more monsters to fight. They traveled in groups, so the spawn rate must be much farther apart or something. I've been walking for 20 minutes and haven't found a single sign of any new minotaurs. There was a large tree in the middle of one of the large plains I came across. I sat up against it and took a little break to admire the blue sky for a bit. Like clockwork, the moment I got comfortable I sensed a presence nearby. Finally, some more monsters. I grinned and stood up with my sword ready. There's a clump of trees in the distance, it's a small forest area. The leaves started shaking so I activated my enemy detection and inspect skills. 3 of them again, and it looks like one of them is going to be trouble. Great. LV 156. LV 157. LV 191. 3 large minotaurs came out from the tree line. The strongest stood up front, and the 2 lower levels followed close behind. They all looked exactly the same. Without my inspect skill I could never have seen a difference. This is what the old merchant meant when he said their levels may vary. Interesting. The leader of the monsters grunted and motioned its axe towards me while slowing its strides. The other 2 grunted back and charged ahead of it straight at me. They just communicated an attack. I've never seen monsters with intelligence like this before. It's a good thing just the 2 of them are up first. I'll have to take these weaker ones out, then focus on the leader. They charged towards me grunting while raising their axes. I surrounded my sword in a coat of flames and ran towards them as well. They both brought their axes down at the same time. It raised my left arm in a bent fashion while hardening it to make a shield for my usual attack. Clang. Both axes came down at once and were repealed without a problem. I managed to get underneath both of them to land a double hit on their abdomens while they were distracted by their axes' recoil. They burst out in roars as I drained enough MP to recover and leave a good amount of fire residue on them. I ran past with a satisfied grin on my face. 2 at a time, not bad. Whoa. To my surprise the leader was towering over me with its axe in full swing. I didn't even see it coming. This monster hid behind its subordinates and launched a surprise attack knowing I'd make it past these 2. I underestimated it. At the last second I put my arm up again to harden it and block the attack. My sword was pointed at the floor on the opposite side of my body, I didn't have the time or positioning to counter. Argh! Blood splashed up into the air as I felt my arm breaking under the pressure of this monster's axe. My body hardening worked for a moment, but was shattered along with my arm in the next. Black crystals flew everywhere as my hardening was completely destroyed. I guess there is a limit to how much this skill can defend against. The beast followed through and let its axe smash into the ground. Luckily, I was able to somewhat move my arm out of the way and save it from being sliced off. I jumped back and regenerated my broken limb while getting as much distance as I could from the vicious beast. I checked my status. It read 615/805 HP, 705/805 MP. Interesting. My physical body is repaired with self-regeneration, but I feel much more tired. The attacks from an opponent will affect my HP stat no matter what. When I regenerate, it's healing my physical wound and converting the damage to more overall fatigue. This skill is not full healing magic, it's just accelerated physical recovery with a trade-off. I'll have to keep this in mind. I turned to see the 2 flaming monsters charging at me while the leader followed close behind. Our battle is far from over. Chapter 49. The injured flaming minotaurs came charging at me in a fit of rage. These 2 aren't the problem though. I can dodge their attacks all day and kill them whenever I please. Their leader is the real issue. I haven't gauged its full strength yet, but it's definitely higher than mine. My best course of action is to take these 2 out first. I have a few healing potions, I can handle another hit or 2. I'll use the same strategy as before. We all charged in towards each other. I blocked the 2 axe hits with my hardened arm and landed another double strike on the 2 weaker monsters while absorbing some MP in the process. The leader was close behind and attacked immediately just like before. I braced myself and tried to concentrate even more hardening on my arm to see if I could block the attack if I had full focus. The leader's large axe came down and made contact with my ultra-hardened arm. Bad idea. The second it made impact I heard a crack and saw black crystal fragments fly out in all directions while a sharp pain traveled through my arm and into my shoulder. It worked a little bit, but my arm is definitely still fractured in multiple places. I need to get better positioning and try blocking with my sword next time if I get the chance. I jumped back and distanced myself to check my stats and regenerate. It read 485/805 HP, and 680/805 MP. Not bad. Just one more time should open things up. I charged back in and did a picture-perfect attack. The 2 front minotaurs fell to the ground in a pool of their own blood and my flames. 3 good attacks seems to be just enough for me to defeat normal monsters here. Level up. I blocked another attack while sacrificing my hardened arm one last time before running back about 20 m to recuperate and plan for the actual battle at hand here. My stats read out 355/810 HP, 685/810 MP. As the lone leader eyed me down, I took the time to chug an HP potion back up to full health. I could have waited a bit longer, but it's a common-sense safety precaution here. We both charged forward. I ignited my blade in fire and the beast raised its axe. Clank. We met weapons with a clash of flames, sparks, and grunts from both sides. In the end, I was totally overpowered. The monster's axe came crushing down. I held my own in the test of strength for a few milliseconds, but in the end it was a one-sided matchup. The Minotaur's axe completely trumped my sword's power and it came crashing down towards me with little resistance. I was forced to retreat and jump backwards. This feels like some of my old battles. I haven't faced a truly superior opponent in a while. I grinned and stared down the beast as it grunted and started charging towards me again. I'll have to use my speed to defeat this one, brute strength isn't going to cut it. I ran forward with my sword ablaze. The monster swung its axe downward and I dodged without attempting to counter it at all. With a swift fiery strike I sliced open its leg as I ran by. This is a pretty nostalgic feeling. It's almost like I'm fighting that wolf boss from my hometown again. Good times. I smirked and faced the beast once more. We charged forward and I dodged to the opposite side to land a hit on its other leg. The beast cried out. This wasn't much damage to a monster like this, but it was definitely getting very annoyed. I continued my assault, switching up my movements and styles to land safe cheap hits every time. It's a pretty boring way to fight, but fighting this thing head-on would not be the smart thing to do. I have a very clear speed and agility advantage, there's no point in not using this to my full capacity. Every time I made a slice in the monster's legs I absorbed a small amount of MP. It's much harder to drain than its weaker counterparts. The monster's level must have something to do with it. An opponent with a much higher experience level takes longer to suck MP from. Another good thing to note. I have to leave a large amount of fire residue in every attack I land. I'd be out of MP fast if I didn't have this new skill. After around 10 attacks the Minotaur became visibly slower. I started aiming for its abdomen, then upper chest, and lastly the back of its neck. It took a total of 16 hits before I pierced my fiery blade into its head and watched the beast fall to the ground. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Name, J. Soju. Level, 167. HP, 840/840. MP, 705/840. Strength, 401, plus 125. Speed, 478. Agility, 499. Defense, 357, plus 143. Mental strength, 401, plus 80. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer. Items equipped. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops eye pendant, plus 40% defense. Stainless steel sword, plus 125 strength. Nice, 6 levels from the leader and 1 from the 2 subordinates. It relied too heavily on the 2 weaker fighters. When I had a speed advantage and we were all alone, the only thing that beast could do was lay down and die. Unfortunate fate. I've definitely got a handle on this dungeon. That was a level 191. It's probably one of the highest rated I'll find here, and it was taken out with ease. With a satisfied grin on my face, I walked over to the 2 weaker minotaurs that burned to ash and put their mana crystals in my item storage. As I turned around to collect the leader's mana, my eyes lit up. Looks like it's my lucky day. After only 6 monsters, I already got an item drop. The huge axe sat on the ground next to a large mana crystal. I picked each of them up to place in my item storage. I started walking back in the direction of the dungeon start point. I'm not leaving yet, I'd just rather be nearby for when I decide to leave and not wander too far off into the dungeon. It's not like I'll be fighting the boss today. On my way back, I came across a pair of minotaurs level 157 and 154. They were very easy opponents. With my recent level increases, I was able to take them down in 2 hits each. I didn't level up, but collected 2 mana crystals. As I strolled around the dungeon, I got to thinking about what my purpose here in the city really is. After these recent events, I have a clear idea of what I have to do. The C-class exams are in less than 3 weeks. I need to get really serious. This dungeon is the perfect training ground for my preparation. I'll power level here and make a ton of money from the loot drops to buy some new higher grade gear. I spent the next 4 hours roaming around the dungeon's start point. This seemed to be the perfect spot for now. I came across 6 more groups of Minotaur. The first was an easy group of 3. They consisted of a level 157, 158, and 162. They dropped 3 mana stones. I didn't level up. The second group was a bit more of a challenge. There was a leader at level 183 and 2 underlings at level 155 and 157. It was a similar battle to the previous trio with a leader. Long, but not that difficult. They only dropped mana as well. I gained 3 levels from this fight. The third and fourth groups were fairly similar to the first. All of them were between level 155 and 165. Good mana, but no more levels. After these 2 fights, I got a bit antsy and decided to venture a bit deeper into the dungeon again. Apparently, the further I traveled and the stronger the monsters are. I guess it makes sense. My 5th fight was with 2 strong minotaurs. They were level 177 and 179. I had to use my bobbing and weaving tactics to the extreme. My body hardening worked well enough, but hit still hurt and dealt a tiny bit of damage. All in all, it was a manageable fight. I gained 2 levels and collected only mana as loot. After this fight, I was getting a bit tired and hungry. It was time to pack it in. I trekked back to the dungeon start point and faced off against a final group of 3 that weren't much of a challenge. They were between level 155 and 165. All 3 dropped large mana stones, and one of them dropped their axe as well. I didn't level up in this battle, but couldn't have asked for a better parting gift. As I stepped out of the blue portal back into the dungeon hub transit area, I smirked to myself. That was a good first day of grinding to get my feet wet. I'm level 172 now. Tomorrow I'll venture much deeper into this Minotaur dungeon. Chapter 50. I boarded the escalator down to the train station and made my way back to the main dungeon hub. It's really crowded this time of day. Most hunters are finishing up their raids and heading off to the market to sell all kinds of loot. I walked outside and started to head towards the market center as well. I am one of those hunters after all. It took me about 10 minutes to make my way over. I walked pretty quickly. Hey kid. Welcome back. The merchant smiled and looked me in the eyes curiously. Which dungeon did you end up going to? Any of the ones I recommended. A couple of them actually. The Minotaur dungeon is pretty cool. He eyed me closer while narrowing his stare. You said you hunt solo though, right? Yeah, I can handle it. Don't worry about me, old man. With a grin, I emptied my mana onto the table. It's almost 3 dozen crystals. The merchant raised an eyebrow and stared, placing all of them on the measuring plate. Looks like you can handle yourself pretty well after all, not bad. The scale read out 3881.66 mu in big black text. I'll give you dash. Wait, hold on, I have more. I pulled out the 2 large axes and the merchant's eyes lit up. Let me take a look at those. I handed him the axes and he examined them closely. A 150 and a 200 strength boost axe. Not bad at all. Just like last time you sold me gear, I told you it'd be a better price at auction, but I'm still happy to buy these from you today. Yeah, I'm looking to get rid of them quick. Still, I hope you give me a decent price. I can do 30 for the 150 strength axe and 45 for the 200. You could easily get double in auction, but that's my price here. They are low prices, but I understand how the business works. Going to the auction would take up a full day potentially. It's really not worth my time right now. How about 120 silver for the mana and the axes all together? He looked over everything and nodded slowly. Yeah. That works. You want it in all silver. I thought to myself for a moment. 100 silver is equal to 1 gold. I've never had a gold coin before, why not? It'll be easier to store anyways. 1 gold, 20 silver. The merchant nodded and counted out my coins. I took them and placed the silver in my item storage as the old man took the mana and axes to the back of his shop. He did a small double take the moment I opened up my storage skill but didn't say a word. I didn't think much of it either, I was a bit distracted. The gold coin in my hand glimmered in the setting sun, my eyes were locked on it. I flipped it around in my fingers with a large grin on my face from ear to ear. With a wave goodbye I left the market and got a nice big meal at a family restaurant and strolled down the street with a full belly. I stopped by a convenience store to purchase one of the latest editions of a comic book I enjoy reading about hunters and heroes. The sun had completely set now. After walking all the way back to the inn I was greeted by the attendant at front desk before making my way up to my room. I took my usual long hot shower and went straight into bed. Today wore me out, but it also has me excited for the future. Once I got comfortable under the covers I opened up the comic and started reading. I'm starting to feel more and more like one of these characters I read about, but there's one difference between me and them. They all have some kind of deep trauma or mission to save the world that really drives them. Me. I just want to get stronger. Every new adventure I go on makes me want to dive even deeper into the dungeons. I'm starting to get more and more hooked on the thrill of making it out of dangerous situations by the skin of my teeth. Maybe that's just what they call an adrenaline junkie. Every intense battle gives me a rush that pushes me to progress further every time. I have my eyes set on immediate goals, and I'll do anything to get there. I know my short-term ambitions could be my downfall. The risks of my accelerated growth may not outweigh the rewards, but this is what I have to do while I still can. I've never felt more alive in my whole life. I guess it's a bit of a selfish reason to get stronger, but who cares? It's not like anyone is watching. I'm living for myself. This is what I enjoy doing every day. I will become stronger. With an open comic magazine over my face I fell into a deep peaceful sleep. The next morning I woke up refreshed and ready to dive back into the dungeons. I hopped out of bed and went downstairs. The innkeeper smiled at me on the way out. Off hunting. I nodded and reached for the door. Yep. Have a good day. You know, kid, there was a pretty big C-class dungeon break last night. It might be the beginning of a surge. Just be careful out there. All right, got it. Thanks. I left the inn not thinking much of his comment. Dungeon breaks happen all the time in the city, right? It's normal. After grabbing a small breakfast I made my way towards the dungeon hub. It was crowded this morning like usual all the way down to the main D-class platform. To my surprise I saw a team from the Terra Guild waiting for a train. It looked like there were some different members, but there was one face I recognized for sure. Their leader Hudson saw me and waved at me. I peeked at the dungeon list and sure enough, that was the train for the Minotaur dungeon. He spoke up as I walked over. Hey. Looks like we meet again. This is my morning shift, you off loot farming today? I stood there with my arms crossed waiting for the train. Yeah, I'm in the city for a little while. This dungeon seems to be perfect for me. Screech. The train pulled up and we boarded. Hudson leaned up against the inside wall and looked at me. You know, there's rumors we might get hit by a surge soon. This dungeon is very stable, so I doubt anything will happen. Just be careful about farming in any of the new dungeons until we get more news on the situation. Joining a party is probably a safer move as well. I appreciate the warning, but I hunt solo. All right. I'm just looking out for a fellow hunter, that's all. I raised an eyebrow. I wasn't fully listening to what he was saying. I assumed it was just small talk or guild recruitment nonsense. He mentioned a surge too, just like the innkeeper did earlier. Hey, one other thing. This surge? What is it anyways? He looked at me with a smirk. The underlings in his party looked at me with a concerned look. What? Is it bad that I don't know? Hudson replied. You really haven't heard about it at all. There's been a few surges lately, about 3 big ones this year. The news is always trying to predict the next one, haha. Okay, but what exactly is it? Why is it happening in the first place? Well, we don't know exactly. It seems to be a large concentration of magic that surges through all the dungeons in the area. For a few days, some of the dungeons will start to break randomly. Elite teams from the Hunters Association and some large guilds have been put on guard to make sure the city and its civilians are protected. A few months ago during the last surge we had a high-level C-class dungeon break. It breached the pre-built confinement and leaked some pretty large monsters into the capital. Luckily the Viridian Guild had a team nearby. They cleared it up hastily once they got to the scene. I nodded as I looked out the train window watching the cement walls pass by. Interesting. You said this dungeon is very stable though. Hudson nodded. Yeah, this is one of the oldest D-class dungeons in the area. It gets a lot of raiding traffic. The more magic items and mana that are taken out of the dungeon, the more stable it becomes. Even if the surge gets bad, the worst it'll do is spawn in a few mutants at most. That's my professional opinion at least. Interesting. This is good insight, thanks a lot. No problem, just helping out. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but come by our guild anytime. Sure. Maybe I will. Hudson doesn't seem like a bad guy at all. Maybe I actually will stop by and check the place out once I finish farming this week. The train came to a stop and a lot of other teams got off at the Minotaur dungeon platform. Seems like it's pretty common knowledge that this is one of the safer dungeons to dive into today. I can't wait to get started. Chapter 51. I let the crowd of hunters go into the dungeon first. I'll take my time and venture a bit deeper today to find some harder opponents. I'm probably not ready for the boss yet, it'll take a few days before I can handle that solo. There's a large sense of tension from the other parties. This whole dungeon surge thing is a pretty big deal. Once it was my turn to enter I pulled out my sword and jumped through the glowing blue portal. I wandered around the Minotaur dungeon without any problems. The monsters became stronger and stronger as the day went on. In 6 hours I faced off against 7 groups in total. There were a few other teams in the dungeon, so whenever I got nearby, I turned the other way to keep my distance. It was a little annoying at first, but overall it didn't really matter. The first 3 groups I fought were pretty easy. They were all level 155 to 165. It was just mana drops, no level gains at all. The next 2 groups were a bit harder. They were both led by a boss with a pretty high level. One was LV 188, the other was LV 191. The LV 188 dropped an axe, the other 5 minotaurs dropped only mana. I gained 4 levels from these battles. It's much easier to level grind now that I can use my opponent's MP. I'm getting hit while blocking occasionally, but with every increasing level the damage is becoming less and less. The next group I fought had a surprising twist. It consisted of 4 total minotaurs. Their levels were 176, 177, 180, and 182. At first the monsters actually gave me a run for my money. They attacked in charges of 2 and had similar strength to my own. My only advantage was speed. I dragged the battle out for a long time while hardening for defense and absorbing their MP, simultaneously landing cheap shots whenever I could. After this battle I had to drink an HP potion to recover fully. The more I fight in this dungeon the more I understand why guilds love to come here. These beasts are good fighters, but they don't have any mind-blowing moves. As long as a team has proper gear and teamwork, power leveling is a breeze. After this battle I gained 3 more levels and collected 4 huge mana crystals. My final group was even more of a challenge. It was a group of 2 Minotaur. One was a level 161 and the other stood at a staggering level 202. The lower level monster was defeated very quickly at the beginning of the fight. The level 202 was definitely a challenge though. It was very strong and very fast. My small frame and agility were my only upside when it came to basic stats. I had to play it very safe and slowly chip away at the beast while blocking its attacks with a hardened left arm. It chipped me down to about half of my HP before the battle was over. Both of these monsters just dropped mana crystals, no extra loot. I gained 3 levels from this battle. After this fight I took a small break to sit by a tree and check my status. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 182. HP, 465/915. MP, 880/915. Strength, 437, plus 125. Speed, 521. Agility, 544. Defense, 389, plus 156. Mental strength, 437, plus 87. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer. Items equipped. Golden wolf ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops eye pendant, plus 40% defense. Stainless steel sword, plus 125 strength. After a quick rest I got up with a grin on my face and started heading back to the dungeon entrance. I need to stock up on HP portions. I didn't realize how tough some of these higher level minotaurs are. Plus, a bite to eat wouldn't hurt. I'll come back right after and continue this level grinding. It took about an hour, but I made it back to the floating blue portal and left the dungeon. I heard one team fighting a nearby group of monsters on the way back but didn't encounter any myself. I exited the dungeon and took the train back to the main hub. When I made it up to the surface I could see a pretty big commotion going on by the E-class escalator. There were 2 extra guards in front preventing people from passing. One of them was speaking to a group. I couldn't help but listen in. We're sorry to delay all of your hunting. There's been 2 large E-class breaks. It shouldn't be much of a problem, the bosses will be cleared soon. We have temporarily raised the entrance standard to AD class minimum for 1 hour. Please bear with us, this is for your safety. I raised an eyebrow. A couple E-class dungeon breaks, huh? Maybe it wouldn't hurt if I checked it out. I took out my ID and showed the guard while asking him a question. Hey, which dungeons were the ones that had a break? He nodded to let me pass. There's a pretty bad goblin dungeon break, it's lower level and should be cleared within the hour. The other seems to be a rat dungeon, it should be cleared much sooner. We just got news to shut off the area to newbies just in case. Alright. Understood. I headed down to the E-class platform to check things out. They have a goblin dungeon here too. I wonder what it's like. The rat dungeon sounds disgusting, I don't mind missing out on that. The only break I've ever seen was that previous Cyclops dungeon break, and I was very underprepared. This one should be fairly easy, some rare loot may drop if I have enough time to farm. It looks like there's a lot of people with the same idea as me. As I got down to the platform it was pretty chaotic. I read the info board and sure enough the train with all the parties surrounding it was the goblin dungeon. I could see about 20 other hunters in 6 separate groups ranging from 2 to 5 members. It looks like I'm the only solo hunter here. We all boarded the train and were off shortly after. It was a quick ride, no more than 3 minutes. Everyone on the train was getting anxious. They were either scared of what was in that dungeon or were just itching to fight. I for one, was itching to fight. Once the stop arrived we all piled out and went up the escalator to be met with a floating red portal. I could feel the dense magic in the air. This is definitely a dungeon break. I let a few people jump through first, but I followed soon after. We all dispersed once entering. It's actually pretty similar to the old goblin dungeon I used to hunt at. That brings back memories. There's thick tall grass everywhere and occasional trees. It's basically an open plain dungeon. No more than 2 minutes in I already encountered a monster. It was just a goblin. I used inspect. LV, 13. I chuckled a little and cut it in half with a lazy swing of my sword. It is definitely stronger than your average goblin, but at this level I can't tell the difference. I walked further into the dungeon. A few more goblins ran at me, but they were defeated in seconds. I didn't even bother to collect the mana. After 10 minutes or so I was starting to get a bit discouraged. Did I really come down here for this? I was about to turn back, but then I heard a familiar roar. I used enemy detection and inspect. LV 41. Something bigger is here. I'm intrigued. I ran towards it with my sword ready. To my surprise, it was a mutant hobgoblin. This is a pretty bad break. I didn't even know these guys could spawn outside the boss room. The monster charged towards me with its sword pointed straight ahead while grunting and hissing. It was an easy kill. I defeated it in seconds. This gave me hope though, there might be more unusual spawns around here. The air started getting denser and denser. This is a good sign, the magic is getting more concentrated. I kept using enemy detection and inspect with a very wide range to look for mutants. LV 14. LV 31. LV 11. LV 42. LV 38. There were a variety of goblins and hobgoblins all over the place the further I went inside. I ran into a few other hunters, but it was nothing more than a short head nod and us running off in opposite directions. LV 17. LV 44. LV 19. LV 46. LV 51. The levels were slowly increasing more and more. I kept walking further in towards the dense pocket of magic. LV 124. It's 100 m away. Now this is what I was looking for. The air is heavy and my sword is drawn. There's a calm silence as I walk slowly towards my future opponent. 50 m. I'm getting closer. Soon it'll be within range. There's a small patch of trees up ahead, it must be in there. 20 m. My face lit up when I saw the creature pop out of the tree line. It's an old-looking goblin dressed in a dark cloak and a leather hat. The monster is carrying a long wooden staff and has a large brown satchel that looks full to the brim. It let off a faint gray glow, it must be a magic user. This is my first time coming face to face with a shaman. I can barely hold in my excitement as I tighten the grip on my sword and get ready to fight. Chapter 52. The shaman looked me up and down with bloodshot eyes. There's a peculiar magic aura surrounding it. I stared it down as well with my sword pointed straight ahead. I'm sure I could defeat this monster in seconds if I went all out, but I want to see what it can do. I've only read about shamans in comics, this is the first one I've actually seen out in a dungeon. The monster raised its staff and let out a grunt. Its leather pouch opened up and an assortment of silver orbs came flying out. They were all moving in a circle around the monster, I couldn't quite make out what they were. If I had to guess, they looked like small balls of metal, rocks, or maybe crystals. Again, I've never seen anything like this. The shaman hissed and pointed its staff right at me. Two of the floating orbs moved out of formation and came rocketing my way. Clang. I blocked them with my sword without much of a problem. The objects were quick, the two that hit my sword were circular metal balls. If I was closer to this shaman's level, these orbs would be deadly. I could feel the power behind each of its attacks, it's very strong for a level 124. The monster stared at me while backing up and raised its staff again. 4 of the orbs came hurtling towards me. Clang. I easy blocked all of the projectiles again. The shaman shrieked and turned. Oh, you're not getting away that easy. It was running away from me. What a joke. Some monster this is. I ignited my sword into flames and followed it into the small cluster of trees. Thud. Aghhh what th dash. As I followed the monster, I was struck in the center of my back with one of those metal orbs. It didn't do any serious damage, but it definitely didn't feel good. I turned to see half a dozen orbs floating behind me while I chased the shaman into the woods. It's a crafty little monster. It knows it can't beat me straight on, so it's going to do what it can to survive. I fought off most of the metal orbs, but they kept coming back no matter how many times I hit them. My back is getting bruised up. I wonder what kind of magic this shaman is using. Whatever it is, this would be a good skill to have. I could see the monster right in front of me less than 10 m away, but it keeps diving behind trees and scurrying around while I defend myself from its floating orbs. I'm getting a bit frustrated. It keeps twisting and turning through this small patch of forest because it knows the layout like the back of its hand. Unlike me, this is the first time I've seen any of this scenery. The monster is hissing and making sounds similar to laughter. I think it's enjoying this. I can see the end of the tree patch in sight, it looks like the shaman is heading out soon. Finally, a fight in a wide open field will be much easier for me. As we neared the edge of the trees, I came within 3 m of the slimy little creature. I was seconds away from slicing it to pieces. Then, I felt my footing give out. My vision went blurry and I felt weightless for a moment. Thudded. I hit the ground moments later and heard faint footsteps and hissing moving away from me. It's dark in here. Did I really fall for the oldest trick in the book? This shaman led me straight into a pitfall and I fell for it. There are a few large wooden spikes at the bottom, but they were poorly constructed. I broke most of them with the impact of my fall. I'm bleeding a little, but it's nothing serious. I looked up to see the bright blue sky, and proceeded to use the wooden spikes to climb out of the trap like a makeshift ladder. No more playing around, come on out. I used my enemy detection and located it 100 m ahead of me. This coward really put me in a hole and made a run for it. I sprinted out of the trees with my blade on fire and a smirk across my face. It's wide open in the field and running quickly even deeper into the dungeon. I followed the monster in a straight line, closing the distance as fast as I could. Its metal orbs were nowhere in sight. I could focus on running at full speed. Less than 30 seconds later we were face to face again. The monster hissed and summoned its orbs from the pouch. Without hesitation I went in for a strike. I'm not letting this opportunity pass again. I swung my fiery blade at the shaman's neck while being pelted by its orbs. I could feel a few make contact, breaking a few of my ribs, but I had my eye on the prize. Shing! Thud! I sliced through the shaman's neck like butter and the battle was over just like that. I looked down to see my favorite floating blue letters. Use absorption. Skill, telekinesis. Yes, no. With a grin I chose, yes, and used self-regeneration to heal my minor injuries. The body of the shaman started to disappear pretty quickly, and to my surprise it didn't only drop mana. There was a small silver key next to the crystal on the ground. I picked the loot up and examined the key for a moment before throwing them both in my item storage. I guess I'll have to ask around. I've never seen anything like this for an item drop before. I think I've had enough fun here. It's about time I head back. Somebody is bound to beat the boss soon anyways. I headed back towards the dungeon start point, but sure enough a team beat the boss before I could make it back. I came just in time. 10 more minutes and I would have missed my chance to find that shaman. A white light appeared. It felt odd not being in a boss room and seeing this light. Everyone in the dungeon was transported back into that small room at the top of the escalator. It was very crowded. There were easily 40 people crammed into this tight space. They all seemed to be beginner D-class hunters and some E-class that managed to get in before they closed off the platform. I didn't talk to anyone. I just minded my own business and tried to sift through the crowd towards the escalator. Hey! It's Jay, right? I turned my head. Who knows my name in this city? Hi, who are you? Standing in front of me was a short red-haired girl with a black combat suit on, similar to the ones I saw at the Hunters Association, but definitely not exactly same. She smiled and reached out her hand. The name's Nessa. I saw you taking with my Captain Hunson yesterday. Nice to formally meet you. Really? I just saw him this morning. Yeah, it's my day off. Hunson trains a lot of us D-class at the Terra Guild. I'm pretty new to the city. They let me join the day I asked. I took a closer look at Nessa. She was on the shorter side, maybe 160 centimeters, bright orange/red hair, and bright blue eyes with light freckles on her cheeks. If I had to guess, she was no more than 19 years old. D-class and new to the city, huh? She must be a pretty good fighter, and have some kind of unique or useful combat skill. I boarded the escalator and continued the small talk as she followed. What are you doing at an E-class break? She smiled. Well, it's my first time hearing about one of these so-called surges. I wanted to see what they were all about for myself. I nodded. Yup, me too. Disappointing, huh? I guess. It was interesting. It was actually not disappointing at all. It couldn't have gone any better for me. I decided not to say anything about the rare monster I faced though. It's just becoming a habit to keep my experiences to myself. There's no point in keeping secrets, it's just more simple if I do. Well, I'm going out on a raid with my team tomorrow to the Minotaur dungeon again. Maybe I'll see you there. Maybe. I'll be farming there tomorrow as well, but I really only hunt solo. She pouted a bit, but I don't think she was actually upset. I can't help but to stare a bit, she's such a pretty girl. It's literally been 1 day since the last girl I trusted tried to kill me. Am I really going to fall for these charms again? The train came and we rode it back to the main hub. When we walked upstairs there seemed to be a big commotion going on by the D-class escalator. There was a guard speaking up. Only parties of 3 and above or C-class hunters are allowed down to the D-class dungeon platform for the next hour. There's been a large break in the Kobold dungeon, this is for your own safety. Looks like there's another large break. Think I'll pack it in for today though, I've had a good day of hunting. I turned to Nessa. I'm done for the day. It was a pleasure meeting you, maybe I'll see you out hunting again one of these days. She smiled at me. Like I said before, I'm in the morning slot tomorrow. The whole team will be here right when the sun comes up. I waved as I turned to leave. All right. Maybe I'll see ya. I'm just trying to be polite, I hope I didn't come off as rude. Yes, I wouldn't mind seeing her again but meeting a whole new team of hunters isn't on my immediate to-do list. I walked off into the city as the sun set heading towards the market to sell my loot. Chapter 53. I arrived to the market less than 20 minutes later and waved to the old merchant. Hey kid, how are you today? Great. I took my axe and mana out of my item storage to place them on counter between us. You know, that's a neat skill. I don't think you were using it when we first met, but I gotta say item storage must be useful. I froze in place, how could I be so careless? I've been using my item storage skill in front of the merchant this whole time like it's not a big deal. Anyone could have seen me using it here. I looked around cautiously, not that it would matter. The damage is already done. Thanks, yeah. It's a good thing to have. Just could you keep it between us? I don't use the skill often. The merchant could sense the tension in my voice and nodded slowly. Sure. I won't pry. He took my mana and placed them on the measuring scale. The big black numbers read out 3976.43 mu. He took a look at the axe and smirked. This is a 175 strength boost axe, nice. I can do 80 silver for the whole haul. I thought to myself for a moment. How about 40 silver, an item box, and 2 D-class HP potions? The old man eyed me for a moment then started shuffling through a cabinet. Sure, work for me. He started counting out my silver and placed a small magic pouch with 2 HP potions on the counter. Oh, one other thing. I pulled out the silver key and handed it to the merchant. His eyes lit up. Where'd you get this? I've only seen a handful of shaman keys in my lifetime. I got it from a dungeon break today. How much is it worth? Oh, good find. I'm sure you could get a few gold at auction for a key like this. Really? So, what's it do? I'm not too sure. I've heard rumors about certain keys being used in the capital labyrinth, but I've never been there myself. If you're looking to sell it, I can give you an address for a good auction house. Here. The old man scribbled something down on a small piece of paper and handed it to me. I took it and threw it in my item storage along with the key. It sounds enticing, but I'm not really interested in an auction right now. I'd rather capitalize on these increased dungeon breaks while I still can. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hey, how long do these surges tend to last anyways? I remembered the innkeeper telling me about them, but I wasn't paying much attention to him when he was explaining. The last one we had lasted just a few days. I'm sure it'll be over by the end of this weekend. I nodded and took the rest of my new items and silver off the table. The silver and potions were placed in my item storage, but I tied the item box around my waist. The old man made a great observation. If I'm going to be using my item storage skill, I should at least be a bit stealthier about it. I'll keep some items in this magic pouch for when I'm out in public. Got it. Thanks again, pleasure doing business with you. Of course, stay safe kid. With a wave I left the market and grabbed a quick meal before heading back to the inn. I was greeted by the attendant and quickly made my way upstairs. After my signature hot shower I fell asleep in bed almost immediately. The next morning I woke up full of energy. Once I hopped out of bed and got dressed, I made sure to put my sword and a handful of coins and potions into the new item box I purchased yesterday. Just in case I see anyone out hunting today, it's better that I use this as cover for my item storage skill. After making my way downstairs I was greeted by the innkeeper in the lobby. Another day of hunting. I nodded and smiled. Yup. It seems like today will be the peak of the surge. There were 2 C-class breaks last night. Be careful out there, young men. Of course, thanks for looking out for me. I'll be okay. I walked out the door with a grin across my face and grabbed a bite to eat before making my way towards the dungeon hub. There's a huge crowd today, especially around the E-class line. The 2 guards in front of it are talking to the groups of passing hunters. Now that I get a closer look, there's at least 2 guards at every station entrance now. Is the surge that bad today? Looks like they are tightening security. I got in line for the D-class dungeons and crossed my arms waiting patiently. Time passed and the line moved along slowly until I came face to face with the 2 guards. One of them spoke up. Hunter's license. I handed the man my ID and he started shaking his head. Can't let you in today, sorry. I looked at him with confusion. Why? What do you mean? All dungeons are only open to parties of 3 or more. The only exception is if you're 1 rank above the dungeon minimum. In this case, you'll need to be C-class minimum to enter the D-class platform if you're hunting solo today. It's for your safety. I assure you, it will be back to normal within a day or 2. I'm going to have to ask you to step out of line. The E-class dungeons are open for you today if you'd like. Okay, I'll just wait for my team then. Sounds good. Come back with them and I'll let you in then. Please step out of line. I stepped out of line while looking at the floor. That was disappointing. I just blurted out that nonsense about a team so I could get back in line later and it wouldn't look weird. I started walking back towards the E-class line while scanning the area. Maybe I can hitch a ride in someone else's party. I won't actually fight with them, I'll just get down to the platform with them. That'll work. I grinned. I walked around for a few minutes but no one looked approachable. Usually other people do the approaching to me. I'm still a bit socially awkward, I haven't thought about it much lately. Even though everyone around me seems to be out to get me in my own mind, is that really a good excuse to never try and make a new friends? Then I remembered. Nessa and Hudson's group. They're hunting this morning, I could get in with them. I wasn't planning on it initially, but if I have to go with anyone I'd rather go with them than some randoms. I started wandering around a bit more confidently because now I'm looking for a party that I've already met before. This shouldn't be too hard, unless they've already entered the dungeon. The sun did just recently rise. I waited around watching groups of hunters funnel into the dungeons for about 20 minutes. Most people swarmed around the E and D class dungeons. There were a few that entered the C class, and not one person entered the B class dungeons. I did see a few parties go to the escalator in the back that went upwards. I completely forgot about that one. The gear those hunters had on were very expensive looking, it must be some kind of guild run entrance. I'll check it out later if I have the time. It was kind of calming to watch the crowds of people go by, but at the same time I was getting a bit anxious in the back of my mind wondering if they'd ever show up. Then finally I saw a familiar face. My eyes lit up as a party emerged from the crowd getting in line at the D-class escalator. It's Hudson and Nessa. I couldn't forget that red hair. What a relief. I walked over with a wide smile on my face. Hudson was the first to notice me. He looked up and waved. Then Nessa looked up and noticed me as well as I came within talking range. So you decided to actually come and see me? Hudjay. Yeah, I did. Are you hunting solo in the D-class dungeons today? I heard it may be really dangerous with the recent surge reports. I scratched the back of my head nervously and nodded slowly. Yeah, I was going to, but I kind of need to be in a party to enter. It's a temporary rule apparently. Hudson leaned in and winked at me. Come on in with us. No problem. I smiled. He knows exactly what I need, perfect. No explanation needed. Thanks. You're the best. Nessa chimed in again. She could clearly sense what was going on. Come on, fight with us for a little. I want to see what you've got. Yeah, sure. I can't say no to her. Hudson interjected. So you'll be joining us today, . I looked at him. It won't be the full time if you had special training planned, I don't want to disrupt your session. He grinned. Of course you can fight a few monsters with us today. I'd love to see what you can do. I've been trying to recruit you since the moment we met. It's no problem at all. We both chuckled a bit and I got in line between Nessa and Hudson. There were 3 other team members close behind. I didn't get a good look at them yet, the line started moving forward before I could introduce myself. Looks like I'm on another team, so much for my vow of solitude. At least I'll get to farm for another day in the D-class dungeons. Chapter 54. We all moved forward in line and approached the 2 guards. One of them recognized me. Hey, welcome back. Looks like you do have a party. I nodded. Yep. We all handed our IDs over and made it down the escalator to the D-class platform. It's a mess down here today. There are very large groups waiting by the train platforms but not boarding. Some of them have up to 10 hunters in a single party. I don't even know how that would be profitable. I guess everyone just wants a crack at some potential rare loot from dungeon breaks. They are all camping out waiting for an announcement of a new break. We walked through the crowd to the train platform that would bring us to the Minotaur dungeon. Less than 5 minutes later our train arrived and we boarded. Hudson spoke up. Another day in the dungeons, what a life, huh? The Minotaur dungeon should still be fairly safe today. There is a guild order to clear the boss room if we get close. Plus to do maintenance where we see fit. I replied. Maintenance? What do you mean by that? He grinned. It just means we will have to defeat any mutants we come across to relieve some magic pressure. A routine check of the boss room wouldn't be a bad idea either, can't let too much energy build up. Especially on the peak day of the surge. Okay. Good to know. I didn't know dungeons worked exactly like that. I haven't seen a mutant in this dungeon yet though, only a few abnormally high levels. Have you? Yeah, there's an occasional mutant. Should be no problem, our team can handle it. We're all high enough level and have some good skills to combat tough opponents. I'm hoping to submit 1 or 2 guild members for the C-class exams coming up in 2 weekends from now. They're holding them here in the city. Nessa's eyes lit up. Oh, you're talking about the C-class exams? Hopefully I'll be able to apply, I'm less than 50 levels away. I raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. Hopefully I can make it in 2. She smiled. Hudson spoke up. These will be your last easy levels. Trust me, I've only been in a few C-class dungeons. I don't level up much anymore. I'd much rather train recruits than face off against those monstrosities. I can only imagine the type of monsters in the higher level dungeons. It's making me excited thinking about it. I spoke up. Hey, if the dungeon doesn't show any signs of irregularities I'd rather go off and hunt on my own. No offense, I just would like to have the levels and loot to myself. Hudson nodded slowly. Makes sense. Sure. Nessa looked at me with a disappointed look on her face. I met her eyes and replied. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'll stick around for a little while, we'll fight together for the first few monster sighting. Her face lit up again. Screech. The train stopped by our platform and we all got off to make our way up the escalator. Soon after we all jumped through the floating blue portal. There are 6 members to our team. I used inspect on everyone. There's me. I'm level 182, but clearly that's not a perfect representation of my strength. Hudson is level 265. Other than his physical strength and long sword I don't know anything about him yet, he's definitely strong though. Nessa is LV 206. She seems quick, but doesn't carry any weapons. There could be something in her item box, or maybe she has some kind of interesting skill that doesn't require a weapon. There are 2 other girls on the team. One of them has long black hair, pale white skin, wears a black raid suit, and carries 2 daggers. She is level 178. The other girl is dark-skinned and very tall, she's slim with curly brown hair and carries a thin silver long sword. She is level 184. The 2 of them seem to stick together. There's one last team member, he seems to be a tank. He's short, but very thick. When we entered the dungeon I saw him pull out a massive shield, nothing else. Maybe he focuses on only defense. I'm not sure yet. He's level 198. We all walked together into the dungeon. Hudson led the party while Nessa and I walked closely. The other 3 members walked right behind us. The dungeon didn't feel much different at all today. Dungeon breaks usually have dense magic concentration in the air. At least we don't have to worry about that. After about 20 minutes of walking we came across our first pair of monsters. I used inspect. LV 158. LV 161. 2 minotaurs were standing around in an empty field. They didn't notice us yet. Hudson spoke up. "You're the guest, why don't you take the first hit? Nessa, be his backup." We both nodded. I pointed my sword at the monsters and made my way towards them. Nessa followed close behind. She didn't take out a weapon or activate any skills. As we drew closer to the minotaurs I decided to ignite my blade. This is the only skill I'll be using in front of this party today. I might as well give them a little show before I go off and hunt solo. As my blade erupted into flames the closest monster turned its head to look at me. We were about 20 m away and the one up front started to charge with its axe held high. Clang. Sparks flew as our weapons collided and I pushed the beast backwards. My recent level UPS have upgraded my strength considerably. In the monster's confusion I darted underneath it and swung at its abdomen with a fiery uppercut. The monster let out a roar as I ran behind it and finished the job with a final attack to the back of its neck. I let out a burst of flames to make sure the deed was done and looked at my work with a satisfied grin. That was easy. Nessa was watching from about 10 m back. She looked at me with a grin on her face ear to ear. "Fire, huh?" I nodded while pointing at the other minotaur with my blade. "Yeah. One down, one to go. I'll leave it to you." She nodded and reached into her item box to pull out a long sword. My eyes widened a bit. A sword? Why didn't she pull that out earlier? The other minotaur realized its partner had been slain and didn't look happy about it. Nessa started running towards the beast, and it locked its eyes on her. Then something unexpected happened. Right in front of my eyes I watched Nessa's blade turn dark red and become covered in a blanket of flames. It's definitely fire magic, I couldn't mistake it for anything else. Clang. Sparks flew and flames shot up in the air as Nessa overpowered the monster in front of me. She left huge gashes in the minotaur and left fire reside identical to mine after every hit. I stood there in awe as she brought the monster to its knees, then to a pile of ash beside the one I defeated. She walked over to me with a smile on her face while putting out the flames on her blade. She placed it back into the item box on her waist and spoke up. "That's a pretty good skill, thanks for letting me borrow it." Nessa winked and walked right past me with a smile. I stood there facing the two identical flaming corpses with a blank stare across my face. What did she just do? Chapter 55. "Hey. What do you mean you're borrowing my skill?" She giggled and turned back towards me. "It's my skill called Mimic." I squinted at her with a confused look on my face. "Okay. What exactly does it do? How's it work?" "Well, I can mimic any skill I see. I chose to mimic your fire magic, so it's now my skill as well." I froze for a moment. This could be even more powerful than my skill. She can just copy any skill she sees. Why, you can do this as much as you want. How many skills do you have? Nessa shook her head. No. It's not like that. If I choose to mimic another skill I'll lose the ability to use my previously obtained skills. I can only hold one at a time, I need to see a specific skill again to switch it back. Okay. So you can just keep this fire magic skill until you decide to change it. Kind of. If I sleep or lose consciousness my saved skill disappears. I have to find something new to mimic every day. It's a blessing and a curse. Does that make sense? Well. Yeah, it does. That's interesting. I've never seen a skill like that. Nessa nodded at me with a satisfied look on her face. I haven't gotten to use fire magic in a while. I think I'll keep it for today. Hudson walked over to us. Nice work, these were low levels but it's good to see you in action. Neat ability. We waited for the monsters to disappear and took 1 mana crystal each. It would be entertaining to tag along with this party today. But is it really a good use of my time? I'll get a fraction of the EXP, and barely any loot. I decided to speak up. Hey, thanks for getting me into the dungeon today. I think it would be more efficient if we split up though. I am more of a solo hunter after all. Hudson nodded slowly. Sure. Like I said before, we'll be doing a maintenance run of the boss room in about 4 hours. If you'd like to meet us there, I'd love to have you on the raid team and see you fight seriously. I smirked and thought about it for a moment. The boss room, huh? I was going to wait a few days to challenge it, but with a full team of 6 I'm sure we could defeat it easily. I'd get some good levels and insight on the boss room for when I fight it alone too. I replied. Sure, that would be a pleasure. I'll do my daily farming and meet you all at the boss room in exactly 4 hours. Hudson grinned and put out his hand. I shook it. Great. Nessa bobbed her head a bit and smiled at me as she spoke. See you soon, Jay. I smiled and waved as I turned and made a quick departure deeper into the dungeon. See ya. I'm always awkward at goodbyes, at least we'll see each other in a few hours. The dungeon is calm today, there's no sense of any excess magic in the air. One thing did keep coming up in the back of my mind though. Nessa's skill is really similar to mine, no wonder she's leveled up so fast. Is it a unique? I'll ask her more about it later today. Over the next 3 hours or so I roamed around getting deeper and deeper in the dungeon, closing in on the boss room portal. There were 6 major battles that took place during this time. The first 3 groups of Minotaur were all between level 155 and 165. Some of them were defeated in one hit. They dropped 9 large mana in total and a single axe. No levels were gained during these matches. The fourth group consisted of a level 167 and 188. This is a good sign that I was getting deeper into the dungeon. They both dropped mana, but no extra loot. I gained 1 level during this battle. The fifth matchup was 3 monsters in total. Their levels were 172, 177, and 192. The 2 lower levels charged in first and the leader used them as a decoy. Every group like this always uses the same strategy. It gets easier each time. They all dropped mana, and one of the lower level beasts dropped an axe. I gained 2 levels during this battle. I could tell I was nearing the end of the dungeon as my 6th battle started. There was a slight feeling of magic in the air as I approached this group. It consisted of a level 175, 199, and a 203. The lower level was easy, and the 2 higher levels seemed to be fighting for a chance attack me the whole time. I weaved, dodged, and blocked with body hardening over and over until I wore them down to piles of ash. It's a good thing I'm still faster and more agile than these monsters. They dropped 3 mana, and surprisingly another axe. I gained 4 levels from this fight. It's pretty easy to navigate most dungeons. The general landscape is the same for all of them. Once you spawn in through the start point, all you have to do is trek 3 to 7 kilometers max straight forward to find the boss room. Some terrains are just harder to navigate than others. I've been doing a bit of a zigzag pattern to farm monsters, but I'm definitely less than a kilometer away now. The air is kind of dense, but it's nothing new. Whenever a mutant or strong monster is nearby it feels like this. It may just be what getting close to a strong D-class boss room feel like. I walked forward for another 10 minutes or so and finally got to the large hill at the back of the dungeon. It should be right around here somewhere. Looks like you made it here early too. How'd your farming go? I saw Hudson stand up and wave to me as the rest of the team sat under a tree eating lunch. I waved back and replied. Not bad, the loot drops are pretty good today. Hudson nodded. Same for us. Nessa threw me a bottle of water. Drink up. We're fighting the boss today. Hudson says it's no joke. I grinned with excitement and drank a good amount before putting it in my item box. Thanks. When are we heading in? Hudson interrupted. It's right around this hill. About a 5-minute walk at most. We just finished fighting a pair of mutants, we're definitely close to the boss room. I turned to him with my eyes wide. Mutants. I didn't even see one today. Yeah, we ran into 2 groups so far. They seem to be staying close by the boss room. You feel that magic in the air? I nodded. I do. I didn't want to mention it, you think there's going to be a break? Hudson smirked. Nah, there isn't nearly enough for a break. Maybe a mutant boss if we're lucky, that'll be some good levels for all of you. Once we beat it, the dungeon will calm down a bit. Nothing out of the ordinary. All right. You know best. Hudson turned to the rest of the team. Ready to fight the boss? I think we've rested for long enough. They all got up and readied their combat gear. Nessa shouted. Okay, let's go. I drew my sword and we were off. The closer we got to the back of the dungeon, the more and more eerie it felt. Hudson seemed to be calm about the situation, so I didn't worry much about it either. After 5 minutes of walking, there were still no monsters in sight. Hudson is about 10 m ahead of us, leading the way up a small section of hill. He yelled down to us. I see it, looks like we have a mutant to deal with. I ran up to see what he was talking about with my sword ready and a grin across my face, but it turned into more shock than excitement when I took in the view. Right in front of us on a small patch of flat ground stood a dark black portal. I spoke up as the other team members climbed the hill behind me. This is no ordinary mutant, boss. You've dealt with a portal like this before, right? Hudson turned to all of us. Anyone that would like to leave is free to go. This will not be an easy fight. We all started looking at each other with a bit of confusion. Nessa chimed in. I'm in. I trust you as my captain. Hudson replied. I can't guarantee your safety with a portal like this. Black portal mutants can be very unpredictable. Nessa didn't bat an eye. But your skill. We can all do this together. Yes, my skill will aid us in this battle. I'd just like to give you all the option to leave. There will be a borderline C-class monster in there. You all signed up for basic training, not this. Nessa nodded. I know the risks. I'm in. The other 3 team members talked quietly with each other, then the tank stepped forward. We're in. The levels will be worth it. Then they all turned to me. I couldn't hold back my excitement. This is exactly the type of situation I was secretly hoping for. Finally, another strong opponent. I'm in. Hudson smirked as he turned to all of us. Well, everyone ready? I'll stay up front. Nessa and Jay will lead the main attack. You 3 stay back for support, there's usually a wave of monsters before the boss. Take care of those for us. Everyone nodded in agreement and faced the spinning black portal. Without much hesitation, we all jumped through. Chapter 56. Once transferred into the boss room, I looked around in awe. This is much different than I expected it to be. We all stood in a wide open plain with short grass and no trees. There were tall rocky hills blocking off the area, acting as walls in all directions around us. It was about 500 m long and 500 m wide if I had to guess. The sky is a light gray color, similar to when it's about to rain. The air visibility is fine up close, but it is a little misty when looking far off into the boss room. There are no monsters in sight, but I hear a rumbling in the distance. I used inspect and enemy detection. LV 224. LV 227. LV 228. LV 230. LV 231. LV 231. LV 256. My jaw dropped. I yelled. Incoming. There's 7 of them. 7 bosses. Hudson yelled back to all us. Nessa and Jay, follow me. You 3, take on the stampede. Those aren't bosses, we're going to be dealing with a real boss soon though. The team of 3, including the tank and 2 women, nodded and charged towards the monsters. Hudson led us away from the soon-to-be battlefield. I followed close behind but yelled at him. They can't handle it. Those monsters are much stronger than anything I faced out in the dungeon. Are you trying to kill your team? He grinned at me. One moment. We stopped running and turned around to face the action. Nessa and Hudson both stood there smiling, watching their team members charge towards impending doom. They're all barely level 200, I don't know how they could possibly win. Are these people crazy? Hudson clasped his hands together, and started squatting down slowly while closing his eyes. A warm yellow light started to glow all around him and spread out rapidly. As the light hit me, I could feel an immense amount of warm energy fill my body. It shot up through my legs into my back and all throughout my arms. I felt energized and ready for battle. Even stronger maybe. I watched the team of 3 run towards the group of monsters as they came into view. The yellow light reached them seconds after it hit me. The moment it did, they all began running significantly faster than before. The 7 Minotaur that appeared were very intimidating. The monsters in the normal dungeon were nothing in comparison. These ones are all about 5 m tall, and they're packed head to toe with muscle mass. Every step crushes the ground. I can feel the rumble from hundreds of meters away. Their skin is a very dark red color with some black fur spots in certain areas. They all carry massive silver axes and look angry as can be. The highest level monster is up front, and the other 6 are in 2 lines of 3 behind it. The tank was up front facing them off. After the wave of energy from Hudson, I'm feeling much more confident in them despite the obvious level disadvantage. Moments later the battle really began. The tank charged onward with his heavy shield facing forward and used some type of body-hardening magic. His entire body turned a silver color that matched his gear and took on the Minotaur's axe. Clank! He blocked it. The tank even managed to push that level 256 monster backwards as the rogue and sword wielder attacked the beast from both sides. They both landed a clean hit, and actually did a little of damage. It's almost like they're fighting opponents of similar level. How could this be? I spoke to myself out loud. How? How did they get so much stronger? Hudson grinned at me with a look of satisfaction. It's my skill. I can buff the surrounding hunter's stats for about 1 minute. It'll use up all my MP, but that's what we're here for. To train you guys, not me. He smiled, I replied. That's a useful skill. How much is the buff? Well, right now it'll raise every stat by about 25%. Comes in handy for boss rooms like this. Unfortunately, I can only buff my team members, it doesn't work on myself. Makes sense. That's really good. I nodded and looked back at the battle at hand while thinking to myself. So if a hunter is around level 200, that means with this buff in place their stats are equivalent to a level 250. It may only last for a minute, but that may be all the time we need. You could grind some serious levels with a skill like that. No wonder he trains D-class hunters for his guild. The rogue and sword wielder were incredibly fast compared to the 6 Minotaur in the back. The one up front could track their movements and block attacks pretty easily though. Its overall defense is also incredibly high. At this rate they need to land 30-50 plus more of those hits to take it down. The tank kept the level 256 busy by letting it hit him over and over again while he used his hardening skill. The other 2 weaved in and out of the other 6 Minotaurs slowly chipping away at their HP. About a minute later, half of them were on the ground. Hudson drank an MP potion and let out another surge of energy. It began to flow through my body again and I felt all my stats increase simultaneously. The second time was still just as cool as the first. As the 2 women finished off the other 3 weaker opponents, I watched the beast bash away at the tank's shield. He is definitely getting tired, but his teammates are now on the way to help. The team of 3 faced off against their final opponent. I watched with jealous eyes. They must be having such a good time with that beast. They'll need to chip away at it slowly and be very careful with every move they take. I watched in awe for a few more seconds, wishing I could also be out on the battlefield. Then I felt an ominous presence. Like it answered my thoughts. The air felt dense and everyone turned to the back of the cave, even the remaining Minotaur paused its attacks for a moment. Something evil is lurking at the back of this dungeon. The real boss is finally here. I could almost visibly see a dark fog coming from the distance, but I think it's just my imagination. The heavy magic in the air and light mist are playing tricks on me. I used inspect and enemy detection. My heart skipped a beat. LV 312. It's over level 300, how is this possible? Even with Hudson's buff, no one here even gets close to its level. The 3 occupied team members continued their battle. I could see Nessa was visibly concerned, she could also tell whatever just appeared is incredibly strong. Hudson looked confident still, I guess he has a plan. That made me feel a bit better. I'm shaking. With some nerves, but mostly excitement. I can't control it. I stared out into the distance as a large shadowy figure emerged from the horizon coming at us with unbelievable speed. Hudson shouted. I have 2 more full MP potions. Nessa and Jay, take it from here. You have just under 3 minutes to take this thing out. I looked at Nessa and she looked back at me. We both ignited our swords and sprinted forward towards the creature in the distance. As we got closer it came into view and let out a mighty roar. I couldn't believe my eyes at first. This is truly a demon. The monster's skin is jet black and it stands over 7 m tall. The beast's muscles and veins are somehow even more impressive than its underlings with very visible striations and oversized limbs. The horns coming off of its head are a different color than any other minotaur I've seen before as well. They seem to be black, but they shine a deep crimson color when light hits them from an angle. It wears huge silver wrist guards and wields a massive battle axe to match them. The energy emanating off it gets stronger and stronger with every step closer I get. This is definitely going to be my hardest battle yet, and I can't wait. Chapter 57. Nessa and I continued charging forward with flaming blades straight at the mutant boss. The closer we get, the denser the air fills up with magic. The beast is cracking the ground with every step and letting out large amounts of air from its nose while grunting. The speed of the Minotaur is astounding. I've never seen anything move this fast. Even with my stat buff from Hudson, this beast still has me beat on speed. It's clearly much stronger, and from prior experience with its kind I can assume its defense is much better than mine too. That just leaves agility. Hopefully I have it beat there. We're less than 50m away now. 40m. 30m. 20m. It's time to fight. Nessa and I nodded at each other and broke off to opposite sides of the monster to launch a dual attack. I ran right, she ran left. The Minotaur reacted instantly by swinging its axe towards Nessa and its massive silver-plated arm at me. I attacked it with a blade full of fire. It's giving me a free shot to the arm right above the wrist guards. I might as well take it while I have the chance. As I made contact, my eyes went wide and my whole demeanor changed. I swung with all my might and used a lot of fire magic, but my attack barely pierced its skin. The Minotaur followed through with its swing and smacked me like an annoying bug at point blank. This sent me flying in the air 15m backwards. I blocked some of the impact with my sword, but I could feel a few bones break from its overwhelming strength. Out of the corner of my eye I saw a streak of fire fly off in the other direction. Nessa's attack was futile as well. The boss overpowered both of us like it was swatting flies. I used my sword to bring myself back up to my feet. I used Regenerate to heal a few broken ribs from the impact and checked my status. It read out 595/950 HP, and 865/950 MP. I looked around to get a feel for the entire situation. The team of 3 are still fighting their Minotaur. It seems like they're doing alright. That battle will just take time. I trust them to finish it off. Hudson is about 100m behind us. He's still sending out a stat buff signal. At this rate, we only have 2 minutes left at most. I watched Nessa stand to her feet chugging an HP potion while dripping blood. Looks like she's okay, but took a brutal hit from that axe. I'm going to have to use my other skills if I want to have any chance fighting this creature. It's the only way. I'll deal with the consequences after I make it out of this alive. We both charged back in at the beast with our swords ablaze. I went in aiming for its weak spots this time. I thought maybe with increased agility I could maneuver under its arms and get a slice in behind the knee. I was mistaken. Even with 2 sword-wielding hunters coming at it from both sides, the Minotaur managed to time its hits on both of us perfectly. This time I was the one on the side with its axe. As it came down I tried to dodge and maneuver around the blade and run under its body to take advantage of a blind spot. The beast's eyes tracked me with laser focus until I was out of sight, then it relied on instincts alone to cut me down instantly. It turned the axe blade mid-swing and landed a hit to my unguarded torso. The moment I registered what was happening I hardened my entire front side. It lightened the blow, but black crystals shattered everywhere as I was blown backwards, sliding across the ground a solid 10m. I watched Nessa land a small hit on its arm as she was thrown across the field opposite to me again. I stood up spitting out a mouthful of blood. That was a serious hit. I tried to regenerate my torn open chest the best I could and checked my status. It read out 40/950 HP and 765/950 MP. I grabbed an HP potion and chugged it as fast as I could. I need a new plan. This mindless charging is not going to work. I rely too much on my physical strength and speed sometimes. I need to use my brain if I want to beat this behemoth. I shook my head back and forth for a few seconds trying to think of anything worth trying. Then something really dumb. Or maybe genius came to mind. Either way, it'll look cool. It's all I can think of right now. It's worth a shot. I yelled to Nessa. Hey! Listen. Do you have any loot from today's raids? She turned to me with a confused and half-horrified look. What? Yes. Why? This is not the time for that. Take it out of your item box. Trust me. She looked at me with bewilderment and decided to go along with my plan. Nessa pulled 3 large axes out of her item box and placed them on the ground in front of her. That's all I have. Where do you want them? Right there. Perfect. I took the 3 axes from my own farming out of item storage and placed them on the ground in front of me as well. The Minotaur watched us curiously for a moment, but began to charge at us again. I dropped my sword and closed my eyes. Telekinesis. I repeated my new skill's name over and over in my head. I haven't used it before today, this better work. I focused on the 6 axes in front of me and they all lifted up into the air above my head in a circle formation. I tried to replicate the shaman's design as best I could. It seemed to work well for it. The monster shifted directions and charged at me, it paid no attention to Nessa. I ignited each axe into flames and prepared my attack. I ran forward at the beast and motioned my arms at the monster's head. The axes flew through the air leaving trails of fire behind them like shooting stars. I sent the 6 flaming projectiles rocketing towards the Minotaur's face. The monster let out a mighty roar as it tried to block them with its own axe. I twisted my hands around in the air and changed the axe's trajectory mid-flight. They all narrowly swerved around the monster's axe and continued towards its face. Clank. I watched 3 of the axes shatter instantly as they collided with the Minotaur's dark crimson horns. The other 3 axes actually made it through for a few direct hits. 2 struck its nose and 1 landed very close to its left eye. The fire burned bright, and the Minotaur let out a roar of pain. Not a total failure after all. That actually did some damage, but not nearly enough to slow this beast down. Enough to buy me some time to think of something else though. I concentrated and pulled the remaining 3 axes from the Minotaur's flesh while leaving small amounts of flame residue behind. Its face seems to be a bit weaker than the rest of its body, the problem is those horns. I brought the axes back towards me and let them hover above my head. Nessa stared at me with a serious look on her face. I'll leave the questioning for later, that can buy us some time. Have anything else up your sleeve? Land as many hits as you can while I distract it. I'll come up with something else once these axes are done. We both nodded at each other and ran in opposite directions. The monster followed me with my flaming axes and ignored Nessa again. I motioned my arms at the Minotaur's face again and the 3 remaining axes flew straight ahead. It swung at them with its own axe and I successfully swerved around it again. Clank. 2 of the axes shattered into pieces as they made contact with the beast's horns. The remaining axe made it through and landed right next to its left eye again where I'd hit the monster previously. It let out a roar and managed to grab the axe with its other hand and pull it out before I could get a hold of it myself. The beast slammed the axe against its own horn and shattered it to pieces. During all of this confusion, Nessa had enough time to land a few clean fiery hits on the monster's legs and retreat back towards me without taking any damage. The Minotaur hardly seemed to notice it at all, its defenses are insane. I heard Hudson shout something from behind us as he chugged an MP potion. This is the last one, you all have about a minute left. Make it count. I gritted my teeth and grinned at the monstrosity in front of me. With all odds stacked against me, I'm really starting to enjoy this battle. I'll find a way to win. I have to. Chapter 58. I look around to see all my new team members fighting for their lives in battle. The team of 3 has done some pretty good work on their Minotaur, with a little more time they'll be able to finish it off. Nessa is visibly exhausted, but she's landed a few good hits on the boss with me so far. If I had to guess, I'd say it still has 90% of its HP left. There's no way we'll be able to beat it with the strategy we're working with now. I'm out of axes to throw, I left my sword on the ground about 20 m away, and we're running out of time. Hudson has 30 seconds left of his stat buff at best. The boss begins to sprint towards me grunting and cracking the earth beneath its massive legs. I have to think. This is the moment in every battle where I feel the most alive. I'm calm, but on the edge of my breaking point as well. My brain is working on overdrive, flashing every past battle experience over and over in my head trying to use instinctive pattern recognition to solve my current predicament. It's the most stressful, yet best feeling in the world. The boss is less than 10 m away from me now, it's seconds away from a brutal attack. At this moment an idea finally popped into my head. I yelled to Nessa and positioned my arm backward in the direction of my fallen sword. Hey! How many MP potions do you have on you? She yelled back. Just 1 left. I smirked as I used telekinesis to make my sword fly back into my right hand. Clank. The moment I gripped my sword, the Minotaur's axe came down. I created a thick wall of crystal hardening on the front side of my body and took on the majority of the blow with my sword. Crack. I watched my sword begin to splinter in front of my eyes as the axe pushed me backward. This beast overpowered me again. It followed through with its strike and broke my sword in two. The axe slammed into my torso and shattered my black crystal armor, throwing me backward, sliding a solid 15 across the rocky ground. While coughing up blood, I checked my status. It read out 275/950 HP and 540/950 MP. I have to put my final plan into action now if we want to have any chance of surviving this. I chugged my last HP potion and watched the boss quickly turn towards Nessa. I stood out in the open with half a sword and a malicious grin across my face while igniting into flames. I threw my broken sword at the Minotaur's head and used telekinesis to ensure a direct hit. Hey! You're fighting me, big guy. The dull piece of metal hit the back of its head and the beast shifted its focus back to me. I yelled to Nessa. Take that MP potion to Hudson right now. I'll distract it. Use Mimic on Hudson's skill and give me a double buff. This is our only chance. Her eyes went wide and nodded. Nessa ran towards Hudson while the boss stared me down, getting ready for another attack. We're almost 100 m away from Hudson. I have to stall for as long as I can. The boss charged. I just ran away. There's no point in fighting for these next 10 seconds. All I have to do is distract it for a little bit longer. I sprinted far away from everyone. With the Minotaur inching closer and closer every second, all I'm focusing on is how fast I can move my feet. 5 seconds later. The boss is right on my tail. It's less than 10 m away from me, but I don't dare look back. 5 more seconds go by, my lungs are burning and my legs have never moved this fast. I feel the ground cracking under every step I take. The beast's breath is hitting my back. I've run out of time. Clank. I hear the swing of the axe behind me and harden my back the best I can while bracing for impact. Black crystal fragments fly everywhere as my defenses are shattered, along with a few bones in my lower spine, and I'm thrown 20 m forward in the air, even further from the battlefield. I immediately regenerate my broken back and climb to my feet with a groan. I check my status to see 135/950 HP and 410/950 MP. The monster is charging towards me for its final fatal blow. I ignite my entire body into flames and prepare for whatever it'll throw at me next. Then I see a ripple of yellow light coming my way across the ground. She made it just in time. Nessa really pulled through. I run forward to match the charge of the boss and concentrate my fire magic into the palms of my hands. We're less than 10 m apart as I plunge into the fast-approaching yellow light. I feel even more energy surge into my body. My steps speed up, my magic feels stronger, and I looked at the monster with a very new perspective. As we were about to collide, I narrowly dodged the axe flying towards me and swerved around its right side. The monster is still very quick and definitely much stronger than me, but the battle I'm fighting in now seems like a slow-motion version of before. With the element of surprise, I dodged its blade and managed to get behind it. I planted my right leg and turned, carrying a fistful of fire. I shaped the fire magic into a sword and plunged it deep into the Minotaur's back while letting out a yell. I released as much of my fire as I could into the monster while absorbing MP at the same time. This may be the only time I can catch it off guard. I'll take advantage of this situation as much as I can. The monster let out a vicious roar and twisted its body to shake me off for a full 4 seconds. I managed to do some serious damage. It was not happy about it. The beast jumped in the air and leaned back. At this moment I knew I overstayed my welcome and darted off as fast as I could. Thud. The boss fell on its back, attempting to crush me, but also succeeding in putting out some of the flames. It got to its feet immediately and stared me down. I made the first move and started running at it. I need to keep the pressure hot while the advantage is mine. The double buff will wear out in less than a minute. I'll have to get it done just like every other battle of this nature: dodge, weave, and only take guaranteed hits. It's still stronger than me, but I finally have a speed and agility advantage. This is what I'm used to. I sprinted forward and spun around its axe. The boss learned from its last failure and turned its body when the axe swing missed. I wasn't able to get behind it this time. I assumed this would be the case. Mid-turn I focused a large amount of fire magic into my palms and created a dense orb of flames. I let the orb fly out of my hands and used telekinesis to direct its path. The monster's axe was down on the ground, and its attention was focused on not letting me behind it. The orb of fire flew towards the monster's face and made an impact right in the center of its forehead. It exploded, letting out a massive amount of energy and flames. The boss let out a roar and put its arms in the air, flailing in pain. I took this opportunity to summon my fire sword and jumped up to make a deep gash across its chest. On the way down I sliced open its right leg deep to the bone, letting my fire burn bright and absorbing MP in the process. It shrieked and flailed but soon set its focus on me again. The monster was getting tired. It began moving slower, but its deadly stare never changed. This beast will not give up until the end. The boss initiated a charge this time and I matched it. I easily dodged its axe swing and ran around its backside. The beast attempted to turn with me, but it has become too slow to keep up with me. That gash on the right leg must have really done a number on it. I concentrated every last bit of MP I had into a final blow. My sword of fire burned bright as I jumped up and sunk it deep into the back of its neck. I let out a yell while releasing a blast of energy that brought the beast to its knees. A well-fought battle. Without my team members, I couldn't have won this one. I absorbed as much of the dying monster's MP as I could while continuously releasing fire magic into its body. The boss let out a final grunt, then I heard a ringing in my head that confirmed my victory. Level up. 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 Name, J. Soju. Level, 211. HP, 280/1060. MP, 205/1060. Strength, 512, plus 128, plus 128. Speed, 606, plus 152, plus 152. Agility, 630, plus 156, plus 156. Defense, 451, plus 180, plus 113, plus 113. Mental strength, 512, plus 102, plus 128, plus 128. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer. Telekinesis. Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, plus 40% defense. Buffs. 25% plus all base stats. 25% plus all base stats. I gained 22 levels. Even while sharing the EXP with 5 other team members, that is some serious level gains. My stats are significantly buffed temporarily too. I feel great. The body of the Minotaur disappeared in front of me and 2 large items fell from the corpse. A massive mana crystal rolled to my feet, but beside it lay an item that made me grin ear to ear. The massive dark horn of the Minotaur glimmered a deep dark crimson color in the faint light of the dungeon. It was left as a reward for my battle. I could feel the boss emitting a strange aura of dominance even after its death. With a smirk, I placed it in my item storage. Moments later I looked up to see a few members of the team running towards me in the distance. Then, after a few seconds, the rest of them followed close behind. It looks like we all made it out of here alive. What a relief. This could have totally gone another way. Chapter 59. I lifted the large mana crystal up in the air to show them the boss's loot, but the white transfer light already started. We were all sent back to the dungeon's starting point. I heard Hudson's voice a moment later. That was much harder than I predicted it would be. Usually, 1 buff is more than enough. I'm glad we all made it out unharmed. I looked at him with mixed emotions. I'm a bit frustrated with him for letting us all go into this potential death trap with him. On the other hand, he did warn us beforehand, and I'm really glad I got to fight an opponent of this magnitude. It'll prepare me for when I have to fight C-class monsters like this without aid from teammates in the future. I replied and tossed the mana crystal up and down in my hand. It's fine, I had fun. Nessa jumped in. Hey. It's kind of not fine. We almost all died. I nodded and shrugged. Yeah, but we didn't. This post-fight adrenaline makes up for everything. I don't really care much about anything but riding this high as long as I can. Nessa was visibly annoyed but in a half-playful way. Hudson laughed a little. Well, I think that's more than enough for today. Jay, would you like to come back to the guild with us? Nessa nodded at me. Yeah, you should come and check the guild out. I'd say we have a few things to talk about. She winked. You're right. I'll come. Nessa definitely saw me use a few skills at once. I don't think it matters though, as long as she doesn't go telling everyone in town about it. You can tell a lot about someone when you're in a life or death situation with them. Even with my past issues, and the fact that we just recently met. I'm going to put my trust in Nessa, just like she put her trust in me during our battle with the boss. We all stepped out of the dungeon and took the train back to the main dungeon hub. The area is packed with hunters. Apparently, there's been a record-high amount of breaks and mutants today. I overheard the guards speaking to a crowd on our way out. All platform clearance ranks have been raised by 1 full class. It does not matter if you're in a party. You must be a C-class hunter to enter any of the D-class dungeons until further notice. Please bear with us, this is for your own safety. That makes sense. This really must be the peak of the surge. Hudson spoke up. Follow me. He leads us through the crowd and out into the open street. We walked for less than 10 minutes and came across a tall silver building. It looked like every other office building in the city. We walked through the front door and were greeted by 2 men in formal wear. One of them spoke to Hudson. Welcome back so soon, how'd the raid go today? He replied. We had some issues, but everyone made it out unharmed. I brought in a new potential recruit, I'd like to talk to the guild master if he's free. Glad to hear it, I'll put in a request for you. Heal up in the training rooms, someone will come to get you once you've all fully recovered. Hudson nodded and shook the man's hand while motioning us to follow. We took the elevator up a few floors and made it to a long symmetrical hallway that looked just like the training rooms at the Hunters Association. There were just fewer doors in this hallway. Hudson opened the first door on the left and we all walked in. It is a white-walled room with the low hum of mana shields. There are a few racks full of armor, weapons, and potions on the back wall. Everyone walks over and starts healing up. Hudson spoke. Go ahead, take what you need to heal yourself. I nodded and walked over to drink an HP and an MP potion to restore myself completely. Then I heard Hudson's voice again. Nessa and Jay, stay with me here. Could the rest of you bring the leftover loot to the trade-in center, then take the rest of the day off? We've been through enough. Nessa and Hudson dropped handfuls of mana onto the ground. The tank and 2 women took them all and left the room. Hudson turned to me. Now let's address the elephant in the room. You're a multi-skill user. I saw you use at least 3, Nessa did as well. Is this known by anyone else? Are you affiliated with any guilds? I took a deep breath in and out before replying. This feels more like an interrogation than a conversation now, but at least he asked the team members who didn't see my other skills to leave the room. Yes. I have one non-exclusive contract with a small guild in my hometown. I do have a few very promising skills, I appreciate the privacy. It seems you already understand my situation. I only used them to save our lives, I wouldn't have shown off if I didn't have to. They both nodded. Hudson spoke up. Would you like to join our guild with a non-exclusive as well? What benefits would I gain? There are already tons of dungeons in the city. Are there any private ones? What's in it for me? Well, the only benefit at your current class we could offer would be a salary and access to gear to train with. Okay. If I were to join, I'd like non-disclosure contracts made. Anyone I party with cannot leak information about my skills. You two included. I'd rather not party with anyone new, or honestly with anyone at all if that's possible. Understood. That could be arranged. What about special dungeons not available to the public? That's what I'm interested in, I don't care much about a salary. We don't have access to any unique dungeons yet. The only thing I can think of that could benefit you would be to access the labyrinth when you reach C class. I raised an eyebrow. The labyrinth. Hudson looked a bit puzzled at my response. The labyrinth. You've never heard of it? I shook my head. No, tell me. What is this place? He grinned. It's a multi-stage dungeon at the center of the capital. It's been there since the Great War. The strongest hunters flock to it from all over the Vice region to raid for riches and experience. I scratched my head. A multi-stage dungeon. What do you mean by that? Well, it's easier to explain it in terms of floors. When you enter, you'll be on the level known as Floor 1. In the Vice Labyrinth, it's just a goblin dungeon. You have to defeat the boss of each floor to advance to the next. Floor 10 is a dungeon similar in strength to the one we just raided. Every floor increases in difficulty. It is rumored that the Vice Labyrinth is over 50 floors. The more hunters that enter, the bigger the labyrinth grows. The magic energy from hunters that enter is taken in and used to spawn more floors. The one in the city center has been growing for around 50 years. No one has made it to the last floor yet. I stared at him with my eyes wide. So, what happens if someone defeats the boss on the last floor? Hudson smiled. Well, the labyrinth disappears. Every once in a while smaller labyrinths spawn in towns or even out in the mountains where there is excess magic buildup. Smaller ones are defeated quickly around here. They can be as small as 10 to 20 floors. The loot is usually very rare and drops a much higher percentage of the time in labyrinths. Wow. I need to try one of those. They aren't too well known out in the countryside. It's mostly government run, and occasionally elite guild members enter. If you're not from around here, I guess it would make sense for you not to know much about it. I personally have never entered the capital labyrinth. I nodded. Well. In that case, I think I'll pass on joining the guild for the time being. Maybe when there are some good benefits for me, IREA dash. Asterisk knock asterisk knock asterisk knock. A woman with long blonde hair, black glasses, and carrying a large notepad walked in. Sorry to interrupt. Hudson, your request to see the guild master has been delayed. He's out of town for a few days. Hudson nodded slowly and motioned her to leave. It's okay. Thank you for letting me know. The woman left and we all stood in silence for a few seconds. Nessa chimed in. Well. That went completely off topic. We didn't agree on anything final, but I'm glad we cleared a few things up. I just wanted to thank you for today, Jay. Just know, the fact that you're a multi-skill user is safe with me. I won't say a word if you don't want me to. She smiled at me. Hudson spoke up too. Same with me, I don't think it's that big a deal though. This is a big world, you know. Eventually, word will have to get out if you want to keep climbing the ranks as a hunter. I nodded. You're right. I appreciate it. I think it's about time I get going. So soon. I could show you around the training facility if you'd like. I'll have to pass for now. I'd like to head out before it gets too late in the day. I have a few things to do. I will come by again soon though. Sure, come by anytime you want. We can get some good training in. Nessa, could you show him out to the lobby? I shook Hudson's hand and followed Nessa out the door and into the elevator. She looked at me curiously. We reached the bottom floor pretty quickly. Nessa smiled and waved. I hope we can party up again. I'd like to get to know you more, you know. I smiled back and waved back. I agree. Maybe I'll see you in the D-class dungeons later this week. I'll be back. She nodded and the sliding doors closed behind me as I walked away. Moments later I made it out into the busy street. Labyrinths, huh? I vaguely remember reading about them but had no idea there was one here in the city. That's something to look forward to. I started walking towards the market to sell my mana and get this minotaur horn checked out. After that, I need to get another new sword. It'll have to be a lot stronger this time around. I can't believe I broke another one. Chapter 60. I made my way back to the market with a smile on my face. The guild took the 7 mana from those other monsters, so I think it's fair that I get to keep the big mana from the boss. It ended up being a pretty even split. The minotaur horn, on the other hand. I'll just take it as compensation for dealing the final blow to the boss. They didn't even see me place it in my item storage, so it's fair game in my mind. About 15 minutes later I walked into the square and waved to the old merchant. Hey kid. How's it going? What do you have for me today? I dumped my mana out onto the silver scale. It read out 3104.53 MU. I have one more thing for you as well. I looked over my shoulder to make sure no one was looking and reached into my item storage to pull out the large minotaur horn. Asterisk thud asterisk. I set the huge item on the table and looked at the merchant with a satisfied smile on my face. What can you give me for this? I need to buy a new sword today too, so give me your best price. The merchant raised an eyebrow and his eyes went wide as he examined the horn. I watched him scratch his head and feel every inch of it for a solid 30 seconds straight. He finally looked up. This is some rare C-grade material we're working with here. I'm sure people would pay 5 gold. No, even 10 gold if you found the right buyer for this. I smirked. What is it even used for? Well, if you can find a good blacksmith, horns like these can be turned into incredible blades. I personally have never seen one of this size. You could make an incredible sword out of it. I grinned while thinking back to my battle with the Minotaur. It shattered 6 axes and my main sword like they were made of glass. Where can I find a blacksmith? If you go to the main shopping center, there's a pretty good sword shop on the 8th floor. It's called Apollo's Sword Shop. I can give you an adder dash. Oh. I've been there before. They do custom work. The merchant nodded. That's great. Yeah, bring that horn in. I'm sure they'll have a blacksmith available. Thanks. Oh, and for the mana. How about 30 silver? The old man nodded once. Works for me. As always, pleasure doing business. I shook the merchant's hand and placed the silver coins along with the Minotaur's horn into my item box. You too. Thanks again, old man. With a wave goodbye, I turned and headed off to the shopping center. When I arrived, I walked into the building to look up and see the sky. This building has some beautiful architecture. The glass walls and open-view ceiling still amaze me. I came here with Ray and Maria not too long ago to buy weapons and test out the sim training rooms. The sun is starting to set, the orange light is shining through the building's open roof as I started to go upstairs. Moments later, I made it to the 8th floor and walked over to the familiar shop. A woman wearing a suit greeted me with a small bow. Welcome to Apollo's Sword Shop. Will it just be you today? Yes, just me. Are you buying, selling, or crafting? Please show me your hunter's license. I handed her my ID. I guess I'll be crafting. I'd like to see a blacksmith if that's possible. She nodded and gave me back my ID. All right, follow me. She motioned for me to follow her inside. Once we entered the store, she spoke to a man wearing an identical suit to her own. I need a blacksmith for a D-class hunter. The man nodded and looked me in the eyes. Please come with me, sir. I followed him to the back of the room and we went through a red curtain on the wall with a sign above it reading, VIP, in black letters and a gold frame. Please enter the 3rd room on your left. Your blacksmith is ready for you. I opened the door after walking down the empty hallway. A short bald man sat at the end of a long brown table in a well-lit room with black walls. Welcome, welcome. The name's Frederick. What can I do for you today? Nice to meet you. I'm Jay. I'd like to have a sword made. I took the Minotaur horn out of my item box and set it down on the table. The bald man's eyes lit up and he started examining the item. This is no ordinary item. You're looking to make yourself a one-of-a-kind C-class weapon today, aren't you? Well, yes. I was hoping you could craft something worth my while. He continued examining the item and began writing a few things down on a notepad, then looked up at me. You know, we may get some C-grade element stones after this surge is over. It would be a shame to craft such a fine piece of material without bringing out its full potential. I looked at him in confusion. Element stones. What are those? Sometimes rare drops trickle down into the public market from higher-ranking dungeons. The only dungeon I know of that produces element stones in the Vice region is the C-class Advanced Ogre dungeon. The only other possible place would be the Labyrinth, and no one is crazy enough to go in there. These days. I nodded and let him babble on. This is the type of guy that just loves the sound of his own voice. He's a talker. Every once in a while we get a shipment of element stones sent in from the Hunters Association on special order. I've seen a few dozen of them come through here in the last couple of years. They are definitely becoming a bit less rare with the recent surges, but still pretty hard to get your hands on. Okay. That's nice, but what are they? They're stones that give off the energy of a certain element. If you defeat a very strong magic user, there's a small chance they'll drop a stone that correlates with the type of magic they possessed. It will give off massive amounts of magic energy and slowly dissipate into the air unless stored correctly or fused with another magic item that can contain it. I've seen a few water, fire, and earth stones in my day. Those are the most common in my personal experience. I raised an eyebrow, if that's what he's describing. I have an element stone. A fire stone to be exact. I'll say I brought in an element stone. Could you fuse it with this horn to make me a sword? The man shook his head. Unfortunately no, I can't. We're only permitted to fuse stones authorized by the association. Secondly, I'm not high enough level to fuse stones of that magnitude. I used inspect. LV 134. My eyes went dull and I sighed a bit. Of course, they paired me with this guy. I'm a D-class solo hunter, they wouldn't expect me to come in here with C-class materials. Do you think there's any place in town that could fuse an element stone without an authorization? He scratched his head and thought for a moment. I can't help you there. I'm sure there's a black market for this kind of thing, but I don't recommend you get involved in that kind of thing. People go missing all the time in those parts of the city. I nodded and placed the Minotaur horn back into my item box. Hey, thanks for the help and the information. I think I'm going to wait a little while before crafting this sword. You're right, an element stone would be a great addition. He nodded and smiled. The man didn't seem too disappointed that he'd just lost a customer by running his mouth. This must happen often. It's okay. Come back in after the surge finishes up. There's a chance we may have what you're looking for in stock. I thanked the man again and walked out the door to make my way down to the ground level. That wasn't a total waste of time, I did learn some pretty good info. Gurgly. My stomach curled up into a ball and threatened to come up my throat. I haven't eaten all day, I need something now. I walked all the way back toward the food market and found a busy local bar. I sat next to an older-looking man and gave him a head nod as I got the bartender's attention. Could I get your special, and whatever beer you have on draft? Sure thing, coming right up. I nodded and sat back with a sigh and looked at the sky. The old man turned to me, I took a good look at him. He wore a very sturdy leather jacket, worn-out jeans, and big black heavy boots. His hands were rough and covered in a substance that looks like it's been caked on for decades. A true working man. I wonder what he does here in the city. Hey, what do you do for work, old man? He chuckled. Oh, you don't want to know, kid. Then gulped down the rest of his beer while motioning for the bartender to get him another glass. I used inspect out of curiosity. LV 368. My eyes went wide. Are you a hunter? He laughed at me again. The bartender came back with my food and 2 drinks. One for me, and one for the old man. He looked at me with his tired eyes and raised his glass. I raised mine as well. Asterisk clink asterisk. We both took a long swig, then he replied. I used to be a hunter. The association banned me from dungeons long ago though. I could tell by the tone of his voice that it'd be better if I don't ask too many more questions about his past. At the same time, this encounter couldn't have gone any better. Who better to ask for a black market smith? Enough said. He nodded. I began to eat my food. After a few minutes, the old man finished his new drink, and I was nearing the end of my own. He waved the bartender over and asked for another. I interrupted and threw a silver coin on the counter. Drinks on me tonight, old man. He grinned. Now you're speaking my language. The bartender brought over a few more rounds and we drank as the sun set. Eventually, the old man spoke up. All right, kid, I've been around the block a few more times than days you've been alive. I appreciate the drinks, but what is it? What do you want? I raised an eyebrow and gulped down the last of my drink to calm my nerves. I'm new to town. I need an introduction to a good blacksmith. Someone off the books. He smirked and finished his own drink. Ah, that's it. I thought this was going to be a lot more serious. Kids these days crack me up. He took a pen off the bar's register and scribbled something down on a napkin. Here. Show up early in the morning and ask for Brianna. She can make whatever you need, just be ready to pay the price. I took the paper with a wide grin across my face. Thanks a lot. Maybe I'll see you around, drinks on you next time. He laughed. Yeah right, kid. With a smile and a wave, I left the bar and started walking towards the inn. What a successful day. I can't wait to get this sword crafted tomorrow. Chapter 61. I made it back to the inn and nodded to the men sitting behind the front desk before riding the elevator up to my room. After my usual hot shower, I fell into bed and stared at the ceiling thinking about my day. Maybe the folks at the Terra Guild are a group of good people after all. I wouldn't mind seeing Nessa and Hudson again. I really enjoyed that boss fight and gained a lot more levels, but I think I'll try to take tomorrow off from fighting. It'd be better to focus on crafting my new sword and take a day to relax. The drinks from earlier allowed my mind to wander aimlessly as I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning my mind and body were rejuvenated entirely as I jumped out of bed. After taking the elevator down to the lobby, I saw the innkeeper smile and wave at me as I walked towards the front door. Another day of hunting. Now, today's my day off. Probably a good plan. There weren't any major breaks last night. It seems the surge hit its peak yesterday. There may be some minor activity for another day or two, but we made it through another one. Oh yeah. That's good to hear. He nodded. Well, have a nice relaxing day, sir. I walked out the door and replied. You too, have a great day. The sun just came up over the horizon as I walked following the directions of the old man's sloppily written address. My stomach still feels kind of full from last night, but it's probably a better idea to eat now and not worry about it later. I stopped by a small family-run diner to grab a breakfast sandwich before making my way toward the opposite side of town. The further I walked, the more off-putting the environment felt. The buildings became shorter and more run-down. Everyone around wore less well-kept clothing and the general feel for the town was a bit more rugged. I expected this though, I am trying to find a black market after all. All of the tall silver buildings were glimmering in the distance. There's a completely different way of life out here. Most of the buildings were made of red bricks, others were old school and made of wood. About a third of the buildings are definitely abandoned because the windows are cracked and some doors are completely smashed in. There's no way anyone lives in those. This part of town is where all the outcasts from the city reside. There's a bar on every corner and they're mostly filled with guys in dark rugged clothing, tattoos, and dirty hands. Just like the old men at the bar last night, these people have had long and tough lives. Some of them look really intimidating and mean, but the majority of people here are laughing and having a good time. It's just a crowd I'm not used to, there's no point in thinking poorly of them. We're all living life with the hand we were dealt day by day. After about 30 minutes of walking in total, I finally found the building that belonged to the address. It's about 3 stories high and made of old bricks. There are 2 big-looking men in black leather jackets standing outside. The structure has no open windows where anyone could see clearly inside. I walked straight up to the front door and talked to the men. Hey. I'm looking for Brianna. The man on the right raised an eyebrow while smirking and stepping forward. Oh yeah. What for? You don't seem to be from around here. I gulped and used inspect. LV 144. LV 151. I let out a sigh of relief and stood my ground confidently. These guys may be high level to the usual thugs around here, but they don't scare me. I need a smith. I was told Brianna can craft what I need. They both laughed and turned to mutter a few things to each other before nodding and opening the door. You seem serious enough, just no funny business, kid. Mess around and you're dead. Understood. I walked through the front door and was pretty surprised at what I saw. There were almost a dozen people working at desks reading books and writing things down on papers. Every desk had piles of swords, potions, rings, bracelets, and magic gear I'd never seen before. It looked like they were filing and keeping stock of large quantities of magic items. The men who let me in spoke up. Go up to the 3rd floor, I'm sure she knows you're coming. Thanks. I walked through the working men and women while eyeing the gear they were sifting through. Some of it looks like some pretty good quality stuff. At the end of the room, there's a spiral staircase that goes both up and down. I walked up it. The second floor wasn't anything like I expected either. There were 2 women on either side of the room working at desks. They seemed to be filing more items and doing paperwork as well, but these workers were in less of a rush than the ones downstairs. At the end of the room, there's an empty desk. A tall thin man with short black hair stood next to it while reading a book. He looked up at me through his wire-framed glass and gave me a nod of approval as I continued upstairs. Once I finally made it to the top floor of the building, I immediately felt an ominous presence in the room. It feels like I just walked into the lair of a beast. What's wrong with this place? The room's walls are lined from floor to ceiling with books. It's pretty dimly lit, so can't even see the back of the room completely. Hello. Sorry for the intrusion, it's just Welcome, I've been expecting you. I heard a woman's voice from the back of the room and slow footsteps followed. I'm Jay. Nice to meet you. I used inspect and enemy detection to try and get a better idea of who's in the room with me. LV 488. My eyes went wide. She's level 488. Who is this woman? Nice to meet you, Jay. Call me Bree. No need to be too formal. She finally walked into the light. I couldn't help but stare. Bree wore tight black latex pants and a fishnet shirt that showed her tight matching latex bra underneath. The black clothing contrasted her smooth olive skin incredibly well. She stood around 190 centimeters tall, that's including her black leather lifted boots. Her eyes were such a deep brown color that they looked completely black. To top it all off, her silky jet black hair fell down and wrapped around the front of her thin waist. I don't know exactly what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. And nice to meet you too, Bree. She smiled and pointed one finger in the air. A white light glowed around her hand, then expanded to illuminate the entire room. There's a wooden desk at the back of the room. A black chair stood behind it with red velvet padding and gold edges to make it look like a throne. In front of the desk, there's a large matching red and gold couch as well. It must be for guests like myself. At closer examination in the light, the walls aren't just covered in books. There are all kinds of potions, stones, and weapons up on racks. I've never seen most of these magic items before. Please, once you're done admiring my collection, have a seat. I believe we have some business to discuss. Bree smiled and looked me directly in the eyes as she turned to walk back to her desk. I shook myself from my daydream and followed her. She sat in her throne with both arms on her desk looking straight ahead as I made myself comfortable on the couch. It's time to get straight to the point. I would like to have a sword crafted. Apparently you're the woman for the job. Yes, it seems I am. Let me see what materials you've brought in. I paused for a moment. My items are in my storage system. She sensed my hesitation and spoke up. Anything you show me during our meeting will never leave this room, I promise. Our word is all we have in this line of business, trust me. I nodded and stood up to take out the minotaur horn from my item storage. She didn't bat an eye as I placed it on the desk. I have an element stone too, how can I transfer that to you safely? Bree took out a clear crystal tray about the size of my hand from a drawer in her desk. It began to hum and glow white. I gulped and took out the stone from my storage system. It burned my hand horribly as I transferred it to the tray. Flames flew everywhere. I've never taken this thing out in a small room like this before. It felt horribly dangerous, but Bree just grinned a little. I used self-regenerate to heal my hand behind my back. The second I placed the stone on the tray, it stopped producing flames. It just sat there. The stone looked like a red mana crystal. I stared at it curiously and Bree spoke up. These are some high-grade items, not bad. I can only imagine where you got them. She felt the minotaur's horn all over and began examining the element stone closely as well. About 30 seconds later she looked up at me. Okay. I'll make you a sword, it'll take me a few hours at most. I grinned ear to ear, then Bree spoke up again. Now let's talk about cost. Sure, how much will this blade run me? She looked at me with a serious stare. To get started, I'll need 8 ounces of your blood and 10 gold coins. That smile left my face immediately and I got up to my feet. Hey. Wait a minute. Since when is blood a payment type? What dash? She rolled her eyes and chuckled. Sit down. The blood isn't part of the payment, I need to pair the element stone with the sword user. Without a blood bond, the stone will always burn you when you use it. I sat down and nodded slowly. A blood bond. Okay. That makes more sense, I didn't know you had to do that. About that 10 gold. I don't have enough on me, give me a few days I can GE-. No worries, you don't have to pay in gold. I looked at her curiously. We stared at each other in silence for a moment until she spoke up again. I have another way for you to pay me. Bree looked me up and down and a grin slowly formed across her face. What's that? What do you mean? She pointed to the spiral staircase at the back of the room, then looked me in the eyes and pointed down. Survive one fight in the Rumble Dome. I raised an eyebrow. The what? Her grin grew even bigger. It's an underground cage fighting league. If you win one fight, the sword is yours free of charge. This isn't exactly what I expected I'd be getting myself into on my day off. I smirked and began to tingle with excitement. Deal. Chapter 62. Bree pointed at the floor and that same white light started to glow all around her hand. With a swift motion, she threw the orb of light at the floor. It sank right through and disappeared out of sight. She looked up at me and spoke. My assistant will come up here shortly, shall we begin? Begin now. I thought I had to win a match for you to make the sword. She grinned. Well, you need a sword to fight with, don't you? I scratched my head awkwardly. I do, you're right. You'll fight when I finish the blade. I don't see element stones of this grade very often. If I'm going to make a sword of this caliber, I'd at least like to have some advertising done for my services. You better put on a good show. I thought to myself for a moment. That's why she offered me this option. She wants everyone watching the fight to know she made this sword. Ugh, business people or ya, always scheming up something. Makes sense, I Jew dash. Asterisk knock. The tall pale man in glasses from the second floor knocked politely at the top of the spiral staircase. Ms. Brianna, I am at your service. He bowed and Bree spoke up. One moment, Bernard. He nodded and Bree turned back to me. Put out your arm, I need to extract a little blood. She pulled out a small glass jar with a cork in the top from her desk along with a shiny dagger. My eyes opened wide. Hey. There has to be a safer way to do this, you don't have a needle or something. She smirked. What? You scared? No, it's just dash. Good. Don't worry about it, I'll heal you up before you leave. I gulped and put my left arm out in front of her. Bree ripped the cork out of the bottle with her teeth and looked me in the eyes before sizing up my arm. Without hesitation, she sliced open a vein in my forearm and placed the jar directly on the open area. Thick red liquid spurted out instantly, her expression didn't change one bit as the bottle filled up to the brim. She screwed the cork back on and threw the jar of fresh blood up and down in her hand with a slight grin. I just watched her mutilate me in disbelief. Hey, I'm still bleeding here. My blood is flowing much slower than it started, but it was still coming out and making a mess all over the floor. Bree's hand lit up with a green light and she placed it over my sliced-up arm. I felt a warm sensation as the skin grew back together and the gash completely disappeared. Fixed. It'd probably be better to not ask any stupid questions right now. But that's 2 skills she's used so far. Just making a mental note. I nodded. She spoke up again. Give me a little while. I'll have your sword ready for the fight scheduled around noon. Let me see your status, we have to make sure you're paired up in the right level class. I froze. I am level 211, there's no need to show my status. She shook her head. It's either you show it to me, or the fight commissioner. I know you have something going on. You come here with a mutant minotaur horn and an element stone that's nearly B class in purity grade. You're not an ordinary hunter, I know that for sure. I gulped and scanned the room. Just show me. What can I do? Run to the association and tell them your secret. I'm the last person you should be worried about showing. As I said before, this is a confidential meeting. Nothing leaves this room, you have my word. I took a death breath in and out. She has a good point. Who would she even tell? It could only ruin her confidentiality reputation. I opened my status and turned it towards her. Bree's eyes lit up. She stared for over 10 seconds straight before I got anxious and closed my window. Those aren't purchased skills, are they? Not even country leaders have enough money to get skills like that. I looked at her in confusion again. You can buy skills. She grinned and eyed me up and down. I like you. I hope you don't die in the ring today. Hey, that doesn't answer my question. Bree turned back to her desk and motioned for me to leave. Follow Bernard downstairs. He'll get you ready for your fight. Ask him whatever you'd like to know. I'm busy. She began writing a few things down on a notepad and the thin man walked over to me slowly. Nice to formally meet you, sir. I'll be taking care of you for the time being. Please follow me. Hey. Bree. I dash. Please follow me, Ms. Brianna is busy working at the moment. The light in the room started to fade back to darkness as Bernard escorted me to the spiral stairs. That meeting ended so abruptly, I don't even know what to think. I'm getting the sword made at least. I guess it went well. Hey. Bernard. What was she saying earlier? Do people buy skills? And are they really that expensive? He nodded as we made our way down the stairs. Of course, it's possible. Nobles have often used entire generational savings to purchase a skill for a prodigy in the family. I looked at him curiously. Why are they so much? Where can you get them? Well, the reason skills are valued so high is that most people are just stuck with the ones they're born with. The option to add on extra skills is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity even for the elite class. Every year or two a skill stone shows up in the capital auction. The amount of money people bid is preposterous, but when you have that kind of money and power it's the only thing worth buying. I understand why they all do it. Skill stones. I've never even heard of them. Where do they come from? As I said, every year or two one shows up in the capital auction. My guess is they're found deep in the labyrinth. There's never been a report of skill stones being found in normal dungeons. If there were, everyone would flock to it and hunt that dungeon dry. I nodded and thought to myself quietly as we continued to walk down the stairs. We made it to the street-level floor and began walking further down. After another 10 m or so of walking, I started to hear voices and people walking around. It sounds like there are a lot of them. We made it to level ground where I found myself with Bernard in a stone cellar consisting of a small wooden stool, a few large crates, and a heavy-looking metal door. He opened the door slowly and I couldn't believe my eyes. It's an open area about 30 m wide and 5 m of ceiling height that seems to go on forever. The floors and walls are made of old stone and the wide hall is lit up with torches and various magic items. Some lights are white, others are yellow, and some are orange. It isn't quite congruent, but it works well enough. There's a full underground marketplace beneath this town. It feels like the city market, but much dirtier and the people are much tougher looking. It's where all the outlaws buy and sell illegal or stolen goods. Makeshift merchant stands line the open hall selling swords, daggers, and shields. Others are cooking delicious-smelling food and pouring drinks. Mana crystals are being bought and sold along with potions and all kinds of common magic items. Bernard began to walk through the market. Come on, don't you want to purchase some extra equipment before your fight? I'm sure you'll find something you like here. I shook myself out of my daydream state. I'd been staring at the crowds of people going about their day for a little too long. Oh, yes. I'm coming, right away. I followed Bernard deeper into the underground market. At closer examination, most of the magic items were pretty poor quality. Mostly E-class mana crystals and small potions that I assume skill users are making by themselves down here. The food definitely smelled good though, it's pretty hard to mess that up. Bernard kept walking quickly down the center of the pathway. I spoke up. Hey. Are we going anywhere in particular? None of this gear looks any good. To be honest, I'd rather just go to the normal market. He replied without turning back to me. Just a little further. I know the perfect shop. After another 3 minutes or so of walking, Bernard finally stopped and turned to a small merchant stand. It looked like every other stand to me. Standard potions, a variety of E-class swords, and a few piles of mana crystals. Once we arrived, a middle-aged merchant looked up and smiled. Bernard. What brings you down here today? He smiled back. Morning, Henry. Ms. Brianna has a new toy she wants to see fight in the Rumble Dome. I'm here to make sure he doesn't break before she's had her fun. The sword is being crafted as we speak, but he has nothing else. Do you have anything new in stock that's worth looking at? Speed or defense items will suit him best right now, I think. I turned to him abruptly. Hey. Bree's toy. What are you talking about? Both the men laughed and ignored my comment. Henry spoke up. Sure, there were a few unregistered dungeon pop-ups yesterday at the peak of the surge. This is what we managed to salvage. He dug through an item box and pulled out a ton of shields, rings, and potions. I looked at all of it, but nothing really caught my eye. They're all just normal defense or magic boosting items. Not too special. Oh right, these just came in too. A pair of beauties. When's the last time you saw a 60% boost? He pulled out a pair of jet black combat boots. They looked like they were made of cloth, but looked very sturdy at the same time. I interjected. A 60% stat boost. In what? He grinned. Speed. Rumor is these came from an unregistered elf dungeon about 20 kilometers south of the capital. The dungeon broke already. These may be a one-of-a-kind item around here. I eyed the boots curiously. They look really cool, but also have a 60% speed stat boost. That would be an incredible addition to my fighting ability. As far as I can remember, I've never seen speed boosting items before. I need this pair of boots. How much? 3 gold and they're yours. I laughed. It's not a horrible price, but I'd rather get them for much lower. It's time to haggle. Yeah, right. I'll give you 1 gold. You really want to do this, kid? 2 gold 75 silver final offer. Nope, way too much. Not interested. I turned away with a smirk on my face. The merchant offered me another deal almost immediately. 2 gold, 50 silver. That's my real final offer. What do you say? Sorry, too much. Who carries around that kind of cash? 1 gold, that's all I can do. He turned to Bernard. Who is this kid anyways? Why'd you bring me a lowballer today of all days? He ginned. Looks like you're getting a taste of your own medicine, Henry. Bernard looked at both of us. Meet at 2 gold. It's a good deal for both of you. Henry and I looked at each other for a moment, then nodded and shook hands. Deal. Deal. I placed a gold coin on the table and counted out 100 silver before trying on the boots. The second I slipped them on, they magically tightened to fit my feet. I felt a burst of energy flow through my legs and up into my body. It felt just like handling a new sword with a strength boost, but even better somehow. Bernard looked me up and down, then turned to the merchant. They look good. Appreciated, Henry. Have a good rest of your day. You too. He smiled at us both but gave me a side eye as we walked further away. I think my haggling earlier turned him off of me a bit. Bernard spoke up. All right, follow me. We have one more thing to do. I turned to follow him even deeper into the underground market. Chapter 63. The underground market seemed to go on forever. We walked for about 20 more minutes. Every new merchant stand looked the same to me. Every 100 m or so there were doors and hallways that lead off of the main path, but they all either lead up to the surface or were private property. Bernard finally stopped in front of another small merchant shop and smiled at an old bald man that was half asleep sitting on a small wooden crate. Morning, Tom. The old merchant shook his head and stood to his feet immediately in a startled fashion. Oh, who? It's you. Good morning to you too, Bernard. How can I help ya? Have any extra lives in stock? The kid needs at least AD grade for his fight today in the Rumble Dome. The old man grinned. I just looked at them both in confusion for a few seconds and spoke up. An extra life? What do you mean by that? They both ignored my question. The old merchant started to dig through a box full of junk items for a bit longer than I had the patience for. I became antsy and started looking around his small shop, examining random items that I had no intention of buying. Most of the stuff in here is just old E-class potions and used gear. Honestly, every shop looks like this down here. I guess you really have to get to know your sellers to find the good stuff. Finally, Tom pulled a small cube-shaped piece of metal with a long black string tied around it from under his pile of scrap items. Here she is. It's probably got a day or two left on it, a mid-level D grade I reckon. You know I make 'em cheap, but it'll definitely save your life in a pinch. 3 silver and it's yours. Bernard nodded and turned to me. You heard him, 3 silver. I squinted my eyes and looked at the cube of metal on the end of a ragged string. 3 silver for what? A good luck charm. What am I even buying here? Bernard rolled his eyes. Just buy it. I'll explain on the way back. I'm really getting pushed around here. It's starting to get annoying. Fine. I handed the old merchant 3 silver coins and he took them while handing me the odd magic item. Pleasure doing business with ya. Try it on, kid. I let the metal cube sit in my hand for a few seconds. A very light hum came off the item. The only reason I even noticed is because of the slight vibrations it gave off in my hand. Without much thought, I tied the cube around my neck with the long black sting and let it hang next to my Cyclops pendant. I didn't feel any change in my abilities. Bernard nodded at me. Great, I think that'll be enough for now. You're not much of a shield user, are you? I looked at him in disgust. Sure, it might help me out a lot in close combat battles, but it would slow me down a lot. Speed is my #1 stat that I take advantage of. Plus, just picturing myself with a shield makes me laugh. None of the main heroes in comics use a shield. It may be a pretty childish thought, but I think going into battle without a shield looks so much cooler. Nope, you're right. Definitely not a shield user. He sighed. What a shame. Well, I hope luck favors you today. We're heading back. I followed him close behind while we walked back the way we came. Hey. So, what did I just buy anyways? You said you were going to explain. Bernard didn't turn around, but he replied. It's a pretty unique item actually. Tom has an interesting skill that lets him merge potions with certain magic metals. This one in particular, he coined as an extra life. He said it's around middle D grade, so it'll add an extra 500 or so HP to your stats temporarily. I raised an eyebrow. Really? He said it lasts a few days. Couldn't I just get a ton of these and wear them whenever the old one wears out? Yes and no. It's called an extra life because they're mostly used for life or death situations. Yes, it's a 500 HP stat boost, but that just means it'll absorb the next 500 HP worth of damage you take on. Once it has taken in all the damage it can, the necklace will break and you'll be on your own. In a Rumble Dome match, potions aren't allowed, so this will just give you an extra edge in HP. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, it does. I guess for 3 silver, you can't really go wrong. Although I was a bit annoyed at Bernard earlier, this made up for it. A one-time use item like this could be the difference between life and death in a one-on-one fight. Wait a minute, that reminds me. Hey. Bernard. How do you win one of these cage fights? It's not a straight-up death match, is it? He turned and grinned. The winner is decided when their opponent is either knocked out cold, falls asleep, admits defeat, or is killed. Okay. That's good to know. So, anything goes in these matches? Yep. Anything goes. There's no dirty trick in the book that can't be used. All magic items and gear are allowed except HP and MP potions, which would just make matches never-ending. The only other rule that's set in stone is the level class system. You'll be fighting in the U-250, or better known as the under 250 class. This ensures a more fair fight. Okay. Good to know. Thanks for the help today. Of course. If it's Bree's wish, then it's my command. We continued to walk back toward the building we came from. I watched the merchants and outcasts buy and sell their gear all around me. It really made me wonder what other treasures I might find down here if I search for long enough. All right. Here we are. Bernard opened the heavy metal door and we started to make our way back upstairs. We've been underground for a little over an hour. I spoke up. Could the sword really be done already? He nodded while we approached the first floor. Probably yes, but we will not enter the office until I'm given the signal. Please follow me, I'll entertain you on the second floor while we wait. Oh, okay. Once we climbed the staircase to the second floor, I noticed the 2 women working on either side of the room again. I didn't get a close look at them before. They're both plugging away at some busy work in silence. Bernard stepped forward into the room, motioning for me to follow. These are my assistants. Please introduce yourself. They looked up from their seats and both stared me in the eyes. I couldn't tell them apart at first glance. They both wore light blue dresses, had matching blue eyes, tied up their bright blonde hair in a bun, and stood around 160 centimeters. Nice to meet you, I'm Jay. The two of them both got out of their seats and simultaneously bowed while replying. Nice to meet you, I'm Chloe. Nice to meet you, I'm Zoe. I blinked twice and rubbed my eyes, then looked at them both again. They smiled and bobbed their heads back and forth before going straight back to work in unison. Bernard walked over to his desk and offered me a seat in a flimsy-looking wooden chair he must use for guests. They're great, aren't they? I looked at him with a bit of concern. Ah, yeah, I bet they are. Bernard sat down and pulled out a book from the small pile on his desk. It shouldn't be too long now, please pick any book you'd like in the meantime. He crossed his legs and adjusted his glasses before opening the book to where he'd left off previously. I began to sift through the pile to see if there'd be anything worth reading. They're all old science and math books. These look like they were written before the Dungeons even showed up over 80-inch. Years ago. I guess he enjoys the classic fundamentals. I, for one, get bored out of my mind reading books like this. I kept awkwardly shuffling through the books and reading the back covers for a solid 20 minutes. I couldn't find a single fantasy, or even a history book of some kind to cure my boredom for the time being. I just decided to give up and stare at the ceiling. After just 5 minutes of counting the specks of dirt, I saw an orb of white light sink through the solid floor above me. Looks like I've been saved by the bell. Bernard looked up from his reading. That's our cue. Ms. Brianna is ready for us. I grinned with excitement. Finally. I get to see my finished sword. Chapter 64. Bernard walked me up the stairway back to Bree's room, or better yet, her lair. How was your shopping trip? Find anything good? She walked towards us as I stepped into her office. Bernard stayed back and let me approach. Yeah, I got a few things. I lifted the new necklace off my chest while kicking up my right foot to show the new boots. Bree nodded and walked towards her desk. A large black rectangular box rested in the middle of it. She glanced over at me, then back to the box. Come open it, I think you're going to be happily surprised. A mischievous grin appeared on her face. I didn't care, I walked over to the case with a smirk of my own. I stood over the box with both hands hovering over either side. Bree stepped back and I gulped to calm my nerves. The box hummed quietly, it must be some sort of containment item. Asterisk click asterisk. I grabbed both sides of the box and opened it in one swift movement for a grand reveal. The room felt different the moment my eyes met the blade. It's almost like it has a mind of its own and it just found its new owner. I can't shake the feeling it's watching me. It's a long sword with a very similar shape that I'm used to, but it's jet black and glimmers blood red depending on how you look at it in the light. I can already tell it's a one-of-a-kind piece. I reach towards the handle and that feeling of being watched becomes stronger and stronger. I tighten my face and got into a sturdy stance, it only feels natural. I grab the sword and hold it high up in the air. It began to glow a dim crimson shade the moment I grasped it, but the color returned to black a few seconds later. The blade's handle feels warm to the touch. Initially, it felt like there was foreign energy flowing into my body, but now it feels very natural, like the energy belongs to me. There's a significant strength stat boost, I feel incredible. I looked the sword up and down as I brought it back down to my side. The feeling of being watched is totally gone now. I didn't just imagine it out of excitement, did I? Next, I checked my status. Name, Jay Soju. Level, 211. HP, 1060/1060, plus 500/500. MP, 1060/1060. Strength, 512, plus 384. Speed, 606, plus 364. Agility, 630. Defense, 451, plus 180. Mental strength, 512, plus 102, plus 128. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer. Telekinesis. Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, plus 40% defense. Dark Elf Boots, plus 60% speed. Extra life, bonus 500 HP. The Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, plus 75% strength, plus 25% mental strength. The Flame Emperor's Sword. I gripped the handle tighter and smirked. Bree walked towards me. I thought you'd like the name, I came up with it myself. I think you have great potential. I turned to face her and bowed politely. Thanks. When's the fight? Bree smirked. The next match is in a little under an hour. I put your name on the roster and registered you in the U250 League. I'm your sponsor, so don't die out there. It'll make me look bad. Hey. You know I wasn't planning on it. That's a special sword. I don't think I've made one quite like it. It'll definitely have a wild spirit in the heat battle. It'll what? She grinned and turned towards the door. I think it's better if you find out on your own. Let's head off to the Rumble Dome, I'd like to watch your match. Bernard, hold down the fort while I'm gone. Yes, Miss Brianna. Leave it to me. With a nod he walked downstairs and left Bree and me standing alone in her office. Bree put her finger up in the air and the light in the room started to slowly disappear as she walked toward the stairs. I took one last good look at my sword and put it into my item box so it'd be accessible without using my storage skill. I followed her all the way down to the cellar and through the heavy metal door. This way, it shouldn't take too long. Again, I feel like I'm being dragged around. But I signed up for this. There's no backing out now. Plus, I'm itching to try out this new sword. Preferably on some monsters, but people will have to do for the time being. With my boosted stats and new items, there's no way anyone could be even close to my league, right? We walked through the underground market in silence for a little under half an hour until finally Bree spoke up. This is it. She stopped and turned to a normal-looking metal door. It seemed like all the other ones, but a few people were standing outside it waiting in line. We did the same. After another 5 minutes the line got to us and we waited in front of the metal door. A small area near the keyhole opened up and a voice came out. What's the password? Bree rolled her eyes. It's Miss Brianna, I don't need a password. I could hear the locks on the doors clicking and turning rapidly and the door swung open. Why yes ma'am, welcome back to the Rumble Dome. Please find a seat in any high rollers booth you'd like. Bree grinned and nodded at the short skinny man behind the door and she motioned for me to follow her in. My eyes opened wide as we walked forward into the underground room. It had high ceilings that went up about 20 m. This must be connected to a warehouse or something on the surface and they just hollowed the building leaving a frame above ground. The room itself is about 50 m by 50 m wide and long. There are poorly made metal bleachers that go up about 5 m and VIP-looking booths on top of each of them. Most of the crowd is on the ground. If I had to guess, there are about 150 people packed into this room screaming and shouting at the spectacle. In the center of the room. I've never seen anything like it. Now I understand why it's called the Rumble Dome. There's a circular white flooring that is about 15 m in diameter in the center of the room. The entire floor is surrounded by a fence-like material that encapsulates the fight pit in a dome-looking structure. The metal is covered in wires and powered by magical items to protect the audience from what happens within. It's a makeshift mana shield, it's continuously shaking and forcing the ground rumble all around it. What a sight to see, this is the Rumble Dome. Bree spoke up. Enough staring, let's get up close. We have enough time to watch one fight before yours. I nodded and walked forward with her. We weaved through the crowd of cheering fans drunk off the excitement of violence. Once we got close to the dome the rumbling was pretty intense. It's really loud, but people here don't seem to mind at all. In the arena right now there were two fighters in the middle of battle. There's a short blonde man with a scar across his eye holding two daggers and zipping around the circle attempting to land hits on his opponent. The opponent seems to be a tank of some sort. He's a heavier set man, so he can't match the speed of his opponent. All he's doing is positioning himself behind his shield and blocking every attack that comes his way. The crowd seems to love it. It's interesting, but these are clearly some lower-level D-class fighters, maybe even high E-class with decent gear. I can follow their movements very easily. Still, it'll be entertaining to watch. I stood there watching the match ensue with my arms crossed while Bree patiently watched as well. After 3 more minutes of pointless running around the dagger user started slowing down. He must have used up a lot of his MP or just regular endurance. The tank made his move. With a loud yell, he jumped out from behind his shield while the dagger user attacked and faced him head-on. The tank raised his right hand and green vines sprouted out. He glowed bright green and let out a considerable amount of mana. It looks like this is his finishing move. He'd been conserving MP and waiting to use it. Moments later the vines wrapped tight around the exhausted dagger user and he yelled out in agony as they slowly squeezed the life out of him. That's it. I forfeit. I forfeit. You win. The tank dropped him to the ground and he gasped for a breath. The tank raised both hands in the air and celebrated. Half the crowd cheered and went wild, the other half booed and threw trash at the cage where the dagger user lay on the ground. As the tank pumped his hands in the air and retrieved his sword, I heard a loud voice echo from above. The crowd settled down. That's it for our U150 match today. Our winner by forfeit is Tanner Mason. Congratulations. 2 workers opened up the cage. Tanner bowed and kicked the kneeling dagger user on his way out. The crowd went wild again. They're ruthless. Our next match will start up in about 10 minutes, get ready folks. We have 2 new U250 fighters that will be competing to get a crack at our reigning champion for the main event. You're not going to want to miss this one. Please make sure to place your bets before the fight begins. I spun around to look at Bree, she just happily grinned at me. Come on, this way. She motioned for me to follow her. Hey. What's this about? I only need to win 1 fight, right? What's all this about a main event? Bree kept walking and didn't turn around. Correct, forfeit your second match if you wish. You have to win your first one before we can talk about that though. Fine. I followed her to the opening in the cage and watched an amateur medic carry the dagger user out of the cage. A worker approached us. Welcome, Ms. Brianna. We haven't seen you in a while, glad to see you back with a new fighter. You'd like to use the name listed here. He turned a paper to her and she nodded. I tried to get a look but he folded it in half and faced me. All right, please take out all the necessary items you'll need for this match. HP and MP potions are prohibited, anything else goes. I'm going to have to ask you to take that item box off your waist. Items concealing potential banned items are also prohibited, this is more of a common sense ruling. I nodded and took my sword out of my item box. It didn't glow red this time, the blade just felt normal. I scratched my head for a moment, then untied the pouch and handed it to Bree. Could you hold this for me? Sure, but I want you to wear this. Seemingly from out of nowhere Bree handed me a dark black mask. There are red marks over the eyes that appear to be flames and small horns that come off the top, it's almost like a demon's face. I guess it looks cool, but... What is this? Why? She grinned. It's just a good luck charm. You might not want any more people to see your face down here, especially while you fight. Wouldn't you say so? I gulped and looked around. She's right. Not a bad idea. I took the mask and placed it on my face. It magically fit like a glove. There aren't any holes in it, but I can see and breathe fine. I didn't feel any different, and there's no change in my status. Thanks. Appreciate it. No problem. Best of luck out there. Again. Remember to not die, I'll look bad. With a smile, Bree turned and made her way to the back of the room into one of the VIP high roller seats. I grinned and rolled my eyes. The worker spoke up and pointed inside the ring. All right kid, get to the back corner. Your opponent should be here shortly. I nodded and walked to the back of the ring as he asked. The crowd began to chatter. I stood there in all black head to toe with a demon mask and holding a jet black sword. I hope I look cool. This isn't overdoing it, right? Less than a minute later a tall man with long flowing white hair approached the cage door. He wore lightweight silver armor from his shoes up to his neck. His face carried a blank expression as he looked at me with crystal clear blue eyes. His skin is pale white and he glides gracefully as he walks. What kind of outcast is this? I was expecting a grunt with a club. Not some noble knight. He talked to the worker and pulled a long silver sword from an item box before nodding and entering the ring. The door shut behind him and we stared at each other as the metal cage rumbled the ground below. A loud voice echoed above us. Thank you all for waiting. Our first U250 fight of the day is about to get started. Please welcome our two brand new fighters. The crowd went wild. I looked around to see all eyes on me. It's nerve-wracking but also exhilarating. I'd like to introduce our first fighter, the proud 11th son of our very own underground trade commissioner Mr. Solace. 21 years old, 186 centimeters tall, and 93 kilograms. His overall fight record in the Rumble Dome is 0 wins, 0 losses, and 0 ties. It's all going to change today. Let's hear it for Xavier Solace. He let out a thin smile and waved to the crowd as they clapped and cheered. Next, we have a new recruit being sponsored by the one and only Ms. Brianna. It feels like a lifetime ago since she dominated the Rumble Dome herself. We can't forget a legend. The crowd jumped and screamed, erupting into madness. I looked around in awe. I had no idea she was such a big deal. Could this new recruit continue her legacy? Only time will tell. Coming in at 20 years old, 181 centimeters, and weighing 84 kilograms. With an overall fight record in the Rumble Dome of 0 wins, 0 losses, and 0 ties. Please welcome, the Flame Emperor. I froze. She really submitted my name as the Flame Emperor. I guess I have to go with it now. I slowly raised my sword up into the air and let my MP flow through it. It glowed light red as I activated my fire magic. A massive eruption of flames ignited around the blade as I pointed it to the ceiling. The building shook and ear-piercing cheers came from the audience. The crowd went absolutely wild. Chapter 65. Xavier stared me down with a cold look as I continued to shoot flames high up into the air through my sword. The announcer's voice rang out again. I brought my sword down and let the flames go out slowly as I listened. Everybody knows the rules. There is no time limit in the ring. All tricks, magic items, and abilities are allowed. The winner will be decided by knockout, forfeit, or death. We will begin at the sound of the bell. I brought my sword forward and pointed it at Xavier. He did the same with his own. The cage around us rumbled and the crowd whispered and pointed. Asterisk ding asterisk. The sound of a bell rang and cheers came out from the crowd. The white-haired swordsman scanned the arena for movements, but I was doing exactly the same. Each of us was waiting patiently for the other to make the first move and show weakness. I used Inspect. LV 217. He sprinted to the left a split second after I activated my skill, almost like he could sense it. I reacted by jumping backward and to the right, watching his movements. Xavier is pretty quick on his feet, but I definitely have him beat in that department with these new boots. It's his eyes I'm more worried about. Every time I take a step in any direction or move my sword the slightest bit, he tracks it like a hawk. We basically ran around in a full circle for a few seconds as we examined each other's body movements. This is getting boring. I gripped my blade tight and ignited it back into a fiery display. I plant my right foot and lunge in to begin an attack. Still expressionless, Xavier plants his foot and turns to face me with his sword by his side. I lift my blade high in the air and aim it directly at his wide-open body in front of me. Asterisk clang asterisk asterisk scrapey asterisk asterisk thud asterisk. The moment I brought my blade down, Xavier gracefully lifted his own sword and used my momentum to block my attack, but also curving his blade around my own to add speed to the swing. I was sent flying forward into the cage behind him. As a defense mechanism, I erupted into flames to cover my full body the moment I lost balance. The exact moment I did, Xavier jumped backward to avoid being burned. I smashed into the side of the cage but didn't take on any real damage. I got to my feet and let my body's flames go out, but keeping them lit around my sword as I pointed it at the white-haired knight. He has an interesting fighting style. From what I see so far, Xavier isn't exceptionally fast or strong. He almost entirely relies on figuring out how to use his opponent's strengths against them. Probably. I'll have to do some more testing. The crowd is oohing and awing, trying to figure out which of us is their new favorite. I'm not too worried about pleasing the crowd. Winning the fight is my only concern. I ran back in with a very similar attack. It produced a very similar outcome though. Again, my attack was easily countered and the momentum of my brute-like swing was used against me. Great. Looks like I'll have to use my brain, a little bit at least. We squared up on opposite sides of the ring, getting ready for our third clash. I initiated the charge and sprinted forward with my flaming blade in hand. The moment we came within striking distance, I let go of my sword and activated telekinesis. The blade shot off the left as I sprinted to the right, cornering the swordsman on both sides. His eyes finally changed. Those dull, never-changing focused eyes opened wide, but it wasn't at the moment I expected. They opened moments before the sword left my hand, like he knew it was coming. Asterisk clang asterisk. With an elegant twist, he blocked my blade while keeping an eye on me. I motioned to bring my sword back and ran towards him. It flew in my direction and Xavier readied his own blade to counter. Moments before we collided, I caught my sword and began to swing it down at his head. He positioned to counter. At the last second, I twisted my own body to prevent our blades from colliding. There's just one issue: Xavier's blade is pointed straight at my stomach, and mine is pointed way off to the right side of his body. Asterisk clang asterisk. The white-haired knight's eyes opened even wider than before as a thick layer of black crystals covered my abdomen, blocking his sword's impact. I twisted my body again and landed a fiery slash on the side of Xavier's right leg through a gap in the lightweight armor. We both jumped backward after this exchange and I heard him let out a cry of pain. His stance and movements remained the same, but his eyes had changed. The cool and calculated stare from before is nothing like it used to be. Now there's fear in those eyes. I heard him speak up for the first time in a deep, yet young-sounding voice. How do you have so many skills? It's impossible. I pointed my sword at him and it began to glow light red for a few seconds, then returned back to black. I could feel it watching for a moment. Xavier seemed to notice it too. His eyes opened even wider as he held out his own sword. I grinned and ran forward, igniting my blade. It's now or never. The best time to attack a genius is when he isn't right in the head. I covered my full body in flames and ran in like a charging bull. Xavier went fully offensive and stabbed me in the chest, then again in the neck. I hardened the areas of impact milliseconds before every attack. He must have been professionally trained. These attacks would have definitely been fatal without my skill. Such precision, it's almost scary. In the swordsman's angry confusion, I managed to land a hit of my own deep into the left side of his upper abdomen through another small gap in his armor. We jumped backward after this exchange and he burst into flames. I left a good amount of excess fire residue behind. He burned bright red. The crowd roared and the arena shook even more. I grinned and pointed my sword toward him. He gritted his teeth and scowled while pointing his blade back at me. Again, my blade glowed a faint red color, then faded back to black. Xavier ran straight at me. He's frustrated, injured, and tired. If I didn't have so many wild cards up my sleeve, he could easily beat an opponent much stronger than himself. Too bad he was paired with me today. We ran at each other with our swords held out in front of us. Mine began to pulse red again as we ran forward. I felt an incredible surge of energy flow through me and erupted into dark red flames. Xavier instinctively put his sword up to block my attack like all the others, but it did not go quite the same as it had before. I charged forward and his shining silver sword clashed against my fiery glowing crimson blade. Asterisk clang asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. Xavier attempted to maneuver my blade to the side like he always had, but there was much more force behind my blow this time. No matter the technique, not much could be done against this raw power. My blade collided with his, instantaneously shattering it into pieces. I followed through and cut his chest plate clean in half, throwing the white-haired knight flying back against the cage wall. The crowd erupted into even more cheers and some threw food and trash up into the air. They were eating up the savagery taking place before their eyes. Xavier sat against the cage covered in flame residue and a bloody gash across his chest, attempting to get up to his feet. He looked me in the eyes. I pointed my glowing sword directly at him with a serious look on my face. He yelled. That's it. You win. I forfeit. I nodded slowly and started to turn away. Then my sword glowed even brighter. I could feel a presence seeping out of it into myself, calling for me to finish the battle. It felt like a primal urge to hunt and kill the prey in front of me. I ignited into a dark ball of fire and drove the sword into his chest, letting out an explosion of flames. Level up. A crowd roared even louder. It was all over before I realized what happened. It was like I was in a trance. There you have it, folks. Never a dull moment in the Rumble Dome. Our U250 winner today is the one and only Flame Emperor. I shook myself out of an adrenaline-induced daze to look around and see the crowd making a horrible mess outside the cage and chanting in unison. We want Theodore. We want Theodore. We want Theodore. They kept saying this over and over as I looked around the ring to understand what exactly just happened. I looked down at my feet and saw a blue light hovering over a few pieces of armor in a pile of ash. Use absorption. Skill, appraisal, special grade. Yes, no. I gulped and chose yes while looking around nervously. The announcer's voice rang out again. It looks like the crowd is ready for another fight. We will give it to you shortly. Please take your seats and place your bets. Our new prospect, the Flame Emperor, will be facing off against our proud U-250 defending champion Theodore the Destroyer. Please allow our fighters to rest and heal up. The main event will begin in half an hour. We will have a quick performance in the meantime. The lights began to dim and a few workers came into the area to escort me out. I nodded and followed them out. Another team of workers disposed of the remains in the ring. One of them spoke to me as we stepped out of the cage. Hey, great show, but don't you think you overdid it a bit? That was the trade commissioner's son, you know. I ignored what he said and scanned the crowd until I finally saw Bree slowly walking toward me through an ocean of screaming fans. She had a huge grin across her face. Good fight, exactly as I hoped for. Come with me, let's get you healed up for the main event. She put her arm around my shoulder and we started walking up to the VIP booth. Dancers in provocative clothing piled into the dome and started entertaining the audience. I'm still in a bit of shock. The crowd parted all around us as we walked. I'm still holding the sword that killed a man moments ago with. I understand their concern. We walked up the bleachers and into a small private room with a window to view the show. I rested my sword up against the wall, sat down in a padded chair, and took off my mask. I took a long deep breath in and out, looked over at my sword, then at Bree, and finally grinned. So, is there anything I should know about this Theodore guy? I'll be fighting him soon. Chapter 66. Bree smiled while looking straight ahead at the ongoing performance. Theodore is strong. Much stronger than you. I gulped. Really? Should I drop OU dash? No. You'll be fine. As long as you take control of that sword. Take control. Yes. If you let it push you around like that again, its violent nature may consume you. I felt my stomach churn as I looked over at my sword. So that was real. I really killed him in cold blood. I paused and looked at the ground, then back up to Bree. Reality is slowly setting in. What did you do to me? What did you put in that sword? What's going on here? Bree grinned and finally turned to look me in the eyes. It was the element stone that you brought me. I didn't do anything. Whatever monster that stone came from has a wild spirit that remains even after death. If you want to continue using your blade, you'll have to tame the beast, or it will tame you. The sword glowed a faint red color in the corner of the room, then returned back to black. I stared forward at the beautiful women performing in the ring to try and calm my mind. By the way, you don't have to fight again, our agreement is complete. It's your choice to decide if you'd like to continue. Either way, take these. Bree handed me an HP and MP potion. I didn't really need them but chugged both just for the sake of it. She's right, our agreement is complete. I could walk out of here right now and never see anyone in this underground hellhole again. I nervously looked back at my sword, then remembered the exact moment I killed that innocent man. My heart pounded and my stomach churned. The mixture of frustration, anger, and anxiety became overwhelming. I began to sweat and fidget, overthinking everything. There's only one thing that puts my mind at ease in situations like this. I'll fight. Bree grinned and turned back to the entertainment. Good. We watched the show in silence as my anxiety grew. It felt like there were eyes gazing at me from the back of the room where my sword lay. It wasn't even glowing or emanating any energy. I think it's just pure paranoia at this point. Finally, I heard the announcer's voice chime in as the dancers left the arena. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Now, it's almost time for our main event. Let's have our fighters come forward. The brawl will begin in under 5 minutes. I looked at Bree and she nodded slowly. Best of luck out there. I looked her in the eyes before putting on the black and red demon's mask. Then, turned around and grabbed my sword. I swung the door open and left without saying a word. Again, as I walked through the crowd, everyone parted all around me. No one wanted to get close. People grinned in awe, others scowled in disgust. It seems to be a mixed crowd. I made it to the cage and the same worker from before let me in. I stood alone in the middle of the ring with all eyes on me. I could hear the crowd's mixed reviews all around me. Boo. He's really fighting again already. Theodore will destroy him. I think the Flame Emperor could be our new champ. I like this guy's style. Kill or be killed, no questions asked. Murderer. How can you stand up there with such a lack of honor? Take off the mask. This will be the fight of the year. I'm betting on the new kid. My money's on Theo all the way. You're crazy. Get it started. I want to see this brawl already, enough waiting. I had to just start blocking them all out. The more I try and listen, the more anxious I become. With a deep breath in and out, I raised my sword up in the air and ignited it into a burst of flames. I stared deep into the jet-black flaming sword and yelled. This is my fight, all right. I'm your wielder, you must obey me. The crowd went silent and the blade stayed black. There was not even a hint of a response from the sword, and I just looked like an idiot in front of the crowd. They all started to murmur again. Seconds later the announcer spoke up while I still held my flaming blade high in the air. Thank you for the intro. With that, our main event is about to begin. We'll get started with the men in the ring. You all know him well, the winner of our previous match, coming in at 20 years old, 181 centimeters, and weighing 84 kilograms. He holds an overall fight record in the Rumble Dome of 1 win, 0 losses, and 0 ties. Please welcome back, the Flame Emperor. About half of the crowd cheered and clapped, but it was nothing like my last introduction. I looked around and bowed while giving them another burst of flames before bringing the sword back to my side. Now. The moment you've all been waiting for. Coming in at 29 years old, 198 centimeters, and weighing 121 kilograms. With an overall fight record in the Rumble Dome of 47 wins, 0 losses, and 0 ties. Please welcome our U250 reigning champion, Theodore the Destroyer. Asterisk thud asterisk. Asterisk thud asterisk. Asterisk thud asterisk. The door of the cage opened up and a massive man walked through. He wore a thick silver chest plate, an odd necklace with a large tooth hanging from it, wrist guards, high boots, and a gladiator-style helmet that only revealed his eyes and mouth. The champion carried a tall rectangular shield and a massive metal club almost as tall as me. He had tan skin that almost looked orange, and muscles bulged out from every possible place they could. His steps shook the ground as he towered over me. The crowd went crazy. As the cage door shut, the room exploded into cheers and yells. They threw their shirts and hats in the air as they chanted in unison. Theodore. 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 I gripped my sword and stared at the menacing beast of a man. I used inspect. LV, 220. Level. 220, and he's the champ. How is this possible? I curiously looked him up and down, then remembered I picked up a new skill from my previous fight. I wonder what it'll show me. Appraisal. Active items. Steel helmet, plus 100 defense. Steel chest plate, plus 100 defense. Minotaur's wrist guards, plus 175 defense. Steel boots, plus 150 speed. Dragon tooth pendant, plus 30% mental strength. Large steel shield, plus 200 defense. Steel club, plus 300 strength. Active skills. I raised an eyebrow and grinned. This is a neat new skill I picked up. He's a level 220, and his gear seems pretty standard. Just by looking at him, his defense and strength are most likely the strong points. Compared to my own base stats and gear, I don't think we're that far off. How can he be the undefeated champion of this division with such average gear and not even a maxed level? I wonder what those question marks under the active skills section are. The announcer's voice began to ring in my ears. I shook myself out of deep thought and gritted my teeth to stare down at my new opponent across from me. Everybody knows the rules. There's no time limit in the ring, all tricks, magic items, and abilities are allowed. The winner will be decided by knockout, forfeit, or death. As seen in our last match, anything goes. A forfeit places you in your opponent's mercy. We will begin at the sound of the bell. Theodore stomped his feet and pointed the metal club at me. You're dead meat. I grinned and pointed my sword back at him while letting the flames burn bright. I could say the same thing about you. He smirked. Asterisk ding asterisk. Theodore charged forward at me with incredible speed, it's comparable to my own. I reacted on instinct and twisted my body to the right, barely dodging his massive club swing past me. I sprinted to the opposite side of the cage and watched the large man plant his leg and turn around to stare at me with bloodshot eyes. He's impressively nimble and quick for his size, he has almost no gear buffing his speed. Are these really just his natural stats? Before I could think, he sprinted at me again with a murderous aura around him. It took me all the strength in my body to dodge to the right side again. His club came centimeters from my head this time. I gulped and held my sword tight as the beast of a man turned to face me again. He smiled wide and his eyes looked even crazier this time around. They became more bloodshot and focused directly on me. This time, I'll find a way to counter. He came charging towards me with blinding speed. I challenged his attack with my own speed, channeling a large amount of MP into my sword and preparing to use body hardening to soften the blow of his attack. Shing asterisk. I swung my sword with all my might and twisted my body to curve around his club. I managed to land a small hit on his left shoulder where there was no armor, but it wasn't a deep gash. Is his defense really that high? The moment I landed my attack, he registered this and corrected the swing of his own club. Thud crack asterisk. Theodore landed a hit on me directly in the stomach. I had time to create a layer of crystal body hardening, but somehow it cracked and shattered instantly. The wind was knocked out of me and my eyes opened wide as I flew across the ring to hit the back cage wall. My world felt like it turned slow motion as the square necklace on my chest exploded into 1,000 pieces. That means it did 500 HP worth of damage minimum, and I even protected myself with body hardening. I checked my status, it read 1050/1065 HP and 990/1065 MP. My extra life is gone already. I got to my feet and burst into flames to see him running at me again. With no time to think, I sprint out of the way with all my might and narrowly miss the high incoming club. Bree was right, he is a lot stronger than me. Possibly faster too, and better defense. But how? Is it his skill? What's going on? Theo ran at me again with the same bloodshot eyes and a grin ear to ear. Come here, E. It's only a matter of time now. He swung his club and lunged forward, he isn't tiring one bit. All I can do is dodge. He came at me 4 more times and I swerved around his club, nearly getting hit with a fatal blow to the head every time. His precision is getting more and more dialed in with every attack. He may be right, it's only a matter of time. We stared each other down on opposite sides of the ring. I'm trying to stay focused as best I can, but the crowd is making a lot of noise. Come on. I came to see a fight. The Flame Emperor isn't so tough now. Theodore. Get him. He's almost tired out. What a wimp. Looks like the murderer has met his match. The whole crowd is turning against me, and all I can do is run. How did I get myself into this situation anyways? Thudded crack asterisk. I got distracted. Theodore had run towards me and launched his usual frontal attack. I noticed after it was much too late. While hardening my abdomen and bracing for the impact, he struck my left side and sent me flying through the air to the backside of the cage again. The black crystal fragments flew everywhere and I coughed up blood as I regenerated and stood to my feet as fast as I could. My status read out 535/1065 HP and 875/1065 MP. I gritted my teeth and glared at him. Theodore charged in again. I dodged. Over and over. We played cat and mouse for another 40 seconds straight. The crowd booed me and chanted for Theodore as he tired me out. I attempted to use telekinesis at one point, but every time the blade got close he easily swatted it away with his club or shield. It contains less mana when I'm not directly in contact with it, so I found it was just draining MP unnecessarily and stopped trying this attack method. Theodore has had enough of me, I can tell he's getting frustrated. You annoy me, kid. I'm gonna end it right here and now. He ran at me with his shield held in front of him and the club behind his back. I got in a comfortable position to get ready for a dodge to either side. Once he got closer I decided to jump to the left. The moment I did, he awkwardly followed. With his shield up front, he swerved to the left. I continued to run, but he stayed close behind, zigzagging until we got closer and closer to the back of the cage. He pulled the club from behind his back and cornered me on the left and right side with his incredible wingspan. I gulped and scanned the area. His massive legs, shield, and club have me comply boxed in. Theodore raised his club in the air and yelled as he swung it down towards me. Asterisk clang asterisk. The only thing I can do is block. I swung my fiery black blade up to meet his club. All that's left is a battle of strength and will. Instantly, I could feel his strength overwhelm me. I erupted into flames and forced as much MP into my blade as possible. Simultaneously, I plundered Theodore's MP to get a steady source of mana. His club overpowered my sword, and I'm being pushed to the ground attempting to latch onto any bit of leverage I can manage. I yelled out to my only hope remaining, the sword in my hands. It's time. Fight with me. Theodore smirked and pushed his club down with more force as I pushed every last drop of MP into my blade. Come on. Sweat flowed down my face as the sword refused to answer. Obey me. Still. Nothing. Fine. I'll do it myself. I stopped sending MP into the sword and sent it directly to my own body, erupting into a ball of fire 5 m in diameter and covering my body in black crystals. We both yelled as Theodore's club crushed me under its immense weight, and I attempted to burn him to a crisp. Theodore jumped back out from my ball of fire as he landed his brutal attack. I let my flames dissipate and regenerated my broken bones. I checked my status again. As I spit out a puddle of blood. It read 20/1065 HP and 545/1065 MP. I stood to my feet and glared at the massive man in front of me as he patted out the flames covering his body. He was burned all over but didn't seem to be fazed by it. This is truly a monster. His eyes met mine and I raised my blade. It finally began to glow red. Chapter 67. My vision is blurry, and my clothing is soaked in blood. Even after regenerating, most of my body aches with fatigue. That doesn't matter now though, all I can think about is the men I have to defeat in front of my eyes. My blood is boiling and adrenaline is pumping through my veins. Even though I'm face to face with death, I feel like I can take on the entire world. It's exhilarating. This feeling is what I fight for. The sword in my hands is glowing brighter than I've ever seen it shine. There's a strong sense of bloodlust emanating from it, but I'm putting out a ferocious aura of my own. As our raw emotions clash, it seems the beast within the sword recognizes my intentions. Even in my moment of complete and utter defeat against a superior fighter, I still have the will to face my opponent head-on. We've come to an understanding. Fight to survive. It seems I've gained my sword's respect. Theodore glares at me from across the ring and we lock eyes. He charges forward as I begin to feed MP into my continuously glowing blade. My opponent has dropped his shield behind him and sprints forward with his club raised to finish me off. One hit and I'm dead. I grit my teeth and continue feeding every last drop of mana in my body through my hands into the shining weapon clasped between my fingers. The light keeps growing brighter and brighter as our auras clash to become one. My vision almost goes black as I lift my sword to begin a mighty swing. Theodore charges towards me from over 5 meters away. All of the mana leaves my body and is released in one fiery slash. A massive dark red crescent moon of flames is released from deep within the sword and flies through the air, leaving thick trails of fire magic residue behind. Time slows down as I hear the crowd yell and scream about the heat. Some members in the front rows fall over and run away from the dome. Theodore's eyes open wide and his face becomes distorted as the fiery slash rockets toward him. It's all over in a fraction of a second. Asterisk shing asterisk. Like a knife through butter, the dark flames slice through the entire right side of Theo's chest plate, cutting off his arm, shoulder, and part of his chest. His club clangs as it hits the floor and he drops to his knees screaming in agony. The dark crescent of flames slashes through the top of the dome's metal cage with an array of sparks and metal fragments. It continues upward over 20 m and smashes through the warehouse roof as well. I stumbled around and struggled to stay on my feet as I watched in awe. My vision wavered in and out and I questioned my own power. This is like nothing I've ever done before. The crowd became silent. Then erupted in cheers moments later. I knew he had it in him. The Flame Emperor is our new champ. My money was on him this whole time. Who cares about his morals? We came for a good fight. Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor. I snarled and rolled my eyes as I struggled to stay conscious. This crowd is awful, there's no loyalty in degeneracy. That's what this fight club and gambling ring are all about, I guess, doing whatever feels good and riding highs. At that same moment, Theodore attempts to stand to his feet. His club had rolled about 2 m away and now he's trying to inch his way closer to it. I walk towards him with my sword raised in front of me. The gaping hole in the dome above us is dropping shards of half-melted metal all around as the dark flames burn bright on his mangled body. I stand over Theodore and touch the tip of my blade to his neck. I plunder as much MP as I can to build strength for an attempt at a final attack. His eyes open wide and his face turns white as he desperately reaches for the club by my feet. I give up. I forfeit. My sword begins to glow, and I feel it edging me on to finish the prey in front of me. In my weakened state, it's an appetizing offer. The temptation is killing me. I grit my teeth and shake my head as I pull the blade away from Theodore's throat and raise it in the air while turning my back and walking away to face the crowd. I mutter under my breath. I'm in charge now. Then smirk to myself as I take in the roaring applause of the audience. Seconds later, Theos yells out from behind me. I don't care anymore. Screw honor. You won't take everything away from me. I turned back around to see Theodore stumbling toward me with his club in his left hand. The crowd booed as he swung at my head. His movements are much slower because of his injuries. I was able to dodge the attack and position myself for a counter. I nodded and closed my eyes while channeling the remainder of his own stolen MP into my sword. With a swift lunge, I stabbed him on his unguarded right side and released my flames deep into the already open wound. We both yelled as I plundered every last bit of his MP and turned it against him. It felt like such overkill, but he has so much excess HP and mana. All I can do is continue to burn him to a crisp until he gives up. The crowd just couldn't get enough. It's a madhouse in here. The entire dome filled with flames and the audience roared with amusement. I didn't stop until I finally heard the ringing in my head that confirmed it was over. Level up. 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 13 levels. But how? That's impossible. I looked down at the pile of ash at my feet and saw the familiar floating blue text. Use absorption. Skill, conceal. Yes, no. In a dazed state, I chose yes and fell to my knees as the flames around me began to dissipate. I heard the announcer's voice ring out above my head. What an incredible match. Who would have seen this coming? It looks like we have a new U250 champion. Everyone, let's hear it for the Flame Emperor. The crowd roared and I looked around the arena trying to stay conscious. 2 workers came into the ring and helped me to my feet. I stumbled out and muttered to one of the workers to take me to the VIP area while vaguely pointing in the direction of the booth I came from. My vision kept going in and out as the crowd parted all around me. Finally, I saw Bree walking toward me with a smile. I'll take him from here, boys. Why yes, Ms. Brianna. Again, she put her arm around my shoulder and walked me back to the VIP booth. Bree handed me an HP and MP potion. I chugged them both before we even walked inside. Once we did, she shut the door and I collapsed on the padded seats. Looks like you were able to control the beast in the end. Good job. I opened one eye to look up at her. Yeah. I'm going home. She laughed. Let me at least walk you out. I grabbed my sword and shoved it into my item storage. Take me to the surface, then I'm leaving. If I ever do business with you again, I'm bringing all the gold in this entire city. Never again will I accept a mindless condition instead of paying. Bree smirked. Pleasure doing business with you too. Chapter 68. We let the crowd die down and disperse before exiting the arena. I kept my mask on to avoid being identified. No one's going to know who I am, but it's just better for people to not associate my face with an illegal underground fight ring champ. Bree leads me into the main market. We walked no more than 500 m and made a hard left to a nearby heavy metal door. It's attached to a staircase upwards. We climbed the stairs and I found myself in the back of an old wooden tavern. I put my mask in item storage and Bree spoke up as we walked in. Table for one, it's Ms. Brianna. An old shortman hobbled over with both of his eyebrows raised high. Yes, ma'am, right this way. She smiled at him. Feed this young man and treat him well, I appreciate you, Franklin. He nodded and turned to me. Follow me, sir. Bree turned back towards the stairs and waved. "I'll see you again, Jay. You know where to find me if you need anything." Like that, she was gone. I let out a sigh of relief and followed the old man to a table in the back. Once seated, I didn't even bother to look at the menu. "Just bring me your special of the day, I'm not picky." I appreciate the kind gesture. "Of course, coming right up." The tavern is pretty much completely empty. I took out my sword and placed it against the wall beside me. It glimmered jet black and didn't give off a scent of consciousness. I patiently waited and opened up my status out of curiosity. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 225. HP, 1130/1130. MP, 1130/1130. Strength, 545, plus 420. Speed, 646, plus 388. Agility, 672. Defense, 481, plus 192. Mental strength, 545, plus 109, plus 153. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer. Telekinesis. Appraisal, special grade. Conceal. Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, plus 40% defense. Dark Elf Boots, plus 60% speed. The Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, plus 77% strength, plus 28% mental strength. Interesting. As I studied my new stats, I realized my sword's buffs increased slightly. The only reasonable explanation is that it's growing with me. I've seen enough improbable things today already, I guess this makes sense too. I'll have to ask someone I trust about this another time. My newest skill also intrigues me a bit. I whispered conceal under my breath and a blue box of text appeared next to my status. Use conceal. Yes, no. I chose yes. Enter changes. Level. HP. MP. Strength. Speed. Agility. Defense. Mental strength. Skills. Items equipped. Buffs. Other. Revert to original. I touch my right index finger to my status and a digital keyboard appears before my eyes. I'm able to edit my status. While mesmerized by my new ability, the old man finally came over to my table with a steaming plate of meats, rice, and vegetables. Here you go, sir, enjoy. I smiled and nodded to him, then raised an eyebrow. Hey, 1 second, what do you see when you look at this? I flipped my status window over to him and he took a look. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 250. HP, 1255/1255. MP, 1255/1255. Strength, 605, plus 200. Speed, 720. Agility, 650. Defense, 505. Mental strength, 605. Skills. Swordsmanship. Items equipped. Minotaur Sword, plus 200 strength. Well, sir, it looks like you're a very strong swordsman. I didn't know Minotaur dropped swords, that must be a rare item you have there. Congratulations on hitting level 250 though, that's a big accomplishment. I grinned ear to ear. Appreciate it, thank you. The man bowed and walked away to let me enjoy my meal. I stared at my status and activated conceal again. Use conceal. Yes, no. I chose yes. Enter changes. Level. HP. MP. Strength. Speed. Agility. Defense. Mental strength. Skills. Items equipped. Buffs. Revert to original. I chose revert to original, and my status changed back to its true stats in front of my eyes. This solves so many problems. When I put my sword back into my item storage, I realized I didn't have my item box on me. Bree really kept it. She just wants me to come back so she can torture me more. I rolled my eyes but grinned at the same time. It's kind of funny. I hope I see her again someday. I just need a lot more gold before I ever walk through her front door. I happily finished my meal and felt a lot better. The old man eventually took away my empty dishes and walked me out the front door, refusing to let a friend of Brianna's pay. I got outside and realized I'm still on the totally opposite side of town. There were shining silver buildings way off in the distance, so I decided to begin walking that way. It took almost an hour to get back to the familiar tourism-filled residential area of the city. While walking, I had a lot of time to think over my current situation and new goals. I'm going to tone it down for the next week or so. I just spent the majority of my money, and have been getting myself into some really insane scenarios recently. It'd be best to slowly level up for a while and stack cash. With my new sword and stat increases, I'm sure grinding out the Minotaur dungeon will be a breeze. I walked through the front doors of the inn and was greeted by a friendly face. "Back so soon? How was your day off?" I laughed. He has no idea. Great. Great. By the way, any news on the surge today? Any big reports? He shook his head. Not much. I assume there's still a few mutants, but no major breaks. By tomorrow, the city will be back to normal. Great, I'd like to stay a few more nights if my room will still be available. Could I extend my stay until next Saturday? The innkeeper sifted through a few important documents and then looked up at me. Of course, I can arrange that. You still have a few nights that are already paid for ahead of you, but we can make an extension. Would you like to pay now or once our current agreement is over? I rummaged through my item storage and pulled out 3 silver to place on the table. How's that? He nodded and wrote something down on his papers. Great, you're booked until Saturday morning. Enjoy the rest of your stay. With a smile, I made my way back up to my room and straight into a hot shower. Afterward, I lay on my bed staring out the window, admiring the view while resting my eyes for no more than 20 minutes. I'm physically tired from my fights earlier today, but there's no way I can fall asleep for a full night just yet. I hopped out of bed, then stretched my arms and legs. Why not? I'll go raid a dungeon. Without thinking much more, I made my way downstairs and toward the dungeon hub. It wasn't very crowded, and all the raid restrictions had been lifted. The innkeeper was right, the surge has mostly passed. I checked in at the main hub and made my way down to the D-class platform. I took a look at the dungeon list. There are a lot of interesting options, but returning to the Minotaur dungeon seems like the safest bet for now. I boarded the train and entered the dungeon less than 10 minutes later. While wandering around the dungeon for about 2 hours, I encountered 5 groups of Minotaur. They all ranged from level 155 to 195. Some were in groups of 2, others were in groups of 3. Fighting them was too easy with my new sword, boots, and the general increase in stats from leveling. My sword hasn't even glowed red once, nor have I had to use much fire magic at all. They dropped 13 mana crystals and 1 large axe in total. After these smaller battles, I decided to check out the boss room. When I arrived, it appeared to be completely normal. The portal is light gray, meaning there's no sign of a mutant boss. With a shrug, I jumped through. As I remembered, the boss room looks like an open plain. The initial wave is 7 Minotaurs. This time around, they were all normal spawns ranging from level 190 to 200. I easily defeated them before the boss even arrived. They dropped 7 mana crystals and no axes. The boss appeared moments later, and it actually looked rather menacing. Compared to the death matches I was in hours ago though, this feels like a walk in the park. I used Inspect and Appraisal. LV 234. Active items. Steel Axe, plus 225 Strength. Steel Wrist Guards, plus 175 Defense. Active skills. None. I completely outpaced the monster and lit it up with fiery gashes all over. It took about 6 swings. The beast was defeated without landing a single hit of its own. I've significantly improved. Level up. Level up. The boss only dropped a mana crystal. I wasn't lucky enough to get anything else. Once collected, the white light transported me back to the dungeon's start point. I turned right back around and decided to clear the whole dungeon again before it got too late in the day. 2.5 hours later. Level up. Level up. I collected another 17 mana crystals and one large steel axe along with gaining 2 more levels. Once I left the dungeon, the sun had already pretty much set, so I headed to the market as quickly as possible to sell my loot to the old merchant. "Hey, kid. How'd it go? Were they able to make you a sword out of that horn?" "Kinda. I ran into a few bumps along the way, but I have a sword to fight with now. Thanks for the help." I grinned and pulled out a massive pile of mana and 3 axes onto the table. The mana scale read out 6291.44 MU. "How much do you want for it all?" "1 gold, 20 silver, and a small item box." "What happened to the last one?" I rolled my eyes. "Long story." The merchant chuckled to himself as he counted out my coins and placed them on the counter along with a brown pouch. With a nod and a handshake, I was off. I decided to take it pretty easy over the next few days. I enjoyed good food, slept well, and farmed in the Minotaur dungeon for about 6 to 8 hours a day. Level up. 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 I leveled up 8 more times, collected 436 mana crystals, and a total of 27 axes. In total, I profited roughly 15 gold. The only problem now is my own boredom. It's Friday morning and I'm standing at the D-Class Dungeon Hub platform staring at the list. I didn't level up at all yesterday from defeating the boss 4 times, and my sword hasn't glowed once since my arena fights. I'll be taking the train back to my hometown tomorrow. The question is, do I play it safe for 1 more day or check out one of the other high-ranked D-Class dungeons? Chapter 69. Hey! Would you look at who it is? I heard a familiar voice behind me and turned my head to see Hudson smiling and waving while walking in my direction. Trailing behind him were 4 hunters I'd never seen before. "Are these your new recruits?" He nodded and looked back. "Yup. Fresh D-Class hunters, it's my job to train them this weekend." "Hey, how's Nessa doing? She's not with you today." Hudson nodded. "Nessa hit level 250 yesterday. She's doing some special sword training at the guild to make sure she's ready for the test next weekend." "Already? How did she level up so fast? I can't get much further in the Minotaur dungeon." Hudson pointed at the list on the wall. "Well, the only other 2 D-Class dungeons that have higher levels than the Minotaur are the Giant Ape and Lizardman dungeons. I assume she power leveled there with another guild member." I took a look at the list. The Giant Ape dungeon seems straightforward enough. It'll be worth checking out today. "Okay, thanks. That's exactly what I was looking for." "Hey, tell Nessa I'll see her at the exams." "Of course." Asterisk screech asterisk. With a wave of goodbye, we each got on different trains and headed off. Minutes later I arrived. No one else got off at this stop. It looks like this dungeon isn't very popular. I made my way up the escalator and took out my sword before jumping through the floating blue portal. I'm bombarded by a hot and humid environment the second I enter this dungeon. There are thick trees all around and occasional small clearings that let in the shining artificial sunlight. The ground is covered in lush green plants and a variety of multicolored fruits and flowers. This is a jungle dungeon. It's pretty cool. I walk deeper in with slow, cautious steps, but this eventually turns into faster jogging as I get more comfortable with the terrain. It takes about 20 minutes before I encounter my first monster. As I'm walking along the jungle floor, I see many trees shaking violently in the distance and ready my blade. A dark brown creature comes flying out of the top of the tree swinging on branches and squares up with me on the jungle floor about 20 m away. I use Inspect and Appraisal. LV 213. Active items. Steel machete, plus 200 strength. Steel chestplate, plus 200 defense. Active skills. None. It's a giant monkey. The beast stood around 4 m tall, and the ground shook after every step it took. The shining silver machete and armor it wore made it look almost human, but the bloodshot eyes and fangs protruding from its mouth told me otherwise. It let out a scream that shook the trees and ran at me. I ignited my blade and ran towards it as well. Within seconds the ape fell into fiery pieces. I let out a sigh of disappointment and collected the mana crystal it dropped moments later. Hopefully the boss puts up a fight. It took about 2 hours, but I made it to the back of the dungeon. While walking, I faced off against 5 more apes. All of them ranged from level 210 to 220 and dropped mana crystals. One of them dropped a machete with plus 200 strength. I put all the loot in my item storage. The boss room portal is light gray. I jump through without much hesitation. The inside is also a jungle environment, but the outer edges of the room are blocked off by very large thick trees. It seems there's no wave of apes before the boss. All I hear is one large monster charging toward me in the distance. I use Inspect, Appraisal, and Enemy Detection. 50 LV, 246. Steel Machete, plus 250 strength. Steel Chestplate, plus 250 defense. Active skills. None. Once it leaps out of the treetops, I can see that this beast looks almost identical to its underlings. It's just closer to 6 tall. It let out a roar and our battle began. Although its defenses were a bit stronger, my speed and boosted strength wildly outclassed this boss. In just 3 hits, the giant ape fell to its knees and collapsed. Level up. Level up. I'm too powerful for these D-class dungeons. I let out another long-winded sigh and collected the large mana crystal that dropped while letting the white light transport me to the dungeon start point. Well, that was a waste of my time. I left and boarded the train to check out the Lizardman dungeon. Apparently, these two are at the top of the list. If this one doesn't impress me, I guess it's hopeless. After a short ride, I made it to the Lizardman portal. I readied my sword and jumped through to find myself in a desert dungeon. The air is dry and the sand is hot. There isn't a single tree in sight. I ventured forth to see what this dungeon had to offer. Unfortunately, I was slapped in the face with reality. My gear and level are just way too strong. I came across 7 monsters on my way to the boss room. They were all roughly 2.5 tall, with green scaly skin, humanoid bodies, and lizard heads. Some held spears and others had swords. Most of them wore some type of armor. They were much more agile than the apes I fought earlier, but not nearly as strong. They ranged from level 215 to 225. Each battle lasted 1 to 2 hits max and they all dropped mana crystals. I did not level up or get any special drops. Once I arrived and entered the boss room, I fought a much bigger and darker version of the regular Lizardman. It stood around 3.5 tall and its scaly skin was almost black in color. The beast was level 251 and carried a long silver sword. It did not put up much of a fight against my overpowered stats. Level up. Level up. As I collected its mana crystal and transported back to the surface, I checked my status. Status open. Name, J. Soju. Level, 241. HP, 1210/1210. MP, 1045/1210. Strength, 582, plus 448. Speed, 694, plus 416. Agility, 720. Defense, 515, plus 206. Mental strength, 582, plus 116, plus 163. Skills. Absorption. Swordsmanship. Combat magic, fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection. Body hardening, special grade. Self-regeneration. Spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer. Telekinesis. Appraisal, special grade. Conceal. Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring, plus 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, plus 40% defense. Dark Elf Boots, plus 60% speed. The Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, plus 77% strength, plus 28% mental strength. Interesting. Even though my level raised significantly since I checked it last, my sword stats haven't raised at all. I curiously examined my black blade before putting it into item storage and walking out of the dungeon. I've definitely graduated from these D-class dungeons. It's best to just call it a day at this point. I walked to the market and sold my loot for around 50 silver. After a decent meal, I stopped by a comic store and grabbed a new book I haven't caught up on yet before making my way back to the inn. Once upstairs, I opened to the first page and began to immerse myself in another world. There's not much else to do today, and I'm kind of bummed out about my current dungeon situation. The comic I grabbed today is all about an S-class hero that protects the world from monsters. It's the new volume that I've been waiting on for a few months. Although his position as a hero brings him fame and fortune, he's been doing the same thing every day for years. No monsters or even humans can come anywhere close to his level of power. Most of the chapters involve him daydreaming about fighting stronger monsters and being upset when he snaps back into reality where his battle has already been won. Although I'm nowhere near the world's strongest, I relate a lot with him today. The hero almost gives up on being a hero because it wasn't entertaining his immediate wants and needs. Eventually, he finds fulfillment and a larger purpose in helping the people around him stay safe and grow to reach their own goals. To be honest, I got a little lost on that last part. The whole craving a stronger opponent was all that stuck in my head. The end of the comic left us readers with a cliffhanger hinting that there may be a villain of much greater magnitude than he ever imagined. Of course. I can't wait to buy the next volume. With that, the sun slowly set and I fell asleep dreaming about fighting my own world-ending monster. I woke up with the rising sun and hopped out of bed to make my way downstairs. I hope you enjoyed your stay, sir. Please do come again. I nodded to the innkeeper and left him the room key. I had a great stay, thanks. After a quick breakfast, I hopped on the train and watched the buildings, trees, mountains, and lakes whiz by on my way back to the countryside. Asterisk screech asterisk. A few hours later the train came to a halt at my stop. I stepped out and looked around. This place doesn't feel the same at all anymore, everything is so small. I walked back to my old apartment building and climbed the steps to my door. There's a note on the handle. You're welcome, J. You owe me one winky face, M. It's Maria's handwriting, but I owe her one for what? I opened my door and walked inside. Looking around, this place is a mess. There are clothes on the ground and old water bottles all over the place. Not to mention my standard of living has significantly increased since leaving here. This old wooden-floored 2-silver-month apartment is not going to cut it. I have to get a new place, scratch that, I need to move to the city for good. I tidied up the apartment a bit before deciding to head off toward Pace Guild to check in on everyone. About half an hour later I walked through the front door. The woman in the lobby greeted me with a surprised look on her face. Welcome back, Jay. I thought you vanished for good. With a sarcastic stare, I replied. Yeah, you wish. Is Jack in today? Sure thing. He just organized our morning raids, I'm sure he'd love to meet with you. Knock on his office door. With a nod, I walked down the narrow hallway and knocked on Jack's door. It swung open moments later and I was greeted with a smile. Hey. It's you. Welcome back. You look a whole lot different. I walked into his office as he motioned for me to do so. Really? What's changed? He stared at me for a moment. It's your eyes. They've definitely seen a bit more action since the last time we met. We both grinned at each other. I can't tell if he's just greasing me up or genuinely complimenting my improvement. Either way, I'll take it. Well, the capital just seems like the place to be. I'm going back, I just thought it'd be best to check back in. Plus, I know you had something you wanted to talk about last week. Could it have been the C-class exams? Jack sat down at his desk. Are you close to level 250? I nodded. Yep, very. Well, that's great to hear. I can send in your application today. Although you aren't very active in our guild, it would still be appreciated if you competed under our name. I raised an eyebrow. Competed under your name? What do you mean? Every region holds its own C-class exams separately, but the number of passes is regulated by the country as a whole. Well, it's actually regulated by the Hunters Association if you want to get into the nitty-gritty details. Every guild from around the region applies with their top D-class hunters over level 250 and they will compete in an event to decide the top of the class. If you don't make the cut the first time around, you can enter again as many times as you'd like. It may take a few tries to achieve the C-class rank, but that's only natural. It doesn't only take raw leveling power to defeat most C-class monsters. This is what they test for in the exam. I nodded slowly. Interesting. So if your guild submits a D-class hunter that passes the exam, I assume that raises your prestige a bit. Jack smiled. Well, yes of course. I nodded again. Sign me up. I'll be more than ready in a week. Great. We locked eyes and shook hands, then Jack spoke up. You know, we've been power leveling and training Maria a lot this week. She became much more motivated after she came back from the city. I doubt she'll make it to the necessary level by next Saturday, but her magic is progressing at an extraordinary rate. You may want to train with her a bit this week. Alright, maybe I will. Are there any high D-class dungeons around here? Ones that are borderline C-class. Or a real C-class that hasn't been rated yet if that's even a thing. I need something to get my last couple of levels and cure my boredom for the time being. Jack put his hand on his chin and thought for a moment, then rolled his eyes. You're looking for a dungeon that bends the rules, aren't you? I grinned and he nodded in acknowledgement. Let me contact Ray, I'll have her take you to the High Orc dungeon. You'll like it. Chapter 70.